The sound kept echoing into his ears, the sound of people screaming, everyone saying get them out of here, get me out of here. The sound did not stop but tended to increase. Lee Giyoung subconsciously began to have countless questions about whose screaming belonged to and where was this. Slowly waking up, he gently held his forehead with his hand. The greatest pain along with the screams here made him feel tired. Slightly squinting his eyes, he vaguely saw the situation in front of him, before his eyes. His face is countless people, everyone is in a state of panic, fear, they are screaming, quickly release them, but what he cares about is who are those people. His body began to slowly wake up, he squatted slightly and touched the floor. There were countless sparkling purple lights on the floor right now, but why was there light on the floor? He thought to himself. And when he raised his head to look up, the image of a beautiful statue of a goddess, radiating light appeared before his eyes. Everyone here suddenly saw a monster. With two sharp fangs sticking out, they began to scream in panic and fear. Some people were scared and trembling and said, "What kind of creature is that?" A person nearby replied, "You idiot, this can't be true." The guy next to him immediately followed and replied, "Yes, everything is fake." A woman in the crowd immediately took voice asked, "Is this a hidden camera?" The man next to her immediately laughed and replied, "Mincio was right. It was probably a hidden camera, but how could there be a monster?" Lee Giyoung had a gray face and thought to himself that it was just a hidden camera, but who did these things? If not, then what is the situation? Just now he was clearly still at home. Going back to Lee Giyoung's memories, at that time he still remembers being at home with his family eating rice. While chewing rice, then suddenly the phone next to me showed up with a notification. He picked up the phone and read it. It turned out it was a message introducing a new game. He thought this was a newly released game. Out of curiosity, he immediately clicked on. His memories could only stop at that moment. After that he couldn't remember anything anymore. Lee Giyoung held his forehead and trembled in fear. The crowd of people behind him, he kept screaming and banging on the door, demanding to be released. He mumbled in annoyance. Why did he scream like that? It was really cramped and uncomfortable here, so he turned his back to the crowd and found a cool place for himself. Suddenly, a blonde guy in the crowd was constantly trying to comfort his spirit. Everyone's, hey everyone, it seems like we're all in the same situation, don't you remember anything? Suddenly he grabbed Lee Giyoung's shoulder and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" Because of his question, he had to think and be able to contact other people. It was neither a dream nor a hallucination, but there was no feeling that anything was reasonable. Suddenly emitted like burning smoke at the foot of that beautiful statue of the goddess. Everyone there saw this scene and immediately shouted loudly. No one could distinguish whether it was fire or just light. The monster started making gru-gru sounds, and suddenly a sound came from the beautiful statue of the goddess. "Hello everyone to another world. First of all, thank you for accepting the invitation." "Our invitation?" Suddenly a loud voice came from the crowd. "Invitation? Are you kidding? What's up? Who are you?" Countless questions from everyone. Sounds still coming from the statue. "You have been chosen to become warriors to save the dying planet." The crowd is still countless words. "Damn, what nonsense, is this a hidden camera? Call the police." The voice in the statue continues to be heard, regardless of what everyone else says below. "From now on, everyone please remember everything I say. This is directly related to the situation. Next is your life, not everyone can return, only a few people can overcome the challenge." Lee Giyoung heard that and immediately panicked and shouted, "What?" One of the crowd there also spoke up, "Stop listening to nonsense, let's go out." The voice in the statue said again, "I repeat again, to be able to return alive, we must overcome all challenges, try to become the last survivors. First of all, the place you are standing is called the starting point. You can also think of it as the waiting room. It is shaped like ancient Egyptian tower. There are many essential items here such as food, water and many different types of weapons." When Lee Giyoung heard that, he immediately felt like he knew something. The sound from the statue continued, adding that in this world each individual will have a special profession, and some people will also have unique characteristics. Lee Giyoung heard this and vaguely realized that this world, he seemed to have seen in a game or novel. The sound from the statue continued. There are a total of 4 levels. Common, Hero, Epic and Legendary. Now the common weapons are here. You will use them to protect yourself. The words just came out. Everyone has a weapon falling into their hands. By Lee Giyoung is a seemingly heavy sword. He used the sword with all his strength and walked to a nearby window. Suddenly there was a collision outside the window, making a loud noise. He looked out and felt nothing. Shocked, punches were thrown at the door but the window was unharmed. He was shocked and thought to himself, "Damn this statue, why didn't it break?" The sound from the statue continued. "You come here from many places and have many different personalities. This place was created to train and help you grow. If you say, window, status, you can understand what I mean." Everyone heard that. Everyone repeated the saying, status window. Lee Giyoung did the same, he also repeated that saying. Suddenly, a status box appears before each person's eyes, on which the name of each individual will be introduced. Lee Giyoung's window appears on which is written, name Lee Giyoung, age 20 years, characteristics. Has a clear strategy, his career is currently unemployed, his title is currently unavailable. The status window also notes that he needs to put in more effort. Under the information there will be the circular frame is like a compass, on which specific numbers will clearly appear. Like Lee Giyoung's muscle strength is currently 10 and is currently in the general class, physical strength is 11 and is currently in the high school level. Mental endurance persistence is at level 12 and at common level. Magic power is currently absent and also at common level. In terms of intelligence it is at level 19 and at heroic level. In terms of luck it is at level 21 and is classified as hero level. Agility at level 11 and also at common level. Under that circular frame, below are 3 parts of characteristics, leveling limit and equipment. That's all that, window status, appeared. Lee Giyoung muttered and thought. Muscle strength is at 10, physical strength is only 11, is this good or not? Suddenly the status window appeared stating that the characteristics had been collected. He was surprised and asked again, characteristics? The system immediately explained that some people would have unique characteristics. He cursed under his breath and quickly clicked collect. Status window suddenly appeared with hidden eyes, hero rank. Its use is to be able to view everyone's rankings, talents and status window. Sure enough, it wasn't wrong, he turned around and could see a series of people inside. Here. He immediately took a look at everyone's status, and saw that the people nearby were at the leveling limit. His total rating was now a common trait, the system also notified him. Must try hard. Suddenly a notification appeared, he quickly clicked on it. The window now displayed the total rating for him. The index that player Lee Giyoung has is the lowest. Even if you try hard, it may not be effective. No matter how hard you work, it will be difficult to surpass the standard of 3rd place. The stats have no hope at all. Intelligence and luck I won't mention it, but let's see, you don't have to swing a sword or try any other weapons. Anyway, the ranking is very clear. Read the entire review but what's left in my mind his current words are the words Lee Giyoung is the lowest, no hope, useless, intelligence and luck, try something else. Even if you work hard, there is no hope, it's okay but swing a good sword. Not necessary, anyway the ranking is too obvious. Lee Giyoung was completely shocked when he read it. He didn't think he would have to endure this situation. What worried him was should I just have to endure like this? Suddenly the system spoke up. Okay everyone, good luck. As soon as the words fell, the sound of punches at the window became stronger and stronger. And they finally saw the thing that was making those sounds. The window was broken. A group of monsters suddenly rushed in here. They made hideous sounds and rushed to attack everyone. Sounds full of helpless fear rang out. Save me, help me. Lee Giyoung stood motionless in place. Suddenly a loud sound came out. Shut up. Pick up your weapon. Don't you see the status window in front of you? Pick up your weapon, like a joke. The person speaking is Park Deokgu. And Lee Giyoung was also awakened by this person. Because he saw Park Deokgu's status frame. On his status page, it shows that muscle strength is 20 hero level. Physical strength is 21 hero level, and endurance is 30 hero level. Lee Giyoung focuses on Park Deokgu's endurance but smiled falsely. He was extremely excited because he had finally found the flesh shield. The monsters made hideous sounds. They rushed in and bit everyone's shoulders. Those who were bitten by them had nothing to do but watch them bite them. Those who were strong were shouted to each other, quickly picked up their weapons. Lee Giyoung's spirit was pumped with blood. He held the sword tightly and told Park Deok-gu that if you take the lead, I will help you. You heard these words. Immediately asked, "Big brother, are you going to fight him?" With a determined face he said, "That's right, it's impossible to sit in one place like that, anyway, I have to try it once." When Park Deok-gu heard that, his face became extremely excited and he said, obeying. When Big Brother said that, I immediately became stronger, but inside I was so crazy. When I heard that, I didn't blame him but told him to quickly get out of here. Suddenly both of them felt something. Something was approaching. Sure enough, a monster suddenly jumped out from nowhere and attacked him from behind. Before he could react, he saw that the monster had been hit by Lee Ki-young's attack. Until he lost consciousness. He quickly turned around and called, Big brother. That person is now trembling and shouting at you. What are you doing? It's a fight, don't you hurry up and stop it? Do you want to die? After saying that, he immediately turned around and ran forward, not forgetting to tell him that if he didn't want to die, he should hurry up. He immediately replied yes, I know, and ran after him. Cough 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 sound of the monsters. They must be extremely satisfied after sucking the blood of so many people. Lee Ki-young immediately gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. He thought he would kill them first like grabbing a pig. In front of him, two small monsters suddenly appeared. As soon as they approached, they were knocked unconscious by his attack. The other one quickly changed direction and jumped out behind him to attack, but unfortunately it was knocked unconscious by Park Deok-gu's shield. He immediately turned around and asked worriedly, Big brother, are you okay? He immediately thought to himself, is it really useful? After that, he immediately said thank you and reminded him not to forget to bring weapons. He obediently said I know. So the two of them, one in front and one in the back, ran towards the door and were attacked by monsters. Both of them were extremely happy. Were they about to escape? Suddenly there was a cry for help from behind. Both of them stopped. They both turned to look and saw a boy surrounded by a group of monsters. They were preparing to tear him apart. That young man, he made pleading sounds begging the two of them to save him. Lee Ki-young was silent for a while without saying anything. Park Deok-gu from behind saw this and softly called out to him. He held tightly. His hand like that had made up his mind about something. The young man was scared. Tears kept falling. Lee Ki-young had now rushed towards the young man. He was extremely happy because he thought that he himself had been saved. But contrary to what he thought, Lee Ki-young did not save him, but was holding the bundle right next to him. He just ran back with the bundle of money, leave him alone. In the end, the young man could not resist the fate of being bitten to death by those monsters. Park Deok-gu saw that and shouted loudly, Big brother. But he also didn't want to I have to do that, but in the current situation, this is probably the only way I can do it. With the bundle you're holding in your hand, it's the straw that saved your life. A moment later the two of them were hiding in a small prison. He asked him what should we do now? He replied, if I knew, why would I be here? Then came his sighs. He felt like you were such a pitiful big boy. Then he said, first we need to find out where the hell this is, where you used to play game already. He immediately replied, why is there anyone who has never played games? He immediately said, status window, rankings, nicknames, equipment, occupations, don't you know where these things are commonly found? He listened to what he said and vaguely realized that they were players fighting monsters with the lowest level. He then said, you should think we are in a game. Seeing that, he immediately asked, so we have to do? Must level up. The older brother said, maybe this is a system. If we kill monsters here we can level up. If we fight we can get a profession. This is a bit difficult, but first we need become stronger. Luckily we have shields and weapons with water and food. At least our situation is still a little better than others. Suddenly a monster is outside the door was looking at the two of them, but strangely it didn't attack the two of them. Lee Ki-young immediately looked at its status window. It was called a devouring devil, only 5 years old, instinctive tendencies, characteristics of a low-level monster, poor eyesight and intelligence, poor physical strength. Physical strength 11 normal levels, physical strength 14 normal levels, endurance 12 normal levels, magic power no normal level, intelligence 3 normal levels, luck 10 normal levels, agility 15 normal levels. Lee Ki-young only knew after looking at its status window that it was blind. He immediately turned to Park Deok-gu and signaled him to keep quiet. Then he gingerly held the sword. Park Deok-gu saw that and immediately sweat dropped. Could boss possibly kill it? Quick as lightning, he immediately rushed out and stabbed the monster with one sword. But it was impossible to stab it to death with one sword, so he continuously pulled it out and stabbed it, stabbing it as he did so. Say damn it, die it, die it. Finally the monster couldn't take it anymore, it screamed loudly and died. Finally destroying that monster, he gasped for air, as if he couldn't believe what he had done. And at this time, the window also announced that his muscle strength had increased by 1 level, from 10 to 11. He immediately chuckled to himself. Received experience points from killing monsters, so it was exactly as I expected. Park Deok-gu next to him saw him smiling and immediately looked at him in surprise. He quickly turned to look at him and then went to pat him. Patted him on the shoulder and said, "Remember, if I can do it then you can do it too. No, you will do better than me." Then thought to myself, your persistence can be up to 30. At this time, Park Deok-gu spoke up, "What is your name, big brother?" He arrogantly said, "Yes, remember, my name is Lee Giyoung," then silently added in his heart, "From now on I will be the one to devour your bones." "You on the other side," he happily replied, "I'm Park Deok-gu, can I call you Lee Giyoung?" He immediately replied, "Yes, but you." Then without saying anything, he took the sword to cut the cloth. Then he stood and measuring on his body, which made it extremely difficult for him. "I understand, what are you doing?" He immediately told him to wait a bit. It turned out that he made a shield so that he could use the shield more easily. At this time, the system notified him that he was given a point for durability. As for Park Deok-gu, who didn't know anything at this moment, he only felt extremely happy and touched. He thought to himself that if he made a shield, it must be strong. Park Deok-gu in the back kept saying thank you to him. "Thank you very much, Lee Giyoung, if you have any work to do in the future, just leave it to me." Upon hearing that, I immediately replied, "Okay, first I have to get out of this place first." Then I turned around and smiled. "For you, when you get out of here, start by stopping idleness and then go." Suddenly loud footsteps rang out along with the appearance of a girl. She was restless, ran and called for help. Lee Giyoung saw that and immediately turned around and told him to run away. He stammered and said yes. Lee Giyoung looked towards the monster over there and thought to himself, "What is it? It's crazy, there are so many monsters. How can you fight? What the hell is that thing?" At this moment, he immediately summoned the status window to see, and what he saw in front of him made him feel unbelievable. She actually has talent that is limited in growth. Muscular strength 10 rare levels. Physical strength 12 heroic levels, endurance 14 rare levels, magic power 10 legendary levels, intelligence 22 heroic levels, luck 23 heroic levels, rare level 11 agility. Looking at the magical power data, he couldn't believe it. Park Deok-gu behind him panicked and reminded him, "If you don't run away, why are you still standing there?" As for Lee Giyoung, he was still in a state of shock. He thought about Yung Hyun, who possessed legendary-level magic power. Lee Giyoung quickly shouted to fight. Park Deok-gu quickly saved him. Hearing that, he hesitantly asked, "There are 3 of them, can we win?" Lee Giyoung immediately said he was going to turn the corner. He replied and said he understood what the big brother meant. The girl in front was trying to run quickly towards them. He immediately signaled her quickly go this way. She was breathing heavily but still quickly replied yes. She finally ran to where they said. The giant monster was approaching them. It had realized where they were hiding. It immediately used its giant hand to hit Park Deok-gu's shield very hard. The 2 of them tried their best to fight back against the monster. At this point, Lee Giyoung immediately jumped up and gave the monster a strong blow. Park Deok-gu immediately relaxed his body and wiped away his sweat. At that moment he heard countless sounds coming from ahead. He immediately shouted to Lee Giyoung on the other side, quickly moving away from the side because the monsters were coming. Suddenly he shouted loudly, "Big brother." The reason he shouted so loudly was because Lee Giyoung suddenly appeared from behind. There appeared a monster. It was clawing its hand at him. He panicked and turned around to look. When that huge hand was approaching in an instant, suddenly a sword appeared. This newcomer could defeat that monster with just one simple move. When he saw this situation, he was extremely surprised and wondered what was in his heart that had caused the monster to die. Monsters become like that. Immediately, he turned to look. Then what caught his eye was a pair of feet wearing black leather shoes, dragging along a sword with sharp shoes. From a distance, he couldn't see his face clearly, only this is a young person. He stepped closer, he could clearly see the other person's face. This person was still very young, blue eyes, cold face. Two people didn't say a word, just looked at each other eye to eye. But what surprised Lee Giyoung was when he looked at the frame of his status, which displayed and confirmed the technical index. Player's abilities and maturity limits. Kim Hyunsung. Age 22, characterized as a wise mediator. Occupation is general level control, i.e. regressor of Altanus, controls the start of the second match too. The loser, the person with the destiny of sacrifice, and the enlightened person. Physical strength 19 epic levels. Physical strength 23 epic levels. Endurance 22 heroic levels. Magic power 11 heroic levels. Intelligence 18 heroic levels. Luck 23 heroic levels. Elite 28 epic levels. What caught his attention especially was the words regressor of Altanus. That made it extremely difficult for him, like, regression is going back in time? Behind Park Deokgu suddenly spoke up, "Thank you. My name is Park Deokgu, who are you?" He on the other side also spoke, "I am Kim Hyunsung." As for Lee Giyoung, he was still immersed in Kim Hyunsung's status frame. At this time the system gave an overall assessment, completely surprised. Practice. It is impossible for this player to be so perfect that he cannot speak, to accurately predict the strength hidden in this player, such as strength, physical strength and intelligence, is impossible. If compared to player Lee Giyoung, if you don't compare like that, it's a pity for him. I hope all players feel honored to talk to him. Then, looking back at luck, his physical strength and intelligence again. This made him feel extremely shocked. He thought that this was not the first time for him. He now looked at him and suddenly spoke up, "You seem to be very skilled at fighting, right?" Park Deokgu heard what he said, so he excitedly ran out and hugged Lee Giyoung's neck and said, "He is big brother Lee Giyoung, but then again, we can't compare to you. Didn't you defeat those monsters with just one move? Your luck is also very good. And right now I'm just pondering whether I should steal his characteristics or not." And he finally did it. In the window appears the information, Legendary Swordmaster, you are rewarded with cumulative points for using the sword. The destructive power increases proportionally with time. Swings his sword at a fixed rate. After looking at his status, I thought to myself that he's really good, he really makes others jealous. I just now noticed where he is. The other side is looking at him strangely. He thought to himself, why are you looking at me so strangely? Could it be that he already knew that he was peeping on his characteristics? Then he suddenly spoke up, I'm Lee Giyoung, your name is Kim Hyunsung, right? Thank you for helping us. Did you come here alone? It must be very difficult, right? In his heart, he secretly thought, right now he should play the role of a friendly beauty queen, so he immediately extended his hand, indicating that he wanted to shake hands with the other person. Kim Hyunsung on the opposite side also gradually walked forward. Shake hands with him and say, at first it was like that, but now I'm trying to gather the survivors. I've also thought about setting up a tent for the survivors somewhere safe. He immediately smiled and asked, tent? Then suddenly he stopped and asked him how many people did he need. He thought for a moment and said there were about 30 people who could fight. In fact, if I could team up with people who shared the same ideals as me like Park Deokgu and Lee Giyoung, then how good it is. Hearing these words, he immediately became sharp and thought, he is like a danger, because he knows how to spit out those sweet words, so he is the one to reconcile. Or a survival base? If you team up with guys like him, you'll die. But looking back at him, you remember the name Regressor of Altanus. This guy knows how to take over this place and even the secrets of the world. Hey, there's no reason for me to refuse a good relationship with this guy. So you smiled at him and said we'll do it as you planned. From now on, is your job just to support? He immediately replied that yes, I am a prosecutor. Park Deokgu was surprised and said, he's already in front of the prosecutor, really admirable. And right now he was paying attention to the girl in front of him. Just now, she was sitting face down on the ground in that hiding place. He immediately went over and raised his hand to tell her, can you stand up? If it doesn't feel right, I'll go with you. She hesitated and said thank you to him. Kim Hyunsung only then noticed the two of them. After seeing him, he ran quickly to them. He was surprised and asked who this person was. She then hesitantly said I was Giyoung Hyun. He heard that and happily replied that it was nice to meet you, I'm Kim Hyunsung. When he saw this scene he was extremely surprised. Why did he become so excited? He continued to ask if she was okay. She immediately clung tightly to his hand and replied that I was fine. He then hesitantly continued to say, if possible, can I call you Hyun? Anytime you feel unwell or uncomfortable anywhere, you can tell me. She was still the same, still clinging tightly to his hand and answering him, yes I am fine, I really am not what's wrong. I glanced at him and thought of his nicknames. Regressor of Altanus, the second match, the one who cannot overcome, the enlightened one, the one who must sacrifice. That name is someone who can see to the end of the world, someone like him can change everything that happens in the future. Once the flow of time turns back, so first of all he probably has grasped everything things that can be taken advantage of. Among them are definitely humans. Hyun suddenly spoke up. She said it a bit late, but thank you for saving me, I'll do it right away. She smiled and replied that she should just do it. She saw his smiling face and his voice when he answered and immediately blushed. He whispered thinking about Hyun who possesses hidden abilities with as a magician. Kim Hyunsung, the hero who started the second battle. Turns out she is your treasure, he thought with a sly smile. You guys, let's fight together to the end. After leaving that place, they were led by Kim Hyunsung to his location. When Park Deok-gu arrived, he couldn't help but express his joy. When he arrived here, there were a lot of people here, this place was much better than before. He immediately asked him excitedly, how did he find this place? He replied, I just discovered it by accident. Lee Ki-young heard that and thought in his heart, he already knew. At this time, in front of them, a girl suddenly ran up and called. Named Kim Hyunsung. The girl with brown eyes and a black mole in the corner of her left eye, along with shoulder-length chestnut hair. She was very excited and asked him, are you back, Mr. Kim? Hyunsung? Looks like you came back with a new member? He gently called Ms. Lee Jae-hee's name. The guy behind him immediately thought, so cute, who is she? She immediately continued, I was very worried because you came home late. Then she turned to Park Deok-gu and asked, who are these people? Kim Hyunsung immediately replied, they are the ones who will stay here with us this time. She saw you and thought to herself that this person is scary tall. As for you, you are using magic eyes right now. To investigate her status window. The name is Lee Jae-hee, 29 years old. Her tendency is to be selfish, her career is unemployed, she doesn't have a title, looking at this board she can only cheat. I thought I needed to try harder. Looking at the two of them again, she was 29 years old but she could easily call him a 22-year-old in a sweet way. He looked again. In terms of statistics, physical strength 5 common levels, physical strength 9 common levels, endurance 8 common levels, magic power 0 common levels, intelligence 18 regression levels, destiny 12 common level, elite 9 common level. After looking at Lee Jae-hee's statistics for a while, he felt like a pile of trash. Moreover, is he still willing to be selfish? The other side she immediately asked him, now that I remember, what are their identities? He introduced himself first, I'm Park Deok-gu, on the other side is Lee Ki-young, next to him is. The girl on this side then continued, I'm Giyoung Hyun, I hope everyone can help. The two girls just looked at each other without saying anything. Especially Lee Jae-hee's expression, looking at her right now was like evaluating someone else. Then he looked back at her. Park Deok-gu with a large body and a weapon initially got a passing score. On the contrary, Giyoung Hyun with a limp leg and the person who was struggling because of Giyoung Hyun received a failing score. Lee Jae-hee immediately radiated happiness and went back to talk to Park Deok-gu. Does that mean Park Deok-gu is a giant? Just by looking at it, you'll immediately know that you've defeated a lot of monsters, right? So he excitedly pointed to him standing behind and said, that's right, I just took down a few of those. All thanks to big brother Lee Ki-young standing here, not thanks to he's the end of us all. Did she just stand up and say that? Maybe I don't believe what he said. Then he happily continued to talk, but anyway, it's nice to meet everyone. First, I'll lead everyone to a place to rest because the accommodations for men and women are different, so Ms. Hyun should come with me first." Then she turned to him and asked, "Is that okay, Mr. Kim Hyunsung?" He immediately replied, "Everyone depends on her." Then he turned around and smiled happily at him and said, "I'm also very happy to meet you, Lee Giyoung." When I saw that, I immediately thought, "This woman is of the same kind to me." Then he smiled brightly and said, "Yes, I'm very happy too." Then he looked towards everyone present here. Each of them has a different mood, just as happiness. It seems like this place is really safe, right? But it's not about me, it's about them. I'll just turn into a meat shield. The next day Kim Hyun-sung approached them and asked them if they slept well last night. Park Deok-gu replied in an excited mood, "Thanks to you, I had a peaceful night's sleep." As for Lee Giyoung, he just woke up. Then he immediately called Kim Hyun-sung and said, Now I realize that not many people can fight, right? Forgive me, but how do you maintain a place like this?" He then pondered and said, "In fact, things are not that good. Food and water are always in short supply, there is a shortage of fighting manpower, and there is a need to take care of up to 30 people. I am afraid I won't be able to last much longer." Hearing these words, he immediately said, "Mr. Kim Hyun-sung, the food we brought ran out in an instant, and we still had to deal with the monsters right in front of us. In this situation, everything shows that what we have is only a disadvantage." As if understanding what he said, he quickly replied, "They are not a burden." He immediately replied, "Say no? They are a burden. I am not someone who will give anything to anyone." After that sentence, the two of them fell silent without saying another word. The atmosphere became tense, more suffocated than ever. Suddenly Park Deok-gu spoke up, "No, it's not like I want to leave, boss." He immediately said, "It's not like that, it's just that if we stay here, we won't get anything. Nothing." Kim Hyun-sung heard these words and immediately pondered. But on this side, Lee Giyoung continued, "We will also stand side by side with you, fight together. Of course this friend will also think like me." When he heard that, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." He continued, "Actually, I somewhat know what Kim Hyun-sung said. Thinking, do you want to survive together and escape from here? I certainly understand and sympathize with Kim Hyun-sung. However, I am different from you. I cannot sacrifice my life for others. Do we have to let them all go together? Even if you call me selfish, I will." There were no words to say. Kim Hyun-sung heard that and immediately said, "No way I can understand you. Of course you will have what you want." He heard these words, he was extremely surprised. A person known as a wise peacemaker, always sacrificing for justice, can negotiate so easily? So he approached him and said, "If that's the case, then I'll also ask for it, my brother Kim Hyun-sung's future plans." But in his heart he secretly thought, "Dear fake regression, I also want to partake in one. Get in, there's no way I'm going to let you suck honey alone." He said frankly, "I also want to get involved in Kim Hyun-sung's plan." He heard these words and said nothing. Both surprised, but also frankly admitted that he already knew. He immediately said, "Right at the starting point, that strange notification sound clearly brought down two options, only one of them. Only a small number of people who have completed the tutorial can go to the continent. Please inform again, only a small number of people who have completed the tutorial can go to the continent. Attack and survival." However, in my opinion, survival is practically an impossible choice. I don't know whether a few people can monopolize the resources of the many, but if your goal is survival, isn't it unreasonable to gather so many people who do not directly participate in the war? Even if you don't get eaten by a monster, you will die from starvation anyway. Isn't that something everyone can deduce?" After hearing everything you said, he was silent for a while and said, "I understand what you're saying, so let's have a good cooperation." In my mind, I immediately thought of reality. If you're a fake regression, you just need to combine them together, he said. That's exactly what I meant. Then he saw Kim Hyun-sung's eyes looking at him a little. Transformation. He thinks he's not a strong person, but who knows, maybe he's a useful talent in his eyes. Or in other words, something like a tactician or an administrator. After a while they returned to the location to kill the monster. Now Park Deok-gu was in the back using his shield to attack the monster in front. Making it spin around, shouted full of anger, so he shouted loudly, "Big brother." The guy over there heard that and immediately replied that he knew, "Park Deok-gu, I'm coming." Before he could arrive, Kim Hyunsung quickly arrived. His feet ran forward, he jumped up and slashed the monster. Making it unable to react in time, he could only scream loudly and fall to the ground. When he saw this scene, he thought, it must be the eyes. I'm not exaggerating, Kim Hyunsung is so good. Kim Hyunsung turned around and said to him, in front there seem to be a few more, I'll hold them off for a while, there are 2 left. People, he quickly replied, I know, then immediately told Park Deokgu over there, Park Deokgu, quickly go get the food. He immediately replied, he already got it all, big brother, but it's because of the food. There weren't as many monsters as I thought, it was the first time I saw them gathering like that. I said, maybe someone had already cleaned up the nearby area first, he asked. Big brother was what about Kim Hyunsung? No, could that person be a real-life kendo player? He crossed his arms and said, I don't know, or maybe it's some similar sport, maybe it's just a vocation? Hearing that, he immediately said sadly, is it a natural job? Seeing that he was in a bad mood, he patted his shoulder and said, don't worry too much, my job will open soon, after all. You have helped me a lot, he replied. Actually, I didn't do anything, it's all thanks to you. I immediately said, it's not like that, without you, getting here would have been much more difficult. Seeing what he said, he was immediately deeply moved, his eyes filled with tears and he softly called out to Big Brother. Then suddenly he saw a golden light shining in front of Lee Ki-young's body. It turned out that his vocation was opened, the status window appears, it says, some professions have been opened, to see detailed instructions, click on each icon, followed by the sword will be warrior is at the common job level. Arrow is the archer at the common job level. Next is the magician at the common job level and general at the rare job level. Lee Ki-young saw this in his heart immediately was extremely excited. He thought it was great even faster than he thought. He looked at the general's frame and was curious about what it was. Then the system gives a clear explanation of an archer capable of long-range attacks, possessing basic knowledge of bows and arrows. Later you can switch to melee classes such as thieves and assassins, as well as like the ability to switch to higher archer classes, such as soul archers and magic archers, and the elite level will increase by 3 levels. Regarding magicians, a ranged class that can be used use magic, allowing you to possess basic knowledge of magic. Then you can change to magic classes such as dark wizard, alchemist, summoner. Magic power increases by 3 levels. He immediately thought that using an archer could shoot monsters at long range. Using a magician would increase his magic power up to 3 levels. The rest is a general, this is an almost impossible job. In combat, players use this job instead of standing on the front line. You will take a step back to grasp the situation and give orders. The field of view is wide. There is a little more information about the job class that the general has. Can change to increase willpower by 1 level. He immediately thought to himself, what the heck is field of vision? Kim Hyunsung behind asked him, has his vocation been opened? He immediately replied, Kim Hyunsung, that's right. First there is the common rank including warriors, archers, magicians and then the legendary rank has generals. He heard so I was surprised and asked, General? When I heard that, I immediately thought that this general position was a good job, but in fact it was a trap. Park Deokgu who was there heard that and said excitedly, Big brother, choose the general. I don't understand why you think I suit that so well. I immediately said, is that so? He continued, even though he didn't say it out loud, don't you think you're completely like a leader? Wow, if Big Brother chooses the general, he will win for sure. Just imagine standing and watching Big Brother swing his hands fiercely behind you. That's enough for me. I heard him say in my heart, I thought to myself. Sometimes he's more like a scammer than a commander. I don't even know how to use a word of war. Kim Hyunsung, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. He said that if he accepted a general, what he would receive would be too much. At least, the other vocations all increased their parameters to 3 levels. Hearing that, he immediately thought to himself that he indeed intended to stop him, but Park Deokgu objected to Kim Hyunsung's thoughts. He said, the big brother must be a general, a general. Kim Hyunsung thought for a while and said, Archer seems to suit Lee Ki-young. Park Deokgu said again, I said big brother suits general by the way. You're a general, quickly become a commander and give me orders, big brother. Kim Hyunsung said again, if you could provide long-range support, it would help a lot. Park Deokgu immediately responded. Uncle, oh God told Big Brother to be a general. The job to save Big Brother's soul is the general, must be the general unconditionally. The two of them, one right, one boy, just like that. Continuing each other's words, when Kim Hyunsung spoke but the archer, before he could finish his sentence, he shouted loudly the voice of general. But if he chose the archer, Park Deokgu shouted loudly the voice of general. He said he was indeed an archer. He got angry and shouted loudly at the general. The two of them each had their own opinion. The situation became more difficult than ever. He had been between the two of them since just now. I could only laugh, ignoring the two guys arguing. In my heart I immediately thought that these two guys were really annoying. Because of them, my mind was all mixed up. After that, I immediately looked at the job board again. Then, as if he had made up his mind about what he had chosen, he immediately clicked on. Suddenly a bright yellow light suddenly surrounded him. Two people argued. Over there, seeing this, they immediately became silent. They asked each other, what's going on? Has he already chosen? So they both called him, they rushed to him and asked, General or Archer? Which did you choose? Which one is it? So the two of them quickly ran towards him and asked, are you the general? Not an archer, right? He immediately scratched his neck and said, I choose a magician. Park Deokgu seemed shocked when he heard that. He was sad to say, I couldn't believe he didn't choose general. As for Kim Hyunsung, can I ask you, Lee Giyoung, why you chose a magician? Hearing that, he scratched his head and said, I just chose based on my feelings. Hearing his answer, he immediately said, oh so that's it. In his heart he thought, he feels sorry for this guy. Because I didn't choose the archer? Actually, I have a reason to choose like that. I'm not suited to using my body so archers are a bit unsuitable. Generals are also not a bad choice but the stacks are too low. Is a magician the right choice? The thing that helps me increase my intelligence isn't bad at all. This new magical knowledge is flowing in my head, one by one it's like being filled with magic power, it's amazing, then I'll try it. Check the index and when he took it out to check, in the overall rating, the system said. Sufficient capacity, it seems like you are still very desperate, but however, congratulations on finding your vocation. It must be very difficult for player Lee Giyoung to sense magic with his own talent. The increase in magic index by 3 levels is a good thing, however, I advise you not to expect too much about leveling up as a magician. The more you hope, the more you will be disappointed. After reading what the system conveyed, he immediately felt it was a pity. But in his heart he still said to himself, never mind, it's not that bad, I should use it right away. After loading the new magician into his body, he turned to ask Park Deokgu who was sad behind him. There, but Park Deokgu, have you finished choosing yet? He immediately scratched his head and said, well actually, there are shield soldiers and priests, but I haven't decided yet. Lee Giyoung and Kim Hyunsung both shouted in unison for shield soldiers. Hearing that, he stammered and said that, but the pastor didn't let him finish his sentence. The two of them shouted in unison for soldiers to hold shields. So the boy on the other side began to choose his vocation. Myself. When he finished choosing, Lee Giyoung asked, have you chosen? He happily raised the shield and said, I will listen to the words of the shield-bearing soldiers. He heard that and immediately smiled and said, good choice, very wise, but in my heart I thought to myself, great, he will be a literal meat shield. Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up to congratulate the two, so now let's go back. As if remembering something he suddenly said, wait, what about the food division? He immediately picked up the food bag and told him, this is enough for the two of us. He heard that and immediately stammered, but he immediately added, hey, okay. Then quickly go and give it to everyone to eat. I looked at the food packages in my hand and felt extremely moved. Immediately sincerely said thank you. Thank you everyone for giving this portion for me. Right now at the survival camp. Park Hyung is asking Lee Jae-hee, oh Kim Hyunsung, why hasn't he come back? I'm so hungry that I'm about to faint. Lee Jae-hee heard that and immediately told her, he'll be back soon, please bear with it a bit, Park Hyung. Hearing that, she immediately replied, oh really? I hope he comes home a little early. So she immediately raised the bread she was holding in her hand and asked her, should I eat this first? I still have leftovers. She heard that. Happily said thank you. "Oh yes, I will be very grateful to you." At this time, behind the two of them, there was a guy whose clothes were torn, his hands were shaking and he called out. Lee Jae-hee heard that and glanced at him. He asked, "What are you looking at? Want to eat?" He just raised his hand and replied, "Huh." Seeing that, she immediately broke the bread in half and said, There's no other way. This is yours, and this is Park Hae-young's share, miss." When I heard that, I immediately said thank you to Lee Jae-hee. When giving him the cake, she said, "You didn't touch anything but just lay there asking for food, emptying your mouth to dump the insects." Along with the words, that's when she threw the bread down for him. He quickly picked it up and chewed it greedily, saying thank you to her while chewing. She said happily, "Very obedient, must eat well like that." That's right, it's true that insects are different. Suddenly she heard a noise over there. "So you guys have returned." She quickly ran over and said, "Oh brother Kim Hyunsung." The people there were also extremely happy because they knew the food had arrived, and their stomachs would be filled. Kim Hyunsung immediately gave her the food package and said, Mr. Park Deok-gu and Mr. Lee Ki-young have also worked hard. I will help you handle this food bag." Kim Hyunsung heard that and immediately replied, "Yes, I am counting on you. Today I have a little work, so I'm leaving." Suddenly a strange guy wearing glasses came up behind Lee Ki-young and said, "Mr. Lee Ki-young should quickly share it with everyone." Hearing that, he just looked at him, then turned around and left. Park Deok-gu saw that and immediately ran after him and asked, "Big brother, aren't you really going to share it with everyone?" He immediately replied, "I already told you, we didn't come here to do charity." He immediately replied, "That's true, but anyway, it's a bit harsh." He immediately turned to said, "If you want to eat, you should at least pick up your sword and fight. Maybe Kim Hyunsung brought us here just to please them." Then he looked at Lee Jae-hee in the distance, handing out wages. Food for everyone. She is now extremely polite, gently giving food to everyone. But he doesn't think like that. He feels that when Kim Hyunsung is not here, she is the person in charge of management in this place. She is a typical manifestation of a two-faced person. When Kim Hyunsung is absent, she is no different from a queen. Could it be like that? Then he saw a group of people over there. Some people were so happy that they cried when they held a piece of bread in their hands. Looking over, there were still a few people struggling to carry a heavy stone, but had not received anything yet. Only now did he notice Yung Hyen carrying rocks over there. There was a guy looking at her and shouting, "Hurry up, please, a monster is pulling. What should I do next? How can that Yung Hyen be so slow? Oh, it's so annoying to death." Hearing those nagging words, she could only say sorry. That guy immediately stood there shouting to the people carrying rocks there, "What day is it? If you can't keep up with food, you should starve, you know?" The crowd quickly responded yes. I saw this scene and felt like I understood why our Yung Hyen was treated unfairly here. Then he called Park Deok-gu behind his back and said, "Do you still remember the Yung Hyen line we met yesterday?" He immediately replied, "Yes, she's the girl that Big Brother helped her with yesterday, right?" He immediately gave his bag of food to him and said, "Give this to her and keep protecting her for me." When he heard that, he was extremely confused and asked, "I know, but why suddenly?" As if he thought of something. He then smiled falsely and said, "Oh, I know, boss, you can rest assured that I'll leave this job to Park Deok-gu. Yung Hyen, you're carrying rocks right now." He saw and thought to himself, how lonely my Yung Hyen was. No one is as good to you as this, right? Isn't that right? Normally, when you are helped when you are weakest and most difficult, you will feel very grateful, right, Yung Hyen? I'm very trustworthy, right? Are you counting on me? When Park Deok-gu was about to arrive, he immediately called out to Yung Hyen. But the scene in front of him shocked him and him. Because at this time, someone approached Yung Hyen and gave that the bread was brought to her. She saw that and immediately said thank you. He saw that and thought to himself, what the hell is going on in his heart? That bastard. Sok-woo was smiling brightly and gave the bread to Yung Hyen. Seeing that, he got angry and said, "Do you dare to approach my treasure? What? Okay, anyway, it's too shameless, in a place where you don't even have enough to eat. Isn't it too obvious to suddenly treat her so well? Did he do it to achieve his own goals or did he have something else in mind?" Park Deok-gu saw this scene and immediately turned around to call him. He immediately waved his hand signaling to keep going. He understood and approached Yung Hyen. Yung Hyan's name at this time was Sok Woo was telling Yung Hyan that I was quite close to Lee Jae-hee. I had secretly brought it here for her a while ago. When she heard that, she immediately replied, yes. He gave her the bread and said, take it. She looked at the bread in his hand and hesitantly said yes, I'm okay. He continued to say don't refuse, please accept it, I worked very hard to get it. You heard, so she replied then I'm sorry. Then she raised her hands to receive and bowed her head to say thank you to him. Thank you for taking care of me like this. He smiled and said, oh so much. It doesn't mean anything. In Yung Hyan's head, she was thinking how grateful she was. Really, if Sok Woo and Lee Giyoung weren't here, maybe I would have. When thinking about Lee Giyoung, I suddenly blushed, but then I remembered what Lee Giyoung is doing right now. Over here, Sok Woo suddenly spoke up, there's something wrong, Miss Yung Hyan. If you don't mind, can we get closer? In her heart, she secretly thought that he wanted to get close to her. So she immediately replied yes, I want that too. Hearing what she said, he started to hold her hand. His face now became extremely despicable as he called her name, Hyan. When she saw that, she was scared and screamed, let me go. He saw that and asked, why did you just agree with me? She was trembling all over right now and asked why he suddenly became like that. Please let me go. When he heard that, his face immediately turned gloomy and said, this person really, why doesn't he understand anything at all? Hey Yung Hyan, do you think I'm doing charity work? When she heard that, she was confused and asked why. He still held her hand tightly and said that if you go, you have to have something in return. She still didn't understand, so she asked him what he meant. Seeing that, he immediately said, or should I just say it out loud? If you want to survive here, be a little more reasonable with me, you stupid girl, do you still not understand the situation? Hearing that, she immediately begged him, please don't be like that. At this time, Park Deok-gu had come to them. He clasped his hands together and said, hey so-and-so, you should let go. She came out while I was still talking nicely. When he saw that, he got angry and said, what the hell are you? Park Deok-gu immediately used force to hit the guy's hand that was holding Yung Hyan. That made him scream loudly in pain, and you got angry and said, I didn't expect there were trash bastards like you here. Or I haven't beaten you yet, so don't pretend to fight like that. He was angry and yelled at you, this son of a bitch. You immediately grabbed him by the collar, then threw a punch that sent him flying away. Lee Jae-hee and Park Hae-young and everyone here saw this and were shocked and talked to each other. And he was still leisurely in the crowd grabbing bread. At this time, Sok Woo was beaten. His face was bruised, he screamed loudly, blood, bleeding. Just like that, he lay on the ground and screamed loudly. Seeing that, he immediately said, people will think I just gave birth to a baby. Hey, don't lie there making a fuss. I haven't used any force yet. Seeing that he hadn't stopped, he became angry and said, hey, you're making a bit of a noise, maybe I'll help you shut up. Close your mouth, okay? Suddenly Yung Hyan ran in front of Park Deok-gu and said, stop, stop. I'm fine, so Park Deok-gu stop, this is a bit. Suddenly Lee Jae-hee came running from somewhere. Shout loudly, stop quickly. After saying that, she ran out to help Sok Woo and said, Mr. Sok Woo, are you okay? The guy immediately said, I'm fine. Then she turned around and shouted loudly, Mr. Park Deok-gu, using violence internally is taboo, what are you doing? Instead, he immediately said, he held her hand and harassed her, I just removed his hand, I saw it with my own eyes. So she was surprised and asked Sok Woo, what did you say? Sok Woo, is what Park Deok-gu said true? He immediately denied it and said it wasn't like that. Of course, I held Ms. Yung Hyan's hand just because of a little misunderstanding, there's no crime in it. When you heard what he said, you got angry and cursed, this bastard, so you chose death. Lee Jae-hee turned to him and said, Sok Woo, please tell me the whole story clearly. So he said, it's me and I just want closer to Ms. Yung Hyan. She also responded positively to my suggestion, so I see something wrong here. So Lee Jae-hee immediately stood up and walked towards Yung Hyan. Said, Yung Hyan would like you to stop hiding behind and come out and say clearly, is what Sok Woo just said true or not? She hesitantly said, that, but before she could say it, the people here started talking. What's going on? What's wrong with them? I don't know, from what I heard, it seems like the two of them fought because of that girl. That's ridiculous, even in here. Does she think she's a pitiful heroine? She saw the people talking and immediately thought, all of them, why are they looking at me with those eyes? Tears began to fall, she thought she had done nothing wrong. Remembering her past, her parents died, no one stood by her side. Tears fell more and more. She softly said that what he said was true. But then he came back, he suddenly held my hand tightly, I mean even though I wanted to be close to each other no matter what. But the way he talked made me a bit surprised. Lee Jae-hee on the other side heard that and immediately said, I don't understand what you're talking about. She sighed and said, so that means Seok-woo really wants to be close to her, and it's also true that she accepted. She said in surprise, why but I. Because I didn't know that he meant that, I'm sorry. She heard that and said coldly, hey Ms. Young Hyun, do you think you can solve it by just crying like a child? Park Deok-gu too, of course in a situation like this. I really appreciate your help because of the danger to women, but before clarifying the situation, you should not act rashly. If you think like that, this time you are a bit careless. In this situation, it is still unclear who is the victim and who is the harmer. Young Hyun heard that and immediately bowed down. Say, I'm sorry. So Lee Jae-hee immediately went to touch Seok-woo's shoulder and said, apologizing won't solve anything. The person you need to apologize to is not me, but the victim. Mr. Seok-woo needs to receive a legitimate apology. When Young Hyun heard these words, he was extremely shocked. It was clear that the wrong person was the guy, but according to her, she was the one at fault. She saw her standing still like that and immediately said, why are you standing there? Why don't you kneel down and beg for forgiveness? So she trembled and stammered and said, I'm sorry. As for Lee Ki-young, he saw this drama right now, he suddenly smiled and thought, this is exactly the moment. So he immediately walked towards them and said, what are you guys doing? What game is that? He approached and asked what was going on. He went out to them and thought to himself that he didn't think there would be such a person. Whatever happened between them honestly had nothing to do with me. What's important right now is. They pushed Young Hyun into a dead end. At this time Lee Jae-hee suddenly spoke up, Mr. Lee Ki-young, you came at the right time. Right now, before she could finish her sentence he said, Lee Jae-hee, are you awake? No? When she heard what he said, she was extremely surprised and asked why. What you're saying? He immediately said, do you think this place is an amusement park? If monsters find out and come to this place because of your noise, will anyone be responsible? When the crowd heard what he said, they started to stir. Some said, why didn't I think of that now, will they find out? Shush, just keep quiet. Lee Jae-hee immediately said, but the situation now. He then interrupted, what is the situation now? I stood and watched from afar and already understood the general outline of the story. Ms. Lee Jae-hee, as she said just now, is a situation where it is not clear who is the victim and who is the harmer, right? You can lean on me. If a herd forces a person into a corner like that, who will be harmed? She heard that and screamed loudly, but it was clear that the wrong person was Young Hyun. He immediately replied, Ms. Lee Jae-hee, can you confirm that Mr. Seok-woo is really innocent? When she heard his rebuttal, she clenched her teeth and couldn't say a word. When he saw that, he felt extremely happy. Of course it's impossible, if you can reason. With certainty, all responsibilities will automatically return to their rightful place. So he pretended to hold his forehead and complain. I didn't think that everyone would come together to bully an innocent girl like that. If Kim Hyunsung saw this scene, he would not be able to think more liberally about this matter. Everyone in the crowd heard that and their faces fell, they started become scared. No, it's impossible, if Kim Hyunsung leaves us, we'll definitely die. He took that opportunity to approach her and said, as far as I can see, Ms. Young Hyun. Absolutely not that type of person. When she heard what he said, she was extremely moved. She could only stare at him in bewilderment. Lee Jae-hee on the other side immediately shouted loudly, what's wrong with Lee Ki-young? Do you know? It hasn't been a few days since the two of you met each other. He sighed and said, listen, Lee Jae-hee. If you told the friend you first met at school that we'd get closer to each other in the future, yes. Meaning, please sleep with me? What does intimacy and physical contact have to do with anything? Don't be led by them, think carefully. She snorted and said, to be honest, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Everyone in the crowd began to change direction. Direction, they said, yes, thinking about it, What they were talking about was a bit unreasonable. Yes, Lee Giyoung was right. To be honest, isn't this going against Sok-woo? Yes. Once hey, I'm on Young Hyan's side. Young Hyan? That girl isn't that nice, but it's a bit. I think what Lee Giyoung said earlier is right. Do we have to sleep together when we're close? So perverted, that's right. Lee Jae-hee, it's too much. Lee Giyoung understands that problem very well. Seeing that the situation was no longer on her side, Lee Jae-hee became angry and shouted loudly, "What's wrong with everyone?" So she turned to him and shouted loudly, "Lee Giyoung, do you really want things to turn out like this?" But what shocked her so much was his current expression. The expression of a winner, full of arrogance, as if to tell her that from now on she should look closely at. "Now the king of this place is me." She immediately remained silent without saying another word. So he immediately said, "Why are you all gathered here?" He immediately turned to the guy and said, "Mr. Sok-woo first needs to bandage his wound. The two of you over there should give Mr. Sok-woo a hand." The two people who were called immediately agreed and came out, helped him stand up. Seeing that, he continued talking, and before Kim Hyunsung comes back, "Everyone, please clean up this place and start your daily work, because the incident just now may have caused trouble. When I touched a monster, I asked Mr. Park Deokgu to scout around for me." When he heard it, he excitedly shouted, "It was clear, sir." He then continued, "And Ms. Young Hyan can see me for a bit?" She immediately replied, "Yes." People around started talking again, but was that girl really like that? Didn't you agree with Lee Giyoung just now? Sok-woo is indeed a pervert, but isn't she also overdoing it? From the beginning, I didn't like her. I thought Lee Giyoung was right and what you said sounded more like being forced. When he heard these words, he immediately thought, Young Hyan, don't let her. Pay attention to them, because the important thing is that she is in a position of favor from those in power. Lee Jae-hee has been silent all this time, she is angrily biting her nails. He and she went to a nearby table but sat and talked to each other. He politely invited her to sit down, she was still crying and sat down on the chair. She stammered and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't really mean it like that, it's just that." He quickly continued, "I know, Ms. Young Hyan did nothing wrong. Besides, I hope you can talk to me more comfortably." She heard that right away. Using her hand to wipe away the tears, she slowly told, "That's the story." Suddenly that guy Sok-woo. He immediately continued, "Yes, what happened to that guy Sok-woo?" She replied, "He just pulled my hand and shouted." Then she immediately described his appearance at that time to him. When he saw that, he immediately said, "Oh my God, did he do that?" After a while, she trembled and continued telling, "That's what happened. Then suddenly Park Deokgu came to beat him. Then Lee Jae-hee came. He listened to her and thought to himself, finally what are we talking about?" Honestly, I couldn't concentrate on her words, but now the important thing here is the ability to empathize, so he immediately told her, "Ms. Young Hyan, you are very sad. Right?" She immediately replied, "No, it's not. I feel better now, thank you, Mr. Giyoung." He replied, "You don't need to thank me, in that situation of course." She quickly said, "No, I mean thank you for trusting me. Every time we meet you help me, but I haven't done anything for you. Can I ask Mr. Giyoung, how can you treat me so well?" He smiled and replied, "I just did what I thought was right. If you ask why, I have a younger sister at home who is the same age as you." He immediately remembered when he was at home. His younger sister always kicks the door open and comes in to ask him for money. Every time I see her I think of her, actually in my heart I think it's all a lie. That girl is completely different from Young Hyan, but to sympathize with her I have to pretend. She heard that and immediately said, "Ah, sorry, I stopped myself." He quickly replied, "It's okay, so what about you?" She immediately told her story. "I have 2 older sisters but we haven't had any contact for a long time," he replied, "So that's it, what about your parents?" She immediately clenched her hands and said, "They were no longer there." He heard that and immediately said, "We are very similar." She heard that and was surprised and asked, "Lee Giyoung was also?" "Ah, we are really similar." He smiled and said, "Yes, that's true," secretly thinking in his heart, what we have in common is the prerequisite to easily sympathize with someone else. So he said again, "Continue, if you don't feel uncomfortable then I hope we can talk a little more freely, that's what I want." Seeing that, she panicked and asked, "Oh yes, what is that? How are you?" He quickly replied, "Let's start with something easy to talk about first." She replied, "Yes, then that is comfortable." He laughed loudly and said, "I will be very comfortable." So she immediately replied, "Yes, no, I know." The guy opposite me immediately smiled with satisfaction. Then he used his magic eyes to look at her status window. The status panel was still the same as when he saw it. For the first time, she still hasn't opened her vocation. Then he looked at her overall assessment, which read, "You have strong potential. If you have to become a magician either way, you will become a magician different from Lee Giyoung, so you don't need to worry too much." After reading, he whispered, thinking that he must quickly make her become a magician. After, if we're closer, should I bring up magic stories with her? Suddenly there were footsteps approaching where they were sitting. That person said, "Sorry, can I bother you for a moment, Lee Giyoung?" My guess was right. The person coming there was Lee Jae-hee. So he immediately told Yoon Hyun, "Please stay away for now, I have to talk for a bit." She saw that and stood up, said goodbye to him and left. After she left, Lee Jae-hee immediately came and sat down. She hesitantly said, "I came to apologize, I'm truly sorry for causing trouble." He saw that and immediately said, "It's okay. I also feel guilty for overreacting." She quickly replied, "No, it's my fault. Lee Giyoung was just doing what he needed to do. Let's do it." In his heart, he silently thought, "I really can't adapt to this sister." She continued to say yes, and he continued, "Yes, go ahead," she said. "Can you leave this matter to me to resolve?" After thinking carefully, "I feel very sorry for Yoon Hyun, and Sok-woo too, if you leave that job to me." You seemed to understand what she wanted to say, so you interrupted and just did as you wanted. That you want. The management of this place is already under the responsibility of Ms. Lee Jae-hee. "I'm sorry I overstepped," she quickly said. "It's not like that, that's not what I meant." He gently replied, "Yes, I know what I'm saying. However, it would be better if you didn't care or interfere in what I do like before." Silently thinking in my heart, "Lee Jae-hee, please remember what people like us who have nothing in hand can do to survive. There are only political tricks. If you want to hold everything in your hands, then so do I, so don't went beyond the limit." She suddenly stood up and sat close to him. She changed her voice dramatically, hugged his arm and said, "Lee Giyoung, I understand what you mean. I won't cross the line from now on, sorry for making you worry. Do you know what I really think? Lee Giyoung, I like ambitious people. The more I look back, the more I'm sure you're my type. How about we become close now?" He immediately asked frankly, "Are you approaching me now?" She immediately leaned close to his ear and said, "Yoon Hyun, aren't you trying to control me to keep an eye on her? That weak child, even if it's not Sok-woo, it will still be there. I will take care of him from now on. At this point I probably fully understand what you mean, right?" He heard what she said and immediately burst out laughing. He immediately leaned closer to her and said, "It seems like we have a lot in common, right?" She touched his jaw and said, "Yes, that's definitely it." Then the two gave each other a kiss. A few months later, on a homemade raised platform, Sok-woo was bending down. "Say sorry to everyone present here," he said. "I want to send Ms. Yoon Hyun a deep apology." Everyone there immediately started talking to each other. "Do you know any news? Ms. Lee Jae-hee has sided with Lee Giyoung, right?" The other person immediately replied, "Oh, I heard, so now Sok-woo is apologizing. But it seems like Lee Jae-hee has no other choice. To be honest, Lee Giyoung's status is now higher than Lee Jae-hee. Why is that Lee Giyoung so protective of Yoon Hyun? Yoon Hyun knows what that kid did to create such a commotion. That kid? Is it intentionally pretending to be stupid?" The other guy quickly sighed, "Shush, in case someone hears, be quiet." When he heard that, he immediately turned his face dark and didn't say anything. That night he sat in the same place as Lee Jae-hee and told her, "Anyway, Sok-woo has already handled it. Please watch over Yoon Hyun carefully. If anything happens, notify me immediately." She immediately replied, "I know, in general you want everything to end smoothly. It's beautiful and no one makes a fuss anymore, right? Then you need to create a situation where Yoon Hyun is forced to rely on you, him. That's true. But what do you really mean by that Yoon Hyun girl? I'm so attached to it." He was silent for a moment then said, "I don't need to know." When she heard that, she panicked and said, "How could you? Why do you suddenly call me sister?" So she suddenly burst into tears. "You don't care, just think in your heart. Lee Jae-hee, I'm a master in politics, watch me turn the situation around. Honestly, then this handshake went quite smoothly. Thanks to her, Young Hyun has been complaining about her sad fate for the past few days. But brother, why am I so unhappy? Luckily I'm here, he immediately replied. No, I'm the one who should feel lucky to have Young Hyun by my side. Then he read the magic spell in his heart, heard the sound and had to respond, summoning fire. Immediately, a small flame appeared on his index finger. Young Hyun saw this scene and immediately admired him. He immediately thought, actually I haven't been just interested in Young Hyun's studies. Park Dok-Ji-yu asked me, can I use the Kamehameha move now? It's an energy wave attack in Dragon Ball. Park Dok-Ji-yu and I practiced together to get used to our respective roles, magician and shield soldier. The image is very important. Suppose if you want to create a fire like a firework like this, you have to imagine the real image and shout the spell. The problem is, my spells are all very stupid, they sound like my navel. Universe. At this moment he turned around and told her, Young Hyun has been in the same situation as me these past few days. Maybe you won't be able to use magic until you get a special job. It'll be quick though, we'll be hunting with Kim Hyunsung, so let's practice together until then. She smiled brightly and said, yes, leave it to me, sir. He immediately stood up and said, okay, so let's practice until today. She suddenly stammered and called out, brother, actually there are some things I don't quite understand, so you said that right away? She continued to say, yes, and recently my magic power has increased again. Hearing her say that, he immediately thought to himself, wow, my treasure is different, it is growing faster and faster. So, soon there will be a vocation, right? That's great, let's see how much it has increased, to what extent. So he immediately used his magic eye to see her status window. But what the hell is he looking at, she's already gone. He became a basic level magician. He couldn't believe what he saw. At this moment, the girl behind him suddenly called him. Brother, I still don't know how to do it. Using magic power. Hearing these things, his face darkened, she was lying, but since when? I immediately asked myself, Young Hyun, did you lie to me? Seeing that he didn't answer, she immediately called him back. Seeing that, he immediately hugged his neck and said, I'm sorry, I was thinking about other things. So you're talking about how to use magic power. She immediately replied, yes, I find it very difficult to do as you say. He heard that and immediately thought in his heart, difficult, impossible, then remembered the heroic level of a magician, which is to understand and absorb basic knowledge of magic and magic perfectly. Magic rank increases by 2 levels permanently. Growth ability increases explosively. A person with characteristics like this monster. How can he find it difficult to absorb magic power? What are you thinking anyway, Young Hyun? And now she is smiling brightly and telling me, then let's practice visualization together. So I immediately started to instruct her, at first you will feel like burning fireworks. Flared up in my hand, then follow my movements, she immediately replied yes. Suddenly a fire appeared on her index finger. Her eyes immediately glowed. The fire continued but she was extinguished. Seeing that, she stammered and said, it seems I still can't do it, brother, you must teach me more. You must have seen this scene just now. That she intentionally failed. She turned around and asked him, can't you help me one more time? He immediately replied, well, let's just practice today first, now I have work to do. She saw that and asked, so you promise me tomorrow? Suddenly a voice interrupted, Mr. Lee Giyoung. It turned out to be Park Hyung calling him. She asked if he had time now. She is Lee Jae-hee's powerful assistant. Since that day, Lee Jae-hee has drawn her to his side. Because of Sok-woo's affairs, we have been seeing each other often lately, but what's going on today? So he immediately replied, yes, I'm free. She heard what he said and was a bit sad. But when he called her back and said see you tomorrow, she immediately became extremely excited and agreed. Waiting for Young Hyun to leave, Park Hyung approached him. He immediately asked her directly, so why did you come here? She immediately scratched her head and said, oh, it's nothing. I heard that today we will announce the members of the next hunt, right? He answered yes. She immediately said, if it wasn't too late, I would also like to go with her. He immediately opened her status window. Her name is Park Hyung, age 27, diplomatist tendencies calculating, Her vocation is currently useless, she has no title. But when he looked at her depth chart, he was also surprised. Her muscle strength was 13 heroic levels, her physical strength was 20 noble levels rare, tenacity common level 10. So he told her, I don't know, at first I recommended Giyoung Hyun first but, she immediately said, anyway you need someone to fight what? Am I not better than that brat? He heard what she said and immediately thought, why would she be so disrespectful to a future great magician, but as a support person, she also has some ability. So he immediately told her, so first I will try to discuss with Kim Hyunsung but don't expect too much. She immediately laughed and said, ha, as long as there is your word there is hope. Right now Lee Jae-hee and a few people were already in the open field. She shouted loudly, everyone, please gather here for a moment, there is an important announcement regarding the upcoming hunting trip. So, Kim Hyunsung thanks you all. Kim Hyunsung started to speak up, because we decided that it would be difficult to continue to exist here. We decided to take turns with people who can fight. Among everyone. Everyone saw that and immediately chatted, is that girl Giyoung Hyun going hunting? What? She has a relationship with Lee Giyoung, ha ha. Lee Giyoung's hobbies are special, in the end. I don't know what she sees in them. Life is really unfair, isn't it? I also know how to swing a rope. When she heard these words, she immediately became confused, covered her ears tightly, and thought about everything. Mr. Lee Giyoung really just broke my heart into pieces. Lee Giyoung is the only person I can rely on here. That's right, I can see him again tomorrow. I feel very sorry for lying to him but I have to do this to be able to get his attention. Tomorrow we can experience the world of two people again and receive his love. At this moment, Park Hae-young suddenly appeared. She said loudly, what? Could it be that you're still here waiting for Lee Giyoung? Oh my god. You're no different than a stalker. No wonder your eyes looked at me strangely just now. Were you upset because I was talking to Lee Giyoung? Hearing that, she immediately replied, Ms. Park Hae-young, it's not like that, I'm just. She immediately interrupted her, it's nothing but that's not true. After all she looks stupid and stupid yet. Just looking at her face is enough to know, do you like Lee Giyoung? I'm telling you. When you heard what she said, your face turned pale, she seemed to realize that what she said was right. Then continue, do you think Lee Giyoung really appreciates you? When she heard that, she immediately asked, what was that about? She said, it's nothing, it's just that at first I was lucky enough to attend the meeting with Lee Giyoung. She must have made some mistake thinking that Lee Giyoung liked her. Ha, a kid, an idiot like you probably doesn't know, but I know what kind of person he is. People like Lee Giyoung won't trust anyone at first, easily hate everything, don't need anything. Will cruelly throw them away, especially weak ones like her, who are the easiest to hate. When she heard what she said, she immediately panicked. Did she think he would abandon her? No, it's not that, it's not like that. Lee Giyoung is not like that, he's different from everyone. So she trembled and told her, he's not like that. When I saw your expression, I was disgusted and said, that's the same expression again. Now you know why Lee Giyoung chose you, right? She was surprised and asked her why. She came closer and pointed at her and said, because she was a chess piece that was easy to control and easy to throw away. Being a little nice to her would allow her to stick around like now, those who were nice to her. Miss, when will everyone leave one by one? She immediately remembered her mother and sister, they were also like that, she continued, before Lee Giyoung abandoned her, quickly chewing grab that lucrative bait. Otherwise, I and everyone else will take it all away. Besides, compared to an idiot like you, Lee Giyoung is more suitable for me, you know what? Stupid. At this time, Kim Hyunsung continued to make announcements, so the next time we go hunting, we will take Ms. Giyoung Hyun and Ms. Park Hae-young along to experience it. She heard it right away. I'm happy to tell you, it's true Lee Giyoung, he added me to the vanguard just like I asked. So can you step aside now, I'm very busy, see you on the hunting trip. No, if she came, she wouldn't continue talking. She pushed her and left quickly, she fell to the ground. Tears began to fall, she thought in her heart that, Lee Giyoung, you're not must be that kind of person. Obviously he promised to go hunting with me, from now on we will practice together every day. He treats me like family, always forgives me when I make mistakes and says he will let's work together. Remembering what Lee Giyoung once said to her, he said she was absolutely not that kind of person, that she was stupid and naive, even though he knew that she was like that. But Lee Ki-young, he truly appreciates me. Just like that other person constantly tells bad lies. So I won't listen to what she says. Please don't leave me, brother, please don't treat me like that. Then negative thoughts started in her mind again. She thought he would say that he hated her, stupid girl. Treat him a little better and he's already attached to me. It's so annoying. What did I say? Lee Ki-young should be with someone like me. Not a crazy person like you. Bored, an easy chess piece controlled and easily thrown away. Always an abandoned child. So stupid. Who told me to treat her honestly, to know her destiny. I will take everything and abandon her, please. Those words kept appearing automatically in her head. She held her head and screamed, so loudly, shut up, don't want to hear, you evil, bad, ugly thing, go away. I don't want to. Please stop, please stay with me, please. You're just being negatively influenced by her words. You keep wandering in negative thoughts and making yourself miserable. Me. A few minutes ago, Kim Hyunsung stood on the podium to speak. Compared to the total number of people, our food and water are completely insufficient, so it's time for us to fight together to have could survive safely. I decided to train everyone to adapt to the outside environment in the correct order. Then called Lee Ki-young, he answered yes. Then summoned the fire in my hand with a calm expression. Everyone who saw this was scared and surprised. Everyone, as everyone knows, this is not the earth we used to live on, our eyes, ours. Nature, secondary, in other words it's like a world in a game, and in this place I'm a magician. I'm just starting out, a normal person is no different from everyone else. In the beginning people will quickly run away because they are afraid of monsters. But if they fight without fear, they will have the strength to overcome. We all have to be more active, only when the collective becomes strong can we survive and escape. Yes, we can do it. Everyone let's try. Wow, great, I'm participating too. Reaction: the response is very good, perhaps their determination has changed a bit. But soon there will be people who object or overdo it, but even so, it's still better than starving to death. I see, so first everyone let's go together in pairs. Young Hyun and Park Hae-young. Congratulations, Park Hae-young goes up. Reach out to shake hands and say to Lee Ki-young, let's have a good cooperation. Lee Ki-young reached out, but whispered loud enough for two people to hear. Ms. Park Hae-young, you just pushed Young Hyun. Hearing that, her face turned cold in fear. It was just a scene, but could she be more reasonable and cooperate more harmoniously? If you touch Young Hyun again, you will be tired of living here, do you understand? Do you understand? Ah, yes, she avoided his eyes. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young smiled innocently as if nothing had happened. Yes, then please help me, we have to control this within my limited range. Now I want to be closer to Young Hyun. No matter how hard I tried to stimulate this unusual child. Why is Young Hyun, that girl doesn't come up? Lee Ki-young looked at the girl. A chill made him dizzy. Park Deok-gu asked, brother, what's wrong with you? Cold sweat, I'm a little tired. Well, tomorrow is the hunt, so rest well today. Think about the people in the team every day. You should also think about let's have a little game. Haven't you been eating well lately? I'm not worried about you, what? But just eat your bread. Now looking back at that girl. Lee Ki-young felt guilty, feeling like he did something wrong. Park Hae-young glanced sideways, remembering those words just now. Can you be more reasonable and cooperate more harmoniously? If you touch Young Hyun again, you will be tired of living here, do you understand? She was nervously biting her nails. Oh, she's already caught, she's almost there, damn. While I'm here trying to please just Lee Jae-hee. And how much did it cost? It took a lot of effort to climb to this position. Lee Jae-hee called out, Ms. Park Hae-young. She just recovered, can you do well on the hunt tomorrow? Furthermore, cooperating with people like Lee Ki-young will have many benefits. Hearing that, made Park Hae-young understand, now even she is cooperating with him? Is that so? Are you saying I should be a servant to Lee Ki-young? Yes, if necessary. This, isn't it what Park Hae-young likes? Lee Jae-hee scoffed. What's so bad about making an impression on someone with ability? I'm not the type of person who likes to take risks, so I want to stay absolutely safe. Ah, yes, Park Hae-young replied reluctantly. Damn, I'm definitely caught. On the other side, Kim Hyunsung asked, what's wrong with Lee Ki-young? Park Deok-gu is worried, are you really okay? But Lee Ki-young was busy thinking Thinking back, she suddenly rushed in the blink of an eye defeated Lee Jae-hee and climbed to power. She is absolutely not simple. Damn, I was wrong then. Putting on an innocent face, but actually in Yoon Hyan's mind, the thoughts are not simple. In the end, will I be eliminated by that Kim Hyunsung? At that time, I will be nothing more than a useless, smelly dog. If so, all my efforts until now will be in vain. Damn it, no, I can't leave it alone like that. This is okay, definitely. I also caught Park Hae-young plotting to make Lee Ki-young pay attention to me. Only then can I live. The next day, Kim Hyunsung said, then Park Deok-gu and I will gradually start. Lee Ki-young and Yoon Hyan and Park Hae-young too, please support from behind. Especially Yoon Hyan and Park Hae-young are participating for the first time, so please pay attention to safety. The others will actively support so that the two can soon adapt to the hunt. Regarding fighting methods, ignoring those long words, Lee Ki-young stared at Yoon Hyan. The facial expression that I saw, it must have been a mistake yesterday. Maybe I've been too absorbed in Yoon Hyan lately, so I've been thinking too much. Yoon Hyan noticed his eyes. So he turned around and smiled excitedly. Lee Ki-young smiled awkwardly in response, just wait a little longer. And Park Hae-young looked at this scene uncomfortably and made a face. Kim Hyunsung finished speaking, then we'll depart. Well, until then I still didn't know how unexpected a new journey would be. A group of hideous monsters rushed out. Kim Hyunsung used his sword to slash each of them. Lee Ki-young just using a stick is cruel enough. While Yoon Hyan expressed admiration at the bloody scene just now, Park Hae-young felt pale. Park Deok-gu was tired and panting. Wow, why are there so many little monsters today? Kim Hyunsung said, my hunch doesn't seem very good, everyone be careful. Park Deok-gu on the left, he looked to the left. Then he saw a pot-bellied monster jumping towards him. Park enhanced Deok-gu rushes towards the monster like lightning, using his shield to hit it. He screamed in pain. Then screamed, deal with them quickly, I can't hold on for long. Lee Ki-young quickly said, Park Hae-young is now, stab her, she's scared. Ah, what do, what to do? Just stab with the spear you're holding, hurry up. What are you doing? Stab quickly, but she was so scared that she cried, damn, it's worse than I thought. Ah no, calm down, Park Hae-young, you have to do it well, you have to perform well this time, just okay. Hell, that damn monster, there's nothing special. But when that monster turned to look at her, it made her petrified in fear. Lee Ki-young was annoyed, wow, you always act so strong. Then walk up behind her, Park Hae-young. Then grab her stick. The next time you do something like this again, that's all. All the way to hell, do you understand? This threat made her so scared that she cried. Ah, hurry up, put strength in your hands, hold Park Hae-young's elbow. Lee Ki-young pushed forward so that the spear could stab into the monster's chest. Then gently said, it's not dead yet, don't let go, just think it's meat. In her heart, Park Hae-young scolded him for being crazy, and she was scared to the point of shaking. He was shaking, sweating like a stream. The monster screamed, then collapsed to the ground. And Park Hae-young collapsed directly. She cried in panic, unable to hold back, like a child. Lee Ki-young looked coldly. This is the first and last time I will help you. Don't expect help from others here. Luckily it's only today as an adaptive training session. Next time you have to survive on your own, do you understand? People like Lee Ki-young shouldn't be trusted from the beginning. I still expect something from this person until now. Maybe next time it might be my turn, she's worth thinking about. Of course, everyone has worked hard, Lee Ki-young said with a smile. In her heart, Park Hae-young cursed, damn. The group lit a fire, sat down to fix the kettle. Kim Hyunsung asked, next is Park Deok-gu, right? Yoon Hyan replied, yes, take it easy, you've worked hard, Yoon Hyan. Park Deok-gu, it's time to change shifts. Park Deok-gu is dreamy, but your physical strength is really good, you've been worrying a lot. Lee Ki-young hasn't slept since, hearing everything. Maybe because of stress I can't sleep, thinking even more, after finishing this hunt. To survive, which direction must we go? At first that strange audio guide said, what kind of place is the mainland? Where is here? And why did it fall here? House, it's not like there are no regrets, but thinking back, Kim Hyunsung is a regressor, so does everyone know? In the end, Kim Hyunsung him. What happened in the past? Until he came back. Thinking dreamily. Because he was so tired, he fell asleep without even realizing it. After a while, Lee Giyoung woke up. What time is it? But looking down, he saw Yoon Hyun standing next to the sleeping Park Hae-young. Thinking he was mistaken, he rubbed his eyes. Seeing that scary expression, Lee Giyoung was shocked. What? That? No, that's right, I must have just woken up and saw something. It's just a mistake, that's right, it's a mistake, this is due to an illusion. Yoon Hyun is very gentle, that's right. Yoon Hyun saw the movement from Lee Giyoung and immediately walked towards him. Yoon Hyun sat down and gently touched Lee Giyoung's hair. You're so cute when you sleep, Lee Giyoung is so adorable, love. I absolutely will not give you up to anyone. Lee Giyoung let out a tired breath. At this time, Kim Hyunsung approached to ask. He looked so tired, are you okay? I'm a little tired, but it's okay. Looking over there, I saw Park Deok-gu and Yoon Hyun laughing and talking happily. He thought back to yesterday. Yoon Hyun was definitely something unusual. Could it be because she often hangs out with Park Hae-young these days? Jealous, could it be that? Kim Hyunsung said, so let's go a little deeper today. If something doesn't feel right, come back here right away, everyone agree? Park Deok-gu relaxed. Okay, Kim Hyunsung. Lee Giyoung looked at the only two girls, thinking, I have to try to check a little. While entering, Lee Giyoung and Park Hae-young walked side by side. Seeing the rock, he kicked it to her side. Park Hae-young accidentally cried out. Lee Giyoung caught it and kindly asked her if she was okay. Park Hae-young is confused, what is that? This guy. Lee Giyoung looked behind to see Yoon Hyun's expression. It's really no different from a demon. Lee Giyoung was scared out of his mind. It's not an illusion, Yoon Hyun is jealous of Park Hae-young. No, it's not, I just want to be normal friends, absolutely not like this. Something strange, did I do something wrong? Where did she hear that story from? Park Hae-young noticed and thought, is he trying to test me or what? How dare you take advantage of me, you bastard, do you look at me funny? We'll see, Lee Giyoung, let's see how long you can underestimate me. While walking normally, everyone noticed something unusual. Turn around and check behind. Kim Hyunsung said, I have a feeling it's coming very close, from now on lower your voice, it reacts very sensitively to human voices. Lee Giyoung looked at everyone, said, I feel there is something around here. Park Deok-gu asked, what's wrong? Do you see monsters hiding? Actually. Kim Hyunsung said, up until now I've felt something around, after all, I haven't been attacked yet, something special is ahead. Lee Giyoung smiled faintly, only I know everything, haha, those suggestions. Park Deok-gu said, hey, this is so annoying, what's up ahead, hey, wait, don't be so random. Going, Park Deok-gu saw a spiral staircase leading down, this underground staircase. Kim Hyunsung spoke, it, like a basement, hides something. Lee Giyoung glanced saying, oh Kim Hyunsung, luckily you're a prosecutor and not an actor, you just need to be handsome, poor, okay, let me. Park Deok-gu blocked the two monsters, Great CA, your shield is not made of vibranium. Lee Giyoung introduces, this is Navarinoy, the power that can destroy enemies. Lee Giyoung uses fire magic on the spear. Damn, where did it come out like that, it's crazy, it's attacking more crazily. The monster kicked Park Deok-gu away, When Lee Giyoung wasn't paying attention, the monster came close to him. Fortunately, Kim Hyunsung was able to cut off the monster's head, then held Yoon Hyun and Lee Giyoung in both hands. Turned around and asked if they were okay? Suddenly a scream rang out, everyone looked back. Sorry everyone, it's Park Hae-young. I fell down earlier so I couldn't keep up with it. I also wanted to rush to help, but threw the spear by mistake. Lee Giyoung's face turned cold, damn, because he heard the noise, the monsters were coming. Damn, it's too dangerous, get out of the way first. Park Hae-young thought again, tight, what nonsense. Lee Giyoung, you bastard, you act like you're the leader of this world, even without you. This place would still be a camp, not bad training. While inciting everyone while pretending to be the leader. Look carefully, Lee Ki-young, if she's left behind, you won't be able to do anything. Lee Ki-young calls, Young Hyun, hurry up. Young Hyun was indifferent, yes we have to hurry. Lee Ki-young wanted to die, screaming, oh my god, everyone hurry up. The demons chased everyone's asses. Park Deok-gu said, I will lure them. Kim Hyun-sung said, you guys go back to the shelter. But I don't understand that little Young Hyun is not moving. Lee Ki-young is so worried, what are you doing? Park Hae-young, hurry up, you too Young Hyun, ah, yes. The two girls didn't forget to turn around and glare at each other. They teased each other with their middle finger. Lee Ki-young was a bit annoyed. Sorry, Park Hae-young, seriously, what's the point of bringing along for no reason? No, there's still Park Deok-gu and Young Hyun, there will be a better chance of survival. Lee Ki-young called, Park Deok-gu, okay then let's see. God, Navarone, answer. Park Deok-gu's eyes are shining, come on, kill them all. Lee Ki-young is speechless, is now the time for small talk? Then chant burn it all, concentrate your strength to burn the enemy. Fire attack. Export. Seeing the monster scream, both were happy, very good, it's really a big brother. Park Deok-gu suddenly asked, Hung, why are we the only ones here? What about the girl and Park Hae-young? What is it, seriously, Young Hyun, Park Hae-young? Realizing the dangerous situation, Lee Ki-young was so exhausted that he disappeared. When did he disappear? He was obviously with us just now. What should I do? Please, I'm sorry. Park Deok-gu rambled, no, it's not your fault. I should have paid more attention, oh my god. If it was just Park Hae-young, it would be fine, but the problem is Young Hyun. If I got lost in a place like this, I wouldn't be able to laugh. First I should turn around, I'm sure I got lost somewhere there. I know, big brother. I don't know when I got lost, apparently until the monster attacked. It's strange, no matter how slow Park Deok-gu is, how could two people disappear at the same time without realizing it? What is going on? Thinking back to last night, Lee Ki-young has a bad feeling. Could it be, Park Deok-gu, yes, big brother, first you turn left, I'll look ahead and come back. I know, boss. That's not it, Young Hyun, please, don't be like what I think, please. Park Hae-young rank each stone forms a line. Good, this is enough, right? As expected, it is very effective to scout the way first. Young Hyun is standing behind, obviously, your legs are very normal, you just pretended to fall, right, sister, are you trying to kill me? Park Hae-young panicked. Young Hyun, you, why are you here? What is it, this, magic power? Sorry, Park Hae-young, no matter what you think, it's wrong, what are you saying? You idiot, what is magic power? Young Hyun coldly used a wind blade move that directly stunned Park Hae-young. The space under her feet opened up, causing her to gradually slide down a deep hole. Me, help, save me. It's no use, Park Hae-young. I used magic to block the sound. Well, monsters can't come here either, so you can rest assured. Shut up mouth. No. Please, why are you like this? Young Hyun, please. It's me who's wrong, it's all my fault. Help, please, Young Hyun. It's too noisy, it's best to shut up, shut your mouth. Help, save me, please, help me. What do you think? Park Hae-young, is it really painful? But I'm also in pain like you. I'm trying to steal your brother, the pain feels like it's cutting into my heart. Also, if you're still alive, I feel very insecure. Park Hae-young was constantly scared and resisted. Please, no. So, sorry, Park Hae-young. She was gagged and could only keep all her thoughts in her head. And Young Hyun continuously faced Park Hae-young with a guilty face. Suddenly Lee Ki-young ran over, calling, Young Hyun. How lucky, so good. But when I got closer, I saw her face was so gloomy. I was scared. Lee Ki-young called, Young Hyun, me. And Park Hae-young was gagged and crawling like a worm on the ground. Lee Ki-young was still in shock. Young Hyun, you, cursed in your heart. Damn, I knew it would be like that, even though I tried to stop it before it happened, but I didn't expect it to happen. Go to this extent. I feel scared, terribly scared. I should either run away, or pretend like I don't know anything. It's impossible. Lee Ki-young put down the spear, walked towards Yung Hyun. Finally went down and asked, "Are you okay?" Park Hae-young, what's wrong with her? Yung Hyun was a bit confused. Park Hae-young was desperate as soon as he heard it. Park Hae-young's arms and legs, why are they like that? Please, Yung Hyun, it's just a very simple question. Please, answer me. Lee Ki-young prayed silently in his heart. Yung Hyun burst into tears. Lee Ki-young was excited. Please say that this was not done by me. While the two of them weren't paying attention, they caught Park Hae-young who was crawling this way. Yung Hyun complied, "Me too, I don't know anything either, Mr. Lee Ki-young. Suddenly, when I opened my eyes, I saw me and her falling down here. I was trying to wake up when I saw Park Hae-young, she was like this. Then, what about you? Yung Hyun, are you injured anywhere?" "Yes. I'm okay, Lee Ki-young." Then my mind complied and leaned on Lee Ki-young's lap, looking back at the person dragging on the ground. Lee Ki-young smiled sinisterly. "Sure enough. You're very good, Yung Hyun." Park Hae-young was so tired that her vision became dark, but in her mind she kept cursing, "You evil people, you cruel people. You bastards." Then he collapsed. Yung Hyun said, Park Hae-young, Lee Ki-young talked about something else. Maybe a trap was activated here. Thinking back to the basement stairs just now, even though it was said that this place had a magical trap, it wasn't strange. Yung Hyun, maybe you didn't know, but I entered here through a wall created by magic, yes. Lee Ki-young frowned. The script has been completed. The problem is that the cut is too sweet, leaving it like that Kim Hyunsung will definitely find out. She's dead anyway, the best way is to create a wall of fire. Immediately, a fire like a dragon erupted. Yung Hyun called, "You." Lee Ki-young pretended to say, "I also want to bring her body back, but I'm afraid we'll be in danger. So other than eliminating her, there's no other way. We should at least do something for her, right?" "That's right, this is the best way." "Yes." Yung Hyun couldn't help but smile evilly. "She's not the only one who's a monster. As expected, I'm just like her." The two of them went back to the place where they met Park Deok-gu. He asked, "Big brother, sister, are you two okay?" Park Hae-young. Lee Ki-young just shook his head. Park Deok-gu understood and stopped talking. Lee Ki-young asked, "What about the monsters around here? Maybe Kim Hyun-sung has already lured them away so he can't hide anything anymore. With his ability, it will definitely be okay." "Okay. Luckily he's not here. What we need to do right now is to quickly return to camp." Suddenly Lee Ki-young staggered. "Oh." The other two were worried. "Boss." Lee Ki-young, "Boss, are you okay?" "So? Yes, maybe I used too much magic. Just need to rest for a bit, it's okay." "It's not over. Tonight we'd better set up camp nearby to rest. Sis Yung Hyun, is this okay?" Yes. Yung Hyun was so flustered that he burst into tears. Mr. Lee Ki-young, maybe the incident just now shocked him. After a while, Lee Ki-young and Yung Hyun sat and watched Park Deok-gu group fire. Phew, oh my. I don't know why, to be honest I feel a bit sorry. For what? I mean that person named Park Hae-young, she tried so hard, Lee Ki-young interrupted. Park Deok-gu, we almost died because of humans. Although, even so but, you should feel grateful that we were able to come back alive, but not that cold, if it weren't for that person, but in exchange for you or Yung Hyun died. Maybe I can't stand that attack. Park Deok-gu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lee Ki-young. When Lee Ki-young was a bit scared, Park Deok-gu scratched his head and said, I would be the same if that happened. Cough, I'll go check around and see. Why, is it necessary to go? Lee Ki-young screamed in his heart. Park Deok-gu, don't leave me alone with him, I'm so scared. But how could Park Deok-gu know? Keep talking. You're going to spy. It's a spy, and today, Big Brother has used a lot of magic power. Oh, I'm sorry, but do you mind taking care of him for me? Yung Hyun was surprised, but excited at that. Please, leave it to me. Park Deok-gu, don't get lost. Okay. I'm just walking around, boss, don't worry. After Park Deok-gu left, the two of them quieted down. Glue spray. Lee Ki-young calls the status window. Overall assessment, success is as big as an ant's tail, We would like to confirm that you have received cumulative points for physical, magical, and intellectual indicators relatively significant force. It seems like you used your mind a lot, right? In particular, the physical upgrade index is recorded to increase rapidly, but player Lee Ki-young's ability is still just like monster waste. But that is not what Lee Ki-young cares about. Luck mine has increased by 2 levels. That means, looking at Giyoung Hyun sitting next to me, this situation is not bad, Mr. Lee Ki-young. It seems, your skill index increased a lot, right? What about you? I haven't changed much, but my magic stats have increased a bit. My physical strength have also increased a bit. I'm really lucky. Lee Ki-young used magic eyes to read the stats and Giyoung Hyun's information. But this overall review, a bit. I'm a true fan of Lee Ki-young. What's wrong? This review, Giyoung Hyun saw Lee Ki-young staring down, confused, and called out to him. Mr. Lee Ki-young, about just now, was it you, sad right? Lee Ki-young remained silent, thinking in his heart, actually, if I said I didn't regret it, I'd be lying. Even now, every time I think about what just happened, I still feel cold on my back and hands. Her legs kept shaking, anyway. Lee Ki-young walked up to Giyoung Hyun, said, thank you. Hugged her head, because she wasn't hurt. Fortunately she was safe. It's okay, Giyoung Hyun. Compared to survival, those few things are basically nothing. Giyoung Hyun only heard sweet words, so happy that he burst into tears, laughing like a fan. While inciting everyone while pretending to be the leader. Look carefully, Lee Ki-young, if she's left behind, you won't be able to do anything. Lee Ki-young calls, Giyoung Hyun, hurry up. Giyoung Hyun was indifferent, yes we have to hurry. Lee Ki-young wanted to die, screaming, oh my god, everyone hurry up. The demons chased everyone's asses. Park Deok-gu said, I will lure them. Kim Hyunsung said, you guys go back to the shelter. But I don't understand that little Giyoung Hyun is not moving. Lee Ki-young is so worried, what are you doing? Park Hae-young, hurry up, you too Giyoung Hyun, yes. The two girls didn't forget to turn around and glare at each other. They teased each other with their middle finger. Lee Ki-young was a bit annoyed. Sorry, Park Hae-young, seriously, what's the point of bringing along for no reason? No, there's still Park Deok-gu and Giyoung Hyun, there will be a better chance of survival. Lee Ki-young called, Park Deok-gu, okay then let's see. God, Navarone, answer. Park Deok-gu's eyes are shining, come on, kill them all. Lee Ki-young is speechless, is now the time for small talk? Then chant burn it all, concentrate your strength to burn the enemy. Fire attack. Export. Seeing the monster scream, both were happy, very good, it's really a big brother. Park Deok-gu suddenly asked, Hung, why are we the only ones here? What about the girl and Park Hae-young? What is it, seriously, Giyoung Hyun, Park Hae-young? Realizing the dangerous situation, Lee Ki-young was so exhausted that he disappeared. When did he disappear? He was obviously with us just now. What should I do? Please, I'm sorry. Park Deok-gu rambled. No, it's not your fault. I should have paid more attention, oh my god. If it was just Park Hae-young, it would be fine. But the problem is Giyoung Hyun. If I got lost in a place like this, I wouldn't be able to laugh. First I should turn around, I'm sure I got lost somewhere there. I know, big brother. I don't know when I got lost, apparently until the monster attacked. It's strange, no matter how slow Park Deok-gu is, how could two people disappear at the same time without realizing it? What is going on? Thinking back to last night, Lee Ki-young has a bad feeling. Could it be, Park Deok-gu, yes, big brother, first you turn left, I'll look ahead and come back. I know, boss. That's not it, Giyoung Hyun, please, don't be like what I think, please. Park Hae-young rank each stone forms a line. Good, this is enough, right? As expected, it is very effective to scout the way first. Giyoung Hyun is standing behind, obviously, your legs are very normal, you just pretended to fall. Right, sister, are you trying to kill me? Park Hae-young panicked. Giyoung Hyun, you, why are you here? What is it, this, magic power? Sorry, Park Hae-young, no matter what you think, it's wrong. What are you saying? You idiot, what is magic power? Yoon Hyun coldly used a wind blade move that directly stunned Park Hae-young. The space under her feet opened up, causing her to gradually slide down a deep hole. Me, help, save me. It's no use, Park Hae-young. I used magic to block the sound. Well, monsters can't come here either, so you can rest assured. Shut up, mouth. No. Please, why are you like this? Yoon Hyun, please. It's me who's wrong, it's all my fault. Help, please, Yoon Hyun. It's too noisy, it's best to shut up, shut your mouth. Help, save me, please, help me. What do you think? Park Hae-young, is it really painful? But I'm also in pain like you. I'm trying to steal your brother, the pain feels like it's cutting into my heart. Also, if you're still alive, I feel very insecure. Park Hae-young was constantly scared and resisted. Please, no. So, sorry, Park Hae-young. She was gagged and could only keep all her thoughts in her head. And Yoon Hyun continuously faced Park Hae-young with a guilty face. Suddenly Lee Ki-young ran over, calling, Yoon Hyun. How lucky, so good. But when I got closer, I saw her face was so gloomy. I was scared. Lee Ki-young called, Yoon Hyun, me. And Park Hae-young was gagged and crawling like a worm on the ground. Lee Ki-young was still in shock. Yoon Hyun, you cursed in your heart. Damn, I knew it would be like that, even though I tried to stop it before it happened, but I didn't expect it to happen. Go to this extent. I feel scared, terribly scared. I should either run away, or pretend like I don't know anything. It's impossible. Lee Ki-young put down the spear, walked towards Yoon Hyun. Finally went down and asked, are you okay? Park Hae-young, what's wrong with her? Yoon Hyun was a bit confused. Park Hae-young was desperate as soon as he heard it. Park Hae-young's arms and legs, why are they like that? Please, Yoon Hyun, it's just a very simple question. Please, answer me. Lee Ki-young prayed silently in his heart. Yoon Hyun burst into tears. Lee Ki-young was excited. Please say that this was not done by me. While the two of them weren't paying attention, they caught Park Hae-young who was crawling this way. Yoon Hyun complied, me too, I don't know anything either, Mr. Lee Ki-young. Suddenly, when I opened my eyes, I saw me and her falling down here. I was trying to wake up when I saw Park Hae-young, she was like this. Then, what about you? Yoon Hyun, are you injured anywhere? Yes. I'm okay, Lee Ki-young. Then my mind complied and leaned on Lee Ki-young's lap, looking back at the person dragging on the ground. Lee Ki-young smiled sinisterly, sure enough. You're very good, Yoon Hyun. Park Hae-young was so tired that her vision became dark, but in her mind she kept cursing, you evil people, you cruel people. You bastards. Then he collapsed. Yoon Hyun said, Park Hae-young, Lee Ki-young talked about something else. Maybe a trap was activated here. Thinking back to the basement stairs just now, even though it was said that this place had a magical trap, it wasn't strange. Yoon Hyun, maybe you didn't know, but I entered here through a wall created by magic, yes. Lee Ki-young frowned. The script has been completed. The problem is that the cut is too sweet, leaving it like that Kim Hyunsung will definitely find out. She's dead anyway, the best way is to create a wall of fire. Immediately, a fire like a dragon erupted. Yoon Hyun called, you. Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young pretended to say, I also want to bring her body back, but I'm afraid we'll be in danger. So other than eliminating her, there's no other way. We should at least do something for her, right? That's right, this is the best way. Yes, Yoon Hyun couldn't help but smile evilly. She's not the only one who's a monster. As expected, I'm just like her. The two of them went back to the place where they met Park Deok-gu. He asked, big brother, sister, are you two okay? Park Hae-young. Lee Ki-young just shook his head. Park Deok-gu understood and stopped talking. Lee Ki-young asked, what about the monsters around here? Maybe Kim Hyunsung has already lured them away so he can't hide anything anymore. With his ability, it will definitely be okay. Okay, luckily he's not here. What we need to do right now is to quickly return to camp. Suddenly Lee Ki-young staggered, oh. The other two were worried. Boss, Lee Ki-young, boss, are you okay? So? Yes, maybe I used too much magic, just need to rest for a bit, it's okay. It's not over, tonight we'd better set up camp nearby to rest. Sis Yung Hyun, is this okay? Ah, yes, yes. Yung Hyun was so flustered that he burst into tears. Mr. Lee Ki-young, maybe the incident just now shocked him. After a while, Lee Ki-young and Yung Hyun sat and watched Park Deok-gu group fire. Phew, wow, somehow, to be honest, I feel a bit sorry. Seeing Kim Yun-sung so tense, Lee Ki-young called, Mr. Kim Yun-sung. Kim Yun-sung just regained his composure. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Kim Yun-sung. Lee Ki-young continued to evaluate, is a murderer with a mind. According to the information from Jung Jin-ho's status window, there are roughly 2 points that can be deduced. First, is there more to say? He is a murderer, full of crazy people. Jung Jin-ho continues to flirt. It is truly my honor to meet you, Kim Yun-sung. I also heard Sok-woo say that you are managing the base, and besides, you look stronger than I thought. May I ask what your rank is? It's a bit difficult for me to ask that much. You probably don't feel comfortable, right? Anyway, it's so cool that there are so many prey. No, where did you find so many survivors? Lee Ki-young was standing behind and heard it. He's good at adjusting his emotions. Second, when looking at Kim Yun-sung's reaction, it can be seen that Kim Yun-sung met the murderer Jung Jin-ho in match 1. And this guy Jung Jin-ho is the one who killed Kim Yun-sung or the people around him. It's very possible. It's nothing, I'm just saying anyway. If you don't mind, can we stay in the same place? Hearing this suggestion from Jung Jin-ho, everyone was startled. Of course not at the temple. It's a bit small, but we also brought this food, of course if everyone is not satisfied. Not yet. After speaking, Kim Yun-sung interrupted him, straight up refusing. No, we always welcome survivors. So it turned out not to refuse. Lee Ki-young was surprised. Huh? What? Jung Jin-ho said, thank you, Kim Yun-sung, we will guide you. The other archer introduced himself as Kim Ji-joon, hoping to help. The prankster said I was Lee Ji-chul, hoping for help. I'm Lee Ki-young, hoping for your help. What? This name sounds familiar. Lee Ki-young said, Park Deok-gu, you and Lee Ji-hee will guide together. Park Deok-gu walked over and whispered, brother, is that okay? Just now we were together. First, if something happens, you have to shout right away. Yes, I said so. Hey, everyone follow me. This is not a peaceful place, but instead of running around out there, it's better to stay here. Jung Jin-ho laughed, ha ha ha. Thank you everyone for your consideration. If you're an enemy, you have to keep it close. If you don't listen, it's unreasonable to persuade. It's a bit unexpected, but the name is Jung Jin-ho. That guy quickly lowered his tail when Kim Yun-sung appeared. This shows that he is very quick-witted. He is a psychopathic murderer with a mind. He and I have one thing in common, that is we are both thoughtful, calculating person. That's right, that's it. I should thank him, appearing at the right time. Seriously, Lee Ki-young, why are you so unlucky? Originally, my luck index is not high. Kim Yun-sung, I have something to say. Kim Yun-sung's face is cold. His chin is full of thoughts. Kim Yun-sung has regained his composure. Lee Ki-young asked, do you know him? Who? Ah, about that. Your expression looks like you're meeting someone you know. Yes, a bit. It's true that I know, but maybe that person doesn't know me. Why do I feel like I've met all of them? It was fleeting before. Well, maybe there is a fate like that. It can't be called fate, maybe Jung Jin-ho. Of course, I won't tell anyone about this. Basic skills of a consultant, ensuring confidentiality. Anyway, being able to return intact without a single injury. Mr. Kim Yun-sung is truly a master. No, it's just luck. But it seems that Lee Ki-young is the lucky one. Did you have any problem coming here? I actually have something to say about that, huh? What? Yung Hyun knew what it was, so her face turned pale. Ms. Park Hae-young is dead. How is that possible? So let's start. I don't know, she was attacked by an unknown magic. You say magic? Yung Hyun was really scared, standing next to it and listening. It was like being in an ice cellar. Yes, roughly like that. For a newbie like me it was difficult to judge accurately, but clearly I felt some magic power. Kim Yun-sung thought. That time after I said goodbye to Mr. Kim Yun-sung. While on the way home, we suddenly saw Yoon Hyun and Park Hae-young separate. After searching one day I found Park Hae-young in a dying state. All 4 limbs had been severed. What do you mean the limbs had been severed? Well, maybe so. I was thinking if it was a dungeon trap or not, but Kim Hyunsung insisted it was a trap. Yoon Hyun was worried. He would be suspicious. It's not a real trap. There's no way a person who has regressed wouldn't know. Yes, I also want to take Park Hae-young's body with me, but I'm also in a dangerous situation when I talk about it here. Yoon Hyun immediately burst into tears. I thought it was better to take her with me than let her body smelt to the monsters. So I keep thinking about that time. Kim Hyunsung was confused. So that's it. You've worked hard. Yoon Hyun is worried. Is he okay? It's okay to be as honest as possible. Today's situation is different from yesterday. A new suspect with a higher likelihood of committing a crime has appeared, replacing our gentle and pure Yoon Hyun. Thank you, Jung Jin-ho. Even the vocation is suitable for magic swordsman Jung Jin-ho. The death of Park Hae-young and suspicion of fugitive magic swordsman, leader of a group of ruthless murderers. The psychopathic murderer Jung Jin-ho is the culprit. It's been a while since he told Kim Hyun-sung about Park Hae-young's death. Of course, Jung Jin-ho is the culprit. Most suspicious, but he absolutely will not say things like Jung Jin-ho is the culprit who killed Park Hae-young. So it can be concluded that Jung Jin-ho killed Park Hae-young, like so it's really him. I just need to pretend I don't know anything. As expected, Kim Hyun-sung has been secretly monitoring us and Jung Jin-ho lately. Then I have to be careful more carefully. The final result seems to be that Kim Hyun-sung indirectly confirmed that Jung Jin-ho killed Park Hae-young. The person who will directly confront, the crazy killer, the culprit who killed Park Hae-young, now there is no reason not to rule him out. The problem is how to rule him out. Lee Giyoung said, when he was in that basement before, he turned around to look but couldn't find anything. Do you want to stay here and do the challenge with everyone? Kim Hyun-sung asked again, do you mean together? Kim Hyun-sung, just in time. Yoon Hyun also has magic power. Jung Jin-ho also joined, so there must be enough people. Now is the time for you to choose. If those members join together group, we will hold a party for Kim Hyun-sung and Jung Jin-ho. There is no other way. But the people present here are much stronger. Besides them, is there anyone more suitable? More than anything, this time it won't be like Park Hae-young. Kim Hyun-sung is now thinking that Park Hae-young's death is because of Jung Jin-ho. This opportunity, the attack entering the dungeon this time, giving punishment to the murderer of Park Hae-young. The notorious group of murderers will be completely destroyed. How's that? Fascinating, right? Anyone who looks at it knows it's a bargain. Kim Hyun-sung. The stage is already set. All you have to do is step on it. Isn't that okay? Fake Lee Giyoung just said, if it doesn't work, then Kim Hyun-sung thought, it sounds okay. Sounds okay, let's do it together? However, it's better for us to split into 2 groups. Since I've never cooperated with Jung Jin-ho, yes, I think so too. I also hate giving my life to a murderer. Then I will discuss with Jung Jin-ho again. I need to prepare some other things, so I need Lee Giyoung, Park Deokgu and Yoon Hyun. No, not this. Can you call those 2? Yes, I know. Okay, Kim Hyun-sung also agreed. Must work harder to make the plan successful. Jung Jin-ho, that's great, so cool. A voice suddenly came out. It turns out that Jung Jin-ho is helping everyone. Thank you Jung Jin-ho, thank you for your help. Ha ha ha, it's okay, we had to help each other. If there's anything, if you need help, you can call anytime. Sok-woo gives everyone bread. Eat some bread. Ah, thank you. They even bring in outside food. We can do this too. Jung Jin-ho, please rest a bit. You're really enthusiastic, really. Ha ha ha, it's not that. It's not a heavy job. It's better to finish it together and then rest. Lee Giyoung saw this Church of God and cursed the crazy guy. What is that scary, cosplaying as a commoner? Enjoying the joy of work. In the end, what I want is to slit those people's throats. That's Jung Jin-ho's thoughts. What is he doing? There were 2 people whispering, which Lee Giyoung heard. New people started fighting, others brought food. What else could they play? I mean, next time it will fail too, Lee Giyoung thought. Sigh. You don't know anything and say that so casually? I am the messenger of justice who will save you from that murderer. But anyway, Lee Ki-young called, Giyoung Hyun. She happily ran to Lee Ki-young's side. Today is also practice? So good, are Giyoung Hyun? Lee Ki-young patted her head. Yes, today has improved a bit, making the air move. This is all thanks to you, Lee Ki-young is a bit helpless. Look, he's becoming more and more proactive. Thanks to that, the people around me are also accepting the relationship with Giyoung Hyun. But this stupid pig is still laughing. What else? Seriously, by the way, be Giyoung Hyun's lover. Oh, no, don't let that stupid pig overthrow you. Park Deok-gu is happy. Boss, how about talking to Kim Hyunsung? I didn't think you would come so early, anyway because of that. Kim Hyunsung wanted to talk to us. Do you have any free time? I only have time, boss, of course. Giyoung Hyun raised his face and said, can I ask what it is? Maybe I'll go down to the basement with Jung Jin-ho. Park Deok-gu is worried. I have a bad feeling, so do I. But this plan is really important. I think it's time to keep a little distance. We'll keep our distance, don't worry too much. Yes, honey, I won't take the initiative to talk to you. I can talk to you, Giyoung Hyun. Sok-woo, stay away as much as possible, you know? Yes, brother, then I won't care about him anymore. Well, that's lucky. The three of them walked past Jung Jin-ho's group. He and Lee Ki-young made eye contact. Full of vigilance, Lee Ki-young knocked on the door, calling for Kim Hyunsung. Park Deok-gu was more straightforward, kicked in the door. I'm here, brother, we're here. Kim Hyunsung looked up. Everyone's here. Park Deok-gu asked, what is it, are you hiding delicious food? Your expression is like an old woman saving money. Kim Hyunsung is awkward. It's nothing. I have something to give everyone. Lee Ki-young thought of something, maybe. Kim Hyunsung seems to read minds, exactly. Opening the curtain, a bright light emitted from inside. Lee Ki-young was happy. Everyone attentively looked at the source of the light. Kim Hyunsung said, I have this for everyone. This is the item. Lee Ki-young thought emotionally. Kim Hyunsung, damn, I trusted you. Park Deok-gu asked, wow, where did you find it? Kim Hyunsung replied, actually before being distracted I accidentally discovered a mirror treasure, it was in there. Park Deok-gu exclaimed, wow, mirror treasures, there seems to be a lot here. Many stars, Lee Ki-young also exclaimed in his heart, wow, you did really well on the bus ride back. Kim Hyunsung said, okay, let's review the information first. So where to see? Steel Dwarf Steel Bracelet. This is an item crafted by the collapsed Steel Dwarf tribe. Contrary to its rough appearance, this is an infinitely crafted bracelet with meticulousness and technique. Physical strength +3, physical strength +1, endurance +1. And a regression level magic healing ring. The place of manufacture is unknown. It is a ring with magic. The divine magic and healing ability can be used once a day. The regression class magic shield ring of unknown origin is an ancient item. This is a ring that can creates a shield with magical power to use twice a day. Recharges horsepower directly to use. Lee Ki-young thought it seemed like the owner of this bracelet had been identified. Park Deok-gu scratched his nose. So this bracelet will be mine. I will use it, thank you. I haven't done anything yet, but I will definitely repay the favor. I will accept your kindness. Lee Ki-young is satisfied heart. It looks suitable for this pig. Although the selection has been reduced, all the remaining items are good items. Especially that magic shield ring. 1 horsepower recharge can be used magic shield 2 times a day. It really can't be compared to normal rank bracelets. Divine healing ring is good, but if kept in Giyoung Hyun it would be better to use. Giyoung Hyun, this kid doesn't understand why. If he gets injured he will know how to use magic to heal himself. So, then I will use this. Well, Giyoung Hyun chose that ring. Is this mine? Then I'll use the remaining item. Can we really get items like this? It's okay. I have one more, items with special abilities. No matter how much I wear them, only one ability will be activated. My decision to give it to everyone was right. It turns out that's it, as Park Deok-gu said. We haven't done anything yet, it's really beneficial. Really thank you, Giyoung Hyun stammered, thank you. It's okay, you don't need to worry, don't worry too much, we are teammates now. Lee Ki-young was surprised. Teammate, I'm not stupid to be easily lured by such kind words. Maybe Kim Hyunsung is using this method to make us stand out, but I don't care. What's important is that these regressors are planning to travel with us. To be frank, the future of magicians has been determined. Compared to the sturdy armor, my abilities are a bit vague. When hunting I don't make mistakes, other than being smart, I has no other value. Even people like me are scattered across the continent. But if you want to take Park Deokgu and Hyun away, you cannot do without me. In the future, the kingdom Kim Hyunsung's will become even stronger. He can use me as an administrative officer. In the end Kim Hyunsung will have no choice but to drag me along to seduce those two people. Then I have to continue to show my usefulness to be able to sit in that position. Yes, we are colleagues, it's great, colleagues protect and care for each other. It feels like we are stronger than one another. Little bit, even though it's hard to keep up, we have to follow little by little to make a profit. That's the bell, clear. Brother, that's a wonderful sound, but when do we depart? Huh? The sooner the better, but I have a bad feeling from Jung Jin-ho's team. Just in case, you guys are not Jung Jin-ho's teammates, I want you to fight with the enemy's mindset. We are reluctant to think, but will you become a real enemy? That's right, it's okay now, but it's good to prepare for each of your own. And since you don't know what will happen right after we go underground. Anyway, it's been a while since we shouted fighting together. Everyone come here, count 1, 2, 3 and then shout together. 1, 2, 3. Hang in there. Let's wait, Jung Jin-ho. Wait for you to be judged by the justice of the regressor. I will roll out a beautiful carpet for you. Jung Jin-ho, can I attack the dungeon with Kim Hyunsung? Sok woo-ah, after all, this is a good opportunity for us, right? Let's take advantage of the opportunity, then end with the worst to kill him, the king of this place. Kim Hyunsung walked up to them. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Good morning Kim Hyunsung. Everyone's here. Thank you for accepting our offer. It's okay. Anyway, we have to attack the dungeon to see the clues instead. On the contrary, we have to thank you for your suggestion, Kim Hyunsung. Lee Ki-young could only curse him in his heart, the scheming murderer. Jung Jin-ho said, you seem to have left. I come to this place a lot. I never thought there would be an underground dungeon. We just discovered it by chance. You probably heard the first part, but the conditions to get through this place are survive or attack. I think the condition to survive here means survive until someone succeeds in attacking the dungeon. If this assumption is true, then someone must attack dungeon to survive. But I couldn't wait, just in time for Jung Jin-ho to enter. Because I wanted to take advantage of this good opportunity, I formed an attack team. Actually, I had never thought about it, but it seems interesting. It's just speculation, but what on earth was Jung Jin-ho doing? Well, I just do some things like slaughtering. What about you, Lee Ki-young? I don't want to say. What is it? After asking, he said it in such a harsh way. At this level, the vigilance here seems to have decreased a lot, and Lee Ki-young looked at Hyun. Jung Jin-ho interrupted. Oh, think again. I see Lee Ki-young and Hyun often hang out together. Could it be that they are two? The two of them were shy. Lee Ki-young was shy. Oh, that. Looking at their piercing eyes. Lee Ki-young died inside. Sheba. Is this guy going to be a tailor? What should I say? A close brother-sister relationship or a growing relationship? Oh, Sheba. That's it. After all, a close relationship with Hyun is mandatory. But Hyun doesn't think so, admitting, yes, maybe that's the case. Lee Ki-young is desperate. I causing trouble again. Everyone was screaming and giggling. Jung Jin-ho clapped his hands like a seal. What a match made in heaven. Hyun was so excited that he clung tightly to Lee Ki-young. Sheba. Jung Jin-ho, these bastards. Hyun, I'm in pain. Kim Hyunsung said, it seems like it's almost here, right over there. So we'll go in together. The sound of crows and the howl was so scary. Lee Ki-young caught her. Hyun, be careful. Park Deokgu pushed the iron door up. Just in time for Lee Ki-young to receive the rare survival level mission. Already arrived at the underground dungeon, the rare level mandatory quest was started. A noise rang out from afar. Everyone looked carefully. A three-headed monster appeared. That thing, what is it? It's true. Monsters appeared. All of them were three-headed monsters. They screamed. Their screams were full of savagery. Lee Ki-young saw them and broke out in sweat. What the hell? What is this? Are we done? The monsters rushed out. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lee Ki-young reminded everyone, We need to get out of here first." Suddenly a loud noise rang out, the door was slammed shut, everyone was extremely surprised. Lee Ki-young was locked in the same place with three-headed monsters, unable to escape outside. Sok-woo was extremely worried, his body trembled, he stammered, "Damn, Steel Gate." Jung Jin-ho shouted loudly, encouraging everyone, "Don't run away, we can win this battle." Lee Ki-young quickly used the magic eye skill, discovered that they were called evolved monsters. The general assessment of the monsters was that their heads and bodies had grown bigger, but intelligence and eyesight are not adequately developed. It has low intelligence and poor eyesight. Lee Ki-young finished reading these things and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, a monster has evolved. Although the tendency is still the same, they are bigger and the problem is that there are too many of them. Can Lee Ki-young fight? A meat shield seems not enough. Kim Hyunsung was silent, then spoke up and said, "We can do it." Lee Ki-young was extremely surprised when he heard that. Do you think if Kim Hyunsung had said that? So maybe we can defeat them. Let's put our trust in this fake regression guy. Lee Ki-young called Park Deokgu. Park Deokgu heard that. Understood, you. Three people, Kim Hyunsung, Park Deokgu, Jung Jin-ho, formed a horizontal line, one holding a sword, the other holding a shield. Kim Hyunsung was about to advance. Jung Jin-ho immediately stood in front of him. He laughed and said, "Let me go first." After speaking, without waiting for Kim Hyunsung to answer, he immediately walked towards the evolved monsters. Lee Ki-young looked towards Kim Hyunsung. He thought to himself, I have to use magic sparingly in case of an emergency. Kim Hyunsung suddenly rushed up without saying a word. Jung Jin-ho was extremely surprised when he saw you. He said, "Kim Hyunsung, why did you suddenly jump in? I'm curious about how strong you are you being too careful?" Jung Jin-ho promptly moved out of the way so Kim Hyunsung could attack the evolved monsters. The attacked monsters screamed, blood splattered everywhere. Kim Hyunsung continued to attack under everyone's surprise, along with the screams of the three-headed monsters. Lee Ki-young was not too surprised by Kim Hyunsung's actions. As expected, he did not suddenly become a fake regression, but are they real people? That means monsters. He looked at Park Deokgu extremely worried. That pig teammate must have felt very discouraged. Park Deokgu rushed to attack, showing off his skills. Lee Ki-young was extremely happy seeing that, silently cheering for him behind his back. "Let's fight, you little pig. You can do it, Park Deokgu. Now you are not just a meat shield anymore." Park Deokgu is now shining. The fire is blazing with spirit, the shield warrior, that is the epitome of a shield warrior. On the other side of their group there is also a little girl, none other than Yung Hyan. Yung Hyan read something. "Please give me the ability to defeat them and the strength to fight side by side with Oppa, the wind bomb." Yung Hyan finished speaking and immediately turned his hand towards the monsters. A beam of light emitted, an explosion rang out. Lee Ki-young couldn't help but feel proud, exclaiming, "Great, great fight, Yung Hyan. It seems you said some strange words when shouting God Uncle, but I still have to praise him, he played well." Lee Ki-young is still not overjoyed. Our beloved sister Yung Hyan always knows what to do. She deliberately kills the monsters on our side and let the monsters on the other side chase Jung Jin-ho's side. That's great, maybe we can get a bargain in this match. Lee Ki-young approaches Yung Hyan, compliments, "Yung Hyan, thank you, thanks to you we can rest a bit." He came close to Yung Hyan, whispering to her, "But even if Jung Jin-ho and his henchmen asked me for help, I wouldn't. Pay attention, okay?" Yung Hyan is shy. "Yes sir." Lee Ki-young plans, "Take this opportunity, we will eliminate them." Just as Lee Ki-young predicted, Jung Jin-ho's group begs for help of Yung Hyan. "Miss Yung Hyan, please help us, this side too, please use the magic just now, Miss Yung Hyan." Yung Hyan did exactly as Lee Ki-young said. "Wait, I need to recharge my energy to use magic." Sok-woo worriedly urged her to please hurry up. The monsters rushed up to attack their group, they screamed loudly. Lee Ki-young found the scene before him extremely happy. How miraculous, even the monsters were on our side. Lee Ki-young looking at the scene before my eyes, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Yung Hyan, isn't it great?" Yung Hyan also happily replied, "That's right." He encouraged the group of people who were being attacked to endure a little, everyone can do it. They saw Lee Ki-young's voice and immediately urged him, "Lee Ki-young, aren't you done yet? Come over here and give us a hand." Lee Ki-young acted in front of them, waving his weapons around, looking extremely rushed. "Please wait a little longer. Everyone can do it. Think about the loved ones waiting for everyone on earth. Everyone has to live for them. Try harder, we can do it." Lee Ji-chul couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Stop talking nonsense please. Use magic quickly, use magic now, you bastards." Lee Ki-young was still busy acting, showing an extremely scary smile. "We succeeded, everyone," he thought. "Just out of every 5 people, 1 person is trash, and today, that trash letter is me." Lee Ki-young uses the fireball skill. The fire light emitted attracts the attention of the monsters. The monsters' side exploded. Jung Jin-ho's group of people were extremely happy, finally relaxing a bit. Now they discovered something bad. The monster was not harmed at all. They rushed out from the fire, rushing towards them. The original 3-headed monster had turned into a pair with 3 eyes. Lee Ki-young stood on the side. "I was free. Forcefully use this technique to cover them with a beautiful cloak of fire. I will give them a name. Their name is Burning Monsters. Damn murderers," he laughed happily. Under the terrible oppression of the monster, Sok-woo quickly ran away. In the end, justice won. Lee Ki-young turned those evolved demons into fire demons. Their name was Evolved Fire Demons Transformation. Age is 6. Tends to have inflammable instincts. Rank is low-level monster with poor intelligence and eyesight. Fire demons, they look scary, probably caused by artificial fire. But its vitality is also exploding. The fire monster's stamina decreases by 1 point every minute. Currently at 16, for Lee Ki-young, to be honest, creating a fire demon is quite a gamble. But it is the perfect gift to make Jung Jin-ho's kids miserable. Lee Ji-chul saw the situation getting worse and couldn't help but get angry. "What the hell? Damn it, you guys are making things worse." Lee Ki-young still hasn't gotten out of his role and continues to act. He looks apologetic to them. "I'm sorry, I didn't think this would happen. I haven't said anything yet after all. They cursed you again. Stop talking nonsense. Come quickly and put out the fire, you bastard." Lee Ki-young didn't get angry and just said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, wait a minute, just try harder." Said just those words, Lee Ki-young's heart is now blooming. He thinks, "What are you going to do now, Jung Jin-ho? Just have to bring out the tricks you've been hiding, right? Hurry up, use magic like a crazy swordsman, go up, swing your sword, show off your deceitful tricks, you son of a bitch." Jung Jin-ho tried to stay calm, remind his teammates, "Don't panic, stay in formation." As for Sok-woo, who was about to run away, he was called back. "Sok-woo, I told him not to run, go back immediately." Seeing that Jung Jin-ho was still before he could do anything, Lee Ki-young sighed, "You want to hide your true nature until the end, right? It really makes me doubt that you want to live honestly and uprightly." The fire demon grabbed Lee Ji-chul high. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jung Jin-ho turned down and asked for Lee's help. Ki-young and Young Hyun. Lee Ki-young said hatefully, "Why is my energy recovering so slowly?" Park Deok-gu saw that he had no intention of taking action and asked, "Shouldn't we save that person?" Lee Ki-young replied, "No, if you rush in, you will also be in danger." Lee Ki-young smiled and said, "No matter what happens, don't do anything useless. Let me and Young Hyun take care of it. You just defend behind." Park Deok-gu immediately agreed. "Listen, I understand, big brother, actually in my heart I'm sneering, it's just a little lie. Just ignore it, as long as we're safe, it's okay." Lee Ji-chul was captured by the fire demon, crying and trembling endlessly, begging for help. Kim Ji-joon was worried but he wouldn't be able to help even if he rushed in. Jung Jin-ho gritted his teeth. Lee Ki-young on one side couldn't hide his smile. That person would have lived if Jung Jin-ho had rushed in. "I'm so sorry for him, so sorry, but the situation is turning positive for us. In the next life we can finish the bowl of noodles." "Okay, friend." Lee Ki-young looked towards Young Hyun. Young Hyun understood and started to act. She recited the Na-vu spell. A shower of rain poured down straight at the fire demon. Group Lee Ki-young was extremely happy. He thanked Young Hyun profusely. "Okay, the first match is over." Kim Ji-joon stood on one side and his whole body was shaking. He couldn't help but rush towards Lee Ki-young, grabbed his collar, and scolded him to attract the attention of others. Because of you, Lee Ji-chul died. Young Hyun was now acting scared. Scared, Lee Ki-young also pretended to be sad. I'm sorry, but it can't be avoided. Kim Jae-jun's face turned purple, tears fell. What did you say, you dog? Lee Ki-young replied that it was inevitable. I'm very sorry about Lee Ji-chul's death, but I tried my best, because Lee Ji-chul was the last one to die. When I used magic, Kim Ji-jun still didn't want to let go. You son of a bitch. Do you think that's the end of it? Then Lee Ki-young showed a scary smile. After all, we survived, right? Kim Jae-jun couldn't help but punch Lee Ki-young in the face, cursing him, you bastard. Young Hyun and Park Deok-gu saw that and immediately worried about Lee Ki-young. Young Hyun said, you want to die, right? Park Deok-gu said, what are you doing? How dare you hit our big brother? Lee Ki-young walked towards them with shaking hands and feet. It hurt so much, he thought. He told them, I'm fine, I'm the one who ruined everything, it couldn't be helped. Those were just words mouth. Actually in my heart I'm saying, according to the situation, it's true that I should receive that punch, and don't forget to continue to show weakness. The two of Park Deok-gu are extremely heartbroken. Kim Jae-jun still doesn't give up, you bastard, you're really. Before he could finish speaking, Jung Jin-ho stopped him. He advised him, Kim Jae-jun, stop talking. I understand how you feel, but arguing is not much. Kim Jae-jun trembled. Jung Jin-ho immediately came close to him and whispered, changing the plan, when Lee Ji-chul died, this battle was over, now let's just be friendly with them and then end the hunting trip. If you understand, then don't say anything more. Jung Jin-ho walked up to Lee Ki-young and said, I'm sorry, my junior doesn't mean anything bad, it's just you. He was shocked to see his old friend leave. I hope you sympathize. Kim Ji-jun did not give up, scolded, no, I will never accept this. This bastard did it on purpose, he did it on purpose, it was he deliberately played with us. Lee Ki-young bowed his head and apologized to them, looking weak, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry everyone, this is all my fault, it's my fault. Group of Lee Ki-young, but he didn't expect him to say these words, everyone was extremely surprised. Lee Ki-young trembled and stammered, if I just tried a little harder, if I was a little stronger, Lee Ji-chul, no, everyone, the whole world. I can save everyone. Lee Ki-young trembled and raised the sword in front of his neck. The bright stage light shone on him. Oh my god. Oh my god. A pathetic person like me should die. You worthless bastard. With this one blow, I will atone for causing Lee Ji-chul's death, with my death. Goodbye everyone, take care. Lee Ki-young's group each had their own look. Sadness stopped Lee Ki-young. Park Deok-gu cried, stop, big brother, you didn't do anything wrong. Young Hyun panicked. Oppa, you can't die. Oppa, no. Lee Ki-young is extremely satisfied with this performance, the murderer's performance. It's such a beautiful scene and so fun. It's great to see everyone surrounding him when things gradually get worse, haha. Kim Jae-jun can't swallow this anger. You crazy guy, Jung Jin-ho reminded. Kim Jae-jun, didn't you listen to me when I told you to stop? Do you need me to say it again? Sok-woo then spoke up, raised his glasses and said, yes, Kim Ji-jun, I think everything should stop here. I told you, that guy is a cunning trash. He stole my future wife, Young Hyun. That way, if you keep provoking him, it will endanger us. I'll just apologize at the end. Lee Ki-young said, I was too careless. I don't know what to say to comfort you right now, but I'm really sorry. Kim Ji-jun gritted his teeth. Damn, what kind of situation is this? Why have I become a villain? The look on that guy's face was definitely trying to play with me. Kim Ji-jun turned around and walked away. Lee Ki-young looked sad. He couldn't keep his mouth shut. Spit, ha ha ha. God, what to do? No one trusts you, you stupid, crazy murderer. Jung Jin-ho looked at Lee Ki-young and thought, I want to kill that guy, but where does that talent come from? Or should I attract him to my group? Looks pretty good. Sok-woo before leaving he said to Lee Ki-young, I'm sure you're very happy, Lee Ki-young, because even if you cause trouble, everyone will rush to protect you. Lee Ki-young said in disgust, what? Sok-woo immediately ran away trembling, you guys wait for me. Lee Ki-young spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body trembling, crazy guy, seriously, what a pathetic provocation is that? Kim Hyunsung is worried, are you okay? Lee Giyoung said, I'm fine, it's my fault, so I'm really sorry, but your heart is thinking, actually I'm in a lot of pain. Kim Hyunsung, your brother is in pain, damn it. Kim Hyunsung reached out his hand. Lee Giyoung touched it. It was so warm, the luxurious warmth that I can enjoy as a teammate of Hyunsung's alchemy regression. Young Hyun was behind them, grabbed something and crushed it, a light flashed. Young Hyun was trying to kill him. Kim Hyunsung. Lee Giyoung's face turned pale. Young Hyun, are you planning to do something? I thought avoiding contact with the opposite sex was enough. It seems like even touching me is taboo. Lee Giyoung suddenly coughed up blood. Young Hyun became extremely worried, forgetting his original intention. Young Hyun sobbed, extremely worried, are you okay? Oh no, that's really, phew, you're so stupid, so cruel, phew, I will. Young Hyun's voice changed 180 degrees. I will avenge you. I will definitely avenge for me, because an idiot like him deserves to be punished. Yes, Lee Giyoung comforted, it's okay. Young Hyun, I'm the one in the wrong, so there's no other way. Lee Giyoung thought, I don't dare say it. Her eyes are becoming scary again. Lee Giyoung is calculating in his head, if Young Hyun takes action and performs magic on them, then this painful attack will be wasted. This brutal act happened to me, so this time it will be their turn to attack us. I think I just need to trigger something to make things continue to happen. The atmosphere is silent, there was only Young Hyun's cry. Sok-woo found this action extremely annoying, his face changed color. Lee Giyoung was extremely happy, fuck, what the fuck? It seems like everything will be easier than I thought thanks to that obnoxious pervert. Let's compete. Provocation is my specialty, you know, watch and learn here. The name Sok-woo seems like seeing something extremely scary. It turned out to be Lee Giyoung hugging Young Hyun. The scene was extremely romantic. He was being coy with her, it hurt so much. Young Hyun. He hugged Young Hyun. Hey. What, are you jealous, Sok-woo? Suddenly Lee Giyoung slipped and almost fell. My Sao. Young Hyun quickly caught her. She asked, are you okay? Lee Giyoung was embarrassed, I didn't want this. Young Hyun kept asking, can you rely on me a little more? Lee Giyoung turned pale and thanked her. Lee Giyoung decided to change tactics. I have to stop pretending to be pitiful, but no matter what, I've achieved my goal. That expression of his, as if I just took away the person he loves, I'm sure his eyes will fall out, right? Ha ha. Sok-woo gritted his teeth, unable to stand the scene in front of him. Lee Giyoung hugged Young Hyun again, provoking, jealous, right, jealous to death. Come here, come on, come to my place, you bastard, come to my place, Lee Giyoung said. Thank you, Young Hyun, you're not giving me a hard time, are you? Young Hyun replied, no, I thought too much, this is nothing compared to the help I've given you. Sok-woo couldn't help but speak, Miss Young Hyun, you look it seems quite heavy, if you are not comfortable, please allow me to assist. Young Hyun replied indifferently, but I don't want you to do that, I can do it myself. Take care of your business, Sir Sok-woo. Lee Giyoung spoke up, tight, oops, it's my fault. Sok-woo was trembling. Lee Giyoung was about to not be able to hold back his laughter. Oh God. Look at those shaking hands of his. Hey, in the first place, if he had the ability to control himself, he wouldn't have messed with our Young Hyun in the bunker. Now is the time, come here quickly, this bastard. Suddenly a bunch of monsters appeared, everyone returned to their fighting stance. Take your positions everyone, prepare to fight. Lee Giyoung worriedly reminded Young Hyun, can you go forward and follow Park Deokgu to destroy those monsters? I will be there soon. Young Hyun is extremely worried about Lee Giyoung's body. Lee Giyoung comforts her, he won't do anything too much, so don't worry and move forward. Young Hyun seeing that, I had no choice but to. Lee Giyoung saw Young Hyun leave and thought, the current distance from Park Deokgu is appropriately 20 meters, if I receive a stab by provoking Sok-woo. Even if it's just the pig's agility is a bit low at this distance, he will be more able to block his next attacks, and while he does that Young Hyun will use healing magic on him. Even if I get attacked, I still have the energy shield that Kim Hyunsung gave me. As for the monsters, Kim Hyunsung and Jung Jin-ho will be able to deal with them on their own. Lee Giyoung. After calculating, he suddenly laughed savagely, hi. Lee Ki-young went to grab Sok-woo's shoulder in his extremely surprised eyes. Then, let's turn Sok-woo into a villain. Lee Ki-young asked him, are you jealous? Sok-woo heard that and was extremely angry and shouted, it's here, finally, it's here. Sok-woo slashed the sword straight into Lee Ki-young's body. Blood flowed out. It hurt like hell. Lee Ki-young was 3 seconds ago. Hold on. I can hold on. As long as we can get rid of Sok-woo is here. Pay attention everyone. As expected, everyone felt moved and headed towards Lee Ki-young's place. Named Sok-woo took it for fun, called Jung Jin-ho. The last one, it's done. Guys, I've already dealt with this bastard. Lee Ki-young collapsed to the ground. He guessed, for those who took down the weakest of the 4 gods in our group. His voice, he sounds very proud. Jung Jin-ho, among the cards you keep, at least one of them is an ideal landmine. Jung Jin-ho's face turns pale. His tone is extremely scary. Sok-woo, what the hell did you just say? Sok-woo didn't know anything, still extremely happy. I said I could do it. Oh my god, I did it. Brother. Jung Jin-ho was extremely angry, cursing, giving this crazy. Lee Ki-young thought, it's over, it's really over. Their group is really hopeless. From the looks of it, that bastard Jung Jin-ho will eliminate this crazy rebel element from his group. It looks like he's trying to show us that he has no intention of fighting my group. It's late, Jung Jin-ho, you have to fight us, you know that. Lee Ki-young feels this is a very suitable time. Okay, it's time, step up. Kim Hyunsung, don't let things happen according to Jung Jin-ho's wishes. Everyone rushed to the spot worriedly. Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young is holding his wound. Great, our lovely elements are all here. Hurry up and heal me. Kim Ji-joon is behind the character opportunity. Thrust the sword straight into Lee Ki-young's body. You trashy son of a bitch. You killed him. You killed Lee Ji-chul. Die, you bastard. The air stopped moving. Lee Ki-young fell flat ground. Yung Hyun shouted loudly and ran to Lee Ki-young's place. His face changed. Lee Ki-young fell to the ground, gritted his teeth, blood leaked out, his face turned pale, his whole body trembled, his hands clutching his wound. Hurt, Yung Hyun saw him like that and was extremely worried, shouting, no, brother. Park Deok-gu was about to rush up and say, those bastards, brother. Jung Jin-ho quickly overcame, scolding Kim Ji-joon and Sok-woo, damn, these guys are real, both of them, die. Jung Jin-ho rushed to attack the 2 of them. But unfortunately it didn't work. Kim Hyunsung stopped him. His sword. Jung Jin-ho was bewildered and couldn't believe it, he was knocked back by the attack. Kim Hyunsung told Park Deok-gu, Park Deok-gu, take care of Yung Hyun and Lee Ki-young, I'll take care of the other side. Jung Jin-ho, Sok-woo and Kim Ji-joon were all shaking, extremely scared. Park Deok-gu immediately followed and walked towards Lee Ki-young and Yung Hyun. Kim Ji-joon was angry. Said to Sok-woo, Jung Jin-ho, that bastard, hey, Sok-woo, take the opportunity to leave here. Sok-woo clutched the sword in his hand and replied, no, Mr. Kim Ji-joon. Kim Ji-joon doesn't understand why he said that, why? Sok-woo looked at Lee Ki-young, who was lying on the ground, and replied, I will leave after finishing off that bastard. Lee Ki-young, you go ahead. Kim Ji-joon also understood that, just instructing him, gosh, I get it. Besides, you looked so cool just now, I'm sure Lee Ji-chul in heaven will be happy too. Okay. Do my part too, see you later. Sok-woo looked towards Yung Hyun, who was covering her face and crying, saying the last few words to Kim Ji-joon, just leave me. You. Holding the dual swords. Sok-woo will leave after taking care of all these bastards. At Lee Ki-young's side, Park Deok-gu was screaming, Lee Ki-young, open your eyes. You can't die like this. Hearing what Park Deok-gu said, Lee Ki-young silently cursed in his heart, I'm not dead yet, you loser. Yung Hyun sobbed, if I die, hoo-hoo, no way, brother. Lee Ki-young hates you too. Can you please use recovery magic instead of just screaming? Park Deok-gu suddenly remembered something he said to Yung Hyun, that's right, sister, the ring, the recovery ring, quickly, throw it here, quickly. Lee Ki-young silently praised, good job little pig. Yung Hyun was still crying and pulled out the ring. Park Deok-gu asked her, please calm down, the ring. The ring on Yung Hyan's hand was glowing. Put her hands together, red, answered. Recover, recover. A light emitted around Lee Ki-young's body. He opened his eyes. Isn't this great? Everyone saw him open his eyes very happily, asking, are you okay? Lee Ki-young said it's okay, then said thank you Yung Hyan, you're still busy calculating. Well, I'm about to die. I have to pay attention before doing anything in the future. Suddenly, Sok-woo held a sword in his hand. Rush in, die, Lee Ki-young. Park Deok-gu has good reflexes. He can push him away with one hand, scold him, you bastard, how dare you. On the other side, the monsters were screaming. Lee Ki-young lay flat on the ground holding his ring in his hand, smiling triumphantly. Okay, it's time. Lee Ki-young used the shield skill energy. A shield appeared to protect Lee Ki-young's place. Lee Ki-young stood up, smiled, thinking, as expected, I hired the right person, but Park Deok-gu kept looking around, told Lee Ki-young, Yung Hyan had disappeared. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young speculated, she must have gone in to look for Kim Ji-joon. Yung Hyan chose the time very well. Park Deok-gu was now hanging his head down. I knelt down on the ground, my tone full of regret. I'm sorry, it's my fault, if I had come a little earlier, I'm sorry for being late, I'm sorry for not being able to help. Lee Ki-young listens a lot those words, rubbed his hand on Park Deok-gu's head, comforting him. Don't worry Park Deok-gu, you were also careless. And thanks to Yung Hyan, you only realized a little now, so don't worry, the most important thing is, don't cry, little pig, you're grown up and still cry. Park Deok-gu's tears were short and long, refusing to admit it, who would cry? Do you have a rule against adults crying? Lee Ki-young replied, how do I know, it's because you're too noisy, so don't cry, Park Deok-gu said again. I think you're too complacent, Lee Ki-young replied, are you arguing with me? Right, you little pig. Lee Ki-young was extremely touched by Park Deok-gu. He thought, it was just a mistake in his calculations, but no matter what, it's not a bad case. On the other side, Kim Ji-joon is running away. He still can't stop being angry. Sok-woo is stupid. Watching him avenge Lee Ji-chul is so refreshing, but that's all. No way, why should I'm stuck with that bastard who only knows how to brag, and Jung Jin-ho, that damn guy. From the beginning I knew the word friend wasn't in his dictionary, but he's kicking me like this. Okay. Damn it. But even so, the best thing is to follow Jung Jin-ho and cooperate with him Kim Hyunsung. Then I'll tear Lee Ki-young to pieces. Kim Ji-joon, he was running really fast. Suddenly a ray of light passed through his feet causing him to fall to the ground. He didn't understand what was going on, Turned out, it was none other than Yung Hyan who did it. Her face was extremely scary at this time. Her hands were performing magic and said, hello, there is no time so I will let's end it quickly. It's so embarrassing. Kim Ji-joon he screamed in fear, crazy, crazy. She's not normal, bitch, crazy bitch. Yung Hyan grabbed Kim Ji-joon's mouth and forced her. He opened his mouth. Kim Ji-joon could only ask for help in his mind. Help, what is she doing? Damn it, help me. Yung Hyan didn't have much time to use the skill, pumping air. Kim Ji-joon screamed and pushed miserably. Yung Hyan innocently said, does it hurt? I'm in pain too, why did you do that before? But my brother must be in even more pain. My brother's sin is terrible. I will take revenge on him. Kim Ji-joon trembled. Please forgive me, crazy. Kim Ji-joon's blood splashed on Yung Hyan. Ah, your blood is on me. It's so stupid, my brother won't like it. You're the one who deserves to be punished. Kim Ji-joon is so scared, help me. I don't want to be like Lee Ji-chul where. Yung Hyan said in a savage tone, whoosh, we have to finish quickly, where is the end? Today I will only punish you a little, don't be naughty in the future, okay. Kim Ji-joon was scared, okay, it won't be bad anymore, it won't be, so don't do it again. I can't die like that. After coming here I see that life is worth living, coming here is really meaningless. Well, Kim Ji-joon calculated in his head. It's okay to live, no matter what happens, it's okay if you don't fail. There are still dozens of people I can't kill yet. Right when I come back, I will deal with Kim Hyunsung first as planned. Next, after that I will kill this woman. Next Sok-woo. After I have stolen all the items here. One day I will become a fairy. I will admit the crime realizing Lee Ji-chul's dream. What do you think? Lee Ji-chul, what a great plan, right? Kim Ji-joon calculated for a long time, finally discovered that Yung Hyan used the air bomb skill. He was extremely surprised, then passed out. Yung Hyun sat looking at him in bewilderment. Oh, he's killed. Ah. Next to Lee Ki-young, Sok-woo was screaming. His glasses were cracked. His face looked extremely miserable. He said angrily, "Hey, let me go, you bastard, you Lee Ki-young rat. Do you think my brothers will leave you alone?" Lee Ki-young heard that and immediately laughed contemptuously. Sok-woo was angry. Funny, so funny? My brothers will kill Kim Yun-sung and will kill you guys soon. I won't forgive Yung Hyun either. I will make her regret not choosing me, every day, do it. But it seems like your beloved brothers have abandoned you and run away. Lee Ki-young looked disdainful, lifting his chin. Jung Jin-ho didn't tell you? Since Lee Ji-chol died, the plan was cancelled. You're the only one who ignored it. Sok-woo doesn't understand what you're talking about. What? What are you talking about? Lee Ki-young is extremely happy. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. This expression of his is full of patheticness. This situation is so funny, he said it straight. Stupid land. Do I have to spell it out for you to understand? Jung Jin-ho abandoned you. Sok-woo, I'm actually very grateful to you. Actually from the beginning, like the trash you are, Yung Hyun has made a lot of progress. Lee Ki-young despised. The belief in the person that Jung Jin-ho considered as a guarantee was this stupid. The guy Sok-woo finally understood. You bastard, what do you mean? You took advantage of me, you trash, you're worse than a dog. I'll kill you. Lee Ki-young replied with a bright smile. What are you talking about? That sounds a bit unpleasant. Right, Sok-woo, I just sat at the table and ate what you prepared, of course. I didn't even move a finger because you even put food in my mouth. And Sok-woo, if you want to hate me so much, then I'll probably have to kill you. Sok-woo doesn't have any arrogance left on his face. Now there's only fear. What? Lee Ki-young patiently explained. I mean, I'm the one holding your life right now, but for Lee Ki-young, if things go a little differently, the person lying there will be me. Actually, this not the most ideal choice. It's really killing someone, but even so. Park Deok-gu asked extremely worriedly, are you serious? Are you really planning on doing it? Lee Ki-young consoled. Park Deok-gu, if you don't want to look then close your eyes. Sok-woo is scared. Glass Lee Ki-young, what do you mean, what are you going to do? You lost your mind, Lee Ki-young replied to him. I think you need to experience using your hands at least once. Why? Because in this place, that is the most rational and necessary meaning, isn't it? Sok-woo trembled. You're crazy. Lee Ki-young returned the favor. You are the same, isn't that right? Sok-woo humbled himself, asked for forgiveness. But when it comes to this, there's no need to hesitate again. Lee Ki-young raised his sword high. Sorry, this isn't the first time, to be fair. They were all people I killed. I denied their help and tricked them into falling into a trap. Then it's the same, I just need to calm down and reassure myself. Like I said, I don't need help. This is the same, it's all necessary. I should think in such a reasonable way. Lee Ki-young stabbed the sword straight down. Sok-woo completely stopped breathing, another lost lamb. Lee Ki-young comforted Park Deok-gu. No need to be afraid. This is a place to kill or be killed, and if you can do it, then you can do it better. No matter what it is, you will be better than me, everyone. Park Deok-gu heard that and calmly asked, are you a Christian? Lee Ki-young sighed. I don't believe in gods, I just try my best. Notification rang. A new floor has been unlocked. Please select the floor you want. Lee Ki-young scrolled through the dashboard. The news said, it seems we get experience points when we kill this person, whether on Earth or here. The world is really cruel. Park Deok-gu yes. Lee Ki-young turned around and said, you shouldn't die never, understand? Lee Ki-young and Park Deok-gu, after finishing dealing with Sok-woo, left. As they walked, Lee Ki-young scrolled through the information board. Park Deok-gu saw him pondering and wondering but had not yet made a choice, so he advised him. Said, brother, I'm still thinking about the last job like you said. Choose the coolest one, Lee Ki-young thoughtfully said. I'm having a headache. All of them are cool, kid. Lee Ki-young calculating thoughts in my head. This time, everything is good. Choose the optimal one. I think I should make a prediction with fake regression next time. Suddenly a call rang out, sir. Oh, it turned out to be Yung Hyun's voice. She was chasing behind Lee Ki-young. Yung Hyun ran to hug Lee Ki-young. Tears were short and long. Lee Ki-young reached out to hug her. Yung Hyun asked worriedly, are you in pain anywhere? You're not injured, are you okay now? Name Sok Woo. What happened? Lee Ki-young held her face and explained, I killed him. Yung Hyun was extremely happy, that's good, I know. Park Deok-gu approached and asked, thinking about it, sister, did you just where are you going? Yung Hyun was surprised and answered hesitantly, well, that was before I found out, so. Lee Ki-young saw that, thinking, I should say help her, will you run and help Kim Hyun-sung? Yung Hyun heard you say that, her face was even more frightened, no brother, I'm not that crazy about Kim Hyun-sung, that guy, Kim Ji-joon, hit you, so I just got mad. Yung Hyun said while biting her nails, her whole body was trembling, and before she woke up, she accidentally shot herself, I'm sorry. Park Deok-gu saw her crying and was extremely panicked, saying, no, that's not it, I'm the one who needs to apologize, sister, I understand what you mean, I actually want to chase after her. You know that too, I really understand how you feel, so don't cry. Yung Hyun heard that and cried harder and harder, I really couldn't stop thinking about it. I should do it. Park Deok-gu didn't know what to do. He turned to Yung Hyun to comfort him, it's over, so don't cry anymore, oh brother, don't stand there watching, do something. What are you doing so, come here quickly, brother, what? Yung Hyun kept saying sorry. Lee Ki-young walked towards her. What do you want to apologize for, our kind and lovely Yung Hyun? Lee Ki-young patted Yung Hyun's head, comforting her. Okay Yung Hyun. Are you that angry because you saw me injured? Thank you very much. Lee Ki-young hugged Yung Hyun. It's okay. For Lee Ki-young, she's like a time bomb that's both warm and gentle, so comfortable. Yung Hyun in Lee Ki-young's chest burst into tears. Honey. Park Deok-gu saw the romantic scene in front of him, coughed. Lee Ki-young thoughtfully said, that's enough Yung Hyun. No way. Lee Ki-young called Park Deok-gu again came to comfort Yung Hyun. Who would have thought that Park Deok-gu was smiling extremely scary, refused to come out, gave Lee Ki-young a like. Lee Ki-young angrily cursed in his heart, you damn bastard, you intentionally set a trap, right? This pig. Suddenly heard footsteps, it turned out to be Kim Hyun-sung, he said, so everyone here had scratches on Kim Hyun-sung's body, he smiled at everyone. Lee Ki-young looked at Kim Hyun-sung and speculated, that Jung Jin-ho is not easy to kill, it's so embarrassing, if he was a good person, I would probably be photogenic, but, standing in front of our Kim Hyun-sung, he just seemed to be doing 3 childish magic tricks. Kim Hyun-sung wondered, where are the others? Lee Ki-young answered without hesitation, I killed them, most importantly, how is Jung Jin-ho? The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Kim Hyun-sung spoke up, that's good, after all there are enemies. Lee Ki-young heard that and said, yes, this is inevitable, it seems they had a plan from the beginning, if we were caught in their trap, maybe everyone in the shelter wouldn't be safe either. I know it's not easy, but I hope people will see this as the right thing to do. Kim Hyun-sung suddenly praised, he did the right thing. There will probably be many difficult situations like this in the future. No one out there condemns him for giving with a decision like this. I don't know if I can comfort you at all, but I hope you will get over it. Lee Ki-young was quite surprised by these words, fortunately he received them gently. So, it feels so comfortable, Kim Hyun-sung. Yes, thank you Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung asked, also, are you feeling better? Lee Ki-young, your injury. Lee Ki-young replied, oh yes, I'm fine, I'm very healthy now. But if I didn't remember the ring you gave me, maybe I would have ascended to heaven. I don't know how many times you saved me, I will never forget this favor. Kim Hyun-sung was extremely embarrassed hearing that. Embarrassed? Lee Ki-young was surprised to see this expression, this kid, so proud. Kim Hyun-sung gave an opinion. Everyone must be tired, so I think it's best if we rest somewhere nearby. Park Deok-gu happily replied. Agreed. Let's go, brother, sister too. Lee Ki-young replied. Okay. Yung Hyun, let's go. Lee Ki-young looked at Kim Hyun-sung thinking, we fight together, face dangers together and overcome them together. It seems he is also thinking that we have become close to each other, just like me, Kim Hyun-sung. No, isn't his face a little red? I can be sure that, even after leaving here, he will still maintain a good relationship with us. Just think about being able to sit in the same boat as Kim Hyun-sung. The type of boat that has the highest safety and is extremely comfortable. I thought this was a dream. Lee Giyoung smiled, or, I should say I finally breathe a little more relieved now. You've worked hard, my treasure. The four of them stopped to rest. Park Deokgu made a fire. Young Hyun raised his hand to warm up. Lee Giyoung said with firewood, Kim Hyun-sung, really out, I've unlocked a new job. Young Hyun and Kim Hyun-sung were both surprised. Kim Hyun-sung asked, so fast, are you going to tell me? Lee Giyoung replied, of course, I was planning to ask for your advice because this time there are so many choices. Lee Giyoung opened the status window, looked at the unlocked professions, some of the opened professions key. Click on each option to see detailed explanation, including 5 rare professions: summoner, magic spearman, warlock, alchemist mage, fire mage. Kim Hyun-sung giving the loaf of bread to Lee Giyoung, he quickly thanked him and took it. Lee Giyoung was still preoccupied with thoughts in his head. I don't know what to do if I get caught in a scam job or something, but am I lucky? Yes, the commander is the same, there is always someone talking about the commander is always in his ear. Lee Giyoung munched on bread, explaining each job. Starting as a summoner instead because of fighting personally. Summoner is a class that will fight using summoned disciples, spirits, or monsters. Summoner can become stronger due to the increase of mana and level of compatibility with summoning. You can upgrade professions related to summoners such as tamer, elementalist and summoned monster. Physical strength increases by 1. Intelligence increases by 1 and mana increases 2. Lee Giyoung likes this the most, because his disciples can appear and fight for him. Nothing feels safer and more comfortable than that, although I'm not sure about the level of compatibility. Next is the Magic Spear class, an intermediate class that can use magic and spear at the same time. You will possess average knowledge of spear and magic. The class can be upgraded, level is unknown. Agility increases by 1. Mana increases by 2. Lee Giyoung finds this a bit impossible, because using his body is not very suitable for him. Next is Warlock, a high-level job that can using black magic. It possesses a completely different level of magic, to the point of being able to reverse the concept of magic you knew before, by casting magic of demonic power. Because some religious organizations fiercely fought over sea magic, but in return its power completely overwhelmed other professions. Mana increased by 4. Lee Giyoung found this really attractive, but the last part makes him wonder a bit. Young Hyun thinks everything is good. Next is Alchemist. Basically, the alchemist profession is more about learning and researching knowledge about magic than fighting. They can completely find new directions and directions of development related to the casting of spells, magic and mana. You will possess the basic knowledge of how to create homunculus, that is, tiny people and alchemy. You can upgrade the same professions as apothecary, alchemist and homunculus expert. Intelligence increases by 2. Mana increases by 2. Lee Giyoung ponders because his intelligence stat is higher than his mana. So this is really the most suitable job. Although becoming an apothecary is a bit worrying, but I can create something similar to a mana elixir to supply the lacking mana. Finally, the fire mage. Obviously, to possess great firepower, you need to spend a lot of mana. The additional stat is 5 mana. Lee Giyoung asked for Kim Hyun-sung's opinion. I really want to know what are you thinking? Kim Hyun-sung spoke his mind. I'm sorry, but your Lee Giyoung mana is a bit not very high, so the magic spearman is a bit. Lee Giyoung was attacked but still smiled. Bad to that extent? Lee Giyoung started trying out the spear. Young Hyun and Park Deokgu both complimented him nicely. Lee Giyoung felt that at least he can take care of himself, but maybe from his point of view, I'm really pitiful, so sad. Kim Hyun-sung continued to analyze. As for the fire mage, because the mana consumption is too high, so I think there are still many risks. As for the warlock, listening to the explanation, it seems like this profession will likely put you in a dangerous situation. I think it's better to choose between a summoner and an alchemist. Lee Giyoung said while munching on bread, actually I also think so. It's a bit poor thing, but if this world had a medieval setting, some religious organization would chase away warlocks and curse like rabid dogs. There is no way I would want to put myself in a miserable situation. Such humiliation. I must have status, but really, this cute kid is trying his best to give me suggestions. Kim Hyun-sung explained, but I think maintaining a summoned beast also consumes a large amount of mana, since you have quite a high intelligence, so I mean alchemists are really not bad. Speaking of alchemists, they can create some magic potions, and not just making medicine. If you need a summoned beast, you can also create something called homunculus, so it will be much more useful in real battles. It's not like summoning, but creating an artificial entity. It will be very effective if you have enough mana to maintain the catalyst, also. Kim Hyunsung keeps talking. Now Lee Ki-young understands. Okay, this job is rare, right? A rare job doesn't appear easily, first of all, even though a monk's characteristic is healing magic. I'm sure they're still limited in strength. Divine power. In that situation, a high-quality recovery elixir created by an alchemist will definitely be necessary. If this is truly a rare profession, the elixir is probably an indispensable item. Should we try to live the life of an alchemist? Lee Ki-young smiled and said to Kim Hyunsung, the alchemist is definitely a good choice, but I can't give up on the summoner. Well, because the alchemist can also create substitutes, there's really no need to think about it. Suddenly, Park Deok-gu spoke up. What are you talking about? You have to choose warlock. Kim Hyunsung wants to choose alchemist. One dragon, one tigers confront each other. Lee Ki-young curses in his heart. Damn it, again. Park Deok-gu happily told the reason. Think about it. Wielding the power of darkness to destroy monsters. Thinking if you imagine Big Brother and become a warlock, everyone can see that Big Brother will become a darker and more sinister warlock, right? Lee Ki-young heard him say and thought. This time he danced warlock again, warlock like a parrot. Kim Hyunsung sighed and said, but in the eyes of others. While talking, Park Deok-gu said, who cares? That's it, I just need to kick away those who chase and kill boss. Well, to be honest, warlocks don't match boss's benevolent personality. But the scene where boss wears a black cloak is so cool, just thinking about it, Park Deok-gu said. While thinking about that scene, Lee Ki-young also found it a bit attractive. Looking at Kim Hyunsung with full expectation, doing something with such a coercive tone of voice. Let's go, suddenly I'm drawn into this, Kim Hyunsung said to Lee Ki-young. Even so, he can't become a warlock. Definitely not, obviously being an alchemist would be good more. Park Deok-gu refuses. Huh? Lee Ki-young silently cheered for Kim Hyunsung. That's right, or Kim Hyunsung can't bear to lose. Kim Hyunsung and Park Deok-gu were arguing loudly. One was a warlock, the other a fake. Kim and Yung Hyan just stood there dumbfounded and didn't say anything. Lee Ki-young's mouth was smiling, but in his heart he was saying, I shouldn't have asked. The sound of arguing kept ringing out. Park Deok-gu growled like a bitch. Tiger, Kim Hyunsung also did not give up. Each had his own opinion. The two suddenly turned their attention to Yung Hyan and wanted to ask her opinion. What do you think, sister? What do you think, Yung Hyan? Yung Hyan stammered in response, me that. I can't choose either one. One side tries to research alchemy, and the other side uses the power of darkness. Yung Hyan said with his face red and his heart pounding. Lee Ki-young didn't understand what this girl was thinking. Lee Ki-young also looked confused, rubbing his chin. Hey, it's really hard to choose. I really like the profession. Warlock has more risks, but in return the rewards are also higher. Park Deok-gu took the opportunity to say, that's right, Big Brother is what you said. Become a warlock, go to the dark side, boss, warlock. Suddenly, Kim Hyunsung pulled something out of his pocket. As he pulled out the radiating light, he said, this is what I got, very coincidentally, but it is an item reserved for alchemists. Park Deok-gu was extremely surprised to see that. Kim Hyunsung makes a request, if you choose the alchemist profession, I will give you this as a gift. This item has a name, Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Alchemy. A hero type reserved for the family alchemist. The great alchemist Ramus Tucker is a typical alchemist who wanders around and is still alive. Part of the Republican Army, he is famous as a leading researcher in the field of biology and pharmacology alchemy, but one day, for unknown reasons, he was known to have been eliminated. He may have passed away, but the alchemical knowledge he left behind was still preserved. Transmitted to this day, intelligence increased by 1, mana increased by 1. Lee Ki-young wondered what this was. Where did it come from? Kim Hyunsung asked, what do you think? Don't want it? Lee Ki-young's eyes lit up. Oh, so cool, can't refuse. Park Deok-gu quickly said, wait, Kim Hyunsung, this isn't a gift? This is bribing Big Brother with an unfair item. But where did that thing come from? Kim Hyunsung was not naked except to answer Park Deokgu's question. Well, at that time, in the precious mirror among other things, Kim Hyunsung looked at the book and said, "I'm not an alchemist, so I didn't read the book. Hey, okay. But it's a hero-level item. It doesn't work for me, but for you it's worth looking forward to." Lee Giyoung sighed, silently praising, "Good job, Kim Hyunsung." Lee Giyoung calculated, it's hard to make excuses. Right from the beginning, there's a high possibility that the rings and bracelets you gave us are also items that are not easy to find here. Even if Kim Hyunsung is a fake regression, it's hard to believe that the precious mirror appeared right in his place like that. Even though I didn't know our little Kim Hyunsung came back with his bag, or used some kind of store that we can't use yet, but seeing him pull out so many items, he probably has more items in his bag than I thought. Kim Hyun is full of determination. Scream, Lee Giyoung, please become an alchemist. Park Deokgu won't give up, big brother, warlock, choose the warlock. Young Hyun is on the side cheering, you choose your profession, I want that. Lee Giyoung closed his eyes and said, okay, I've thought about it carefully. In this case, I should obviously side with Kim Hyunsung. Sorry, Park Deokgu. Lee Giyoung rubbed his head and said, I think being an alchemist is the best. I swear it's not because of the book. Park Deokgu was criticized after hearing this. He turned into a statue. Kim Hyunsung praised, that's the right choice. Lee Giyoung opened the board information. Confirm that you want to choose the alchemist profession. A notification sounds, you have upgraded to the alchemist profession. You have received alchemy knowledge. Checking your stats and level. Lee Giyoung player leveling, basic alchemy knowledge. Methods, basic pseudomagic research, first crafting method. Lee Giyoung overview, looks like you picked one. The road is pretty good. I don't have much to say, but watching you try your best makes my heart clench. It seems like you even received something you didn't deserve. I hope that you can understand Ramus Tucker's alchemy, otherwise it would be a pity for a hero-level item like a pearl to wear on a pig. Lee Giyoung is quite satisfied. It's not like I don't know where this thing comes from, so whatever. Kim Hyunsung looked at the book and smiled. His sparkling eyes looked at Lee Giyoung extremely happy. Lee Giyoung looked at Kim Hyunsung and sighed, this kid, I look useful anymore? Now I'm the stock part that you're interested in. I'm no longer the rarely useful manager. The alchemist Lee Giyoung is standing on the stock exchange. Haha, I dig them gold mines then. Kim Hyunsung hand-delivered the book to Lee Giyoung, congratulating him. Park Deokgu had to accept reality. It's a pity, but if Big Brother chose that, Lee Giyoung wouldn't forget the two Young Hyun and Park Deokgu. Thank you, Park Deokgu, Young Hyun. Thank you both of you. I gratefully accept your gift, Kim Hyunsung. Lee Giyoung held the book and looked embarrassed. Even though he continued being the recipient, like this is a bit embarrassing, but I will try my best to meet your expectations. No, actually I feel happier when I can help everyone. Lee Giyoung still hasn't stopped being excited. Kim Hyunsung, you're so kind. I'll help your stock market hit the roof, so you have to keep investing in me, okay? A long time later, everyone fell asleep. Lee Giyoung was still awake, sitting near the fire, opening the book to read. So this was alchemy. I didn't have any equipment yet, practicing a bit. That's difficult. I probably need to add something like a specially made catalyst for alchemy, but that pig is so noisy, it's so noisy. Also, if this job requires similar catalysts and equipment, then it seems like this is a job that relies quite a bit on items. This will cost a lot. First of all, I guess I can only finish it just fits with the spell I'm using. Kim Hyunsung woke up and noticed Lee Giyoung reading a book, so he approached and asked, can't sleep? Lee Giyoung replied, there are many things related to alchemy knowledge that I need to ponder. In your heart you are thinking, look, I am working very hard, oh powerful investor. But seeing him look at me with such satisfaction makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Surely you don't intend to think of me as a drug factory, right? Looking at Kim Hyunsung, who was having fun, Lee Giyoung said, that reminds me, the survival mission hasn't been completed yet, right? Because based on the current situation, there doesn't seem to be such a thing as boss monsters. Kim Hyunsung thought the same as Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung saw that. I can't help but feel that we are at the final stage of the tunnel dungeon guide. Tomorrow, when we go deeper, maybe we will see some clues. Kim Hyunsung completely agrees. Lee Giyoung calculated. First of all, I have confirmed that there are no boss monsters here. Also, does that mean there's a way out recently? The mainland's instructions from that damned starting point say that the mainland is a place where only a few survivors can set foot on. On the other side, Lee Sang-hee said with a smile, "It seems we have finally found them, the sword and shield will replace that person. Although we have not yet reached the true stage of this place, but I feel like we're one step closer." Lee Ki-young's group of 4 started together. On the way, Kim Hyun-sung and Park Deok-gu quizzed each other. Kim Hyun-sung asked, "What happens after the god of thunder takes a bath?" Park Deok-gu replied, sweetly. Then Park Deok-gu asked, "What do you call being a bookworm since childhood?" Kim Hyun-sung answered, naively, "Now it's my turn." Kim Hyun-sung asked, "What bag do you want to bring to the market to bargain?" After hearing the question, Park Deok-gu said 3 dots, carrying a bag, "What does that mean? I don't understand." Kim Hyun-sung had to ask and answer himself, carrying a bargain bag. Park Deok-gu smiled like a lucky man when he heard the answer. Lee Ki-young heard it and couldn't understand it. Kim Hyun-sung, where did you learn all that crap? Lee Ki-young turned to ask Young Hyun, "Do you find it funny at all?" Young Hyun shook his head repeatedly, "No, it's so boring." Lee Ki-young still feels that our Young Hyun is more interesting, but I'm glad that everyone is more comfortable than before. Kim Hyun-sung and Park Deok-gu walked in front laughing ha ha. Everyone was very happy. Lee Ki-young walked behind thinking, at first, everyone was worried about how to escape this dark hell. This is the reason why is it so good to be in the same boat as fake regression. Seeing Lee Ki-young smile, Young Hyun was also happy. He raised his hand to pat her head. Suddenly they stopped walking. It seemed like saw something very surprising. It turned out that in front of the 4 of them was an iron door, the exit that Kim Hyun-sung mentioned yesterday. Kim Hyun-sung smiled when he saw it. Lee Ki-young saw it and immediately sarcastically looked at that brat laughing. Everyone looked at Park Deok-gu. He understood and immediately walked towards the door. Let's go to the mysterious world." Park Deok-gu was extremely surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Why did we come to a strange place again? Lee Ki-young also froze. Mysterious? Where are we? What the hell? No, this isn't outside. Lee Ki-young noticed a big circle in the middle, and that thing in the middle, a magic circle? A notification sounds, a rare mandatory mission has been started. The rare mission status is not completed. All 4 people have activated this mission. Park Deok-gu discovered that there was another door on the other side. He quickly rushed to push the door, but it didn't start at all. Lee Ki-young reminded, "Park Deok-gu, don't touch things so carelessly. Come back here, there must be some conditions to open the door, and we have to leave here to complete the dungeon sweep." Lee Ki-young pondered, how to complete what will it be? First, Kim Hyun-sung said that there was no boss monster. Somehow the magic circle seemed like a hint. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-sung seemed to think of something. Stepping to the magic circle, then using his skill, a blue light emitted from Kim Hyun-sung's hand. The magic circle glowed. Lee Ki-young understood. Well, it was just need to inject mana and it's done. Kim Hyun-sung said, "Yes, I had a feeling that it was related to mana, so I tried it to see if it seemed like the correct answer." Lee Ki-young felt it was right. That's too obvious, my friend. The announcement rang out. The rare mandatory quest has been completed. The rare quest, completed and survived. Everyone was extremely happy to see that. Park Deok-gu couldn't hold back his tears. Lee Ki-young observed Kim Hyun-sung closely. His expression was like, "I did it and this is really the beginning." The scene before him was extremely beautiful, autumn, attracting everyone's eyes. Butterflies flew up from the magic circle. Even though this curtain is a bitch, but such a thing, it's really beautiful. The door from before Park Deok-gu also automatically opened it. The light emitted blinded everyone. A girl spoke up, congratulating you for safely returning from the tutorial. Lee Ki-young looked at the girl in front of him. Who is this is? The girl wearing the microphone introduced herself. I am the person in charge of the first floor of this tutorial, the vice president of the Blue Guild. My name is Lee Sang-hee. Lee Sang-hee said, really very it's an honor to meet everyone. Lee Ki-young was surprised. The person in charge of the first floor guidance. It felt like she was getting along with us. What's going on? Park Deok-gu approached Lee Sang-hee and asked, what are the instructions from the person in charge of the first floor? Could it be that you were the one who introduced us here? Lee Sang-hee hastily explained, "No, let me introduce myself first." She introduced, "I am the vice president of a free guild under the Holy Empire, established in the name of the goddess Venegor. The name of the map guild is the Blue Guild. I'm also the manager of the first floor guiding this time. One day, we were also summoned to this place and were forced to do the same challenge, to put it simply. We arrived a little earlier than everyone else, but we still haven't figured out why we were brought to this land. Furthermore, once we complete the first floor of the tutorial, it's our duty. Our job as managers is to guide you, the completed team, to be able to get to the outside world, as well as rescue the survivors still inside. And add that, of course, we will teach and support you in adapting to the new environment where you have to live from now on. We will also ensure to provide you with a basic living space." Lee Ki-young wondered, "A basic living space? Let's not talk about that. So that means the door leading to the first floor guide is not always open, right?" Lee Sang-hee quickly replied, "Yes, this door will only open for 3 days after completion, but we don't know why, but I will lead you out. Before that, please hand over your weapons." Lee Ki-young was extremely surprised when he heard that. "What? Are our weapons rented?" Lee Sang-hee continued talking, "We will discuss in more detail after arriving at our Blue Guild's encampment." Lee Sang-hee told his person, "Miss Hua Yian, please start searching, find the survivors inside. I will take these people to the base camp. Now, please come this way." Lee Ki-young decided to use his mind's eye, checking the player Lee's stats and talents. Sang-hee. Lee Sang-hee's status bar is fully displayed. Age 33. Temperament is an ideal peacemaker, heroic paladin rank. Job effect is basic grasp, sword knowledge arts, has basic knowledge of shields, has basic knowledge of intermediate swordsmanship, has basic knowledge of advanced swordsmanship, has basic knowledge of gods, has basic knowledge of intermediate gods level. Lee Sang-hee's title is Iron Blood, Strength 82, Stamina 90, Endurance 91, Mana 77, Intelligence 30, Luck 33, Agility 52. Lee Sang-hee's ability is Blood Gold, Strong Spear to temporarily increase endurance and physical strength. For those with the Knight profession, physical strength usually increases by 3. Saint level equipment is Heroic type, Blood Iron Shield is Heroic type reserved for Knight, Legendary Power Prize. Overview of Lee Sang-hee. Her stats alone are impressive. It seems like her potential is almost at its peak. Her endurance and strength stats can still increase further, but other stats are difficult. She's not bad at all, but somehow her stats make people feel regretful. Even so, you should never underestimate her. Comparing the person who gave Lee Ki-young to her is impossible. Lee Ki-young read it all in one go and his face changed. Those parameters are nothing to be underestimated, but if she wanted to, she could kill us without any problems, so why is she so humble? Lee Ki-young assessed Kim Hyunsung's facial expression for the time being. It seemed like Kim Hyunsung didn't react too negatively. His role as an ideal peacemaker didn't create bad feelings, so I think there's no need to worry. She doesn't care about whether people die during training or not, so the way she treats us is so different. Maybe it's because we're a completed team. Success? Lee Ki-young walked up and couldn't help but look back. It seemed they arranged everything faster than he expected. Well, it was only a matter of time before the people in the shelter were rescued. Thinking back, I would have left without saying a final goodbye to Lee Jae-hee. It was not my concern. When Lee Ki-young entered the door, the scene before her eyes was extremely surprising. Above the sky. The sky is a bird spreading its wings to fly. Park Deok-gu was so moved that he was in tears. Looking at the scene before him, the road bustling with goods and people passing by, that's when we believed, I survived. Lee Sang-hee happily said, "Our luck is good today. Griffins are rare, so we don't often see them. It must be grilled flavor, great." Park Deok-gu saw the food shop, immediately rushed over. Lee Sang-hee noticed that and said, "That reminds me, you must be very hungry. We were planning to treat you all to a meal, but this is a special occasion, so I will buy anything you want." Park Deok-gu is extremely happy and excited. "Really? Big brother, there's only grilled squid here. Hey, if you have the chance, just eat it well, give me an extra portion here." Lee Ki-young sighed. He suddenly noticed that Kim Hyunsung hadn't come up yet. No sound. He's thinking about something. Why does he have that expression? "You called out to Kim Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung quickly responded, "Are you calling me?" Lee Ki-young replied, Well, it's nothing special. I just want to say, please continue to help us in the future. Kim Hyunsung has come this far, you can't leave me, bro. I'll try my best. You know that, right? Kim Hyunsung was extremely surprised when he heard that. He happily replied, okay, I also hope you will help, Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung's group also got into the car with Lee Sang-hee to go somewhere. In the car, Young Hyun and Kim Hyunsung greedily ate grilled squid. Lee Giyoung leaned on his hands and looked outside through the door, exclaiming, so comfortable, actually being treated so kindly like this is nice. I'm not used to it, but let's be happy first. Lee Sang-hee sat directly with Kim Hyunsung. She asked, that reminds me. It seems like you guys conquered that dungeon quite quickly. Kim Hyunsung also quickly replied, really? Isn't that normal speed? Lee Sang-hee smiled happily and replied, no, normally a dungeon takes 6 months to conquer, but you guys did it in just 3 months. It's truly extraordinary. Perhaps this is the time. The shortest conquest time in the world. Park Deok-gu wondered, are there also dungeons in other places? Lee Sang-hee explained, yes, the Republican Party and the Alliance of Countries are also managing several tutorial dungeons. We, the Holy Emperor, are currently managing 3 tutorial dungeons. I will tell more details later, okay, but here. There were many people from many places, each of them were assigned separate seats and went through different instructions. Lee Giyoung just sat and listened without saying anything. He looked outside looking at it, thinking to myself, that person must be a native, the outfit and robe. It's like the medieval times, although I don't remember it clearly. Lee Sang-hee kept saying, usually it's not allowed to know what happened inside, but I'm really curious how you conquered the dungeon so quickly and with only a small group of 4 people. Kim Hyunsung replied, yes, a lot of things happened, but we were able to do it because each of us fulfilled our role well. Well, in the concentration camp for survivors on the first floor underground, there was one for everyone. Shelter, please save the people there. Lee Sang-hee doesn't understand, why? Park Deok-gu immediately spoke up, placing his hand on Kim Hyunsung's shoulder. That's where he stood up, so those who were still alive could gather together. We left behind those who couldn't fight, then formed a team to conquer the dungeon. That place was not only a safe place, we also built a fortress, so everyone there lived well. There was also enough food. Lee Sang-hee, quite surprised, complimented them. I get it. You guys are new, but it's really cool. Lee Giyoung sat and listened as if he understood somewhat. Now I'm sure, the reason they were being friendly with this Kim Hyunsung, this old fox. Fine, everything is simple. The players when facing the soldiers immediately screamed, where is this? Who are you? This? What do you want to play for? Release me, let us go home, the soldiers said in disgust. I told you to gather quickly, follow the instructions. First line up, be orderly. What is your house for? Exist anymore? That was the scene that Lee Giyoung speculated. Usually people would react like that after surviving the dungeon. They would cry and make a fuss. What about us? Conquering the dungeon in the shortest time. They also built a shelter for survivors. A new wind is blowing into the land. The Blue Guild is preparing to rise once again and actively recruit efforts. Large-scale guild in the Empire causes tension. Super rookies highlight the world. Lee Giyoung guessed that we are super rookies that are rapidly increasing in price, and they are a large organization trying to recruit us. The team leader, Mr. Kim Hyunsung. Do you have anything to say? The shelter, there are about 30 people there. Hope you can save them. We trust you. Hate Lee Giyoung. This old fox regression. What reason does he have to tell his story? Our achievements? Of course he acts like it's no big deal to raise our value. The way they treat us is very different. We are the upper class. From the beginning, being on the team raid has proven that we can adapt to any situation. Being in the same boat as fake regression is the best. The carriage stopped. Lee Sang-hee got off first and reminded everyone, please step down carefully, this is our base. I don't know what Lee Giyoung saw, but he was so surprised. He opened his eyes wide. It turns out this place is extremely large, not the headquarters that big? Lee Sang-hee invites everyone in. Lee Giyoung looks at Kim Hyunsung wistfully. They are golden eggs. Well, I just need to slowly find out the purpose of this cute fake regression no matter what. Whether it's the Blue Guild or somewhere else, no matter who he's with, we'll walk on a path filled with flowers. Lee Giyoung's group walked in, opened the door, screaming rang out. There were countless people, heroes of the raid team. the strongest guild in this land. The Guild of Hopes and Dreams. Welcome to the Blue Guild. Lee Ki-young's group of people everyone had the same look. Lee Ki-young didn't understand, what's going on? Lee Sang-hee quickly explained, sorry if I startled everyone. We just wanted to organize a wonderful party for you. Lee Ki-young was still surprised. I was shocked. So much so that I thought a monster had appeared. Call the person who created this game here immediately. Lee Sang-hee looked at everyone's faces and said, everyone must be tired. Let's go to the banquet room first. We'll start preparing the food. Tell those part-time workers to use what they're doing and prepare some food. Park Deok-gu was extremely excited. But Lee Ki-young was paying attention to something else. Are the people who welcome us just doing extra work? Well, thank them anyway. There's just one thing Lee Ki-young is wondering about Lee Sang-hee. But didn't she say she was the vice president? If it were at a company, she would be equivalent to a deputy director. Why does she have to do it all herself? And everything looks so massive and majestic, a bit ostentatious. On the other side, those who look older are all important members of the association. They say, ho ho, investing in form is indeed a wise choice, just as Chairman Kim suggested. Ms. Lee Sang-hee doesn't know how to do it. Make a good first impression. Show others that Blue Guild status isn't bad from the start. Look at them, they look excited and happy. Mr. Choi Gomon is always right. The future of the Blue Guild will be very bright, sooner or later they will join us. If I were 10 years younger, I would still be standing there. A moment later the banquet was prepared extremely well. Full. Park Deok-gu held the attractive chicken thigh and ate it happily. Only Lee Ki-young is worried. Well, it's delicious, let's put it that way, they look great and seem to have a lot of money. Kudos to them for trying to perform well in front of us. Even the cutlery is gold. But at this guild just now I thought they were a bit suspicious, from everything being a bit ostentatious to the vice president doing all the simple things themselves. There was no clear evidence at all, absolutely no. Lee Ki-young held the spoon in his hand and suddenly realized, wait, what, this spoon, isn't it pure gold? Why is it so bright? Could it be that? Lee Sang-hee suddenly spoke up, that reminds me, I haven't asked your names yet, can everyone say your names? Kim Hyunsung introduced himself first, also saying his profession was swordsman. Next was Park Deok-gu, shield warrior. Next was Young Hyun, mage. Lee Ki-young didn't expect them to say their profession too. Yeah, sure, no problem, right? Lee Ki-young was the last one to introduce. I'm Lee Ki-young, the alchemist. You think it's because I'm the one who has changed jobs twice already, unlike the three of them. What do you think? You want to recruit me, right? She wants. Suddenly Lee Sang-hee said with a frown, alchemist, I see, maybe you just changed your job for the second time? Lee Ki-young was extremely surprised. What was that? Why does she look so disappointed? Damn. Lee Ki-young turned sharply to Kim Hyun-sung who was intently eating, tears streaming down his face. Didn't you say the alchemist was great? This guy, I really wonder if this bastard just wants to turn me into a drug factory? If they don't treat me well now, I have to make them treat me well. First, just trust this lovely fake regression, the drug factory, as long as I don't become that. I want to say the main point, but it's not the right time. Park Deok-gu is busy eating and drinking, praising non-stop, it's so delicious, it's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food. My grandmother said no, I hear from people who give me free food, but I'm so hungry that I don't care anymore. Lee Ki-young finds people like Park Deok-gu very good, a simple mind like him is sometimes good. Kim Hyun-sung suddenly spoke up, it's actually like Park Deok-gu said, we're very grateful for the meal. There's nothing to complain about, but the reason you treat us so well is because you need us. Am I right? Just as Lee Ki-young predicted, they really wanted to probe us. Lee Sang-hee also responded, you guys are amazing. I didn't expect to be able to guess our intentions through these gestures. Yes, in short, we want to recruit you to our guild, of course. It's difficult for you to give an answer right now. If you all agree, we have prepared extremely good conditions for you. Lee Ki-young wants to see more, that's right. Let's see what you guys have prepared. Although it's already obvious, Lee Sang-hee clearly stated the conditions. The conditions we have prepared will be very favorable for everyone. Kim Hyun-sung suddenly interrupted. First I wanted to give more details. Lee Ki-young was startled. What? Hey, wait. Lee Sang-hee said, of course. Then I will explain in detail so everyone can understand better. This land called continent. Lee Giyoung kept looking at Kim Hyunsung forever. Kim Hyunsung, are you serious? Do you really want to join them? Since when did you jump to their side? Even though they only got the code and everything here is fake? Lee Sang-hee kept saying, besides this, the Holy Emperor also worshipped the goddess Venegor. Lee Giyoung speculated that, well, I guess Kim Hyunsung, this pseudo-regressor, would only be interested if there was something worth keeping a secret from us. Maybe in his past life he was also a member of the Blue Guild. But he nods too much, even though he wants to approach them to take advantage of them. Kim Hyunsung, if you keep this up, you'll be out of ideas. You have to be skeptical and play with them a bit, but you can't agree with everything they say like that. Blue Guild gives you the benefit what? Lee Giyoung rubbed his chin, annoyed. I don't understand what he was thinking. Maybe he used to be a guy who trusts people easily. A gullible guy working like a slave in a despicable guild for the rest of his life. A pitifully gullible guy. But I'm still not sure why he came back here again. Oh no, Kim Hyun, our poor Sung, used to be such a trusting slave. Without a doubt, I saw him being stupidly benevolent from the moment he set up a camp for the survivors, Lee Giyoung imagined. I can't help but cry, but who is next to you? It's me, your good brother Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung puts the meat on the plate. I have never shared what belongs to me to anyone, so I will never allow anyone to take it away from me. What? Don't worry, Kim Hyunsung, I'm sure. I'll fill your life with gold and silver. From now on don't trust anyone and trust me. He bit into the meat and smiled savagely. Lee Giyoung held a golden plate, his face exuding coldness, thinking, Kim Hyunsung, I guarantee I won't let you suffer any loss, just believe me. At a luxurious party taking place, Lee Sang-hee opened her mouth to speak first. That land called territory is not only the Holy Kingdom of Venegor. She was holding her chin and said seriously, but there are also large countries such as the Republic and the Alliance. We work together to maintain balance in each country. Among them, the Kingdom Alliance is the friendship between the Holy Empire and the Republic. Peace, while the Holy Empire and the Republic are hostile factions, Lee Sang-hee said. In addition to the 3 countries named above, there are also neutral countries, but those 3 countries are the top 3 countries. We are just immigrants from Earth to this territory, and have to live with the indigenous people who existed here in the beginning. The relationship between us is quite complicated, so we always looking for ways to understand each other. Lee Sang-hee continued, the indigenous people besides humans also have other species, such as goblins, dragons and lizard men. Lee Giyoung fights colds exclaimed, oh that's it. First information, there are humans here too. Lee Sang-hee didn't care about Lee Giyoung's indifferent words. She continued to say, secondly, Blue Guild and a number of other free guilds that have certain autonomy, not influenced by the empire. However, those guilds have established cooperation agreements with host countries, so that when war occurs, they can provide military support back and forth. Second information, no matter how powerful the guild is, they will not stage a coup to take over the rule of the country. And the 3 major countries above are all there are super weapons that help them fight against large guilds. Lee Sang-hee continued, third, the dungeon that is used to challenge people, is only opened once a year. Place you are present here to become the state religion for foreigners, those who manage the affairs, provide basic guidance, and govern. Guilds of small, medium, and large scales will automatically divide it into turns to manage the tutorials. When the tutorial period ends, the guild assigned to the tutorial duties that year will have the opportunity to interact with the raid team. Finally she said, and that explained the meeting between us, the Blue Guild and the group of everyone's raid teams. Park Deok-gu was so stupid, he looked confused and said, does that mean we are from the Blue Guild? Lee Sang-hee hurriedly explained, it wasn't really like that. If she had to explain it would be like this. She did not hesitate to continue, we are organizations that are recruiting people. Everyone please see we are like recruiters inviting people to work at the company and agreeing on annual salaries together. Park Deok-gu put his hands on his neck and let out a long groan. At this time, Lee Giyoung did not speak. He was still attentively observing Lee Sang-hee's words from beginning to end. Suddenly he thought to himself, exactly as I thought, but I'm still wondering about one thing. On this side, because of being asked too much by others, Lee Sang-hee while shyly saying, it could be said that the whole room and this food were bribes. No, gifts from us. Haha. Lee Giyoung came to the conclusion in his heart that this Lee Sang-hee that's too frank. He was staring at Lee Sang-hee with his chin in his hands and thinking, if I were her, I would lie about more than half of that information. In his heart, he was thinking, this person, too upright, unlike someone who would create a story in a place like this. Maybe this vice president is just a puppet in someone's hands. That person can take advantage of the vice association's integrity to cover up hiding some real purpose. It's also possible that Blue Guild is trying to show that they are all as decent and upright as her. Lee Giyoung suddenly let out a secret smile, but to be honest, with speaking personally, they are very desperate. Suddenly he spoke up and asked Lee Sang-hee, I have a question, what role does the Blue Guild play in the Holy Kingdom? Lee Sang-hee was startled, then she also said, say it, he asked, why are you guys so desperate? Lee Sang-hee heard that and said silently, oh that's it. Lee Sang-hee didn't care at all, she continued, Blue Guild was once the guild representing the holy country, although I'm not a big guild. But, at that time Lee Sang-hee's hand was being held tightly by her to suppress her emotions. Lee Giyoung asked, ever? She sighed and said, yes, but then we encountered a problem that went beyond our control. Lee Sang-hee suddenly stood up and shouted, however, I hope you will consider it. Remembering the benefits that will be achieved in the future, our salary and benefits will not be inferior to any other union. Lee Giyoung immediately replied, I understand. Next to Kim Hyunsung, seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Giyoung's heart secretly thought, so they are just a guild in a period of decline, so they need to recruit potential new recruits to regain their form. That's why they have to humble themselves like that. Even spending an amount of money beyond their budget, they are trying to show their sincerity and efforts. Try as hard as you can to look neat and make us sympathize with them, but that's your business. He clasped his hands together and his face gradually became expressionless, in Lee's mind. Giyoung was in the image of himself waving his hand and refusing to say, no, what are your thoughts like this? Breaking up early is less painful, on the surface he is sighing deeply and thinking, we are not sponsors, why? We had to sign a contract at that cheap price just because we feel sorry for you guys. Dream, let's get out of here Kim Hyunsung with your strength and Ying Hyun, we are more than capable of joining a big guild. While secretly speculating in his heart that Kim Hyunsung would agree with him, suddenly Kim Hyunsung spoke up and said, it sounded good, so Lee Giyoung immediately thought, what is that? Over here Kim Hyunsung is talking endlessly with Lee Sang-hee, but we can't answer right now. I need to know more details about the conditions on your side first, Lee Giyoung gasped. I thought to myself, oh, is he expanding his relationships? What was the reason why he did that? So it wasn't until later that Kim Hyunsung remembered his friend next to him. He turned to ask Lee Giyoung, is it okay, Lee Giyoung? Lee Giyoung had no other choice. He was startled and laughed and replied, huh? That's right, you did it right. But waiting for Kim Hyunsung to turn away, he tensed up and bit his finger thinking, this kid, well, even though he's an innocent person, he's still a regression, he must have some reason, with this personality of his. It is guaranteed that in his previous life it was easy to be deceived, but in this life he went headfirst into the Blue Guild. In fact he was what are you thinking about? Suddenly Lee Giyoung seemed to realize something, he silently groaned, could it be? Looking at Kim Hyunsung's innocent face, Lee Giyoung guessed that he wanted to take advantage of them. He was startled, it was definitely not a rash decision, and at the same time he saw okay. Yes, why are you suddenly so handsome? Lee Giyoung strung together the events and came to a conclusion, meaning that in his previous life, at the Blue Guild, he was not an average person. At least he must have been Kim Hyunsung and held a very important position. Hi. Lee Giyoung remembered his past life. Every time he returned from a mission, he would be warmly welcomed by the children. At that time, when he entered the Divine Regression area, Kim Hyunsung, the president of the Blue Guild, even though he was usually in his previous life, he was just some random guy, but actually he was a random guy with the position of guild leader, and Park Deok-gu logged in from the real world to the territory just to be a meat shield for Lee Giyoung. He must always be the one in charge of important moments. Lee Sang-hee is the vice president, joining the territory from the real world, and Lee Giyoung is a member of the guild, eating meat in the real world. Then he was pulled into the territory. Ying Hyun, the most dominant magician in the territory, came from the real world to protect Lee Giyoung. Now he is leaning on his hands to reminisce about the past. Maybe he is the guild leader. Perhaps? Thinking back, he was originally a legendary player, so strong that the system couldn't judge how strong his stats were, so he would eventually become a famous character. Imagine Lee Ki-young's current situation. Kim Hyunsung holding the guild's flag, he thought, in a declining guild in this area. He would have great influence, I don't know his purpose. Is it to save the world or not, or obviously, the higher his position in the guild, the more beneficial it will be. There is a high possibility that he wants to return to the Blue Guild, even if it's my guess, but that's the most reasonable reason to join a lame guild like this. After that, everyone raised their glasses of wine to drink, Lee Ki-young thought, moreover his attitude. I also showed that he understands Lee Sang-hee very well, I can judge based on that. Lee Sang-hee saw that a long time had passed, she said, thank you everyone, hope everyone you can rest comfortably. Tomorrow, do you want to meet again to discuss with the Human Resources Department? Kim Hyunsung immediately replied, okay. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Lee Sang-hee said, it seems everyone has finished eating and drinking, I'll take everyone to the break room. Wait for everyone at the dining table to stand up. Then, Yoon Hyun approached Lee Ki-young and asked, do you have a good appetite? He replied, okay, how about you? Ms. Lean excitedly said, I really like meatballs, next time I can make them myself. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young smiled and said, is that so? I can't wait to try it. Yoon Hyun smiled brightly, yes. Looking at the adorable Yoon Hyun holding his arm, Lee Ki-young laughed and thought, I bet he wants to return to the Blue Guild to promote the group to important positions, because we are all very good in hay. Well, it seems like our regression has already been thought through somewhere. Lee Ki-young coldly looked at Kim Hyunsung's back. Kim Hyunsung, you're so cute, then you gave a smile that's hard to ignore. Other than that, Lee Ki-young followed everyone up to the room and thought, you're thinking that you've done it all. For the Blue Guild, it's like a white snake that always wants to control everything, that's really it. A lucrative bait. When she reached the upper floor, Lee Sang-hee pulled out a set of keys, she held them out and said, these are keys for guests. If you need any help, just let me know, I'm going now, I hope you guys will have a peaceful time here. Before Lee Sang-hee left, Lee Ki-young exclaimed, thank you, Deputy Blue Guild. Having said that, Lee Ki-young looked like she was blushing and smiled and nodded. Lee Sang-hee also nodded in response. She did not forget to smile and then thought to herself, I did not forget to make a good impression. Lee Ki-young reached out and grabbed her hand. Door and turned to tell everyone, looking at the number I think this is my room, what do you guys want? We can go rest in the private room first. When Kim Hyunsung and three of them heard that, they didn't bother to react. They just stood still and looked at Lee Ki-young. He silently lamented, why are you guys looking at me like that? So, don't look back. Kim Hyunsung stared at Lee Ki-young like he wanted to ask, how does Lee Ki-young feel about this place? On the surface, Lee Ki-young just smiled, but in his heart now there is hate. Don't use your eyes to ask me that question, just ask the truth. Kim Hyunsung, if this continues acting, maybe mind reading will appear on my next class transfer list. You must be very indifferent about my thoughts, right? So you just sighed and said, how about we go inside and talk? Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung quickly replied, yes, if you see it that way then that's fine. Maybe if we have a fake regression, we can still listen to Lee Ki-young's opinion? Entering Lee Ki-young's room, everyone was surprised at the space inside. Park Deok-gu excitedly said that it was a real room, with a bed, a mirror, and a blanket. He immediately hummed and took it. Tears, but in his heart he was thinking, oh, well, it seems that while I'm sparring with them, I'll be able to enjoy my time here. Lee Ki-young, being the boss, immediately approached the judge. Mind, if you speak up, feel free to sit wherever you like. Okay. Thank you Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young secretly thought, it seems like our lovely Kim Hyunsung really wants to listen after predicting about my answer. He went to a chair and sat cross-legged thinking, to think that he could make a fake regression worry this much, what a ridiculous situation. Lee Ki-young said voice, so maybe this sounds like a coincidence, but I never thought I would see a structure like this again. He scratched his head shyly and said, this kind of VIP treatment, I'm really not used to it. Well, but in my heart I thought, I actually really like it. Park Deok-gu rubbed his messy short hair, me too, contracts and empires. I hate having to deal with things that make I have such a headache, what about you? Yoon Hyun also said confusedly, I felt the same way. Kim Hyun-sung had been listening all this time before speaking up. Park Deok-gu and Young Hyun, you two just need to think about it a little simply, we'll be fine. Are in a position where they want to treat us well, and this will probably apply to other organizations as well. After the first round of negotiations ends, other organizations will probably also send us something. We should think about the organization that will bring the most benefits to us, but I can't help but think that this association will be better than the others. Hearing those words was like seeing Lee Ki-young circle sitting to the side. He thought, well, there's no other way. Kim Hyun-sung. Kim Hyun-sung looked at Lee Ki-young and spoke, while we still don't know what the terms will be, of course a place needs us. Will treat us well, don't you think? Mr. Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young thought with a cold face. Kim Hyun-sung, you are really crazy about Blue Guild, aren't you? Yes, is that so? So are we going to help this association? On the surface, he replied, yes, maybe so. Over here, Park Deok-gu sat on the bed and said in confusion, yes, is that so? So are we going to help this association? Young Hyun also replied that wherever Lee Ki-young goes, I will follow. Lee Ki-young thought, is there any unexpected benefit waiting for me this time? Young Hyun is calling, you. Lee Ki-young still crossed his arms and closed his eyes, calmly saying, yes, but I think this place isn't too bad. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-sung immediately blushed. But he hadn't been happy for more than 2 seconds before Lee Ki-young continued. But it won't be until tomorrow to know for sure. Now freedom of choice is still the best for us, because we have nothing left to lose. Again, seeing that Kim Hyun-sung's face had changed so quickly, Lee Ki-young immediately thought this was interesting. Kim Hyun-sung's face now had a sad expression. He said, ah, yes, that's right. Mr. Lee Ki-young is right. We also need to consider a few more things about our future. We should consider that too. Of course we will choose the side that benefits us the most. Above, Lee Ki-young proudly thought to himself, ha ha, oh my dear Kim Hyun-sung, are you scared because you think I might not choose the Blue Guild? Don't worry, if our lovely fake regression wants to choose Blue Guild, it will be Blue Guild. Because he sat with his legs crossed for too long, his legs became numb and he couldn't stand up. Young Hyun nervously moved forward. He asked for a while, but Lee Ki-young's train of thought didn't stop. He still thought, although it was quite easy to convince, seeing that he could become a fake regression, he was definitely not stupid. More importantly, returning to the Blue Guild might be the key to success in his second life, but as humans, who wouldn't want to be treated better? Lee Ki-young's legs felt numb as he stood and compared. Squeezing his feet, he laughed, talked, sang and sang ah ha ha ha. Okay, since it seems like we're done talking, so maybe we should rest in our room and then explore the guild master together. Young Hyun also quickly replied yes, you can rest. Park Deok-gu also quickly stood up and said yes, I think, you can just rest. He immediately replied, it's okay. I can't, it's okay to sabotage everyone. Let's meet in front of my room in 15 minutes, I'll see everyone later. Kim Hyun-sung also stood up and said, I'm going to my room too. Lee Ki-young smiled, okay Kim Hyun-sung, see you later. Kim Hyun-sung didn't know what else to say, so he replied, yes, but in his heart he secretly thought that now the important thing is the agreement, we must negotiate successfully. Looking at his back a little sad, a little lonely as Kim Hyun-sung left, Lee Ki-young thought inexplicably, damn, why is he so sad? Hey, if the negotiation goes well, remember to give me a position there ha ha ha. Go back to your room, take the key and open the door. Kim Hyun-sung's eyes can't hide his sadness. Looking at the room, there is only light. The sun came in and it was a bit gloomy. Kim Hyun-sung fumbled for a long time but couldn't find the light switch. He immediately walked to the window. Remembering his past life, his people were protect yourself and sacrifice. That girl trembled lying in a pool of blood and said, President, please, run away, they will come here. Listen, the three of you must escape even if you are alone. Kim Hyun-sung heard that and kept saying, no, I will not retreat alone. I will also fight to the end, please. Lee Sang-hee held the spear and stood up tremblingly, her whole body covered in blood. She weakly said, I'm sorry. She cried and smiled to reassure Kim Hyun-sung. Please forgive her sins, this is mine, President. Young Hyun's body was climbing up. She had committed suicide, Park Deok-gu shouted angrily. This horrible bastard who killed her, who killed Young Hyun's sister. And Lee Sang-hee just crying and laughing. Whether it is today or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, we must protect. The empire has massacred its people. Ha ha ha. President, the scene is very cruel. You guys wearing the mask is here again. Ah. She held the short sword close to her throat and said, humans will eventually be slaughtered. I'm sorry, President. Having said that, Lee Sang-hee in front of Kim Hyunsung, she committed suicide, her blood splattered on him. Looking at the people she loved dying, they were lying in a pool of blood with the dazed and unbelievable eyes of Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung. He stood alone in the middle of the lake. The sky turned red as if stained with the blood of his beloved. Returning to reality, Kim Hyunsung took a deep breath. He slowly said, I'm sorry, this time I will definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, a mask appeared. Kim Hyunsung suddenly woke up. He was breathing heavily and couldn't breathe. The afternoon sun had turned yellow and shone on his body, but he still refused to move and stood there for a long time. Kim Hyunsung hugged his face and cried. While crying he said, damn. Remembering the three of you, Lee Giyoung, Yoon Hyun, Park Deok-gu and even Lee Sang-hee are all people I love very much and are still alive and well. I silently made up my mind, this time is different, I can do it. This time, hey, I will surely save us all. Outside the house the sky is clear with white clouds and birds are chirping. Outside the hallway Yoon Hyun is tiptoeing to someone's room. In Lee Giyoung's room he is changing into a new shirt. Yoon Hyun gently holds the doorknob of Lee Giyoung's room, but suddenly she heard a noise inside. As soon as Lee Giyoung opened the door, she saw Yoon Hyun standing there shyly. She stammered and said, "Ah, did you sleep well?" Lee Giyoung was extremely wondering, why is she here? On the surface, he also asked, what about you? Are you waiting for me? Yoon Hyun replied with a bright smile, I want to go to the interview with you. She proactively hugged Lee Giyoung's arm and said, by the way, you smell really good today. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, is it okay? Waiting until everyone was sitting in the hall, a soldier opened the door and walked in and said, Mr. Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung stood up and looked at the three people. Lee Giyoung then said, I'll go first. Lee Giyoung smiled encouragingly and said yes, good luck. After Kim Hyunsung left, the three of Lee Giyoung fell into silence for a long time. Lee Giyoung sat nearby thinking, if it's a group interview, maybe I'll just barely pass. Those applauses are really bad, maybe it's not just a simple interview, they're planning on doing it as a test or something. After waiting for a while, the next person was Yoon Hyun. Inside, Lee Giyoung still heard the loud applause. He thought to himself that must be it. I hate this feeling. Teacher Yoon Hyun went in, the soldier continued to call, next, please invite Mr. Park Deok-gu. Now Lee Giyoung's face is as black as the bottom of a pot and he keeps hearing applause when he enters the port and hates him. But to think, even Park Deok-gu, it feels like everything is about to be exposed like a card of deception in front of his teammates. Then the soldier came in to call, followed by Mr. Lee Giyoung. He said happily, come here, but in his heart he was secretly thinking, at least my stats are much better than before, aren't I very skilled now, I still have intelligence? He's also very powerful. As he walked, he thought, besides, I don't even have Park Deok-gu, I'm sure I'll receive the same welcome. At this point, he suddenly stopped in surprise. Walking to the middle of the room, Lee Giyoung looked up at the group of people above. Lee Sang-hee above smiled at him. There was also an old man wearing glasses looking at him seriously. A white-haired man was holding his hand, looking at Lee Giyoung and then sighed. Then the old man wearing glasses spoke, now, Mr. Giyoung, if I remember correctly, your occupation is, well, you said you were a fake alchemist, right? Lee Giyoung also didn't hide it and replied, yes. I was originally a magician, but then I chose alchemist when I advanced to the second profession. Because I was allowed to choose alchemy, so I didn't pursue a normal magician career anymore. You were talking intently when, the guy with glasses said, ahem, Mr. Giyoung. I thought, what the heck? He said while laughing, up there were two men whispering and laughing at each other while the old man with glasses picked up a pen and said, I'm saying this because you're still young and don't have much experience, but alchemists don't. Probably not a good choice. If you had a lot of mana then maybe the story would be different, but may I ask what your starting mana stat is? Lee Giyoung coldly replied if you had when asked, my index is 8. I heard the number 8 come out of Lee Giyoung's mouth. He pushed up his glasses and laughed and said 8 seconds, 8 minutes. He said, ahem, that's quite modest, isn't it? Taking into account the fact that you've changed your career twice already, that's quite a bit. Lee Sang-hee next to you was startled. The old man with glasses started talking again. I was expecting it to be at least 10. Maybe your mana growth index is a bit low. Lee Ki-young replied yes. It doesn't increase as fast as my intelligence. At least it's better than my team's mage. The old man with glasses didn't listen to what he said. I directly interrupted. Ms. Yung Hyan is well, this is the end of the interview. I already understand what you want to convey. Lee Ki-young was so angry that he thought, damn it, the directors. Damn the exam, they didn't even let me take the test. Lee Sang-hee calmly replied, why don't we move on to the contract negotiation part? She confidently made her choice and said 1,500 gold, equivalent to $150,000 on Earth. Like the others, your contract period is 7 years, with an annual salary of 700 gold. What do you think? Of course we can renegotiate the salary every year, and we will also provide everything you need within our ability. Before I finished speaking, a gentle voice rang out, indicating that you would join the others. Remaining person. Lee Ki-young stood thinking. Lee Sang-hee next to him heard that and quickly turned to say, wait, President Lee Solho, what are you doing? Why are you disrespecting him? President Lee Solho said slowly. I don't care at all, Hong, you understand clearly, don't you? Vice President Lee Sang-hee. Actually, he is a bit different from the rest, but he spent 1,000 taels of gold on his family. Alchemy is such a waste. It would be nice if he didn't waste our resources. Below Lee Ki-young was still standing still listening to them discuss Lee Solho. Lee Solho said it very calmly, carrying the vase. Calm down Vice President, what President Lee said is not wrong. You know it too. We are offering so many good terms just for the sake of other people. He wouldn't even have a chance if he were in the company. Another guild, I'm sure it was because he was lucky that he joined their party in the rookie dungeon and was carried by everyone. I've met so many people like him that it makes me nauseous. Okay. At this point, Lee Ki-young's face was already cold to sub-zero temperatures. He silently groaned. These damn meatheads. They're trying to make me look like an idiot, right? Lee Ki-young activated the skill to observe the status of each person in this hall. He couldn't help but exclaim sarcastically, their status indicators didn't even have a skill similar to that of a human mind. They shouldn't know that their dormant abilities are below average. The only reason their points are lower is because of the support class like Alchemist and the corresponding mana. They're partners, but right now they are ignoring the most important thing. Lee Ki-young forced his mouth to ask, the whole clause was just that. Lee Sang-hee dared to answer, that's not all. Everything however, a myriad of necessary benefits and accident insurance as well as life insurance will also be provided. She explained that both wedding and childbirth allowances and benefits use a variety of facilities. Facilities and other insurance. Not only that, we will prepare an additional research room for support-type professions like Ali Zhang here, and if you want, we will even send an additional researcher. Kim came to personally train him, plus. Another female member was about to stop Lee Sang-hee, the vice president, from such conditions, but she ignored those words. She continued resolutely, Mr. Ki-young is also a member of the team that completed the challenge just now. I believe in his potential, that is, what the Blue Guild can bring to him at this time. However, as I said at the time, hey, we can renegotiate any time later. Lee Ki-young remained silent when he heard such words, but he thought that, at the very least, Lee Sang-hee's attitude was not the least. Lee Sang-hee's attitude isn't that bad. I'm really satisfied when she shows respect and doesn't forget to continue to convince me that the problem is the laggards next to her. But there is a lot of people spoke up, even so, but fans, I don't know how close he is with Kim Hyunsung, Yung Hyan, and Park Deokgu, but it's not normal. The team members just completed the challenge dungeons, like them will go their separate ways. I think we should lower the amount negotiated in the contract a bit, don't you think? President Kim, that's right. Paying him 1,500 gold just to save the other 3 people is a bit. Below, Lee Ki-young rested his chin in thought. They were like a few loaves of stale bread. No, moldy bread is exactly what they say. Not everything is as absurd as they say. This is the outside world where the twin strings of people who come together in life and death will no longer works. I'm sure this is very common. He put his hand down and curled his mouth, thinking, but what about us? Those things will not happen to us. Recalling the happy image of Yoon Hyun, Kim Hyun-sung and Park Deok-gu, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, but is it different with people like Hyunsung, Hyun and Deok-gu? Then there is the image of money-hungry Park Deok-gu smiling, holding a glass of champagne in his hand to congratulate you. Money is truly the best thing in the world. A Yoon Hyun will refuse you, Ki-young. A Lee Ki-young is ready to trample on the words of a seaweed like he's crushing an ant. I can't imagine. Damn, the four of them grew up eating together and sleeping together because they are best friends. Lee Ki-young affirming that we are closer and more sympathetic to each other than you think. Do you really think they would just leave it alone if I was insulted like this? Yeah, no way. Even though this is making me mad, I still feel happy. If things have turned out like this, I'd rather have them ignore and look down on me. It would be much more comfortable than that. Lee Ki-young, after thinking for a while, I spoke up and told the truth. I'm not sure, but it sounds like good terms. I can understand that everyone has thought very carefully. The old man with glasses picked up a piece of paper. Said, to be honest, that's true, Mr. Ki-young. No matter where you go, there will be no chance of offering a contract with this good salary to a real alchemist. However, if you can convince the other three, we can even raise it a little more. What do you think? Lee Ki-young smiled benevolently and replied, I will consider. The old man wearing glasses did not expect this answer from him. He looked angry and said, what do you mean? Lee Ki-young scratched. I felt shy and said that what I just said had a positive meaning, but I wanted to hesitate to give me more time to think. We hope you can give an answer as quickly as possible once the demonstration week. We won't have much time until we get started. Up above, a person covering a fan said, what is that? He doesn't intend to refuse, right? It would be a shame to let him fall into the hands of another guild. To be honest, we'd be a bit lacking in the manufacturing profession if we trained him a little more and let him make potions. The product is still useful. The old man with glasses calmed down and said, until then I hope you will speak well of us in front of the other three people. Yes, of course, then I'll excuse myself. As I walked, Lee Ki-young thought, could it be that we will receive more invitations from other guilds that Kim Hyun-sung said no to? At that moment, Lee Jae-hee slammed the table and stood up, saying, Ki-young, wait. She quickly ran over to bring, according to a letter given to Lee Ki-young, here is the introduction book about the Blue Guild and the original contract. I think it would be useful for you to look at it. While pondering, Lee Ki-young reached out to take it and replied, yes, thank you, I'll watch it later. I drank a glass of wine, patted my forehead and lamented that it was a ghost who was just playing the game. Blue Guild's future is really dark. Lee Ki-young turned around and left. It's not necessary or worth reading. His face was very cold, because anyway, this whole thing will be completely turned upside down in the next few days. 1,500 gold for a contract with an annual salary of 700 gold. On the left land, they are equivalent to $150,000 and $70,000. To be honest, these benefits are really too favorable for a newcomer, and this also means that they offer this kind of preferential treatment is on purpose. I simply don't like being treated like a second person. These jerks, if they are truly desperate, they should have a more sincere attitude. See, Lee Ki-young didn't come back until the three of them. Kim Hyun-sung immediately called him. Park Deok-gu stood up and asked him if they treated us well. Yoon Hyun also asked if they looked like good people. Kim Hyun-sung walked towards Lee Ki-young and said, Ki-young, I think if you look at it from their perspective, it's like they're taking a gamble. They must be quite pressured to recruit talented people. It seems like force is the most important factor for them. Lee Ki-young silently cursed in his heart that yes, it's a dream, that's how they treat you. Seeing that Lee Ki-young didn't say anything, Kim Hyun-sung hurriedly said it might be a bit early to make a decision, but what do you think? I think it would be better if they guaranteed our group's rights here instead of going to some other big association. Park Deok-gu also stepped in. As long as if I agree, I also agree. Yoon Hyun nodded in agreement and said I did too. But Lee Ki-young kept staring at Kim Hyun-sung from beginning to end, thinking exactly as I thought. The loyal Park Deok-gu and the lovely Hyun would don't betray me. The problem is that Kim Hyun-sung really doesn't have any concept of pulling and pushing in this guy's dictionary. He's absolutely supportive, and above all, he's impatient to be looked at like he's going to pierce the galaxy. That made Kim Hyun-sung more worried. Why did Lee Ki-young imagine his future life scenario? Small fish living in the pond and I am your master. The ruler's life is of course what you choose. Even I think that choosing the Blue Guild is the most reasonable choice rather than going separate ways or being crushed by big guilds. Take advantage of the existing foundation of a high-class guild. This kind of thing would be much better if I had to start somewhere. Probably sitting on a snake's head would be better than going to hell in dragon racing because Hyunsung and Hyun are skilled enough to make it happen, but it's still not like that. Like this. After a while, Lee Giyoung calmly said, he thought it was best to think more. Kim Hee-eun was startled and asked if he didn't like this association. He replied, no, not really. Just. Lee Giyoung raised a finger to indicate, I think we can negotiate to increase the benefits a little more the better, and, it's already there to do, right? Right Hyunsung? All three of Kim Hyunsung, Park Deok-gu and Young Hyun were extremely excited when they heard that. Kim Hyunsung hid his sadness and said yes. I think I understand what you want to say, and then looked at Lee Giyoung's face. Standing up to Kim Hyunsung, he thought, that's right, to prove their strength. Lam Sak has already used their priority. Now they are in a position where they have to let other guilds see each other's skills in our group and has the opportunity to recruit us. Kim Hyunsung stood up straight and thought, yes, I'm a bit hasty, Mr. Giyoung, it's okay. Hyunsung, it's just that we don't have to sign a contract. It's not too early. The longer the negotiation goes on, the more worried they will be, and all we need to do again, Lee Giyoung thought, is that we are the group that completed the probationary dungeon in no time. I think it's entirely possible that we will receive more attractive offers, and when that happens, just one shot will be a decisive blow to show them our value. You said, once again, prove how much we are worth and be very clear. Then you said to yourself, like my answer, from the beginning, you could have set a high price a little more for yourself, brother. Park Deok-gu scratched his head and said, I'm just asking to be sure. But where you plan to go is completely different. Young Hyun shouted in fear, don't. Then she rushed into Lee Giyoung's arms and cried. He gently patted her head and smiled and said, ha ha, no, I also want to stay with everyone, and of course with Hyunsung too, right? Kim Hyunsung nodded repeatedly and replied, yes, even if fate intervenes between us in a strange place like this. Kim Hyunsung said, I also want to stay with everyone, in the middle of nowhere. This is extremely harmonious. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, you should do that, this damn guy. He turned away and covered his face, smiling to himself until he blushed, thinking, this guy will make a lot of money for you. Hyunsung, over here. Park Deok-gu snapped his fingers and came up with an idea, saying I also think so, brothers and sisters, we should go make some fresh beer and snacks. But Lee Giyoung didn't stop and replied, ha ha, when let's finish our work, for now, focus on working hard to prove your worth. After a while of crying, Lee Giyoung called, it's you too Ha-jan. She raised her eyes. The water sparkled shyly and said, if so, please go on a date with me today. She blushed and said, I will practice hard if you agree to go on a date. Lee Giyoung said in confusion, that's for after the recruitment, you also need to practice more. Young Hyun shook his head and said, I don't know, then I won't practice anymore. Lee Giyoung heard it very much. Shocked reply, what? Hyun, you thought to yourself, today she's really giving me a hard time, she's usually very good. Thinking of this, Lee Giyoung sighed but still agreed, it's okay. Young Hyun laughing so happily. Before being happy for 2 seconds, Lee Giyoung said, in return, everyone go together. Can you two go? Hyunsung, Park Deok-gu. That idiot Kim Hyunsung is not. I know what you mean, I'm free anyway. Park Deok-gu next to me helplessly said, hey, let's have a little love. Seeing that our date with the two of us had completely failed, Young Hyun was sad. I refused. I'm sorry, I thought about it and realized I should go practice more swordsmanship, so I probably won't be able to go. Lee Giyoung didn't stop me. Ha 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 ha. Well, I have to go too. Let's work out your body too. So you two should go somewhere to spend precious time together. Tall Young Hyun turned to look at the two disruptors, and Lee Giyoung said softly, no, Park Deok-gu, no why. Then he hugged Young Hyun's small face. Listen to me, right now, everyone needs to practice more. You still insist, want to go out with me even though you know that. Are you sure you're okay with that? Young Hyun replied in a low voice, yes, because training can be put aside, for me. Being with you is more important, something like that. So Lee Giyoung said, okay. Then he thought to himself, I can't blame her, she's so honest. Trung Kai again. Becoming an important person to her is the choice I love the most, but for now, we still have to prioritize training first. Kim Hyunsung looked around bewilderedly and thought, have I been a bit inconsiderate lately? Meanwhile, Giyoung Hyun looked down and said, I just want to be with you, just the two of us. It's tight, Lee Ki-young thought helplessly. She's unusual again. Well, it's true that I haven't paid much attention to Ha-jan lately, but anyway, our performance will be in great difficulty if Ha-jan doesn't focus on practicing magic. And that's haunting me. The four of them, each with a different position each other, but indispensable to each other, and I will not allow that to happen. I will not allow that to happen, at all costs. I will make all three of them succeed quickly because the director of this stage will be the joker of the team, Lee Ki-young, and surely the Blue Sack judges clearly understand that. Only our team can ask for more from them, because I can prove to them that I can think too. Looking at Giyoung Hyun, who was still making a statement, Lee Ki-young cupped her dumpling face in his hand and said, my little Ha-jan wants to go out with her. Are you here? Let's go eat somewhere, okay? Oh my god, she's so cute. Giyoung Hyun immediately agreed and replied, yes, that's a good idea. So he thought, I also have to practice hard, but everyone has to try too. Really, because everyone is the main actor, you turn to look behind. Let's go, Hyunsung, Deokgu. After eating, let's walk around the park by the city's lake, brother. The two of them quickly agreed. Lee Ki-young spoke up, okay. Today, let's do everything our Ha-jan wants, Giyoung Hyun happily shouted, really? Older brother? She hugged Lee Ki-young again and said, later, we can separate from Hyunsung and Deokgu and go alone, just the two of us. Lee Ki-young's smile is getting worse and worse. Please let's film a captivating movie together, okay? A few days later, everything in the Lamb Festival was still going very normally. In the room, Park Deokgu was lying on the bed, looking at something, while Lee Ki-young was looking up documents on the computer. Sitting for a long time made Lee Ki-young's body tense. He stretched and yawned loudly. Lee Ki-young turned around. Sang asked, are you looking at the advertisement? Park Deokgu didn't turn to look but was still attentively watching. He replied, that's right, Anne. The restaurant here is expected to have extremely delicious dishes, because there is a chef named Jameson and other chefs who are also famous stars in the world. Park Deokgu longingly imagines a table of mouth-watering dishes. I think that place is even better than here. Well, who would have thought that Park Deokgu would achieve great success in a place like that? He suddenly sat up with the advertisement and shouted, really, how much do you wish your grandparents and grandparents could see you grow up? Lee Ki-young was speechless when thinking of his grandparents trembling in confusion with their grandson. Luckily the two of them couldn't see him at the present time. Park Deokgu didn't know what to think. Lee Ki-young's thoughts, he shyly scratched his face and said, being treated well like this makes me feel like I'm considered a special person. Ha ha ha, it doesn't feel bad at all. Brother, Lee Ki-young said, you see that too, right? From now on you will be treated even better. The two happily talked freely to each other. Those simple smiles appeared after a long time. While having fun, they suddenly fell apart. He asked, by the way, is Hyun really okay? Lee Ki-young didn't know what was going on so he asked, what's wrong with her? Park Deokgu rubbed his hair with a sigh and said, a few days ago, since he rejected her, she locked herself in her room and cried for several days, like he should care about her. She's more, even if you don't tell me, I still know. Back in Giyoung Hyun's room, she's locked herself in there crying, because right now Giyoung Hyun is suffering a very big shock. Big because Lee Ki-young refused. Lee Ki-young turned back to read closely. He read and replied, but this is necessary, there is no other way. The more delicious and sweet something is, the harder it is to give up, harder to stop. It came out, Park Deokgu, well, I know that but, you're a bit too strict. I don't know where Lee Ki-young got the bread. He stuffed it straight into the throat of the talkative Park Deokgu. Hey, I told you not to worry, I understand Hyun much better than you, so why do you keep complaining? That's enough. If you have time to chat, eat more to improve your health or something. Otherwise, continue practicing until the recruitment, understand, you fat guy. By the way, why do you keep coming to my room all the time? Idiot. Mr. Park Deokgu replied while gulping bread, I understand. After dealing with Park Deokgu, Lee Ki-young returned to the counter feeling, like I said, I understand Hyun better than anyone, as well as Hyun's importance to the team. S at the moment. More than the fake regression dung, the reason this team is so valuable is because we have a powerful mage in the future with the potential to grow to that legendary level itself is Giyoung Hyun. Lee Ki-young scrolled through the stats table. Development potential is like the ability sleeping in the body. Players with higher development ability will have their stats increase faster. On the stat sheet, intelligence is 31 and both are hero level, as well as 2 lucky intelligence and my intelligence. As for Giyoung Hyun, she is in the stage of developing her mana quickly. And during the date a few days ago, she even advanced to the 2nd level of the elemental mage profession, the profession that both Hyunsung and I recommended. What did Lee Ki-young write? That on paper, the problem is that Hyun can grow more and faster than what he can grow at the moment. That's the reason why I wrote a formula paper for cheating while in the internment dungeon. After a while of writing, the final product was the Giyoung Hyun push and pull project. It's almost like making a famous, obedient star obedient. Every time she's making progress, I just need to reward her. The scene is Lee Ki-young patting Giyoung Hyun's head and praising him. Today I tried to create a new sentence and, is that so good, you did well, our cute Hyun. Lee Ki-young will become cold. We should rest today. Let's go to our respective rooms, then you will be scared to say, yeah, I can do better, brother, and the result then is you, being able to go out with you, just the two of us like now. I wish time could stop. Me too, but Hyun, let's not meet again. At least until the entrance exam. If you get 100 points then I will go out with you again. At this time Giyoung Hyun will depressed and asked, what, yes, what, but you are calm, don't worry, it's only for a short time. If our Hyun does well, I will reward Hyun, I understand, promise me. Giyoung Hyun will be angry and cry, this is ridiculous, damn, as I expected, she has become a hard-working student trying to be appreciated. Right now, I'm just trying to help Hyun take full advantage of his development potential. He will get stronger and he will also be rewarded by me with the opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Goal, and that was the perfect plan created by Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young calmly reviewed his plan and said, I'm simply keeping my distance from her because she can't concentrate if I'm around. I think it's good for a person if they keep hanging around. Marrying the person you like and not studying to prepare for the exam, Park Deokgu replied, poking his beak. Well, that's true, but she's been crying bitterly for the past few days. It's a matter of acting worried. It's natural to worry, even though it's only been 3 days, I still feel a bit sorry for her. But, allowing us to show off our strength is where the leaders of the Blue Guild and the recruiting teams of other guilds will leave it alone. Lee Ki-young said slowly, if he keeps hanging around you and ruining everything, it will be disadvantageous for Hyun. Anyway, we have decided to agree. Let's work together if this time works out, huh? Besides, Hyun also needs to learn how to cut seeds without me around. I can't always be with her, so this is also a good opportunity. Park Deokgu leaned his back against the wall and said, well, the more I think about it, the more I feel that Hyun really likes you a lot. You two are really a beautiful couple, what a rare sight these days, ho ha ha ha. Hearing what Park Deokgu said, Lee Ki-young thought dejectedly, the problem is that her feelings are more than that. From the beginning, if it wasn't for this fat fairy's arrangement, we probably wouldn't have had to spend our peaceful days under a close brotherly relationship like now. Peacefully at the thought of Giyoung Hyun holding a bloody knife asking, in the past, I used to be very obedient to your words, but lately, I'm not like that anymore, right? Above all, I don't hang out with you anymore. Thinking of this, Lee Ki-young has shattered Dung's image lately. He crossed his head and thought, no, I won't be able to rest in peace. Whether it's Giyoung Hyun or Kim Hyunsung. In any case until the end, when the 2 key members Hyun and Hyunsung demonstrate their strength at the grave, we can ask for even more, maybe twice as much. 3 or maybe 4 times. On the day of the performance, the host was standing on the introduction podium. Well, in just a moment, the demonstration of the guided assault team will be official. Let's start. I hope everyone will quickly settle down. I repeat, in just a moment the performance of the guided assault team will officially begin. A member of the group is leading the way. Lee Ki-young 3 people said, there are 15 minutes before the start. Everyone should quickly move to the designated location. Assault team, this way, just follow me. While walking and admiring the view around, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, I like it. It's really different from the tour guide. Looking at the luxurious building in front of him, he thought to himself, it's really classy, even though I don't like those old guys, but I have to admit we feel really safe now. He looked down at the crowd of people watching. Oh, those are the people in the hidden bunker. Let's see if Lizzie is here or not. Also, it's a bit disappointing even though I don't want to admit it. There are times when I really miss her stubborn personality. If we were both here, it would be enough to make the old men in lamb sack kneel and surrender. As he walked through Lee Ki-young's door, he looked a bit surprised. Looking at the brilliant, flashy scene before his eyes, he smiled and thought, wow, that's right, we are like this. Everything must at least reach this level. Right now, instead of being the host, Lee Jae-hee is standing on the podium saying, Dear Raid team members, are distinguished guests and important guests from all over the world. I am Lee Jae-hee, Vice President of the Blue Sack Guild. It has been a long time since we foreigners were last in this land. Hearing words like that, Kim Hyunsung didn't say anything, and Lee Ki-young, standing next to him, burst out laughing. Lee Jae-hee continued, We, the organizers of this event, still feel seeing that walking around Dungeon Direction is still as aimless as it was yesterday. However, the door to Dungeon Direction is still open this year, and, because of that, more and more new heroes set foot. Came to this land. Father Hira held a cup in his hand and smiled when he heard this. Lee Jae-hee continued to read her speech. From the bottom of our hearts, we sincerely thank everyone. Distinguished guests from all over the world are gathered here. Thank you very much to the members of the new raid team and everyone present here, us and the Blue Sack Guild. I hope that the blessings and light of Saint Ben Igor will always be with everyone. Thank you very much. Waiting for Lee Jae-hee to finish speaking, the host picked up the mic to continue. Yes, this raid team conquered the dungeon in the shortest amount of time and also attracted a lot of fame for themselves. Please warmly applaud today's main character. Hearing the name, Lee Ki-young waved to everyone and said with a smile, Please support us, haha. Inside a dark corner, so nervous that he was shaking. In the distance, Lee Ki-young saw her. He thought to himself, there she is, my lovely Hyun. It seems like she's looking for me. And now Young Hyun is still tense and looking around. Lee Ki-young looks at her from afar and thinks, I wonder if you practice a lot? You're right, my beloved Hyun. Suddenly she saw Lee Ki-young's tall and thin figure. She immediately smiled brightly. Lee Ki-young was happy to see her turn around and smile at him, but then he suddenly saw that her nose was bleeding. He thought in panic, what's going on? She's got a nosebleed. Has she been practicing to the point of exhaustion? Park Deok-gu also saw her. He clenched his fist and said happily, he's over there. But what? She looks so listless, my god, she must have been practicing really hard. Lee Ki-young bowed her head and said yes. Then Lee Ki-young sadly thought to herself, is she practicing too hard? She's not okay at all. The host saw that Young Hyun hadn't moved at all. He said that from this moment, the 20th show will start. The first performer is apprentice magician Ms. Young Hyun. Ms. Young Hyun, please signal me when you are ready. Young Hyun turned his face and thought, he will definitely be very disappointed in me. If I fail, I'll definitely say that I'm lazy in practicing and think that I'm a useless, pitiful idiot. It's definitely like that because he likes people with real strength. Above, Lee Ki-young is hiding his face and worrying about Young Hyun. Below, Young Hyun was holding the stick and trembling as he thought, I don't want anything like that except that. I don't want him to be disappointed. I hope I will do well, please. The host said, Ms. Young Hyun, please signal me when you're ready. Young Hyun was now in tears. Her whole body was extremely scared. She didn't want to be alone. We'll be abandoned again, just like my parents abandoned me. The host said confusedly, can I ask Ms. Young Hyun? Before I could finish my sentence, suddenly there was a loud noise. The whole hall was shaking. Lee Ki-young was worried, thinking if the stepmother had an earthquake. Damn. Can't let anything go wrong. This will determine the team's efforts. Please, Hyun, please. He closed his eyes tightly and silently prayed, let's try to do well together. Young Hyun picked up her weapon. She created a purple ball with explosive magical properties. Something shot up into the sky, followed by a huge fire coming down. Lee Ki-young opened his eyes wide and cursed, damn. He opened his eyes to see that fire creating a huge shock. That noise caused Lee Ki-young to cover his eardrum with his hand. He grumbled and thought, my eardrum is about to explode. Hyun, please be gentle. Cha Hira looked at the scene before him, smiled. Even the hard-eyed man was quite surprised by this power. Then even Lee Jae-hee and President Lee Sang-hee were equally surprised. As for Young Hyun, after throwing the kick she was holding the stick tightly and couldn't breathe. She suddenly had tears in her eyes and turned around to find Lee Ki-young and called him. Lee Ki-young was stunned for a moment. He looked down and cursed, damn it. Lee Ki-young suddenly jumped up and shouted, oh my god. Oh my god, my beloved Hyun. Yeah, I want to come here quickly. The top of my beloved Hyun's chop is amazing, super classy, everyone. He's the magician of our team. Kim Hyunsung said in confusion, how can he behave like that? I really admire him, and Park Deok-gu nodded and said, I can't stop him, really. In the middle, Lee Ki-young spread his arms happily and said, that's right, I said it and he's the one. That genius magician Young Hyun, and I'm Lee Ki-young, please support and care a lot for us. But in his heart he was still angry thinking, damn it. At this time, the audience was also infected by this happy atmosphere. They were howling loudly in the background. Someone started praising Young Hyun. Yes, she is truly a genius. A magician, the genius has appeared. Ms. Young Hyun, please spend some time with our guild, go away. We chose her first, Guga, Ms. Dung Hyun. The audience was rushing down to Young Hyun's place and said, Ms. Young Hyun howled. All the noise above. Lee Ki-young was intently watching Young Hyun go down thinking, thank you for you did well, Hyun, well, I thank you very much, but what should I reward you with? Young Hyun was happily running towards Lee Ki-young. Her face showed joy calling out to him, honey. She reached out and hugged Lee Ki-young without knowing what she was thinking in her heart. In front of him, Lee Ki-young is now covered in broken rocks. And the people in the guild are busy repairing it, leaving him speechless. The audience watching the opening match still hasn't stopped howling. They're praising reward Young Hyun. She is truly a genius. The genius mage has appeared. Ms. Young Hyun, please spare us a few minutes. Ms. Young Hyun, if you don't like being a guild, you can join our guild. Above the grandstand, who had just finished watching this special opening match, said, Kasina, give me that mage's profile now. Kasina is still busy with work. Just now, she couldn't escape. Her face was as black as the bottom of a pot and said, yes, I understand, tell me the strategy. Because of this strategy, she propped her chin up and said with a smile, this is interesting. Young Hyun quickly wiped towards Lee Ki-young, always calling out to you, brother. Lee Ki-young spread his hands out gently. Easily called Hyun, but in his mind he was thinking, damn, what should I do with her now? Then he used his mind's eye. When Young Hyun ran to hug him, the data sheet her magic power appeared. Lee Ki-young thought in amazement, her magic power is already 41. Just a week ago it was 31. The overview is extremely impressive. She is showing off a speed growth as incomprehensible. People say that Lee Ki-young is very lucky, because he only needs to cling to a talented genius like her like a parasite to survive. I also hope that he will never be separated from this girl who is loved by this magic power of nature. And also that you should be careful when looking at other women so as not to get stabbed. Hey, no matter who wrote it this overview, try to get caught by me. Tie it up. I will XXX you. Do you understand? Wait. The way my child will XXX you, but anyway. Including the people in this area only have about 60 to 80 magic power, so how genius is our little girl? The host was shocked by Young Hyun's power. Now he was lying on the ground trembling and saying, everyone, please follow the procedures, please. Everyone, please return to where you were originally, everyone. The people below seeing the two people Young Hyun and Lee Ki-young hugging each other passionately. I wondered, what is this? Their relationship is like that. They have no control over the current situation. It always seems to make them really uncomfortable. How strong. This side, Young Hyun was already hugging Lee Ki-young. She gently called out to him. Lee Ki-young looked down at her and said, sorry, Hyun, you're being so slow, it must be very difficult. She shyly touched her hands and replied, no, it's not difficult at all. She shed tears with a sunny smile and said, but I endured it. It's been a whole week, so it's me. I'll definitely reward you, good. Lee Ki-young's smile became stiff. He thought, I always think like this. But Young Hyun is very weak and the fact that she can barely change her "I'm yours" attitude when everyone is staring is also quite an interesting image. Hug immediately looked up and whispered, "They must be in a relationship, it seems like that, what the hell?" On the contrary, this is a very good thing. Lee Ki-young suddenly held Young Hyan's small face in his palm and placed a light kiss on her forehead and said, "Good job Hyan. I love you," and of course this sentence will be said for everyone below to hear. Now such a romantic scene catches the eyes of so many people. Even Kim Hyun-sung and Park Deok-gu find it very normal. Lee Ki-young, "I've never been as happy as I am right now. I think this is it. The image of the couple cuddling each other cannot be divided. If you want Young Hyan, then you have to accept me too, that's true. What a beautiful prospect." Lee Ki-young felt like he had achieved a lifetime achievement and was happy to think that our love affair was a great success. Ha 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 ha. But it seemed like Young Hyan hugged Lee Ki-young too tightly, making Lee Ki-young stiffen. Young Hyan, blushing, hugged Lee Ki-young even tighter, giggling, "Oppa, oppa, oppa, hee hee, you can't escape." Lee Ki-young, almost squeezed to death, gasped, "Let go, Hyan. Enough already." He thought to himself, "Damn it, I knew this would happen." The romantic pink atmosphere radiating made everyone the shy person change. The host picked up the microphone and continued speaking, "Then, next will be the new swordsman that everyone is looking forward to." Kim Hyun-sung also stood up. And Park Deok-gu saw Young Hyan and waved and said, "Welcome back sister-in-law." Young Hyan responded enthusiastically, and Lee Ki-young looked fiercely helpless. Kim Hyun-sung took off his jacket to prepare got down from the rain. The host said, "Now we will continue with your performance Kim Hyun-sung." Kim Hyun-sung turned around and said to the three people, "Let me go." Park Deok-gu I laughed said, "See you later." Lee Ki-young also smiled and said, "Good luck Hyun-sung." Kim Hyun-sung nodded as a response. Lee Ki-young saw that and thought to himself, "Damn, he's so handsome." Waiting for Kim Hyun-sung to leave, Park Deok-gu, they spoke softly, coughed, asked to look at the second brother and just made me feel like a light bulb or something. "Oh, I also have to move forward and find one for myself." "Just a lover, ah," Lee Ki-young replied coldly. "Forget about it and focus on the match. Hyan, you too." He covered his mouth with his hands and smiled. It will probably be a very anticipated scene. Below the ring, the host said, the performance would be a duel with a skilled swordsman. Lee Ki-young opened his mind's eye to observe Kim Hyun-sung and his opponent. Why, he thought to himself, it's called a duel, but looking at the stats the difference is clear. This is almost a one-on-one training which, of course, our dear retreatant will don't think so. At this time the host said, the countdown begins, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begins. The opponent unconsciously tensed up when facing Kim Hyun-sung. And Lee Ki-young put his hand under his chin and smiled. As soon as the host finished calling out the first step, the two instinctively rushed to fight. Kim Hyun took out his sword and seriously blocked his sword. Opponent. The other opponent saw that one move still couldn't defeat Kim Hyun-sung, so he increased his strength even more. He silently lamented, this kid, how can he be so strong? I just saw Kim Hyun-sung smiling gently below as if nothing had happened. Kim Hyun-sung swung a sword and sent his opponent flying farther. He gritted his teeth and rushed back, then thought, and still. Kim Hyun-sung calmly struck again, this time stronger than the last time. He still blocked Kim Hyun-sung's sword, but he looked at that angular face and exclaimed, come on, handsome too, damn. In the stands, Lee Ki-young saw Kim Hyun-sung knock his opponent to the ground. He smiled and thought, good, he is doing very well. Below, Kim Hyun-sung and his opponent were still fighting each other enthusiastically. He thought, honestly, this is the first time seeing him fight so seriously. Even for someone like me who knows nothing about swordsmanship, Hyun-sung doesn't look like he's being overwhelmed or nothing. The opponent cried out with one eye and then rushed towards Kim Hyun-sung, who was already in a waiting position. Lee Ki-young saw that but was not at all sad. On the contrary, he thought, thinking, but this was his second time if he wanted to. An opponent like this would be crushed under his feet, but he would shake the stick with his sword to show off his skills, so maybe he just exchanged moves back and forth. The one-eyed guy swung his sword past Kim Hyun-sung, while he remained as calm as ever. Passing a part of the way, the one-eyed guy swallowed his water and looked scared. A sword strike from the one-eyed guy cut Kim Hyun's face, causing his face to bleed. But he was never defeated. Up in the stands, the audience watching the match was excited. Blush, genius. What a genius. Observing their faces, Lee Giyoung came to the conclusion that, but those who learned a little about swordsmanship would be like they saw a swordsmanship genius just born or something like that. You must be surprised really. This is a big mistake to think that Hyun is the only trophy of our team. The real trophy is someone else. Lee Giyoung saw that and immediately laughed, making Young Hyun sitting next to him confused. Below, Kim Hyunsung swung his sword at the one-eyed man, making him unable to react in time. Kim Hyunsung kicked away the one-eyed man's sword, causing him to stand still. Lee Giyoung thought again, but it wasn't like he was showing off too much. After knocking away the other guy's sword, Kim Hyunsung also threw his sword on the ground. His face looked cold and expressionless. Then the one-eyed guy thought it was over. He let out a sigh. Just then, a flying punch hit him right in the face. It was Kim Hyunsung who threw this punch. He jumped and hit a large rock in front of him, resulting in the one-eyed man's entire body collapsing immediately. As for the rock behind him, it was deeply hollow and cracked. Kim Hyunsung bent down and saw the situation. In front of him, Lee Giyoung looked pale. Everyone was extremely worried about Kim Hyunsung. Even a group of people near Lee Jae-hee were sweating profusely. Kim Ji-joon ran to Kim happily. Hyunsung said, "Hey, are you okay?" "I accidentally." Kim Hyunsung sighed. He stopped and said, "I lost." Lee Giyoung saw that Kim Hyunsung had no problem at all and was extremely happy. There was nothing wrong with him. "Yes, this name, you are very good. I knew right away that you could do it." The host's voice rang out. His tone was a bit stuttering. Just now was candidate Yun's performance. Sung, guests, please note that you will be able to meet the candidates after the show ends. Please do not leave your seats. Lee Giyoung is sitting to the side silently praising Kim Hyunsung, as expected. No matter what, regression is still regression. On the one hand, he skillfully shows off his strengths such as high endurance and flexibility, and on the other hand, he avoids revealing his true strength. He is a person who knows how to move forward and know how to retreat. It's admirable. He doesn't even shed a drop of sweat. If that were the case, Hyun would be rated one level higher, but for big protectors, the body part Hyunsung's recent performance was enough to make them rush to recruit him. Whispers rang out. Kim Hyunsung walked back to the host to announce, followed by the performance. From candidate Park Deok-gu, since ancient times, soldiers and medics have always been important elements in a team. Respectfully introducing the golden shield of the raid team, Shieldman Park Deok-gu. When Park Deok-gu heard the person introduce his name, he immediately stood up and told everyone, "I was so nervous." Park Deok-gu immediately gave the three of them a like button. Suddenly, before he could prepare anything, Park Deok-gu was immediately punched in the face. Turns out, the owner of this punch was none other than a monkey. "Monster," the host announced, "you are witnessing. This performance's main purpose is to test endurance. Candidates will ask if they can withstand the monster's powerful attacks. The other training animal for 3 minutes. To ensure safety, we have kept the monster's legs. Please rest assured, after the demonstration ends, candidate Park Deok-gu will be treated by the doctors." The doctor treated him immediately. Park Deok-gu was suddenly attacked and quickly raised his shield to avoid the attack. Although the monster was held by a chain, its strength was not reduced at all. Park Deok-gu continued. Continuously being punched from left to right, from top to bottom, Lee Giyoung found it painful. "I know he's tough, but isn't this a bit too much?" Park Deok-gu sighed and rushed forward. The monster was also breathing heavily. One monster rushed straight at each other. Park Deok-gu used his shield in front of him. Both stabbed together and then lay down on the ground, breathing like he had never breathed before. Park Deok-gu raised his hand towards the monster and praised, "Hey, that was a good fight, brother." The monster also happily responded. Both of them punched each other. Everyone in the audience found this scene extremely touching. Only Lee Giyoung found it a bit strange. "Oh hello. What kind of love and affection is that?" "The match is over," the host said. "What a great performance, thank you, and next will be the performance of candidate Lee Giyoung." Kim Hyunsung also had fun with Hyun looking at Giyoung. "Good luck Giyoung. Everyone will cheer for you. Fighting, good luck." Park Deok-gu returned to his seat in the stands to cheer. It's your turn. I believe you can do it, keep fighting. Lee Ki-young happily looked at them. They were so enthusiastic. I also cheered up a bit. Thank you everyone. Thank you Hyunsung, I'm going. The announcer introduced, candidate Ki-young is an alchemist rarely seen in teams. We are eager to witness this candidate's skills. Mr. Lee Ki-young, please signal us when you are ready. Yes, let the performance begin. Lee Ki-young walked up to the stage and waved to everyone. He thought, this is the first time I've fought with the alchemist profession, but I didn't. Why do we need to create a highlight? The leaders of the Lamb Guild already have mastered my skills. Those guys even said that the catalyst is very expensive and they can't lend it to me anymore. Those bastards clearly understand that. Clearly wanted to trip me up. Luckily I asked Park Deok-gu to find me a wooden stick. Lee Ki-young started reciting the incantation, "Oh almighty beings, please, answer my request." The magic circle appeared. Ki-young held the wooden stick and touched the magic circle. Lee Ki-young thought with worry, I'm dead, it doesn't work. Really alchemy is basically reciprocity with me. It requires more stamina than mana, Ki-young said loudly, quickly. Right after that, a blue light radiated. From the magic circle, a blue tornado appeared rising high. Everyone was extremely surprised by Ki-young's performance. He stood looking at the whirlwind and thought, he must admire his performance considering he used blue magic because he was a member of that blue guild. The ending also looks crazy. The snail rushes towards the stick, looks quite like a scarecrow. In just a moment it catches fire, disappears into smoke. Lee Ki-young is full of confidence. That's right, using fake bracelets the needle definitely creates a better magic spread effect. It seems to be more powerful than my regular fireball, but it's difficult. I won't be able to use this in a real battle. Damn. I need to hurry up and develop another ingredient or something like that. At the end of the performance, Ki-young bowed solemnly to everyone. The host praised, thanks to you hard work that all the demonstrations have been completed. I have asked the valuable guests to remain seated and follow the necessary procedures. Lee Ki-young moves forward to the front, the joy of his teammates. The cheers rang out in shock. Ki-young hated it. It's here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Guys, everything is going according to plan. Just entrust your body. My body gives me the melody. Everyone is attracting Lee Ki-young's group to their federation. The arguments are extremely heated. Ms. Young Hyun, please come to our federation. Mr. Kim Hyunsung, we are recruiting swordsmen. Would you like to take a moment? Mr. Park Deok-gu, we are a bodybuilder. Let's work on our muscles together. Hey, quickly bring Young Hyun and Kim Hyunsung back here. Lee Ki-young, he looks like he will be an explosive mystery factor, that's it. I should take him back here, right now. Lee Ki-young is angry when he witnesses this scene. You all have to believe in me. Someone can't help but bid, Mr. Lee Ki-young, if you join our guild, we will give you 2,000 gold coins as a contract fee. Ki-young seems to have gotten his wish. What here? We have 2,000. Everyone is determined. So we give you 3,000, others 4,500, plus 6,000. Lee Ki-young crossed his arms and leisurely looked at them. Wow, worth thinking about. From those who always try to win against him. From those people who always give me orders, my god. Everything can change in an instant. Everyone is arguing like crazy. Are you guys doing that? I told you to bring Lee Ki-young back here immediately. Mr. Lee Ki-young, please come back to our team. Along with Ms. Young Hyun. Mr. Lee Ki-young, this is our business card. Can I talk to you and Ms. Young Hyun for a moment? Ms. Young Hyun, Mr. Lee Ki-young, you two are really a beautiful couple. If you join our association together, we will. Hey, don't push. Hyun looks quite confused and awkward. But Lee Ki-young couldn't hide it and chuckled inside. Ha ha, that's it, this. What a beautiful sight. Lee Solho and Lee Ji-hexa frowned. Looking at Lee Ki-young's body was like big star in the world, warmly welcomed. Lee Ki-young seems to have achieved his goal. His eyes are full of cold ears. Dear Lam Hoi. Do I look like an idiot now? What would you do if you knew that I, the party's explosive mystery man, prefer sweeter fruits? What a delusion, you all think you can have us without me, especially at the price that the person initially negotiated. Suddenly a girl with red hair rushed forward, pushed everyone away, and attacked Lee Ki-young, making everyone extremely surprised. That girl pushed Lee Ki-young to the ground, his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Cha-hira said, hello, cute baby, should we talk a bit, I and you? Lee Ki-young cursed under his breath. What? Who is this damn woman? Lee Ki-young was pushed down, his face turned pale, his whole body trembled. Hyun quickly supported him. Lee Ki-young could only curse silently. Damn, what kind of power is that? I thought I was going to die. Damn, is she part of a large guild? Lee Ki-young didn't think much anymore and used his mind's eye on that girl. The display system was checking the parameters and development threshold of the Cha-hira player. A moment later, the scoreboard full history of the girl who appeared before Lee Ki-young's eyes. Age 28, predisposition, person who changes in unpredictable ways. Pre-karma, mercenary queen is a legendary type. Pre-karma effect is achieved: gain high-level knowledge of weapons, gain high-level knowledge of two-handed weapons, gain knowledge of high-level magical manipulation. Title of Bloodthirsty Lady, Red Mercenary, Red Crazy Lady, Blood of the Noble Empire. Father Hira's stats are as follows. Strength is 97, which is legendary type. Hero types include physical strength 85, endurance 90, magic power 82, agility 82. Rare type includes including luck 56, intelligence 67. After reading it, Lee Ki-young had to gasp. This person, what are these monster-like parameters? Neo 97 power. She is the strongest out of everyone I have ever met. Is she a monster or what? And what's with the title and that bias? I don't like things that I can't control at all. Lady VIP, where did you come from? But the key information about Father Hira is that he is a bloodthirsty lady and a person who changes in unpredictable ways. Father Hira looks around and laments, "Aw, man, look what I did again. How disrespectful is this? When I was going up, I just rushed forward without thinking at all." Cha-hira introduced himself, Mr. Lee Ki-young and Ms. Young Hyun, right? It was truly a joy to enjoy your flying performance. I am the president of the Red Mercenary Guild, one of the 3 largest guilds in the Sacred Empire. Father Hira is pleased to meet you. After speaking, he reached out his hand to Ki-young. Lee Ki-young suddenly became extremely happy and excited. One of the 3 biggest guilds. Suddenly, she looked like a saint, just like I thought. Well, it's really good that I stick close to Hyun's side. Lee Ki-young reached out his hand to respond. His attitude changed 180 degrees compared to a few seconds ago. Ah, yes, nice to meet you. My name is Lee Ki-young, please. Before he could finish speaking, Hyun's eyes suddenly darkened. Again, Ki-young didn't understand what was wrong with her. Hyun whispered to Lee Ki-young, "Don't shake that person's hand, you. That person is very strange. Her clothes are also strange. Before, she even tried to kill us. Brother, please." Lee Ki-young's hand suddenly trembled extremely. He thought to himself, it's just a handshake, it's okay, right? She is a red-headed character. If I make a bad impression on her, it will be very bad. In the end, Lee Ki-young still decided to shake hands. Please guide me further. When Hyun, while being surprised, Cha-hira immediately approached and extended his hand. Nice to meet you too, Ms. Hyun. Hyun looked like she was about to explode with anger. Lee Ki-young quickly blocked her and Cha-hira. He said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Hyun here has a pretty serious fear of strangers." Cha-hira suddenly offered a price, an extremely shocking number. The people who bid first are worth nothing. The number she paid them was $2 million. Each person had the same price of $2 million. The salary was $500,000. What do you think? Kim Hyunsung was also extremely surprised. Lee Ki-young calculated in his mind, $2 million, according to the exchange rate in this world, is about 20,000 gold, compared to the amount that the Blue Guild initially proposed. For us it's 1.5000 gold, which is $150,000. Lee Ki-young looked towards Kim Hyunsung to see his expression. Seeing Ki-young, he immediately understood. Hyunsung, we can't go there. Okay, that's not it. Still regretful, but even so, $2 million per person is really a huge number. For me, it's 15 times better than the blue side, so for now, it was only natural for me to hear what she said. Cha-hira spoke up. Looking at your expression, you seem extremely satisfied with this price. How lovely. Hearing the name, as you probably know, our Red Warrior Guild is a guild that focuses on close combat. You newcomers probably already know, but here, the monks are too talented that can use high-level magic as precious land. So the executives at my guild are constantly nagging me to be more proactive in cultivating magic, you see. Lee Ki-young asked. Sorry, so you want to change things up a bit? Cha-hira bingo, to be honest, that's why when I came here today I didn't expect much, but by chance there was talents like Ms. Hyun and Mr. Ki-young appear before me. You may be an alchemist, but it's still a magic profession, moreover, you can heal like a monk. It's okay to be a monk, so I think the two of you are the perfect talent for our offer. Cha-hira's attitude is completely different from the Blue Guild, Ki-young recalls. The words of Lee Jae-hee, an alchemist. I see, we can only give out a maximum of 1,500, that's it, just try harder. Lee Ki-young is silently praying, right, I also think so, Hyunsung. Let's think about this one more time, no matter how we dissect it, it's clear that with blue we are already trash, it's not too late so let's go fight. Father Hira suddenly said a shocking information, however, this suggestion of mine is only for those with magical professions. Our guild at this time I'm already overloaded with close combat fighters. Even though having to let go of talented people like Kim Hyunsung here still pains me a lot. Lee Ki-young is a bit suspicious. Wait a minute. What, does it mean that in exchange for my value increasing 15 times and being next to Hyun, that means I have to put Hyunsung and Deokgu aside? Cha-hira said frankly. So, it's really difficult we also want everyone else to come along. So we just want Ms. Hyun and Mr. Ki-young to only harm people, is that possible? Ki-young replied to Cha-hira, that was a very interesting project. Park Deokgu and Kim Hyunsung called Ki-young's name. Cha-hira was confused. I couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not. Ki-young's tone was full of sincerity. I was being very honest. I was also very happy to hear her offer such conditions. It's just, Hyun was trembling next to Lee Ki-young. Park Deokgu also worriedly said, brother, what are you talking about? Indispensable Kim Hyunsung, Ki-young. Hyun and Lee Ki-young are full of thoughts. Honestly, I understand Cha-hira's background. She herself is the perfect sword and shield. First of all, if I were her, I would also put more energy into nurturing magicians like Hyun instead of melee warriors. However, Lee Ki-young hugged Hyun and spoke out loud to Deokgu and Hyunsung. We became closer while completing the tutorial. If we can't accept the four of us at the same time, then it's a shame. I can't accept it, sorry. You two, they secretly breathed in relief. Deokgu felt tears in his eyes. Brother, why are you so afraid of someone like that? Really, looking at the two of them, Lee Ki-young thought, it was a bit embarrassing, but a regressor wasn't something that could be bought for $2 million. Moreover, how could Hyunsung think that he could trade with his stupidity? Father Hira chuckled when he heard the answer. Interesting. You pretended to be very interested, but then turned around, and I don't see you as the type of person who is easily attracted to such things. My principles, I don't try to change anyone's mind once they've changed their mind, but this time it's really embarrassing, especially you, Lee Ki-young, your face is not my type, do you know yet? Father Hira grabbed Ki-young's face and turned his eyes to Hyun and said, this genius mage lady should learn to control her bloodlust, right? Look closely, little one. Look closely at what will happen to your precious things if you defeat me. Things won't turn out as Ki-young thought. Wait a minute, mother, everyone, what are these sudden events? He said. He ignored it. While speaking he was interrupted by Cha-hira. This was her punishment. Cha-hira came closer and kissed Lee Ki-young. His face turned pale. Hyun was no worse than him. Ki-young trembled and whispered, this woman is crazy. Hyun is still standing there. Hyun is here. Save Hyun who is watching, damn. Lee Ki-young wanted to push away but he couldn't move, tears flowed. Hyun, please understand me, this was just an accident. Hyun covered his face and screamed. Deokgu also did the same thing as Hyun. After a while, Cha-hira left out. After being released, Lee Ki-young collapsed to the ground. Damn it. Cha-hira was extremely satisfied and said, okay. I intended to play with you a little longer but I was still out of control with my bloodlust. I won't let it go like that again. I'll reconsider my behavior. Lee Ki-young was upset. Am I her toy? How could she do that in front of Hyun? Who knows what she will do? Wait, why is she so quiet? Because this is so surprising? Lee Ki-young wiped his mouth over and over again. I've got to get it sorted. Everything's gone crazy. Suddenly he noticed a glowing crystal necklace around his neck. This damn letter is what? Cha-hira seemed to read Lee Ki-young's mind and immediately said, it's mine. Okay. Next time we meet again, baby. Cha-hira smiled happily and left. Lee Ki-young held the necklace in hand. It displays a rare type of energy pendant, possessing the power to increase any person's magical power, while also amplifying that person's magical influence. Location excavation is currently unknown. Energy increased by 3. Lee Giyoung felt that this gift was not so bad. Giyoung thought, of course, I am still a teenager full of confusion, but I noticed that she still gave me gifts even when I refused to negotiate. I almost wanted to call her sister, but at least I didn't leave a bad impression in people's eyes. But before that, I had to quickly put this in your pocket before Hyun notices. Next, go and stabilize things here. Lee Giyoung's group left. He apologized profusely to everyone. He was sorry for causing the mess this time. There's nothing to worry about, we're going to leave now. Over here. Everyone saw that Lee Giyoung's group left without leaving the trail. Wait a minute, Mr. Lee Giyoung. Mr. Lee Giyoung, if you don't feel sad, please come to our association. Lee Giyoung lamented. My God, my life, having to greet each person like this is really tiring. But each of them is a customer. Precious potential, I can't treat you right. There are people who haven't given up yet. This is a great way to prove it. I have a feeling you will be a pure cool breeze that will changing society's attitude towards alchemists. Giyoung hates it. What the hell is fun? But the alchemy on his face is very strange. On the surface, Lee Giyoung answered everyone happily. Thank you everyone. I'm a bit shy because I've never made many comparisons like this with others. Yes, I will try my best to be as close as possible when the two of us can. Some even say, Mr. Lee Giyoung doesn't care where you choose to go. I want to maintain a good relationship between both of us. Giyoung came to shake everyone's hands under Deokgu's anger. Deokgu is upset now. Really, look at her like an animal. I mean that woman. She has never argued with us. It's really frustrating, don't you think? Park Deokgu urged Kim Hyunsung. Come on, say something. Kim Hyunsung thought for a moment. Maybe this isn't a bad thing. Park Deokgu doesn't accept this answer. He's talking nonsense. What kid, what do you know about this world? Kim Hyunsung said, it's just my intuition. Park Deokgu was so angry, he felt so much pain. Really, she's like a monster, that's the thing. Kim Hyunsung was startled and asked again, what, you said that girl just now? She still dares to cause trouble with you. Oh my God, I'm so helpless, don't you think? But in response to his words was Kim Hyunsung's silence, because he was forever looking at Lee Giyoung. Come on, say something, he said impatiently. He stared forward for a moment. Sometimes, thinking about something that no one knows. Why do you hesitate to speak? Maybe, it's not a bad thing. What nonsense are you talking about? How do you know? Park Deokgu, after listening, he became even more angry. He was too blunt and in an unconvinced mood. Kim Hyunsung just smiled faintly and said, it's just my intuition. Of course Lee Giyoung himself found out. He took it upon himself to I have a guess in my head, to be honest. First of all, from his perspective, I'm sure that even if I refuse to join the Red Mercenary Association, keeping in touch with Father Hira isn't necessarily a bad thing. Having an small accident, but her father Hira is one of the strongest people in the country. Thinking about it that way, I should really be grateful. If the price of making enemies with the leader of such a large guild is my lips, I was let go quite easily. But what is wrong with Hyun? She makes me so worried. Hyun's mind is dull right now. Her whole body radiates a murderous aura that makes Park Deokgu blush. I was scared and quickly shook myself. Are you okay? She suddenly woke up and was startled. What happened? I'm fine. Oh my God, she must have been so shocked. Suddenly, a group of people wearing Lam Hoi uniforms approached. He looked at them. Already guessed their identities. The one taking the lead was the vice president of the Lam Association. She hesitantly called his name. He was shy and interrupted her words. Have you thought about changing the terms of the contract at all? Watching their contorted expressions is truly an elegant pleasure. They probably also realized that those terms were strange from the start. They would definitely think so, especially when they saw the difference between when we were with them for more than a week and today's negotiation. During the meal, everyone was really shy, combined with many not so good things. The deputy Lam Hoi's face seemed to turn pale. He obviously thought that Lee Giyoung's status in Kim Hyunsung's clan was higher than he expected. Hyun was easy to guess, but now they will realize that Lee Giyoung's words have a lot of weight in Hyunsung's heart. Who is always the clan leader? Lee Jae-hee hesitantly replied, oh, about that. Can we go inside and talk a little more? I think we need to discuss more about the contract conditions. Of course, Ms. Lee, "I'm always willing," you replied very warmly. "Then go back and tell your teammates, then I'll go." At that moment, Hyun followed Hyunsung back first. Hyun's emotions were completely blank at this moment, his eyes were expressionless, his mouth answered instinctively, "Okay." He looked at her a little worried, maybe think about how to handle this situation rather than leaving it too unstable. In the immediate future, it will be resolved after negotiations are completed. So he went and stood in front of everyone at the conference. Of Deputy Lam Hoi, he was mentally prepared to see how much we would raise before he was satisfied. Ms. Lee, facing the concerns of all the elders, spoke first. First of all, the contract fee is 10,000 gold and an annual income of 5,000 gold. And we will provide new hero-level weapons, rare-level armor and accessories. Hearing that made him want to laugh out loud. But I had to keep my mouth shut, the timing wasn't right and I couldn't press my lips. It's true that I was only thinking about the scene where the main character confronts the villain in Death Note. Ms. Lee continued talking, plus also, we will build a smelting furnace just for you, Mr. Lee. Yes, that sounds very reasonable, is there anything else? Also, we will proportionally divide the products obtained in dungeons and hunting grounds, and of course we will make you have your tools upgraded and repaired for free by the professional blacksmith in the guild. Lee Giyoung really wants to ask what's in his heart. His head is really like that, is that all? That's it, Lam Hoi. Really, that's it, is that all? Are your abilities only that much? You say you are the leading pioneer guild. I asked to see how high your class is and this is that what you guys have. In the end, Ms. Lee made a final decision, we can also extend the contract for another 3 years. Seeing that you still didn't say anything, she had to make the final decision. Okay, well, in that case it's just you. Instead of adding you to a new clan, I allow you to form a new independent team. Just this sentence, the closer you get to your goal. My heart is blooming, that's right, just a little more. The authority of the clan leader will be like the leader of our management team. The more you talk, the wider your smile becomes, just a little more. And even though you are new, we will completely delegate the clan management decisions to the clan leader. A little more, a little more, a little more. We will restructure the management team into non-fighting member. That's right, that's good, that's right, that's great, just a little more. Her face turned red, then she raised her voice and shouted loudly. Then she would recommend Mr. Lee Giyoung became the captain of the non-combat management team. Oh, that's great, that's right, very accurate, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lee Giyoung is smiling like a pervert right now. His mouth can't handle it. He stopped laughing because his plan was successful, his eyes sparkled. Suddenly, the old man sitting next to him could no longer stand his impudence and encroachment. Immediately stood up and took out his stick. A strong stream of energy. Lee Giyoung suddenly felt nauseous, felt like his mana was running out, bloodthirsty, unable to breathe. The old man kept cursing, this bastard, a guy with only a human tongue dares to. Ms. Lee quickly stood up to question, are you crazy, stop right away. At this point, he thought maybe he had gone too far. The shouting breathing became more and more difficult, the oxygen seemed to be depleted in an instant. His face was as green as a banana leaf with curses. How dare you manipulate us? Team leader Lee Solho, that kid dares to touch the Almighty. He vaguely heard the word team leader. Now he remembered that he had heard about it in the past, his position. That son of a bitch is the leader of the management team. And this damn stagnant guy, doesn't he want to share his position with me? You keep an eye out, I need to teach a lesson. Lee Solho still doesn't know when to stop and continues to use his power stick. You bastard, you're making everything chaotic. Do you think we want to invest in you? Lee Jae-hee was so angry. Lee Solho, this is a request, withdraw your energy. Immediately, the person next to her also worriedly said, Team leader Lee will be in trouble if other groups hear or see this as it, please take it back. He's still pretending to pay, there's no need for that everyone. All I need to do is eliminate him without anyone knowing at any cost. Lee Giyoung was furious. The veins in his hands were tingling, swearing in his heart, this old crazy old man too. He issued a challenge, let's try. Everyone was immediately surprised, all eyes were on him, but he had no intention of taking back those words. He also gave him a challenging look, try it, crazy man, try killing me and see if you can do it. Lee Solho was silent for a moment but decided to rush after the attack, mocking, thinking I couldn't do it. His whole body felt like he was exhausted at this point. But still screaming loudly, "My sister Hira will let. Would you mind if you killed me?" If Father Hira saw this scene, he would definitely burst out laughing. The other guy was startled and stammered after hearing this. "What are you talking about? It can't be Hira." The mercenary queen, he smirked, wiped the sweat from his face, confidently crossed his arms and replied, "That's right. Mercenary Queen Cha Hira, that's my sister." What, now I can breathe normally again. This damn old-fashioned guy, seeing him suddenly soften when mentioning Father Hira. Her influence on this continent is more terrible than I thought. This time, you grasping the upper hand, he glanced lightly and replied, "Of course she is not my blood relative, it's just that between me and Mrs. Hira there is another special relationship. You see, Mrs. Hira is very funny. The other day she even said she missed me and even gave me a gift. It was quite shocking. Our sister Hira is the best," he thought to himself. As soon as the words fell, everyone whispered loudly in confusion. Whispering to each other, the other guy trembled in fear but still tried to scream, "You just said some nonsense. How could you? Stop making up lies. How could you, with that wonderful mercenary queen, ridiculous really laugh. Whether it's meaningless or not, you just stay there waiting to die. Nonchalantly, you yourself see it's clearly meaningless. You don't even know who she is. The two of you just met for the first time yesterday. But one thing he dares to confirm is that Father Hira is really strong. Strong enough to crush everyone one by one. Besides, I'm different from your eyes, not to show off. Everyone has seen us. Proof that she and I are quite close." These words are like hitting the old man's ears. "Even so, I ask if there is any difference between you and the mercenary queen. What kind of relationship? Please give me a more convincing answer. Whether she and I know each other or not, it is true that we are in contact, so of course I will use her from now on." Now, he smirked and replied, "Probably because he's old but he doesn't really understand anything. Doesn't he need to know? It's a private matter for us. Those who have changed from friends to lovers. The important thing is that Lam Hoi, who holds the negotiating rights this time, is threatened by a powerful newcomer, and he cannot let the public know about this. How can he? Now, if Hira finds out about what happened today, then Lam Hoi will be in big trouble," he said in a sarcastic and mocking voice. "It's true that the dog that is the most scared will bark the loudest." He looked at him with eyes of contempt that reached the bottom of society. The one taking the lead was the vice president of the Lam Association. She hesitantly called his name. He was shy and interrupted her words. "Have you thought about changing the terms of the contract at all?" Watching their contorted expressions is truly an elegant pleasure. They probably also realized that those terms were strange from the start. They would definitely think so, especially when they saw the difference between when we were with them for more than a week and today's negotiation. During the meal, everyone was really shy, combined with many not so good things. The deputy Lam Hoi's face seemed to turn pale. He obviously thought that Lee Ki-young's status in Kim Hyun-sung's clan was higher than he expected. Hyun was easy to guess, but now they will realize that Lee Ki-young's words have a lot of weight in Hyun-sung's heart. "Who is always the clan leader?" Lee Jae-hee hesitantly replied, "Oh, about that. Can we go inside and talk a little more? I think we need to discuss more about the contract conditions." "Of course, Ms. Lee. I'm always willing," you replied very warmly. "Then go back and tell your teammates, then I'll go." At that moment, Hyun followed Hyun-sung back first. Hyun's emotions were completely blank at this moment. His eyes were expressionless. His mouth answered instinctively, "Okay." He looked at her a little worried. Maybe think about how to handle this situation rather than leaving it too unstable. In the immediate future, it will be resolved after negotiations are completed. So he went and stood in front of everyone at the conference. Of Deputy Lam Hoi, he was mentally prepared to see how much we would raise before he was satisfied. Ms. Lee, facing the concerns of all the elders, spoke first. "First of all, the contract fee is 10,000 gold and an annual income of 5,000 gold. And we will provide new hero-level weapons, rare-level armor and accessories." Hearing that made him want to laugh out loud. But I had to keep my mouth shut. The timing wasn't right and I couldn't press my lips. It's true that I was only thinking about the scene where the main character confronts the villain in Death Note. Ms. Lee continued talking, "Plus also, we will build a smelting furnace just for you, Mr. Lee." "Yes, that sounds very reasonable. Is there anything else?" Also, we will proportionally divide the products obtained in dungeons and hunting grounds, and of course we will make you have your tools upgraded and repaired for free by the professional blacksmith and the guild." Lee Ki-young really wants to ask what's in his heart. His head is really like that. Is that all? That's it, Lam Hoi. Really, that's it, is that all? Are your abilities only that much? You say you are the leading pioneer guild. I asked to see how high your class is, and this is that what you guys have. In the end, Ms. Lee made a final decision. We can also extend the contract for another 3 years. Seeing that you still didn't say anything, she had to make the final decision. Okay, well, in that case it's just you. Instead of adding you to a new clan, I allow you to form a new independent team. Just this sentence, the closer you get to your goal. My heart is blooming, that's right, just a little more. The authority of the clan leader will be like the leader of our management team. The more you talk, the wider your smile becomes, just a little more. And even though you are new, we will completely delegate the clan management decisions to the clan leader. A little more, a little more, a little more. We will restructure the management team into non-fighting member. That's right, that's good, that's right, that's great, just a little more. Her face turned red, then she raised her voice and shouted loudly. Then she would recommend Mr. Lee Ki-young became the captain of the non-combat management team. Oh, that's great, that's right, very accurate, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lee Ki-young is smiling like a pervert right now. His mouth can't handle it. He stopped laughing because his plan was successful, his eyes sparkled. Suddenly, the old man sitting next to him could no longer stand his impudence and encroachment. Immediately stood up and took out his stick. A strong lightning bolt of energy. Lee Ki-young suddenly felt nauseous, felt like his mana was running low. Bloodthirsty, unable to breathe. The old man kept cursing, this bastard, a guy with only a human tongue dares to. Ms. Lee quickly stood up to question, are you crazy, stop right away. At this point, he thought maybe he had gone too far. The shouting breathing became more and more difficult, the oxygen seemed to be depleted in an instant. His face was as green as a banana leaf with curses. How dare you manipulate us? Team leader Lee Solho, that kid dares to touch the Almighty. He vaguely heard the word team leader. Now he remembered that he had heard about it in the past, his position. That son of a bitch is the leader of the management team. And this damn stagnant guy, doesn't he want to share his position with me? You keep an eye out, I need to teach a lesson. Lee Solho still doesn't know when to stop and continues to use his power stick. You bastard, you're making everything chaotic. Do you think we want to invest in you? Lee Jae-hee was so angry. Lee Solho, this is a request, withdraw your energy. Immediately, the person next to her also worriedly said, Team leader Lee will be in trouble if other groups hear or see this as it, please take it back. He's still pretending to pay, there's no need for that everyone. All I need to do is eliminate him without anyone knowing at any cost. Lee Ki-young was furious. The veins in his hands were swollen, he was cursing in his heart. This crazy backward old man too. He issued a challenge, let's try. Everyone was immediately surprised, all eyes were on him, but he had no intention of taking back those words. He also gave him a challenging look, try it, crazy man, try killing me and see if you can do it. Lee Solho was silent for a moment but decided to rush after the attack, mocking, thinking I couldn't do it. His whole body felt like he was exhausted at this point. But still screaming loudly, my sister Hira will let. Would you mind if you killed me? If Father Hira saw this scene, he would definitely burst out laughing. The other guy was startled and stammered after hearing this. What are you talking about? It can't be Hira. The mercenary queen, he smirked, wiped the sweat from his face, confidently crossed his arms and replied, that's right. Mercenary Queen Cha Hira, that's my sister. What, now I can breathe normally again. This damn old-fashioned guy, seeing him suddenly soften when mentioning Father Hira. Her influence on this continent is more terrible than I thought. This time, you grasping the upper hand, he glanced lightly and replied, of course she is not my blood relative, it's just that between me and Mrs. Hira there is another special relationship. You see, Mrs. Hira is very funny. The other day she even said she missed me and even gave me a gift. It was quite shocking. Our sister Hira is the best, he thought to himself. As soon as the words fell, everyone whispered loudly in confusion. Whispering to each other, the other guy trembled in fear but still tried to scream. You just said some nonsense. How could you? Stop making up lies. How could you, with that wonderful mercenary queen, ridiculous really laugh? Whether it's meaningless or not, you just stay there waiting to die. Nonchalantly, you yourself find it clearly meaningless. You don't even know who she is. The two of you just met for the first time yesterday. But one thing he dares to confirm is that Father Hira is really strong. Strong enough to crush everyone one by one. Besides, I'm different from your eyes, not to show off. Everyone has seen us. Proof that she and I are quite close. This statement seems to hit the old man's ears. Even so, I ask if there is any difference between you and the mercenary queen. What kind of relationship? Please give me a more convincing answer. Whether she and I know each other or not, it is true that we are in contact, so of course I will use her from now on now. He smirked and replied, probably because he's old but he doesn't really understand anything. Doesn't he need to know? It's a private matter for us, those who have changed from friends to lovers. The important thing is that Lam Hoi, who holds the negotiating rights this time, is threatened by a powerful newcomer, and he cannot let the public know about this. How can he? Now, if Hira finds out about what happened today, then Lam Hoi will be in big trouble, he said in a sarcastic and mocking voice. It's true that the dog that is the most scared will bark the loudest. He looked at him with eyes of contempt that reached the bottom of society. Yes, Lee Giyoung, please take care. Yes, little by little cannot fill the hurt deep in your heart. Lee Giyoung turned away. Yes, that's what the vice president is thinking, repent and apologize. Then what should I have done to help him more? I will definitely never let this happen again. This is exactly the expression you were really hoping for. Whatever the reason, it will haunt your mind forever. Lee Sang-hee, it's best for you to continue feeling sorry for me. You went out for a while before revealing a triumphant smile. It's really easy to take advantage of other people's kindness. Pity the girl who was tricked into life so easily. He now has to move fast forward to make the absurd thing come true, otherwise he'll ruin his whole family. When he returns to his teammates and talked, Kim Hyunsung was surprised and asked again, are you talking about the Red Mercenaries? Why is it natural? He quickly replied, I have something to discuss with the captain of the Red Mercenaries. You mean Father Hira, right? Young Hyan's face turned pale. He stood up in fear. Don't go. I can't go, Oppa. Park Deokgu was equally confused. He and I were both here but going to the woman who took away my life. You don't understand anything. You have a headache and reply. What are you guys talking about? It's not like that. I'm just trying my best to help the state. Can I ask why? Kim Hyun-sung continued. He grinned and replied, I think it would be great if someone protected us. I will give you more information after I finish thinking. He nodded. Look, that cheerful face of his made you even more excited. Knowing his intentions, do you like that? Do you want your brother to make peace with the mercenary guild captain for you? What a lovely boy. Only Young Hyan couldn't keep calm anymore. She cried. This time he realized that he hadn't finished dealing with Young Hyan yet. She just stammering and babbling, I can't go, I can't go, I abandoned you to be with that girl, I don't want to, I'm so stupid, there's no way I would do that. He sighed in his head, it would be better if someone gave me a manual on how to use Young Hyan or something like that. I thought I knew Young Hyan better than anyone else, how could I handle it? This matter, so that even when I'm reckless, the good news that I handled it smoothly is spread. Comforting her recently has no effect anymore. Even if I complain, it still means nothing. No. This matter is extremely important to the guild. No, actually to me. If I'm found loitering here, I'll be in danger. He worriedly looked at her calling her name but there was still no response. He had to tell his teammates, he would leave immediately after talking to Young Hyan. Even though he was ashamed. Young Hyan didn't have the ability to protect him right now. He didn't need to. Army, but the government is there. No, actually, the government is the current necessity, and you don't have it, so now I'm going to get it, do you see? Both nodded in agreement. Yes, take care. Young Hyan too. Yes, if anything happens, just let me know. Whatever benefits you will benefit me. Young Hyan and the three will understand, so why don't you understand? He thought about it for a long time and didn't understand the reason. But usually, she would blush and talk as if she were on a date. It seemed like Father Hira's problem was a real shock to her. He just opened his mouth. Young Hyan, don't worry too much, she immediately interrupted. Please don't go, nothing will happen, then take me with you, go alone. He hesitated for a moment, thinking in his head, thinking carefully. The two of them haven't really talked to each other much lately. During the magic training, They were both really excited. I'm sure it's her, I'm so lonely, it's better to go for a walk like this and follow her. Just when he thought everything would go smoothly like that, he felt a dark aura around. The little girl suddenly rushed towards him sobbing like a child, screaming loudly, "Don't go, seriously, do you want me to go crazy or something?" She talked so continuously that she didn't let him say a word. He refused to listen to anything. If someone said something, he should obediently listen to them. Gradually the strength and energy from her became more and more radiating, more and more gloomy, no longer crying but more like threatening, "Please, don't throw me away. Please, really don't go, if you go, what is it? You idiot, you're so stupid, you know that? Anyway, use this method on him, but it seems like a good idea," she muttered to herself, making his spine suddenly stand up. "I used the wrong method, damn it. For some reason I got goosebumps. Just like I thought, this would be the best way for Giyoung Hyun." While she was still talking, her lifeless eyes were white and murderous. "It was all because of you. You stupid thing, but right? It's all because of you that he will definitely like it very much." He suddenly pushed her against the wall. His tall body made her suddenly feel dumbfounded and startled her. Her face gradually turned red like a girl who just fell in love. Her heart pounded, her gentle voice returned to normal. "Honey, look, she's back, just like you I guess. Actually, I wanted to develop a more pure and romantic relationship with Giyoung Hyun, but..." He smiled evilly and decided to use the voice cards to whisper into her hand, "Honey." "Giyoung Hyun." Your words made her shy, embarrassed, stuttering, speechless. "So there was never a chance that you would throw me away? Why should I do that? I will get everything." He laughed in his heart. After all, he had already planned it since the day he arranged everything. She will be a good card for this plan. She shyly continued. "Kept calling, brother," he still cooed softly, holding his hair. "I love you, Giyoung Hyun. You see, I don't have to choose between a legendary level mage, top 3 guild master, fake regression or defense because you will have it all. From the beginning the person who should be worried about being thrown away is not you but me. Of course you will hide this thought in your heart, not open it up. You need to reveal your innocent, pure face to attract people towards you." As expected, an innocent girl like her has fallen into the trap. She sobbed loudly, "I love you Oppa, ah. I really love you, so please. Giyoung Hyun, you know, I just want to protect you, don't want you to get hurt. What I just said was only half sincere." Miss hugged him and refused to let go. His hands were shaking. "My sister was the same, I felt the same, yes that's why this was necessary. I want to maintain a good relationship with you. That woman, because I need strength to protect you." He had to let go of her hand, making her hastily hold on. "Honey, if it's about that, I can too, maybe." But her voice father here his words suddenly echoed in her mind. Our genius mage lady should learn to suppress her bloodlust a little. Look closely, see what happens to things like this. But if the person you love dares to challenge me, right? Her voice became smaller and smaller, she was aware of the situation. He smiled gently, slowly bent down, caressed his tender cheeks and said, "Really? Then our Giyoung Hyun needs to become stronger for your sake, right? Many times stronger than now." She trembled and hugged his pitiful face, thinking about everything in the world. My poor Oppa, poor Lee Ki-young Oppa, for me and my teammates. He had no other choice but to sell himself to that woman. He looked at her reaction and felt chills in his heart. She was thinking of something strange again, but he didn't understand. "Why, I have a hunch that it's a good idea. Yeah, I'm really a pitiful person who has no choice but to leave my fiancé and sell myself. How sad." Unfortunately, both Lee Ki-young and Giyoung Hyun lacked the strength to protect each other. And then the two were forced to separate ways. Giyoung Hyun looked at the back of his loved one as he left and swore to himself that he would return. "Become a more useful person to protect both you and yourself. That's exactly what you predicted, but I know what you're worried about. The previous accidents will never happen again, I promise." Giyoung Hyun, he gradually hugged her waist. They both gave each other a passionate kiss. Giyoung Hyun was extremely excited and happy being kissed. "I just had my first kiss with Oppa, my beloved Giyoung Hyun. We need to purify him. He has been tainted by that girl. If I am stronger than Cha-hira, then I will become an even stronger person her and protect him." Seeing Giyoung Hyun's reaction is something he feels is quite worth looking forward to. After realizing his helplessness, Young Hyun will actively practice from now on onwards to protect her beloved Lee Ki-young from the world's threats, such as Cha Hira taking away the person she loves the most. Then Young Hyun will be okay with this condition. Decided for a while, now, it was time to go meet his new master. Thinking of doing that night, he covered himself with a cloak and approached Father Hira's residence. The person in the door at first looked and recognized him as that guy. Lee Ki-young frankly took off his head covering and asked to see Father Hira. This will be the first step in the plan. I don't know if she will like it, but I will wear the necklace she gave me. The only thing left is to see if Father Hira likes the conditions I proposed or not. But damn, what kind of building is this? It's so huge, they're really exploitative guys. As soon as you entered the castle, you were amazed. The space is super wide and the interior is majestic. They don't lie like Bluegild. Gives me a feeling quite mysterious and like the masters are here. You stand in front of a large room, take a deep breath to reassure yourself, calm down, I have prepared carefully. Asked, is there anyone? Knocked on the door a few times but got no response. Lee Ki-young thought the girl was away. Was about to knock again when boom. Cha Hira blatantly kicked the door and shouted, damn it, I told you to bring the documents yourself, didn't I? This scene made him scream. Father Hira ruffled his hair and cursed loudly, oh my god. I told you not to bother me while I was sleeping, I never would have guessed this kind of opening. Newcomer? Oh, you are? Oh, we meet again, sorry, maybe you changed your mind? She smiled cheerfully and stretched her arms to answer. He timidly replied, I haven't yet, but when heard the word yet, she immediately changed her attitude, why haven't you yet? So what do you want? Even I was woken up by you, now I'm talking to her, but I still don't know how to bring her in. She patted his shoulder threateningly, you know, I really hate those bastards go lie to everyone around you and then probe other people's reactions. I'm sure you still haven't let go of your little lover and came here just because you can't forget that hot kiss at that time, right? What exactly is your goal? She moved closer to his face and asked. Father Hira, I can't predict her thoughts, but her personality is straightforward and straightforward. I should try to please her like any other woman. Thinking of this, he made a request. Dear Miss Father Hira, please, become my guardian. It took a while after that for her to react. Again, huh? He scratched his head shyly, oh my god, I'm afraid to say it again twice. Sponsor, after he finished speaking, he couldn't stop being scared. Please don't refuse. No, 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 it's not important to us wherever you go. Just take each step confidently. Lee Ki-young. Cha Hira suddenly burst into laughter. What does that mean? Sounds fun, follow me. No one has ever talked openly with my mercenary queen before. Honestly, your face is just my type. I kinda hate snake faces and stiff in his words. After looking at him, he felt chills. It seems friendly, right? Father Hira patted the bed and ordered. Now come sit next to me and act cute. Lee Ki-young listened and froze. What? Father Hira said annoyedly, what's wrong? You told me to sponsor you, right? So why don't you come here and do some cute things so I can see if you like it? He thought embarrassedly, damn, what's with this misunderstanding? Stammering for a long time before getting the words out, no, that's not what I meant, damn it, I'm not that kind of man. Father Hira thought angrily, so what do you mean? I just mean if you invest in our team, we both benefit. Oh my gosh, Lee Ki-young, do you think I'm asking like that because I don't know? She sneered and mocked. The previous investment offered to him was only valid if he and that cute lover came here together. Well, if it was just him then it would be fine, but if both of them who didn't come. But you want me to sponsor your whole team? Are you kidding? Why do I support you when you've joined another guild? I'd better play around a few times with you, my type, and then give you a few coins, don't you think? Damn it, don't attack so quickly, you just swear in your head, after listening, you start defending. Of course I know this very well, President Cha Hira, however, I don't ask her to become my sponsor without any benefits. After hearing that, she immediately burst out laughing. It's really cute. Looking at how aggressive he was, it seemed like he was very confident about the proposal. Mine? He nodded and replied, of course, President. On the outside he looked like that, but on the inside he was furious. All this time she had been treating him like a toy, obviously receiving her protection. Being like this is not a bad choice. As long as it benefits me, ignoring my self-esteem and becoming her obedient cute little boy is not bad, even though the way I am doing considering this pros and cons is making me lower my self-worth, but as expected, I can't become his toy because I have set a bigger goal. Because of that thought, he decided to will have to turn the cards face up. Father Hira blinked at his arrogance. His mocking eyes looked straight at him. Okay, then continue watching. Tell me if you have just completed the tutorial challenge. What do you have besides this body? He smirked in his heart. Don't be too surprised. I'll see to it that the president, Cha Hira, can invite both Ying Hyun, the magician you're eyeing, and our captain, Kim Yun Sung as an ally. She had seen the performance, so she definitely knew their potential very well. Those two could even develop to the point of being ranked among the strongest on the continent and in the future. Now, expanding relationships with people like that will definitely help the mercenary queen a lot in the future. Even their appearance is very outstanding, so she can be confident that they will bring absolute satisfaction to the mercenary queen. If the product suits your taste, call. One surprising point is that Father Hira seems very bored with school, not at all interested in what about what you just said. He was startled and surprised and asked again, What are you not satisfied with? Father Hira raised his chin and said, I was asking you, what about you? Why is it so difficult again? Damn it, it's really annoying, he thought angrily. She stroked her hair equally annoyingly. What does it have to do with me whether they develop or not? I'm already one of the strongest people on the continent right now, but honestly I could use a magician from a spellcasting guild or a magic tower to make up for the lack of personnel. If not, our mercenary guild has more than enough money to do that. The same goes for close combat warriors like Kim Yun Sung. Even now our guild has plenty of people talented in swordsmanship. Of course those two will have attractive aspects, but we don't want them so much that we have to bring them back at all costs. Plus, the word ally means they're not exactly my people, right or not? What I need are talented mercenaries who will devote their entire loyalty to the guild, understand? He was immediately slapped in the face to make him speechless. Damn it. I've already thought of a counterattack for this situation, but what should I do if she doesn't like it anymore? Am I really going to turn into her dog? Seeing his awkward expression, she continued to say, Listen, Lee Ki-young, if you keep gossiping or rambling on about ridiculous things like investing or something, then just obediently come here and do some cute actions to seduce me. I promise you won't be disappointed with the bonus, okay? I'll even give you more gifts. Who knows, if you do well I might even sponsor his whole team. The more you talk, the more you want to fight. Damn it, damn. I have a feeling she'll keep behaving like that no matter what I say. I'm a little sorry but I can't help it. Now that's plan B. He immediately snatched the necklace from his neck. His voice turned angry and turned the situation around. Look at this mercenary queen. The action of throwing the necklace straight at her made Father Hira very surprised. What does this mean? He confidently replied, It seems like I've let you step on me too much, right? You see me as a doormat, right? But oh, I don't need this. Yes, plan B is to raise the boldness to the extreme. You're so angry, what the hell, are you crazy? He stepped forward, defiantly saying, I don't need gold or silver or an ornament like that. What I need is you, the woman revered as the mercenary queen Father Hira. Me need your power and name. I'm not interested in anything else. This is a bit of a lie. In fact you are interested in a bunch of other things. Losing that item would be a shame. Can she pay me back later? When she heard these words, it was nothing more than an insult, murderous aura radiating out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It seems like you're still not aware of your position after receiving so many good offers like. My position? Of course I know, I have it drilled into my bones. Exactly, this is the next step for Plan C that you outlined. I know I could be wiped out immediately, out of nowhere with just one sentence from her. I knew I could be executed right in the middle of the main street without anyone knowing. I know I'm a member of a famous team, but I also know I'm just an idiot who can't do anything on my own. I know everything. This step is called evoking her emotions. Plan D is to announce the end. This time you decided to risk kneeling down, directly attacking your heart, revealing your weakness. That's why I need you, mercenary queen Father Hira. Sis, the voice he asked for was like lightning striking her cold heart. What a seductive performance, let's begin. He was confused when he saw her not saying anything, not knowing is it effective or not. Afterwards, Hira's father laughed and replied, Lee Ki-young, you're quite cute, you know? For an angry kid, you're quite funny. You're the first man who dares to express it to me, Lee Ki-young. Oh my god. Lee Ki-young, you're actually just describing a scene from a web novel in the 2000s. Okay, sister. She lifted his chin and looked at that lovely face with a smile. There aren't many people who can be so confident when standing in front of me. The more I see you, the more I like it. Okay, I changed your mind, do you still have more prepared items? He then stood up, bowed his head and said, yes of course, President. She was interested in his proposal and replied, if that's the case, why don't we exchange for the same price? You know, that's the basis of alchemy, all paths in the world are the same. Just one or two parties can't change anything. If you want my protection, you have to exchange it with something of equal value, so let's talk. Seeing that there was a glimmer of hope, meaning he hadn't failed yet, he pulled out the book from the previous batch. Yes, the next product is percentage profit from the medicine I prepared and sold. Oh, where did you get such a precious book? I should have used this from the beginning. I feel a bit sorry that I only brought it out now. How did you calculate the percentage? I will give you 1%, just 1%? Are you kidding? You gave a series of very reasonable explanations. I know it's a bit excessive, but I'm still not sure whether the medicine will sell well, but the market out there is large. Limitless, just a little trick and you can sit on a pile of money. I can definitely hold the victory in my hands. It sounds unreasonable, but in my hands it is very convincing. Everyone, do you know why? Because I bet my life on this move. Cha-hira continued to listen to what happened next. He then made a suggestion, your side can join our team. No, associate with the Blue Guild. What? Who's going to show off? Her face started to tense up again, she was sweating, her sharp eyes glanced sidelong at his every move. That's the truth, right? I'm very serious. Our party will become stronger, soon, we will be the next generation to lead the Blue Guild, and then the Blue Guild will be the guild representing the whole kingdom and we will always be close to each other. Shoulder to shoulder with the Red Mercenary Guild as a trustworthy ally. You can establish close relations with us through investment. Please grasp this before any guild or what's wrong. She replied angrily, do you think you're a prophet? How can you be so sure that everything you say will happen? Of course it's a secret that can't be revealed. The team has regression and can't get anything they want. Finally, he made a generous offer. I can give you the magicians you want. Yours, this is the armpit-length prospectus that I prepared. There are many things listed. All you need to do is take a look and close the deal. Hey, what kind of conversation are you talking about? What? It was exactly the reaction I expected. If the negotiation lasted too long it would be very disadvantageous, so I had to be firm from the first condition. He saw that thought as soon as he saw her face that seemed to wake up. You don't stop there, there are also magicians here who have completed the tutorial like me, are currently under the management of the Blue Guild. There are also very outstanding people. Actually some of the campers it's nothing more than trash, the rest of the guys from other areas are still pretty good. Never mind. She can't verify it. Whatever you can cut, just cut it. Before coming here I had planned it's all math. It's very interesting, but can you do as I say? Are you confident in meeting the report again? Of course, the reason I am so confident is because first of all, I will eventually become the controller. Operating the Blue Guild, holding the bargaining power of the Blue Guild in his hands, and the second thing is a secret. Don't be so brazen, he sighed and pretended to regret. The core rule of alchemy is back and forth. You already said it. The fact that you have a mind's eye is also a secret that cannot be revealed. He laughed and waved the piece of paper. I also thought the same thing, President Cha-hira. It'll be a while before he reveals more. If you want to know that much, then accept my proposal. I think so. Not sure if she agreed or not and he certainly never revealed it. Cha-hira must have been really shaken this time, her face clearly showing hesitation. If she were it's good to be a typical short-lived character. Suddenly, she opened her sharp eyes like a knife, sending chills down his spine. His heart skipped a beat. I bet she was doing her best. Brain neurons to think more clearly. What should I do? What should I do if I don't get it? Damn. What is she thinking that makes the fire burn in her eyes like that? Her eyes shined the fire and smoke appeared as if it wanted to burn the whole room. He was worried but now he was even more worried. He thought in confusion, he knew right away. Life is not like a dream, it must be crazy. He already knew it and still stabbed his head. Come in, Lee Giyoung, you're such an idiot. I'm about to leave, say goodbye to all of you. A thread hangs in the balance. I thought I was going to fall to the bottom of the abyss when suddenly, she spoke up to break the silence. 3%. My profit share will be 3% instead of 1%. Besides a list of useful witches and a list of melee fighters, and I will decide what the defense method is. How? Yeah, don't you want me to protect you? I swear on my honor, Father Hira, the mercenary prince, will no one dare touch you again. In exchange, I will decide how I will do it. Okay, okay. He was surprised why she suddenly changed like that. What happened to her? That's delicious, but a bit suspicious. I'm sorry, but can you tell me how? She immediately interrupted his words. You will know by the end of today, so will you accept it or not? Answer me right away. Her eloquent words carry a bit of threat. It can be clearly seen that now that she doesn't agree, she can easily change her mind right away. You can immediately see this point when you look at it. Is she planning to put you at a disadvantage? Anything would be better than a failed deal. Of course, there's no reason for me to exist. Yes, I agree, thanks to you, she said with a smirk. Yes, let's talk about this later. You can go now, honey. She gave him a loving smile and said goodbye to you as she left. Lee Giyoung bowed his head politely and left, but his heart was still full of feelings. Indescribable emotions. You don't know if this is effective? Is it really a done deal? As soon as we got outside, a group of men rushed towards us like arrows. You standing outside could also hear them talking to each other. Big sister, what do you think about my proposal? Lee Giyoung? I understand, what you want is also what we want. I will bet my life to protect you, Lee Giyoung. He smirked. The big announcement plan was successful. That's it, I have did it. He left with a smile of victory. Throwing his coat straight away. Just wanted to scream to the whole world. Oh my god, I love you so much. Mission accomplished. Sister Cha Hira, I love you. Oh my god, I've spent so many days and nights thinking about it. I love you so much. Now you're like a child receiving a gift, running home with joy. I can finally be called a brother. So happy, so happy. Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. You laugh so much that your stomach vibrates inside. I found someone to help. Wait for me to come back. You're running back. As you were about to announce the good news to everyone, the system immediately displayed another title. You received a new title. The title is very unique. It is the title of lover of the new mercenary queen. After looking at it, his life felt like it would turn to stone. The golden sea was sparkling and his mood was plummeting. Oh my, how sad for him. His face was sweating, the back of his neck, it's creepy. Damn, Cha Hira. The way she said, don't like me, what is that? I said, don't like me, why did you do that? What does she mean? Oh my god, to think that being the lover of that bloodthirsty tyrant is also the first title. I want to rush forward so much, I want to jump down and die so early, I don't dare to truly accept this title. After that terrible night, 2 weeks had passed since the day I met Hira's father. Meanwhile, negotiations with the Blue Guild were proceeding very smoothly. As soon as I opened my personal account, I was paid immediately, and the management position I was promised was given to me shortly after. It was a wonderful morning when he was welcomed at the Blue Guild. The family welcomed him warmly. Good morning, Captain Lee Giyoung. Well, good morning. He felt happy because today would finally be their day. Moving to base, is the last thing we're waiting for, a hero-type item? Actually, until the last minute, I was thinking, would it be okay to go with the Blue Guild? But the more I know, the less bad things I see about the Blue Guild. First, unlike other guilds, the power lies in the hands of the guild master. A brief overview of the Blue Guild organizational chart, who the leader is the president. The second person is the vice president, next are the two administrative business departments, the health and welfare department, the mobile combat strategy headquarters, and below are the mobile forces. Divided into many different parts, simply put, can be easily moved without having to notify the superiors. As they promised, they have set up a way to create a seventh state for me. I like that. The clan leader is none other than our adorable fake regression, Kim Hyunsung. But the most important thing isn't that. It's the special administrative staff who don't participate in combat, special position for Lee Giyoung. The vice president's words were to do whatever you like, but actually he himself felt like it was made up. First of all, what's important is his position. I look like Lee Sol-ho, that crazy guy. Actually, I'm glad they created a position for me so quickly. It's true that Blue Guild does business with conscience. You're currently approaching a door deep in thought. It was unusual for a guild member of a fighting guild to sit in a management position. In any case, although it was a bit difficult, the Blue Guild was quite considerate of me. At this moment, I was about to open it when someone ran to stop me. Lee Giyoung, that room was. Before I could stop him, he opened it. As a result, a pile of letters burst out like a storm. Flood, now it's clear why they are so attentive, it's because I'm that mercenary queen's lover. Kim Hyunsung ran to help him up and asked, "Are you okay?" "Ah yes, thank you Kim Hyunsung, I'm so embarrassed, you guys didn't need to send so much, what's with all this?" "A bunch of amazing food ingredients, rare glitter, rare nameless fruit, rare Benzies mana essence, rare mandrake, rare goblin-bound poison, ancient alchemy making set kind of hero. The alchemy set passed down from an ancient country increases the success rate of alchemy, temporarily increasing the user's luck stat. Oh it looks so cute. I don't know if they retaliate against me for being arrogant but I guess they think it's better to invest widely if they're going to do it. Thinking about it, it seems like it's been a while since I last saw you Lee Giyoung." "Yeah that's right because naturally I'm too busy." He smiled shyly and replied. The group of people behind him looked panicked. Of course the Blue Guild was closer to the Mercenary Guild and had great success quickly, and because I am the cause of that, my position in the association naturally increased naturally without doing anything. The two people behind were talking to each other gloomily, again? "Packing that stuff up is part of my job but it's true, who knows, you're the Mercenary Queen's new lover. I guess the Queen has been talking about this herself all the time. Telling everyone her Lee Giyoung and anyone who touches you will die immediately. I feel a bit sorry for that Young Hyun. I heard that the two of them were close before." "After hearing that, you were so depressed. Guys that news was all spread by Hira's father to lead to gossip. The main thing is that Hira's father always spreads fake news. I know, I understand that everything is on another continent but Lee Giyoung has slightly. Why did he do that as soon as they got out of the tutorial? It was so unfair." Hearing these words made his blood boil. Of course he got what he wanted, because no one would be crazy enough to tease the Mercenary Queen and her lover. In the Holy Kingdom. Except for one person, who at first may be very innocent and pure. A girl with the appearance of a young rabbit but will turn into an assassin in just a split second, Young Hyun. When Hira's father started getting aggressive with her gifts and rumors spread, Young Hyun's expression was as if she was really dehydrated, eyes glassy, mouth open. Her body felt like she was falling into dozens of levels of hell. I'm afraid I threw an atomic bomb at everyone present. All day long I saw her limply turning away. She probably couldn't accept the fact that can't do anything to help myself. Of course I told her that I had nothing to do with Hira's father and convinced her that she was the only person I loved. He had to rub her body and coo at her all day. Young Hyun, you know right? That you're the only person I love, there's nothing between me and Hira's father, but it's obvious that saying yes on the outside is really unstable. I'll definitely become stronger to protect Oppa. I won't give him to anyone. Oppa today is so cute, what a pity. He even put his hand on my shoulder. I will extract his scent later. Young Hyun started spending a lot of time quietly practicing magic. He sighed in his head, focusing on practicing is good, but if she loses control, it will be a headache. I can't take care of her 24 hours a day. Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up. Thinking about it Lee Giyoung, yes. Can you tell me what you said to the mercenary president the other day? He was startled and replied, well, I'm sorry I should have said it sooner Kim Hyunsung. I was quite busy at the time so, I just asked Hira's father to sponsor us, and she agreed too. I know why she did those things for me, but this is just a dirty trick of a mercenary leader. The letter clearly states, I am always grateful to you. I hope you will accept it, dearly sent to me. The most wonderful person in the world Cha Hira. I know, I was surprised because she was different from what I heard. Considering things, I feel relieved that you left a good impression for her. After hearing this, he could only laugh. He was overwhelmed with confusion and pride, because Cha Hira was different from what he thought. If I did well and made an ally with Cha Hira, then we will reap a big piece of cake. Except for the new nickname. Well, come to think of it, Young Hyun is probably in the lake behind. Looks like she's practicing magic a lot element in Park Deokgu. Looks like they're building a ship next door. Huh, are you building a new ship? Yes, Young Hyun said he wanted to go for a walk by train, so they left. I thought it would be useful for practice so I let them live alone. Park Deokgu happily said. Making a train is very difficult so I just did it. Let's climb the boat. I'll do some physical training. After hearing this, I just want to curse you two in the face. Park Deokgu. You really stupid pigs. What are you two planning this time? By the way, how are you doing? Lee Ki-young asked first. He was startled and replied, "Come to think of it, there was a lot of discussion about the basement during the leadership meeting. The name of the basement is the Garden of Terror. They said it was a first-class basement. Recently discovered rarity, no matter who we are discussing in the guild will attack, there is a high chance that our side will be responsible." A bunker attack team? He then invited him a cup of coffee so he could talk more. "We have a lot of time before the expedition, but it's better to prepare in advance, and we also have to see if any members want to join the group. I will let you know about the recruitment when I have more information about them. Do you think everything is okay?" He raised his eyebrows when he heard the first words of his teammate. He nodded and continued, "Yes, of course, it's difficult to keep up in every meeting, but I think I understand more about the Blue Guild and the mainland. I think there will be a guide soon on the transition market of other survivalists or people from the land, so I'm quite looking forward to that. Sadly, I think the future will have at least one or two early invest in our association." Is it because of us? You can think like that. Lee Ki-young knows that because the Blue Guild has poured a lot of money into us. He asked further, "So I think I will pay in advance for those who join our guild. As the guild leader, I'm satisfied, but what about you, Lee Ki-young?" He smiled and replied, "Of course. This is all for the benefit of Team 7 and the Blue Guild." He secretly hoped to choose some candidates who were a bit easier to exploit. Kim Hyunsung nodded and replied, "Thank you, I'll go first because I have a meeting. What about you?" "I'll go meet the survivors." "Okay, see you later." After talking, the two said goodbye to each other. The conversation was indeed profitable. Just like what Kim Hyunsung predicted. Hope, when our rebel, Kim Hyunsung goes out there and acts for the good of the group, I will support everyone from within. He gently put down his coffee cup and thought to himself, I'm busy. Really, please click to find more about new people in the new guild. On top of here is father's work. I have to participate in the management and training of new recruits of the Blue Guild. I don't have 10 points. Times like this, hey, think of a to-do list, send the list in, learn the basics, learn mainland history, prepare to explore the medicinal herb tunnel, plan to receive rewards from quests, plan to face them. Serve the old bastards, test the catalysts here his father gave, gain Kim Hyunsung's trust, gain Lee Sang-hee's trust. Without thinking back, I did better than he could have imagined. I'm sure he was busy looking for people he met in his first life, but I felt he trusted me to manage him. This case. He growled when thinking about this, because that's not enough, making him trust him more is the goal. I could be left at any time. Even if you've come this far, if you still can't do anything useful, you'll still be secretly stabbed by the rebel. Well, you better think you have many uses. First of all, I need to create a list to send to my father Hira to see what I missed. Lee Sang-hee is now asking Lee Sol-ho if there is any more news about the situation on the military side? He cleared his throat and replied, Lee Sang-hee, no. Ms. Lee Sang-hee is nothing special. The latest news said that they had been to Area C. To Area C of the temple? So they've gone quite a long way. They're probably out of food by now. Please inform the guild leader that we'll be providing more food and other supplies. He just nodded yes and let it go. This attitude made her want to go crazy, so she shouted loudly. After finishing, she had to lower her voice. Uncle Lee Sol-ho. He suddenly spoke up. He hadn't heard from her for a long time. That's what Lee Sang-hee called me. She hesitated for a moment and then said, I'll bring the new recruits to Lindell at that time and let you take care of everything here. Don't torture the new recruits anymore. I have to control my hot temper. He exhaled in disdain. I didn't mean to make things difficult for them. I only did it for you and this Blue Guild. You don't understand my good intentions. I'm so sad. Even though we're not blood relatives, despite all the difficulties in the tutorial, we're like a family. However, it's only you and me who are like that. What about Sung Jun? He patted her on the shoulder and made some very annoying excuses. Whatever you say, I will take care of everything here and contact Sung Jun. You don't need to worry about anything else. What's the matter here? She nodded, stood up from the chair and left the room. I understand, so I'm going to the meeting now. If Sung Jun has a response, please let me know right away, okay? If Lindell comes, please let me know, I'll go. As soon as the door closed, he immediately revealed a sinister and cruel face. He called someone and said proudly, it must be me. The vice president wants us to supply food and supplies to the guild leader's army. Of course not, just pretend to send it. Lee Sang-hee, no need to bother pay attention to her. You have to have a puppet like her for the plan to go smoothly. You have to make sure that Sung Joon cannot return alive. If he comes here, things will be messed up, I'm sure you guys. You don't want anything that bad, do you?" Hoping everyone would cooperate, he smirked, thinking that this time it would go smoothly as planned. The other end of the line suddenly burst out laughing. "I understand, by the way. I heard there was a new soldier causing trouble." "A lot of trouble? How do you plan to handle it?" The question made him nervous. He was startled for a few seconds and found it hard to answer. "Wanyang, I'm the type of person who will let a new mat like him do whatever he wants. Just throw him into a dungeon and he'll fade away. There's nothing to worry about with a guy like that. Can we have a meal together sometime? I will bring the hero-type items that Mr. Ito-sang likes. Say hello to Mr. Ito-sang for me." "Okay, sayonara," he said, clenching his fists, so angry that he was going crazy. Breathing heavily, unable to breathe. The face was bloodless, anger flared to its peak when mentioning the incident that day. The next morning, everyone gathered at the training ground. As soon as Lee Ki-young arrived, there was someone pay attention to. The boy quickly bowed his head to greet him. He smiled and replied, "You worked hard, it's nothing, it's a beautiful sight." He smiled in response, "I still not officially an executive yet, but in my opinion, he will soon become the mainstay of the Blue Guild. This guy knows how to live in this society." Lee Ki-young is quite a compliment for someone who knows how to talk. They both laughed senselessly and looked at each other. The soldier was startled and asked, "Anyway, what brings you here? I have a little time before I leave." "The survivors, or should I say interns, I just thought I needed to take a look at them, but that's just the case if they're still alive." He smiled warmly and replied, "Because I was given an undeserving position, I will show everyone at Blue Guild how hardworking I am." He nodded and replied, "I see, you're really great, Manager Lee Ki-young. This guy probably got this position all thanks to flattery. Wow." It only took a few sentences for Lee Ki-young to immediately see what kind of person he was. So now, everyone will receive invitations from associations or sign up to join the group. He glanced at him and saw there were people wearing purple and black uniforms. You guessed they were from the Black Swan. The voice rang out, "Please follow our rules." While everyone was sighing, the sound footsteps slowly rang out, breaking the silent atmosphere. They took turns announcing that this was the day Lee Ki-young would be the Blue Guild's Special Air Combat Operations Inspector, giving respect to that day. Words as soon as they helped, everyone turned pale, looked at each other in fear and said, "Wait, isn't that Lee Ki-young?" Then Lee Ki-young was there again. "Just now I saw Kim Hyunsung and two others, not to mention the attack team, all became executives of the Blue Guild. I should have been in the attack team." Looking at the crowd's reaction, it wasn't strange compared to what he thought. "The attack team, you monkey. You guys can't even create fire from your fingertips. Do you think one attack team is enough? And it's just me and Kim Hyun-sung who are in charge. Everyone whispers loudly and jealously of you, of course. Besides the haters, there are people who look at you with admiring eyes like they see a god or god." This expression really made him feel the scent of power. Following the right person was necessary. "We were sent here together and came here together. The difference between me and them are basically heaven and earth." This feeling is really great for him, almost like the present self is telling everyone that his past choices were not wrong. So you should be jealous, you should find yourself a fake regression to take advantage of. What are you looking at? What's the problem? Lee Jae-hee was now looking at him with a disdainful face, her eyebrows raised, her lips curled up. He remembered the time before when she gave him his share. He made a big decision. "I'm trying to deal with Jung Jin-ho and his team while attacking the dungeon. You think I'm the type of person who hates gambling? You seem quite serious, since it's late at night and you're still making armor. Of course I'm a jerk, although I'm not stupid enough to not participate in a winning game. That's why I like you." She giggled looking at him. He replied, "Stop saying useless things. Do you want to join us?" "Oh, I'll skip it. It's very scary and I don't like gambling anymore." "If you're greedy then you're deep, or if you're a relative, don't study like a crane, right?" Kua has his own way. Clearly this was a sarcasm from before. Now looking at that proud face, you know, it would be a waste not to bring her here. She is smart and wise. Recently I'm so busy, so I'd rather have someone like her work for me. It would be a waste for another association to have her. At this time, the vice president also came. "Are you here, Commissioner Lee?" He smiled politely and replied, "Calling me by my title makes me so embarrassed, Vice President." Seeing that there was no old man behind me, I breathed a sigh of relief. Ms. Lee nodded. It seems I told you something. Hey, if you want to put anyone on team number 7, just do it. I give you permission to do it. Please continue to work hard. Yes, thank you very much. See, Lee sang he, after all day I meet strange people who make me feel more comfortable. I will work hard, Mom. As soon as I thought of this, the vice president immediately asked everyone to shout, thank you for always working hard. Work. Everyone was forced to come here and faced many difficulties, even if it was only for a short time, but thank you for your hard work during the past time. Everyone will now go to Lindell, the city of freedom. Lindell is a city where 3 major guilds, the Blue Guild, the Red Mercenary Guild and the Black Swan Guild, live together peacefully. Some of you may have been in contact with one of the guilds just mentioned, and some of you may also want to form your own association. Otherwise some of you may want to live the life of non-combatants. Lee Giyoung listened but guessed that perhaps Lee Sang-hee was planning to choose someone here. There are many ways to live your life in this world, but I have an advice to share with you. Please survive. After saying that, he turned away frankly. Sentence saying this makes you feel very excited. It's really cruel. I thought she planned to choose someone out of pity, but I also understand her thinking. Even I find it difficult to find someone to include list. Suddenly someone shouted Kim Hyunsung's name. One guy said the words and then shouted loudly, "You go up there alone, you're so selfish. You told us that you would come with us, you said you would take care of us, but you came to the guild alone and now you ignore us. I'm disappointed in you." Having said that, it made both you and I were turned to stone. You looked at it and were confused. It was sad that he could be so thick-faced like that, and it was sad that he was a bastard. That bastard cursed his beloved Jung Hyun and flattered Jung Jin-ho. Kim Hyun-sung tried his best to create a shelter for you guys and even shared food with you guys. What else do you want now? Why does he have to worry about accepting you guys? He still had the nerve to say, Kim Hyun-sung, you didn't leave us here, right? You promised to take care of us, but you had to do it last, right? His mouth spoke but his spirit trembled like a leaf, as if afraid of being eaten by a tiger. The most cowardly person. Lee Giyoung heard it and felt so sorry for him. Miserable. Are you his dog? Why is he so shameless? That's why I told you to leave them alone from the beginning, you soft-hearted bastard. Why doesn't this person say anything? I'm a bit worried. Everyone is screaming like an ant nest, begging, Kim Hyun-sung, please, we only came here to follow you, you can't abandon us. I'm like that, they're right. You have to take care of us, don't leave us. Please make them shut up. Lee Giyoung just wants to scream like that. Do something, oh my god. In the face of Lee Giyoung's pleading eyes and the crowd's anger, Kim Hyun-sung made a bold decision. He stepped forward and spoke frankly. I'm sorry, it seems like we know each other will end here. These words seemed to immediately make him completely collapse. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone froze. Sorry, you're right. Lee Giyoung on the other hand was very happy and smiled. In my heart, now I'm satisfied. Are you kidding? Right, Kim Hyun-sung? Tell me you're kidding. The other guy grabbed his collar and shook him hard. He grimaced and replied, I think from now on it would be better to let you go out and live your own life instead. Because just stay with me, even if it's just for a short time, I really like being with you. What? What the hell? You'll be safe in the city, what the hell? How can you say that? Is it okay to say something so irresponsible? He seemed to go crazy after the announcement. That reaction made Lee Giyoung very upset, exuding murderous aura, irresponsible. Is he pushing the limits? Kim Hyun-sung, think that you can't let your companion suffer like that. You decide to come forward, we have no obligation to take care of you. I guarantee that you'll be safe in the city. Even if you don't have the most comfortable life, at least your life won't be threatened by monsters, and that guy won't immediately yell back, what? Who are you to say that to me? You're nothing but Kim Hyun-sung's servant. Lee Giyoung thought angrily, what the hell did you just say I am? I'll say it again, but neither Kim Hyun-sung nor I have any obligation to take care of you. We're actually strangers, right? You bastard, who do you think built the stone wall in the camp? Lee Giyoung smirked in his heart, now you're back and saying that? And you weren't the one who built it, Jung Hyun was the one who built it. He smirked and said, I understand, if you really feel that way. He threw a bag of money on the ground in frustration. Take this, here's 5,000 gold. It's sad to end here, but here's my gift to everyone. It's not much, but I'm sure everyone has a share. It's a pleasure to work with everyone and I hope to see everyone again. All the people standing in the back with eyes as bright as car headlights. Seeing money is like seeing heaven. He smirked. I don't even need to use the door. Soul Book 2. What they want is so clear. One guy was about to take it but the other guy took it away in the blink of an eye. I don't want to, don't do this. But thank you Lee Giyoung. He smiled. It's okay, it's okay. Then I wish you a good survival. Take care of yourself. He's in fear. Yes, sure. Take care of yourself too. Lee Giyoung, hoping to see you again next time. Behind him are a series of bullet-shaped eyes as if preparing to tear him apart in an instant. It seems that his life is not peaceful now. This ending also makes Lee Giyoung gloated so much. Greedy bastard. Next time? That won't happen. Because you guys will start fighting each other and killing yourselves. He won't even notice that everyone is holding a knife ready to kill him. Of course it's obvious to you. Lied about 5,000 gold. He didn't even give them 50 gold. Lee Jae-hee saw everything and suddenly smiled. He looked over in panic, confused. What's wrong with Lee Jae-hee? Why is she imitating me and focusing on me as if saying I'm still the same? Does she want to go with me? Should I confess to her? Actually, I want to meet you. I want to tell you about my new business proposal. Lee Jae-hee suddenly cut her hair and confidently said, I really don't have to stay with you. He was stunned after hearing that. It's obvious that both of you are standing on the other side like the other side of the world. Your association is star-studded. Ms. Lee Jae-hee, I know that you're all I have, so why do you act so confident? So? Or have you been contacted by other associations? Sister, you're making me worried. The next time we meet, promise to recognize me. Ms. Lee expressed her respect after seeing the whole incident. You are really kind Lee Giyoung, in a world of benefit. Like this, you secretly hope that please choose me, please. You pretend to scratch your head foolishly, no vice president, so now we're going to Lindell? Yes, but please understand that because of the situation this time we have to walk there, although it won't take too long but please tell me if you have any concerns about the trip. Oh yes, your face is all pale, oh my god, you bitch. You made me so used to riding a carriage and now you tell me to walk? Are you kidding me? He cursed in his heart like he was going crazy. Park Deok-gu and Young Hyun suddenly came happily smiling. He asked in surprise, what are you guys doing? Park Deok-gu boasted, I was hoping we could sail this boat if we had some free time. It would be a waste not to use it after I made it, so I decided to take it with me too. Look at the boat over there. Afterwards, even though he cursed in his heart, he couldn't help but admit that it was really good. Actually, if he didn't do that, no one would doubt his strength. He was planning on carrying something that big. How was the whole journey? You still have to bring something else. Oh, I'll drag it along the way, so it's okay. It also helps me exercise my endurance. If you're tired from walking, you should get on the boat with me. That way it's twice as effective. Young Hyun has a perverted smile. His eyes are lifeless. I'm really looking forward to driving with you. After looking at it, I feel chills all over. Suddenly I feel like I want to get on the boat. It's really steep. Kim Hyunsung seemed to see that reaction and quickly replied, I think we're about to depart. Why don't we put the boat with the other luggage? Lee Giyoung nodded and replied, he's right. Stop being stubborn and quickly pack your things. After he finished speaking, he turned to Lee Giyoung and softly thanked him. Thank you for helping me before. Oh, it's okay. No need to be polite, just think like that, Kim Hyunsung. The group then decided to walk as planned. But his legs were no different. Parkinson, oh my god, who said it won't be long, I'm going to die, the sun is about to set. The people accompanying you kept talking, so today I tried to write a new spell. I tried combines the elements of wind and water together, so if you spread it out like this, really, you're amazing Young Hyun. I saw her use it with my own eyes. She used the spell and the lake suddenly the mana was divided into half. I thought moss or morass had come to life. He thought angrily, shut up fat guy, it's too noisy. You just want to scream really loud. I think what you mean is moss, that's right. The three just kept laughing and talking except for Lee Giyoung, who's in charge and walks like this. I need to earn more money to buy a carriage to take them here and there. The word moss means moss, morass means mud. Moses is a religious leader, law announcer, prophet, military commander and scholar. He is also considered the scribe of the Pentateuch. He glanced slightly at Young Hyun. At least Young Hyun seemed better. I think the fat guy took good care of her. Park Deok-gu was very good at taking care of Young Hyun's spirit. I thought being with them like this is not bad." Lee Ki-young looked at Kim Hyun-sung's confused face. He felt a bit sad. His first world was the end of the world. It's better to let him. On the other hand, Yoon Hyun looks like he's enjoying his honeymoon. "We're almost there," Ms. Lee in the lead said happily. "That clock tower over there must be is Lindel, where the people of the earth live out their lives in the Holy Kingdom. Lindel, the city of freedom. This is the beloved front yard of our rebels. Standing before them is the giant clock in the city." He laughed contentedly until the rebel gave him a house in the front yard. Then Lindel across the sky. Lee Ki-young's adventure continued. Just thinking about this made him laugh uncontrollably. Except for Kim Hyun-sung, he was in an extremely confused mood right now. The image of the fire burning down the clock kept flashing in his mind. Appeared but didn't know why. He quickly turned away in discomfort, his face was sweating. He glanced over to see that the three of them were still cheerful like ignorant people, and they were still singing. Bouncing around. He smiled. "I can do it, in this life, I won't let the same tragedy happen again. I'll take advantage of you, come on, let's go home." Kim Hyun-sung. Seeing the scene before our eyes made everyone scream. We're finally there. The stage where our beloved rebel will open the main performance. There are two people in the group with two completely different thoughts that made Lee Ki-young laugh in his head. The city was very crowded and bustling. The group walked along for a while, feeling like they were traveling abroad. Besides that, everyone was excited, following the crowd in unison, selling items. We have rare items, looking for hunting companions. The character requested to hunt monsters. Ms. Lee turned her head. Reply, "I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Lindel is where a lot of Koreans live." "Oh yeah. You told me that people from all over the world are summoned here." Must be usually daily. Japan, Korea and Taiwan were summoned to the Holy Kingdom. In Lindel there are mainly Koreans and in Darwin there are mainly Taiwanese, and the Japanese live in a place called Cilia. I see. Oh, what about the communist side? What about a draw? Chinese and Russians were summoned there. Of course, there were many people from other countries summoned to different areas, even though those places were quite far away, almost like returning to Earth. That's it, he thought quietly. Need to find a priest to join the hunting trip. Need to find a priest. Please let me know if there is a priest who possesses divine power above the heroic level. You let me know. Noticed that there were a lot of people looking for the priest. He guessed maybe because the number was relatively small, if only we had one too. While thinking, a girl's silhouette suddenly passed by. To the surprise of the crowd, he directly stole a piece of bread. He panicked and thought his wallet had been stolen. But luckily it was okay. Ms. Lee asked in a panic, "Is everyone okay?" "Yes, it's a bit bad, but such things happen very often. The city has a restrictive policy on slums but its effectiveness is not as expected." "Oh, is that so?" "When you look at it, you know they just want to hide the true nature of this neighborhood. The gap between rich and poor here is so big that social evils can easily occur." Lee Ki-young said worriedly, "Why do you keep staring that way?" "So? I suddenly feel worried. You don't plan to open a charity camp, right?" Park Deokgu suddenly shouted loudly and pointed forward. "Oh brother, over there, is the brew building, right? Wait, it's so crazy." Lee Ki-young couldn't believe it. It was Blue, not Brew, it was him. Ms. Lee replied with a smile. "We're here, thank you for following us all the way. Here." He raised his neck to look at it and had to admit that it was really cute. She nodded. "Welcome to the Blue Guild." Everyone happily talked to each other. He was the last one. I remember the name correctly. I had to apologize for always calling it wrong before. Except for Kim Hyun-sung, he frowned. His eyes were not very friendly, but this was exactly what he expected most from this name. The happy and excited face. When you go inside, you can see clearly. The interior is grand. The servants are neat and orderly. In short, it's the top of the top. "This is crazy, brother, come over quickly. Hey, I think we can drink here and there. Let's become a monk tonight." Yoon Hyun also agreed. "Yes, this place is also used for eating and drinking. It is also a place to welcome members of another guild. It is very suitable for exchanging cooperation or sharing information." Lee Ki-young glanced for a while. Their headquarters was indeed very good. It did not look like a standing guild. It's on the verge of collapsing. But even so, I still don't feel like this place is like my home. Ms. Lee gave everyone an overview. "There is a dining area underground, please use it." Natural. And on the second floor, each person's private room has been prepared. There are many empty rooms, so feel free to choose the room that everyone likes." After listening, both people were extremely excited and started cheering like a child. "This place is definitely my home. Even Lee Ki-young must be equally happy." Young Hyun shyly pulled his hand and whispered, "It feels like we are a new husband and wife wedding. Come to think of it, isn't there a bit too much room? I think it would be fine if Kim Hyun-sung and I each shared a room, and big brother and big sister shared. And Young Hyun had the room next door. We'll stay next to the wall." Park Deokgu secretly smiled in his heart. "Don't try to do stupid things." You were about to interject. "The two of you had to live together," but Lee Ki-young harshly pushed you away. "Had to be careful. Besides, you like it, right?" He begged in his heart. "Please Young Hyun, I will be in danger more than once if I stay in the same room with you. For the sake of world peace, I can't do that again." You quietly making up stories. People said we wouldn't hate each other if we used separate rooms. Young Hyun shyly nodded in agreement. Lee Ki-young breathed a sigh of relief as if he had just saved the world. In addition, other facilities such as the training room and fitness area are located at the back of the building. Ms. Lee added that although they are used for group training, people can also use them individually if requested in the lobby. So please feel free to use them. And for you Lee Ki-young, I have prepared a private space for you at the end of the hallway. Please follow me. You feel a bit surprised. Go at the end of the hallway is a private research room filled with rare medicinal herbs and items so genuine that it's beyond words. I will work here to avoid having trouble due to impurities during the research process. We also prepared disinfectant artifacts. To avoid incidents, this place is also equipped with protective magic. He can't believe whether this is real or a dream. We originally wanted to design the research room a little larger, but because this was the first time we prepared logistics facilities, Lee Ki-young felt very satisfied after looking at the pile of things. "No, this is great. I'm very grateful. They even showed off all of Father Hira's gifts. It's the first time in my life that I've been treated like this. Back when I was on Earth. You've never had your own space. Everyone is happy to congratulate you. It's so cool. It looks like a scientist's laboratory. You're so cool. I don't know on the continent. Hey, is there any alchemist who started out as good as me? Although Father Hira's gift is much better than everything here, at least I'm not treated like a burden. With such material conditions, hey, I can create anything I want." He held a few items to see meaning and was determined to do his best. Anyway, they equipped him with all the best conditions. Now he can't be bold. "I can't do anything if I accept it for free. Let's go eat." "Sorry, Park Deokgu, you can eat first. What's wrong?" He said boredly. "I want to research a few more things. You and Young Hyun should go eat something. I've worked hard to be recognized as an alchemist. I definitely can't miss the opportunity. Hey, I still have a lot of things I want to research. Mom, I will try my best." Ms. Lee saw that feeling and nodded with satisfaction. "I also planned to organize a meal tonight but looks like I'll have to wait a little longer, so I'll go first." "Thank you, Vice President." "Okay, try your best, Vice President. Go leisurely." Park Deokgu shook his shoulders sadly and replied, "That's it, I'll go practice. Besides, there are a few things to arrange, you and me." "What do you plan to do?" She stammered in response. Her brother also has many things to learn more about. "Then I will visit the slum," Kim Hyun-sung replied firmly. This sentence really made everyone freeze. "We have to stop him, we can't let him waste anymore like that." "What do you mean slums? I have business there." Lee Ki-young is speechless. "What's the business? Want to be the savior or what? If you have nothing to do, please take the time to take care of the team. Park Deokgu doesn't know anything but still supports you. You're honestly a bit too kind. Is that a bit?" "Oh, my parents," Kim Hyun-sung hesitantly spoke, making him feel really scared inside. Only until Kim Hyun-sung said he would go there to find someone to cooperate with. Lee Ki-young smiled with a humorous smirk. "Heart, okay. Good luck. So this is what you want? If so, will you grant him his wish?" Kim Hyun-sung said goodbye and left, returning to his cold face. Lee Ki-young also guessed that in the slums there was a fifth member of our team. Ms. The girl who stole it immediately threw a loaf of bread to a black-haired girl that she had just taken. While practicing, the practitioner needs to have a lot of sophistication. Before conducting the actual experiment, you must study countless theories and perform in vitro experiments. Why is simple? Because the experimental materials are super rare and expensive. If you estimate the amount of money you yourself have to spend in every experiment, you will probably be very nervous. But the reality is different from the theory. The result is that as soon as you add the solution, smoke flies out. The screen shows that you have failed to create the solution. Creating a new catalyst mixture, the ingredients are being decomposed. No matter what they refine, a pharmacist must be extremely delicate, but this is a normal thing for a pharmacist, you know. I'm used to it, I think I'll do it. He decided to waste his money. This is 1,000 gold coins, meaning Lee Giyoung has had a time to open his own class, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. Wasting ingredients like other alchemists. First just pour all the ingredients in and make whatever the hell it is. And yes, it really worked, the emotion-amplifying potion. He was determined to only focus on the results, ignore the theory and go straight to the conclusion. So in a moment, a bottle of synthetic emotion-amplifying medicine was born. He was very confident, proud of himself, even though he did it for fun at first, who knows if it would work. In addition to this medicine, he also made countless other medicines, tonic and vitality medicine. The screen kept opening. Making chimpanzee sounds is a good sign. You have mastered Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Alchemy and basic potion recipes. Lee Giyoung is overjoyed. I can now make most of the potions myself. The potion is sold outside the store. Both my intelligence and magic power have increased. This is indeed using money to buy stat points, but the main thing is that this week alone I spent almost 2,000 gold coins in the first minute. It was true that if you had money you could buy money. While you were having fun, someone knocked on the door and called loudly. "Brother, I have this parcel. Are you here too, Ying Hyun? Did you two disinfect before entering?" Park Deok-gu and Ying Hyun nodded and smiled. "Yes, we did it. Of course we did it." Then Park Deok-gu, "Why did you bring me the parcel? Isn't that someone else's job?" He pouted and scratched his head. "This is the only way for me to meet you. If I don't do this, there is no other way to meet you. Even though we live in the same house, it's not very difficult for us to see each other. Face each other. Let me put these parcels here. Anywhere in this room. Thank you, Park Deok-gu." You feel how stupid he is acting. Ying Hyun suddenly spoke up after seeing enough of him wearing a lab coat. "Have you eaten yet?" "Oh, I haven't. What about you?" "Now that I think about it, I realize that I spent a lot of time focusing on the experiment." The girl shyly brought out a lunchbox to show off that she intended to give it to him. He was surprised and didn't think that Ying Hyun had made it for him. Inside are beautifully decorated pieces of meat, drooling at them. Both of them stared wide-eyed. The girl shyly said she tried to make those meatballs but she didn't know if they were delicious or not. "No more. I made it while thinking about you. I hope you like it," he chuckled in his heart. "My little Ying Hyun. Thinking about her cooking for me makes her look cute. How lovely, except when she acts crazy. Ying Hyun is really a good girl." "So you happily responded, so please enjoy this with all your sincerity, Ying Hyun." The atmosphere was very good until Park Deok-gu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Both of them were speechless. The guy kept mumbling something, his mouth was drooling, his face was pale, then he felt like he was about to faint and he didn't understand what mold was on the meatball because he didn't say it clearly. At this point he felt shivers, not knowing what animal meat this was. Ying Hyun was he turned on the crazy switch again. Her voice darkly said, "Mr. Park Deok-gu has already eaten. Why don't you eat quickly? Or do you not like the food I make?" He stammered in surprise. "No, it's not like that." His mouth said that, but at this moment he smelled something very strange from the meatballs. The girl continued to speak in a dark voice, "If not so, then why? Hey man, let me feed you, so you'll eat, right?" He was startled and was about to step back, but the girl took the initiative and kept trying to put it in his mouth. "Open your mouth. We're like newlyweds. You're terrified after seeing this scene." True soul, what is this? Are these real meatballs? What did she put in there? Needless to say, after eating the meatballs, he fainted for a while before waking up. When he woke up, he was startled to see her standing right in front of him. Ying Hyun was embarrassed. "Thank God, you suddenly fainted and made me worried." He smiled bitterly and replied, "It's just how tired you are. Don't ask anymore. Don't ask anymore. If there is any if someone sees this scene, They will be curious to death about what she put in those meatballs, but because I'm too afraid of Ying Hyan doing that. Let's end the meatball mystery here. I am also glad that I was able to wake up normally. The unfortunate thing is that Park Deok-gu is still unconscious. He only realized this because at first he thought he was a soft bed. There are bottles of medicine I made. Thinking about doing it, you opened that guy's mouth and put the medicine in. I've never tried them on a real person before, so I was quite worried. Luckily he woke up, just came back from the student gate. You said I passed out. Thank you. I owe you my life again. I owe you my head. Stop acting and sit up. I don't. Yes, it's really like that. No, the taste is great. Energy and endorphin are filling my whole body. Your muscles suddenly increase rapidly. Your health suddenly increases. Your vitality is overflowing. He happily said loudly, you know I can do it. I've done a lot of things recently and suggested I could also make this medicine. It can bring people close to death. When he returned, he tried to explain in his mind with relief. It still doesn't have that effect, it's just for healing wounds and restoring energy. Park Deok-gu scratched his head. He didn't really understand, but it seems great. With this, it's only a matter of time before you become rich. Of course, I've been focusing on making potions that can make money, and I also have a promise with Father Hira too. In order to continue moving forward after the support from the Blue Guild, Father Hira and my lovely inverse, I need to earn money for myself. Of course you will, don't say it out loud. Lee Ki-young changed the subject. Now that I think about it, how is Kim Hyunsung? Oh, him? He practiced with me at the training house, but as soon as he finished the course, he immediately headed back to the slums and he brought a lot of food with him. That's it? Does he do anything every day? I told you, even though he's normally a good person, he cares too much about the people in the slums. Sometimes you look at him and frown, and I can tell he has a lot of worries. And trouble. Is that so? He also guessed that the recruitment didn't go very well, wondering if there would be some kind of trouble, so he decided to go there himself. Both were surprised when they didn't think he would do that. Lee Ki-young nodded. He thought it would be better to let him check for himself, and he was also curious about who that person was. I think it could be dangerous. Ying Hyan. Suddenly I also wanted to go. You didn't object. That's good. I guess there will be no one better than Ying Hyan to protect me, even though she just killed me alive. So if you're planning to go too, then you won't have to worry anymore. You won't join me, but it's still dangerous, so be careful. Kim Hyunsung. I'll help you, so just wait. Suddenly he passed through a set of medicine bottles and decided that it was better to prepare a little carefully than not to go. The two quickly boarded the carriage. This trip was no different than a city tour. These houses are interesting to look at but easy to get bored after looking at them too much. The driver started a conversation and asked why everyone came to the slums. He replied, it's not a big reason. We actually just came to this city not long ago, so we just wanted to look around. Oh, you must have gotten a good offer from the guild. Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say that about yourself, but yes, I usually try to avoid this route. As you know, the slum area, there's always danger and the environment is a bit difficult. The atmosphere is completely different from the Western Square, right? Ying Hyan spoke. He looked around at the people lying on the ground, smelly, dirty, with loose hair, torn clothes. I don't know if they were too afraid of begging or not. They had lost the will to beg, but all I saw were lifeless bodies lying on the ground. They must have had a reason for such actions, but he felt foolish for worrying. Worrying about the danger. All of their stats were useless. The coachman added, this area is not as bad as the areas neighboring by the Saint, but there is still no good reason to come near here. He was startled when he thought of the word saint. The screen suddenly displayed divine power up to 69. Making him very surprised, and immediately realized that it was the woman's index. He immediately used your mind's eye to see a woman named Sun Hee-young in front of you. This is the Sun Priest, with divine power and knowledge. The system also warns, don't get close to her. She was too pure for player Lee Ki-young to corrupt her. It was no exaggeration that she was born to be a priest. Even if her skill parameters were comparable to yours, she still has a legendary skill stat in holy magic. She is a person who prays to the saints, blessing the light attribute on herself and others. The attribute will be active until the power is completely exhausted. Immediately he asked the driver to stop the car right here and rush down like an arrow. Basically it was Sun Hee-young in monk form. Unless his eyes were wrong, then he could confirm, decided it was her. The birth of the legendary monk. He had found the fake regression talent they had been looking for. He chuckled in his heart. Having a fake regression was amazing. It's hard to believe that he knows a legendary level priest from his previous life. Okay. I also want a priest in the team. I will help Kim Hyunsung, so just wait. Planning rushing into it, he stopped short at the scene before his eyes. There were a lot of flies buzzing and bothering Sun Hee-young. A man wearing glasses replied, "Our guild can do more than just donate and will help all the poor people in this area." Sun Hee-young humbly replied, "I will accept help, but I have no intention of leaving this place. I want to continue taking care of the people myself. Hey, sorry. Then we will set up a charity organization for you to manage yourself. No thanks." Sun Hee-young looked around and guessed that they were competing with each other to recruit her. "Kim Hyunsung, your friend is very famous, but where is he? Didn't he come today? Also, a pastor is rare. She's a pastor with great stats and doesn't belong to any association. Everyone probably wants to hire her. Not only Kim Hyunsung." Yung Hyang stood quietly shaking his hand. He said, "This place is so chaotic." But he kept thinking, everyone is probably trying to act like saints. Damn it. How should I approach it? The black swans pretended to be smiling and warmly said, "Pastor, give us the porridge, we will help you distribute it. Thank you for coming to the Black Swan Guild today, distributing it. It's so good." While being friendly in front of him, he turned around to reveal a disgusted face, covered his mouth because of the stench, and gave him food that wasn't very friendly. Lee Giyoung looked at this scene. It was very annoying. How many times did he look at it? That guy is there, it's obvious that he's acting right. Why don't you just go? I can do much better than them. I'm definitely not upset that they're ahead of me. I'm just surprised that those bastards look like they've never participated in any charity work in their lives, but they're trying to please the pastor. They're all noisy, narcissistic, self-righteous people who hate charity, and dirty two-faced people. Selfish businessman. But poor people are equally two-faced people. They just wait for the pastor to come to redeem themselves and ask for extremely small things even though they have enough arms and legs, not. It felt like he was observing the final stages of a re-education camp, and that pastor reminded me of someone on the team, busy running around taking care of everything from this person to the other person. Sun Hee-young said kindly, "Oh no, the newspaper is all faded. I will get a new one. Thank you, but you will come again tomorrow, right? Pastor, please bring me more porridge." "Yes, of course I will come and help tomorrow too." "Okay, open your mouth and eat some soup." It's truly such a magical scene that it makes you feel nauseous. I feel so disgusted. Why would a pastor care about abandoned people? Just an easy guy taking care of lazy pigs, isn't that right? I was planning on joining that circus that recruited pastors, but I changed my mind. First of all, I can't do anything, you idiots. And it would also be disadvantageous for me to do what the other guilds are doing, so he decided to open another card. He pretended to come in and raised his voice to attract attention. "The slums here? Yes, in a situation like this, the best choice is to be aggressive." Sun Hee-young smiled and greeted warmly, "You must be a guest, right? Welcome to." He immediately interrupted, "It's true that everyone looks like a pig." The words made all those people immediately freeze. Sun Hee-young was frozen in disbelief and stammered, "You just said, oh, didn't you hear me clearly? Everyone here is a pig." He raised his eyebrows teasingly. What? God, how many times do you want me to repeat it? Those people don't look like people." Now I understand why Kim Hyunsung hasn't recruited this person yet. It seems I've found the main problem here. Even though Sun Hee-young was shocked, she still said reassuringly, "How rude, apologize immediately. No one here deserves to be humiliated like that." Everyone also reacted harshly, demanding that he apologize. They quickly realized he was from the Blue Guild and was surprised. What was such a rotten guild doing here? "Damn it, what do you want? We're from Nozo Guild, apologize, I say. Blue Guild should explain what's going on." He sneered inwardly, "What are those guys doing? They must be completely crazy." Sun Hee-young clasped her hands in front of her chest and replied softly, "As God said. Share food with those people, share clothes with those who have no clothes, pay attention to those who poor people and say hello to them in peace. These are weak people thrown away by society for different reasons. They are good people who deserve help, and from the perspective of a pastor who has duty to save those young people. I cannot accept your insult just now. If you say one more rude word, I will not stand idly by. so please apologize to those who this person and left. He frowned and silently thought, so the pastor's priority is to save the rejected? She's obsessed with helping the poor and doing charity, so there's no way she has the time to join a guild and work for their cause, so I can't change her mind along with her. Away with the other guilds. Sun Hee-young saw that you were still silent and aggressively asked you to apologize. You curled your lips. Here we will respond with the nature of a twisted person. Thinking he stopped and said directly, what if I don't want it? I was working, he immediately interrupted. The sermon was good, in theory, but do you think all these people deserve help? Are these trash people who can't do anything for themselves and just wait for you to bring them free food until they roll on the ground? And all those people, are they good people? They just pretend to be like that in front of her. Being weak doesn't mean they have to be good pastor. Those people are just taking advantage of her because life here is convenient. It's better than the other world. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't ask her to do things that even a child could do. All of those words of course made everyone feel guilty. Sun Hee-young and what Bodhisattva heart believes. Shut up. Who gives you the right to criticize them like that? They only come here as a last choice because this society doesn't give them a choice. No one here chooses or wants to live a life like this. I think you're wrong about this. It would be better if you stop being stubborn and come with us, okay? You just want to scream like that and get it over with, and also, I think it's only right that if someone like you can't understand them, this country prioritizes strength and talent, and those who can't keep up will be punished. Treated like trash. Someone who was born with natural talent like you and easily got into a good guild won't understand the lives of people who don't have those things, am I wrong? No shortage of owners? These words immediately brought him back to very hateful memories, and looking at the way he went around and caused chaos, it seemed like he had too much free time, right? It seems like the real trash of society is you. What a pitiful person. The beggars burst into laughter at this counterattack. You were so angry that you couldn't stand it, to climb up this position. I don't know what the hell I had to trade. Everything he has lived up to now is the effort of being trampled on by society, being called a failure, all the limitations of his development. Development is bad, that's what they called you. You heard it and felt really sarcastic. This time you're wrong, Pastor, you don't know how difficult my life has been. If you say that, even I will be hurt. Sun Hee-young is about to turn away. I guess you have nothing else to say, right? Then hello, a guy in the zoo. What? Now I understand, the person who made those people behave like that. He did not hesitate to point straight at her face and let out a fatal sentence. If those people are dirty pigs, then she is the one who looks after her. The zoo has made those pigs used to it. She shouted angrily, what did you say? See, somehow you're just like them, cowardly defending yourself even though you know I'm right, am I wrong? I didn't see it at first, but the Blue Guild must have seemed really trashy, but the poor only appeared because of you high-class people, because you ignored those below you and only cared about those who benefited you. Useless. Oh, you say those people are the reason for Lyndall's downfall? What a joke. He guessed that charity was just to make her feel satisfied with herself. He raised his chin and said, then should I show it to you? The real reason why Lyndall is rotting. I will show you the truth you have always been avoiding. I will make you realize. So he immediately announced to everyone the shocking news. I will hire all of you. Huh? Why do you suddenly want to hire someone? Sun Hee-young replied in surprise. Another guy jumped up. Hey Blue Guild. Who gave you the right to make such a sudden decision? He didn't pay attention and continued talking. Let me think. Okay. I will provide jobs from construction to medical experiments. It may be hard, but as long as the body is still capable, then everyone can do it. I will also pay more than 30% of the normal salary. Hot food is also included. Oh, I also have to include a few bedrooms. I will assign each person a place to live based on care. Just for each person, what do you think? The whole crowd immediately started to scream in surprise. The beggars started yelling at each other. Sun Hee-young jumped up. Hey, what are you trying to do? Without discussing anything, he ignored it and added, are you guys going to just live like cockroaches and have to rely on others? Stay in the same place as a mouse for the rest of your life? Or will you take this opportunity and become someone useful to society? In your own home with hot food and a bed to sleep in. It's everyone's choice. It's time for everyone to do their own thing. Your words are no different from those of a saint. The Savior is saving all the people here. The atmosphere immediately fell into endless silence. Giyoung Hyun immediately clapped his hands and looked at him with extreme love and admiration. This is the thing he loves about her the most. Sun Hee-young shouted in annoyance, You're a scammer, right? How can people be fooled? But in response to that surprise, someone spoke up to change the vortex of public opinion. Are you serious? Do you really pay us more than 30%? Is there any meat in the meal? I'm also fed up with porridge. Lee Ki-young panicked. Wait a minute everyone, it could be a scam, don't trust him. You already predicted it and silently prayed for the pastor. You better wear a seatbelt, come in, because it's time for you to wake up from your own fantasy world. A hooded man stammered and asked, would you really hire me for just that? Just sue? Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young immediately walked towards that man. He reached out and held his hand tightly, then replied very seriously, what? Of course, as long as you work hard, the people in the name of the Blue Guild, will always use you. If you still don't trust me, I will let this female pastor become the advisor of the Blue Guild. As evidence, the female pastor Sun Hee-young stood aside and heard this in panic, shouting, wait a minute, how can you decide everything on your own like that? As soon as these words ended, a person from the Black Swan Guild immediately agreed. She was right, this female pastor must join our Black Swan Guild. Ignore what she said. Hey, the people in the slum thought for a moment, then all took turns agreeing with Lee Ki-young's proposal. Sun Hee-young saw that everyone had agreed and was extremely confused. She looked all around and then stammered out, everyone, why is this happening? Lee Ki-young was right next to him, not too fast or too slow to say, that's it. I think you should also return to our guild, female pastor, after all you have to watch over me. Listen, having heard this, Sun Hee-young did not answer immediately. She thought for a moment then spoke up. This has gone too far. I never intended to join the Blue Guild. Hear me say that. Lee Ki-young thought to himself. There's no point in acting so arrogant, because you're my healer. Thinking about that, he burst out laughing and said, ha ha, it seems like you really don't like me, huh? But you know, I like altruistic people like you. Not letting Sun Hee-young say anything anymore, Lee Ki-young turned to everyone then clapped her hands a few times and raised her voice. Okay. Tomorrow everyone will start working. Remember to be there at 9 a.m. Disperse. The people in the slum heard that and immediately nodded in agreement and turned to leave. They were a bit worried. Whispering among themselves, I don't know if I can wake up that early. Waiting for the crowd to disperse, Sun Hee-young raised her hand to relieve boredom. She said with a bit of a headache, I haven't yet. I can't completely believe you, but I have to thank you for giving everyone a job to do. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young immediately raised his hand to rub the head of Giyoung Hyun's voice standing next to him. Just replied, oh, you don't need to worry, after all. Everything will turn out okay in the end. What? Sun Hee-young asked confusedly. Lee Ki-young didn't answer but asked again, how long have you been a volunteer here? Hearing the other person ask that, Sun Hee-young immediately said, probably about 3 years, why are you asking this? Lee Ki-young still did not answer but continued to ask the question, so how many people after being cared for by her want to reintegrate into the outside world? This question made Sun Hee-young stunned on the spot. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lee Ki-young laughed and said, I know, no one really wants to leave here, you don't have thoughts like that. This every time I look at them? So pitiful, do these people deserve my care? Maybe I should go find a brighter future for myself. Is this really meaningful when it comes to someone's thoughts that I can't shake? And dozens of other doubts, right? Venerable saint, how pathetic. After taking a long breath, Lee Ki-young stopped talking. He looked at the little change in Sun Hee-young's facial expression and thought with excitement, I like this expression. Think more, question yourself, doubt yourself more, only then will you be enlightened, he. After a long silence, Sun Hee-young slowly speak up. I am a human being. I admit those thoughts have appeared in my mind, but I cannot sit and watch homeless people go through pain on their own, no matter the purpose. What is their purpose? Neither you nor I can deny the fact that they are incompetent people living at the bottom of society. And I am just a person who wants to turn Lindell into a beautiful place without anyone of pain. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, he just didn't know how precious he was as a healer. Thinking about that, he immediately burst out laughing and said, you're so naive there. Taking care of these trash here is just a waste of your time. This made Sun Hee-young a bit angry. She coldly replied, that's it. I won't sit still and let you do whatever you want." Hearing her say that, Lee Ki-young thought, "What can I do to you? Are you a combat healer?" Well, I don't hate her expression right now. Sun Hee-young didn't say anything more at this time. She was a bit miserable and wondered in her heart, "Now that I think about it, why are things still as bad as before? Have I done something wrong in the past? What if he's right?" Lee Ki-young let Sun Hee-young have time to think more deeply. He stopped bothering her and silently calculated. Just making her doubt herself would have accomplished her goal. Halfway, I will expose to her the nature of this real world when they are lazy. Having cheap labor source but also enlightening Sun Hee-young, plus the trust of Sun Hee-young, isn't this a super perfect plan? Super cool, right? It's truly killing two birds with one stone. I wish I could test my medicine on a living thing. Luckily, I decided to bring the medicine with me. Sun Hee-young stood motionless. She was remembering Lee Ki-young's previous question. Is everyone good? They are just acting in front of her. They are deceiving and taking advantage of her. These words made Sun Hee-young extremely frustrated and uncomfortable. She looked at the homeless people in the slum where here, looking at their miserable appearance, she shook her head and thought, "No, it's just because I don't have enough faith. Benagor, please guide this poor little sheep, I wonder. Don't know when Lindell will become more beautiful. My name is Lee Ki-young, leader of the Blue Guild. I went with Yung Hyun, the little love of my life, to the slums to recruit a second member 5 instead of the beloved pseudo-regressor. We went to find Sun Hee-young, the female priest who is considered the legendary Forsaken Goddess. At first I was too focused on her ability stats, that's why I didn't realize that Sun Hee-young was being deceived by the homeless people in the slums, so I decided to expose them and hire them to become my drug testers. But when he woke up, 3 days had passed, Lee Ki-young woke up from the evil dream. His body was now extremely weak, but even still very stable. The dictionary of a scammer did not exist. Impossible concept. The truth is always hidden behind provocative and fabricated words. Opening the curtains and stepping out, Lee Ki-young hugged his aching head and began to calculate that he had slept very well. Is it a strange place or something? I feel so tired. Every night Yung Hyun crawls into my bed. It's been 4 days and I still haven't heard from Sun Hee-young. I look so bored with school, that's right. I had to stay here longer than planned because some people really worked very hard. Well, my drug test was successful, so I can't say I didn't get anything in return. However, they'll give up soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's not easy for someone to want to change. They will quickly want to return to their comfortable time of being cared for. What if I expose their true nature to Sun Hee-young? Just wait, Kim Yun-sung, I'll bring you back to you soon, ha ha ha. Lee Ki-young walked to the Lindell Slum Development Project. A flyer with Lee Ki-young's picture crossed out. He didn't know where he came from and landed on his face. Taking down the leaflet from his face, Lee Ki-young curled his mouth and thought that just based on his plan, he could predict everything accurately. You pigs. Pathetic. That's right, in this world nothing is impossible. I will become the only light in this world. I will become the brightest halo, ha ha ha. This is enough to convince Sun Hee-young. In a corner of the Lindell Slum Development Project, homeless people were gathering in a place whispering and chatting. One person asked, "Hey Mr. Kim, Mr. what's going on?" The man named Kim rubbed his nose and said, "I quit. I find it better to wander around every day and receive free food from the pastor than to work for some weak boss, who just asked." Hearing that, he also replied in agreement, "Ha ha, I told you. This place is paradise for people like us." This conversation was overheard by Lee Ki-young. He didn't say anything. Why do I ironically think to myself, oh, slum dwellers, you truly are pitiful sheep who only depend on respectable pastors and compassionate pastors. You guys saved this world but at the same time doubt it. Even these drunks are helping me. Sun Hee-young, you won't stand by and watch these people, right? You'll come and scold them, right? Lee Ki-young slowly walked towards the group of homeless people resting. Seeing him coming, one of them immediately looked up and said, "Oh, look who is there. It's that weak owner, ha ha. Right, it's worth dying for, ha ha. He looks so weak. As a man, he must have firm thighs. I don't know if he can do anything with those weak legs, just look at him. Like a dried melon, I don't know if it's a man or not." Hearing these taunts, Lee Ki-young tried to suppress his anger and thought, "Ah, look at how rude they're to me, sister. Sister, Sun Hee-young, these trash scolded me even though I didn't do anything, so she'll be angry with them, right? Thinking like that, Lee Ki-young immediately walked towards where Sun Hee-young was handing out food. He curled his mouth and called out to the female pastor, "I have something to show you, please come with me for a bit." "What's going on?" Sun Hee-young turned her head and asked in doubt. "You'll know after watching." Lee Ki-young said something like that and left first. Sun Hee-young frowned and thought for a moment, then followed. Lee Ki-young brought her there. A small alley, he pointed at a homeless man who was drinking alcohol with his head back and said, "Look at them, they quit their jobs and went to cause trouble with me and the other women. They've only been working for 3 days and they've already quit. Do you still not understand? This is their true nature. They only pretend to be pitiful in front of you because you treat them well. They are actually just drunken sexual harassment criminals. So tell me, now who is the one causing Lindell's downfall? Me or those other trash?" After saying this, Lee Ki-young immediately observed Sun Hee-young's expression. He thought to himself, she thought it would be okay if she just pretended not to understand. Those homeless people heard Lee Ki-young say those words. So he immediately showed a miserable face and cried, "Pastor, this sissy guy is trying to kill us. Pastor, we would never do things like this. Beautiful pastor, my dear. We can continue to live here thanks to you. Are you trying to seduce our beautiful pastor? Only weirdos do things like this." Not bothering to pay attention to these words, Lee Ki-young glanced at Sun Hee-young and said, "You saw it too, and this evil bastard, you're trying seducing our beautiful pastor? Only sissies do things like this." Not bothering to pay attention to these words, Lee Ki-young glanced at Sun Hee-young and said, "I saw it too, I can't just be fooled by them. You can't lie forever." Saying something like that made him amused and thought to himself, "Wow, you idiots, you're digging your own grave. Sister, what are you going to say now?" Sun Hee-young was silent for a moment. Her head bowed slightly then slowly spoke, "That was PTSD." Hearing this sentence, Lee Ki-young was extremely excited. Exactly like that, he happily turned around. Looked at Sun Hee-young, but was immediately stunned by her next sentence. She raised her hands to pray and said, "How poor. They must feel very miserable. How much pain must they have to be able to drink this much alcohol to forget their pain?" Hearing this sentence, Lee Ki-young thought helplessly, "What the hell are you talking about? Are you drunk too?" Thinking so, he immediately shouted, "Yes, female pastor, you're saying it wrong. They are criminals." But before he could finish his sentence, Sun Hee-young interrupted him and shouted, You were the one who humiliated them first. You called them pigs. Isn't that funny? If someone with as much power as you has never experienced it, you won't be able to understand it, what?" Lee Ki-young thought to himself in horror. He completely couldn't understand what the hell Sun Hee-young was thinking. Extremely angry, Lee Ki-young laughed and said, "Ha, you already know the truth. Why are you still like that, just now? You also heard what they said. They are the ones who turned Lindell into a mess. They are criminals who like to play the victim. They are the cancerous seeds of society." Shouted a sentence like that. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, "Damn, I'm so careless, I forgot something obvious." While thinking like that, Sun Hee-young interrupted his thoughts and said, "No, they were originally just poor, miserable people trying to fight against someone as powerful as you. I'm not saying they're innocent, but you're the last person who gets to say that to them because you're the one who's supposed to. Accepting favors." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young blamed himself. "I was too careless." She strongly believes in underdorma beliefs. Why did she strictly draw a line in the first place? Is the boundary between good and evil like that? So just living in a shabby house will automatically make you a good person, but living in a warm and comfortable house will make you a bad person? Thinking so, Lee Ki-young immediately objected and said, "So what about the people who were sexually harassed by them? If I'm a powerful person like you say, then what about people of the same social rank as them? Would you also justify their actions in that case?" Feeling that the other person was too talkative, Sun Hee-young rubbed her ears and said a little impatiently, "Ha, you're really slandering them. Everyone here is part of the family as adults. I understand them very well. They look lazy and impulsive, but they have never harassed each other. Even though I really doubted what I was doing, I never doubted their integrity. It's true that they live very peacefully, so stop slandering them." Hearing this, Lee Ki-young was extremely amused. He laughed and said, "Isn't that interesting? That's just the tip of the iceberg. Oh well, a respectable pastor like you really only chooses to see what he wants, right? Are you interested in doing an experiment to test the truth? I don't, why should I? Sun Hee-young shrugged and calmly replied, if you want, you can do it yourself. You're the only one here who looks free, because what you expect will never happen. Looking at his back, Sun Hee-young left. Lee Ki-young frowned and thought, you're still trying to be stubborn, then you need to use stronger measures. Sun Hee-young said impatiently, if you intend to continue if I do this, then I have to ask you to get out of here. Hearing what the other person said, Lee Ki-young raised his hand to rub his chin and thought to himself, damn, I didn't expect it would be so difficult to convince Sun Hee-young. Thinking of this, the homeless guy who was drinking earlier suddenly raised the empty bottle of wine and hit Lee Ki-young on the head. He pointed straight at his face and scolded him, you clever guy, you dare to tell on our stories. Huh? You're the reason why she's been looking at us so strangely lately. Lee Ki-young was suddenly attacked and couldn't react in time. He held his head and silently scolded, fuck. Homeless guy. That guy didn't stop and continued to scold you. Do you think you're good because you're in a big guild? What else did you say to her? Encountering this unexpected situation, Lee Ki-young panicked and calculated, what should I do? I've used up all the magic medicine. Really, seeing that the situation could get out of control, Lee Ki-young quickly exclaimed, oh wait. Wait, don't hit me. The drunk guy didn't pay attention to this and said in a harsh voice, don't wear a belt, you dog. Today is your death anniversary, I can't stop the homeless people. Hey, Lee Ki-young was avoiding and angrily calculating, Mom, it seems like I have to flatter these losers to get it over with. Pretend to apologize. Thinking like that, Lee Ki-young quickly put on a pitiful look. He clasped his hands and said, oh wait a minute, sir, please stop, please. I'm sorry for calling you animals, please stop. Drunk guy not bothering to pay attention to these words, he raised his fist, aimed at Lee Ki-young's head, hit it down and shouted loudly, shut up. You son of a bitch, you ruined our lives, you must take responsibility. More and more homeless people followed the drunk guy and rushed to fight Lee Ki-young. While beating them, they liked to talk, ha ha ha. Even the female pastor said this was self-defense, so he wouldn't. What's the problem? Effeminate guy, ha ha, stupid guy, ha ha, was beaten so hard that he couldn't stand up. Lee Ki-young held his head and cursed angrily, mother, you inhumane bastards. Mother, Sun Hee-young let those guys do these things because she thought she had a higher status than them. That's true. Sun Hee-young stood from afar watching the battle. She didn't bother to stop her but calmly spoke softly. Said, he deserved it, the criminals must be punished for their crimes. At this time, the mocking sounds of the homeless people rang out incessantly, ha ha ha. You idiot, the female priest won't help you. Do you really think someone so easily fooled would trust someone from a big guild like you? Ha ha, just accept the fate of being a punching bag for us. It's starting to rain now, Lee Ki-young can't resist. He listened to those people scolding and exclaimed, Mom, bastards, it hurts, damn it. Kim Yun-sung, Ying Hyan, Park Deok-gu, come save me. After exclaiming once, Lee Ki-young silently calculated again. Lee Ki-young of Blue Guild won't, what can I do? I have to be someone who is kind enough to make the female pastor want to protect me. It would be even better if I am someone who can expose the true faces of these losers, so it seems I only have one choice. Choose, fight to the heart's content. The homeless people looked at Lee Ki-young lying flat at their feet and happily discussed, ha ha. Look at you, you sissy, are you a man? I guess its face isn't the only feminine thing. Do you think there's a chance it might actually be female? You know what it's like to be a girl wearing boys' clothes, ha ha. Selling them as a slave would probably work. Lying on the ground, Lee Ki-young listened to these bastards and quietly repeated, girls wear boy stuff? What nonsense are you talking about? It's not that, you idiots, you're probably talking about guys who wear women's clothes. I'm always confident in wearing women's clothes, of course. I'm not saying I like wearing it, I just do it because I was forced to, and I even won a cross-dressing contest when I was in women's college. Well, at that time there were also a few guys who molested me. Of course I put them to death, in reality it was harsh. The sad thing is that the weak people don't receive any help. I don't know why those types are still living alone in the world. Tight, I've never liked to speak up for myself, but my life is easy thanks to losers like you. Thank you, you bastards. Seeing Lee Ki-young lying on the ground suddenly grinned. The homeless people who couldn't achieve their wishes angrily shouted, "Is he crazy? Why is he suddenly smiling like that? I think we didn't hit him enough. We have to hit him really hard to make sure he can't." One guy was talking here when another guy suddenly interrupted. Wait, are you sure? Want to do that? If we sell him in the slave market, we might be able to make a large amount of money from him. Haha, we'll roast them all in the casino anyway. Hee, you guys are really hopeless. Come on, bring it here quickly. While talking about this, the group suddenly stopped. They looked down at the ground below. Lee Ki-young didn't know when he had disappeared. The prey had run away. This homeless group was extremely angry. They started cursing at each other. Where did that dog go? You idiot, we lost him because of you, mother. And at this moment Lee Ki-young was hurriedly walking down the street. His face was all scratched at this point. He cursed silently, "You idiots, mom. Me, I know there are days when I need to be quick. I'm a miserable cross-dresser. I don't even need expensive makeup because I already have a great magic kit with me." Lee Ki-young quickly returned to his tent. As soon as he got inside, seeing Young Hyun sleeping on the bed, Lee Ki-young quickly shouted, "Young Hyun, wake up." Young Hyun woke up by the call. Young Hyun was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes and sitting up. Lee Ki-young quickly asked, "Did you sleep well?" Young Hyun nodded and replied, "Yes, hee, what about you?" After asking this question, Young Hyun suddenly noticed the wound on Lee Ki-young's face. She was startled to wake up and exclaimed, "Brother, what's wrong with your face? What happened?" Lee Ki-young shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious." Young Hyun, can you perform the transformation spell on me? Young Hyun didn't understand what Lee Ki-young wanted to do. She said suspiciously, "Transformation? It's only been a while, but it's definitely possible, but why suddenly?" Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lee Ki-young interrupted, "So let's turn him into a beautiful woman, looking as fragile as possible." After saying this, Lee Ki-young narrowed his eyes and thought, "If I want to do this, I have to do it right. I have to make those losers fall in love with me." Young Hyun saw the expression on Lee Ki-young's face and asked in bewilderment, But what? Of course I'm willing to do what you want, but I've never done it before." Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, "What the hell are you talking about?" Even though he thought so, he still smiled and said, "No, it's not like that. Just do it quickly. Remember to dress me to look like the people who live here. Is that okay?" Young Hyun, hearing that, she didn't ask anything more. She nodded and replied, "Okay, please wait a moment." After saying that, Young Hyun immediately raised his hand to do the trick and then began to chant the spell. "God, I wish to transform you." I became a beauty. Standing on the opposite side, Lee Ki-young also clasped his hands together and silently prayed, "Thanks to you. I believe in you, genius female magician, Young Hyun. This wish will end." Young Hyun's method was also successful. Lee Ki-young quickly transformed his body and became an extremely beautiful girl. Lee Ki-young made an extremely adorable gesture and said, "In the name of justice I won't forgive you." Lee Ki-young thought to himself, extremely satisfied, so wonderful. Young Hyun standing on the opposite side couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, so beautiful. You look like a fox, so cute." Hearing her say that, Lee Ki-young laughed and replied, So beautiful? Let me see." After looking at his face in the mirror, Lee Ki-young said, a little disappointed, It's still me, Young Hyun. I told you to turn me into a beauty." Two eyes Young Hyun glowing, she smiled and said, "You're already beautiful, you're very beautiful." Hearing her say that, Lee Ki-young frowned and thought, "Well, my body must be fragile enough." Thinking so, he turned around and said, "Okay, let's go, Young Hyun." Young Hyun stood behind and exclaimed in bewilderment, Where are we going?" "Go see the female pastor teach those losers a lesson," Lee Ki-young said. Hearing that, Young Hyun immediately chased after her and shouted, "Yeah, I'll go now, you." "No, I mean you." Lee Ki-young. Out on the main street, wearing a different appearance, Lee Ki-young turned his head slightly and smiled and said to Young Hyun, "Can I call you Lee Ji-yeon?" "Yes," Young Hyun replied with narrowed eyes. Lee Ji-yeon walked in front of Young Hyun. Lee Ki-young thought to herself, "I will use Sun Hee-young to teach those bastards a lesson. And I will take advantage using them to attract Sun Hee-young to my side. It's killing two birds with one stone." Just keep drinking, you useless people. Keep doing that, and I, right now, am a young woman who is the breadwinner of the family, unable to endure injustice." In the slum, Sun Hee-young was standing under an awning sheltering from the rain. Lee Ki-young's words kept echoing endlessly in her ears. So what about those who have been sexually harassed? Even if they do it with people of the same status as themselves, is it still acceptable? Shaking her head furiously, Sun Hee-young thought to herself, no way, they would never do that to their own people. Of course, sometimes I heard rumors that they quarreled with each other, but because they are human, so it's normal, there's no rule against them arguing, and once I stop them from doing that, they will return to their usual honest nature, so they won't be able to take advantage of it. Me, I believe in them, that's why I still believe I haven't given up on this place, I won't give up. 10 minutes ago, the empty wine bottle was thrown on the street. After letting Lee Ki-young run died, the homeless people angrily cursed loudly, "Mother, do you think that effeminate guy will tell his group about us, so what should we do? We're screwed, so we have to catch and kill him before he runs away, damn it. It's important to make sure that the easily fooled priest doesn't suspect us." This just happened. Out, a cold voice suddenly rang out. What did you just say? The homeless people were a bit startled and quickly turned to the place where the voice came from. There was a girl standing there, none other than Lee Ki-young, who had just transformed. The homeless people asked suspiciously, who are you? What did you just say? Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young coldly repeated, did you just call the female pastor a fool? While Lee Ki-young was with the homeless people, Young Hyun immediately ran to look for Sun Hee-young and found the female pastor. Young Hyun quickly shouted, female pastor, it's dangerous, there's a conflict between residents and a person being harassed by several men. Hearing this, Sun Hee-young was startled and stammered and asked again, what did you just say? It must have been a misunderstanding, that was Sun Hee-young's initial thought. There must have been some misunderstanding. Sun Hee-young had guessed that it must be so. At this moment, Lee Ki-young's words continued to echo in Sun Hee-young's head, and what if they did that to someone of the same status as them? Do you mean their actions are still acceptable if they do them with someone of the same status? They were all members of a big family, they were good people who helped each other to overcome difficulties is what Sun Hee-young always tried to force herself to believe. Just ran to Young Hyun Sun Hee-young thought to herself in fear, please God, please tell me this isn't true, please. Before I witness it with my own eyes, the harsh truth of real life. Weak people, that's not necessarily a good person, female pastor, this is what Lee Ki-young once said. Sun Hee-young ran to the place and saw a homeless man grabbing Lee Ki-young, he couldn't stop. Punched him in the face, then rolled his eyes and said, shut up, who are you to act like a judge of justice? Sun Hee-young didn't understand what was going on at all. Lee Ki-young in the form of a girl saw the female pastor running over and showed an even weaker appearance. He thought to himself with amusement, welcome to the spectacle of madness. Sister, you've never seen anything like this, have you? I made you wait too long. Thinking like that, he immediately opened his mouth and shouted, help me. The homeless guy heard this cry for help and grabbed Lee Ki-young even tighter. He rolled his eyes and roared, who do you think you are to dare to act? Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young thought with satisfaction, yes, you son of a bitch. Say all the thoughts in your head, speak louder, be more energetic, say such ugly words that Sun Hee-young will have to say. Fainted when he heard it, keep saying what you want, son of a bitch. Just thinking that, Lee Ki-young was thrown straight to the ground. The homeless people rushed towards him, punching and kicking him. They kept scolding you with harsh words, don't think you'll be able to get out of here alive today. Being knocked to the ground, Lee Ki-young held his head and tried to look scared, but in his heart he was scared. Thought to myself, is that so? Have you seen it, the demons are bullying the weak. Thinking like that, Lee Ki-young immediately weakly begged, save me, someone save me, please. Female pastor Sun Hee-young witnessed everyone couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately rushed forward and shouted, no, stop, everyone stop now, what are you doing? Seeing someone suddenly rushing towards them, one of the homeless people immediately pushed Sun Hee-young back. Seeing her fall, Lee Ki-young in the form of a girl was extremely worried and shouted loudly, no, female pastor. Shouting such a sentence, he secretly exclaimed, oh my God, sister, even though this whole thing is bad, this is the reality, don't worry about the money to wash clothes, I will give her an even more beautiful dress." Seeing the other person scream like that, the homeless people suddenly froze. They were extremely frightened and stopped their movements. Everyone stuttered in panic. The Quorn cried, "Huh? Female pastor? Why are you here? Damn it, if only I hadn't pushed her." Female pastor Sun Hee-young didn't bother paying attention to the homeless people. She turned her head to look at Lee Ki-young lying on the ground. Seeing the other person looking at him, Lee Ki-young quickly showed a pitiful face with tears in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Oh, she's looking over here. I have to pretend to be in pain." Sun Hee-young step by step walking to the direction where Lee Ki-young was lying. Her hand reached out to touch the person lying flat below, but she only reached halfway and stopped in midair. She painfully mocked herself. She was so stupid, because of her selfishness. "About myself, I'm really too stupid, when I try to avoid looking at the truth. How many people have suffered like this person?" Seeing Sun Hee-young's current expression, Lee Ki-young thought with great satisfaction, "Good, very much, Sun Hee-young." Sun Hee-young was completely unaware of everything around her at this time. She was immersed in her own thoughts. "I wanted to create a beautiful Lindell, where everyone unites to work together. 1. Lindell in the Holy Kingdom. No, that won't happen because this continent is too rotten. Power justifies everything they do and they act for their own benefit, and there is no how to protect the countless people who are suffering under their oppression. I wanted to protect those people." Coming out of her own thoughts, Sun Hee-young took Lee Ki-young's hand, said softly, "That's how I feel, Hick, please wake up. I'll cure you right away." Hearing this, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, "I don't know what's going on, but it's time for me to say the line, it's the peak. It will be very peak. Right now I'm a sad girl." Thinking like that, he immediately said, "Female pastor, I'm sorry, I can't bear it anymore when I hear them insulting you. That's why, haha. Lee Ji-yeon is sad. Lee Ji-yeon is injured. Poor Lee Ji-yeon is like a trembling little rabbit." Hearing the weak girl on the ground coughing in pain, Sun Hee-young quickly spoke up, "Stop talking. Everything will be better now. Everything is good. Ah, very good, very good. My tears are about to dry." Exhausted by this flood of tears, Lee Ki-young thought. Then he weakly spoke up, "Study, study, it's okay. Female pastor, I'm about to die, please go quickly." Say it once with such a sentence, he thought to himself, "Of course you didn't really ask me to leave, it's about time I heard your answer." The female pastor bowed her head in silence for a moment, then raised her head. Looked at the group of homeless people on the opposite side, then said in a cold voice, "I'm very disappointed in you guys. I pitied you and took good care of you. How could you do such a cruel thing? Huh? Please leave this place now." Sun Hee-young said as he couldn't hold back his tears and sobbed. Lying on the ground, Lee Ki-young raised his hand to cover his mouth, then he smiled incredibly satisfied and then thought to myself, "I knew this plan would succeed, ha ha, sis, now you understand. Right from the beginning they were that kind of people. Now you believe me." Homeless people, after hearing what Sun Hee-young said, she was extremely scared and cried out in unison, "Female pastor, why did you suddenly say that? You misunderstood, don't want to hear any more words." Sun Hee-young immediately interrupted, "I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Please leave this slum now. This is not the place for people with dirty, dishonest hearts." After saying that, Sun Hee-young immediately picked up Lee Ki-young. Hearing the other person's words just now, he was extremely satisfied and thought to himself, You're so cool, sister. What do you want to evolve into now? Go to the dark side, go to the dark side, trample on my precious life and go to the dark side. Ah, corrupt female pastor, you quickly become corrupt." Thinking about this, Sun Hee-young immediately used magic to cure her sister for Lee Ki-young. Seeing that, he panicked and cried out in his heart, "Ah, that's not good, don't do that, don't do that, don't cure me. Lee Ji-yeon must look like she's in pain. Damn it, Young Hyun, stop her, stop her, stop her holy magic from entering my body, that's right." As if understanding what I mean, Lee Ki-young, Young Hyun hurriedly ran around a hidden corner using their own holy magic to stop the actions of Sun Hee-young, a great magician and a great female priest, the intense collision. Seeing his own holy power being blocked, Sun Hee-young exclaimed in horror, "Huh? The holy power is being denied, how is that possible? Is she in such a critical condition that even holy magic has no effect on her? Sigh, heck, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Heck, it's because I don't want to be hurt, because I want to avoid looking at the truth. Sigh, that person was right, he always told the truth to me. I was wrong, me, who always turned away from those who are truly suffering, no one else but me. Hick. Ha. Oh my god. Hick. Hick. Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young was weak, calling Sun Hee-young. He thought, do you understand? What I told you, ha, now I understand. Look at me, surprised. I prepared a small surprise for you, what do you think? After thinking these things, Lee Ki-young immediately opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this terrible situation, Sun Hee-young cried out in panic, no, oh my god, seeing the other person crying bitterly. Lee Ki-young exclaimed softly, good-natured people are always weak when it comes to these things. This is good, next time I'll try it with Kim Hyunsung too. But I'm very happy to have the talented Young Hyun here, if I go with that guy, we'll all be lost. Young Hyun, who had just been praised, was hiding in a corner wiping her tears. She said to herself, I don't want to use this magic anymore, hick. A bit looking at the group of homeless people who just beat her, Lee Ki-young thought to herself, sister, have you opened your eyes now? Those evil people are waiting for you. There is still something missing. Where is the holy war? I saw this somewhere and they would use things like a book to hit my head. Thinking like that, Lee Ki-young once again called out to Sun Hee-young. Hearing the call, the female pastor quickly he held the other person's hand tightly and quickly said, I can't die, please don't die, please. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young thought, I won't die, even though I intend to act like I'm in pain and want to die. Thinking silently for a while, Lee Ki-young whispered, I haven't been here long, but I've learned a lot since coming here. She is a noble person, she is the one who wakes up early to take care of others and clean up trash on the ground, bottles rolling on the floor, tissues, and she also cooks soup for everyone. Every day she gives out soup. Giving to everyone without discrimination, whether it was raining or snowing, every day she did the same. She shared everything she had. She put aside fame and wealth and volunteered to help. Those people, other people also help. The big guilds will pay attention to the people in the slums and I will protect the safety of Lindell. I still remember you smiling and giving bread when I lie on the ground. I respect what you have done for us. You are my benefactor, so please don't blame yourself for what happened. You are someone who deserves respect. Of course, when saying these words, Lee Ki-young has absolutely no such memory, but he will take advantage of it. Hearing the other person say such words, Sun Hee-young cried loudly, oh my god, will a person is a fool like me worthy of serving the people? I wanted to protect the weak, hick, please. Someone please come help me, there's someone injured here, everyone please, hick, people from the guilds please, please help me, please. No one responded to Sun Hee-young's call for help. Looking at the deserted scene here, she thought painfully, they all left after I got here. Isn't that true? How could they? Why? I loathe the strong, trample on the weak and destroy peace. Looking at the weak girl lying on the ground, Sun Hee-young immediately stood up trembling. Seeing her action, an intruder housing raised its mouth in mockery. What? Do you look pathetic yet? What? Are we dirty? You finally showed your true face. Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young lying on the ground curled his lips and smiled lightly. At this time, Sun Hee-young's eyes looking at the homeless people had changed, his gaze changed. Her eyes were full of indignation. She thought to herself, I don't know how related this thought is. While thinking about this, a homeless man suddenly rushed up and grabbed Lee Ki-young's hand and pulled him back hard. He yelled at me, what are you doing? Not long ago you were pretending to be kind and taking care of us. Now you call us dirty and chase us away, you bastard. Pulled hard, Lee Ki-young thought. Keep going. Let's go further. Sun Hee-young was extremely panicked. She just didn't want to be someone who was disgusted by the people she loved. The scolding of Sun Hee-young continued to ring out endlessly. That's right, you bastard, you hypocrite. Actually, I didn't like you from the start. Who the hell are you to ask for pity and help us? You dirty bitch pretending to be a saint. If you crave attention so much, get ready, make yourself beautiful and then go to that brothel. These words are extremely difficult to hear. Lee Ki-young looked at the expression on the female pastor's face and then thought, sister, have you finally woken up? Sun Hee-young bowed her head for a moment, then clasped her hands tightly around her head and screamed, oh my god, if only these people didn't exist in the first place, if this had to happen like this. Looking at Sun Hee-young's expression right now, Lee Ki-young happily thought to herself, Black tears flowed from her eyes. I love her to death, go to the dark side, go to the dark side. While thinking about this, Sun Hee-young suddenly shouted, "No, please. Let that child go now. You idiots, shut up." The homeless people heard that and shouted loudly. It seemed that idiots still hadn't realized. What's going on here? Okay, then if you all die here, there won't be any witnesses. Hearing this, Lee Ki-young cautiously turned his head and looked back, only to see the homeless man was clutching a sharp knife. He thought in horror, hurry up and use it, sister, it's touching me. Hey, it's touching me. Lee Ji-yeon is about to die. The good girl will die first, quickly go to the dark side and save me. While thinking like that, Lee Ki-young slowly moved closer to the knife. He glanced slightly at Young Hyun, seeing her expression. You right now, Lee Ki-young silently prayed. Wait Young Hyun, calm down, don't be rash, control your bloodlust. Young Hyun, calm down, damn it, Nuna. Quickly return to the dark side, go dark, huh? What is she doing? Why is she suddenly doing that? Sun Hee-young suddenly knelt down on her knees very neatly. She clasped her hands together in a prayer gesture. Seeing this action, Lee Ki-young thought to herself, is she praying? Is she praying right now? Did she pray when Lee Ji-yeon was about to die? The homeless people are still using dirty words to insult the two people on the ground. These sluts, they all have to die today. I will deal with this one first. Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young thought, Lee Ji-yeon is about to die, quickly deal with this guy. Right at the moment the knife in the homeless man's hand was about to stab Lee Ki-young, a stream of blood-red magic suddenly shot out, cutting off the homeless man's head. Fresh blood suddenly splattered and dyed the entire space on the ground red. The person who had just slashed the magic stream was Sun Hee-young. She had now stood up straight, her head was slightly bowed so she was temporarily unconscious. See her current expression clearly. Seeing the scene just now, the remaining homeless people were extremely frightened and scared. Only Young Hyun had her eyes wide open, her face full of admiration looking towards Sun Hee-young. The female pastor suddenly raised her head. She looked at the homeless people with cold eyes and said in a harsh voice, "Don't think I can love everyone if you all die here. Then there will be no more witnesses." With her ability, Lee Ki-young can see the current stats of the female priest Sun Hee-young. Her current profession is the female priest of darkness. See, with this information, Lee Ki-young was a bit surprised and shocked. His eyes opened wide, thinking, sister, what is this? So scary, is this the judgment? Damn it, I'm the one who wants her to follow evil, but not to this extent. Yeah, we're trying to create a happy family. What to do with a bloody scene like this? Just thinking that Lee Ki-young had just witnessed the entire massacre of Sun Hee-young against the homeless people in the slums. He couldn't believe it and softly exclaimed, damn it, I don't want to have to do something like that. Hey, Sun Hee-young, you're so scared. Looking at the group of homeless people in front of you, Lee Ki-young silently exclaimed, I don't care about the lives of those people, what I care about is how to clean it up. Get all their bodies. If the Blue Guild finds out, can we ask Young Hyun to use cleanup magic to deal with it? But why does she look so happy? So from the beginning she wanted to do this. And the female Young Hyun, why did she show that excited expression? We've been together for so long that you feel sympathy for her? Seriously, why is everyone so strange? While thinking about this, an incident happened. Young Hyun was the first to discover it. She suddenly cried out, Hick, brother. Hearing this call, Lee Ki-young was also startled. He bowed his head. Looking down at my body, I was extremely panicked. Wait a minute, has the magic stopped working? It's impossible. At this time, female pastor Sun Hee-young's hands were stained with fresh blood. A homeless man saw her coming towards him and was extremely scared, stuttering and begging, Pastor, please forgive me. Not bothering to pay attention to this request, the female pastor said in a cold voice, Die, there is no forgiveness. Looking at Sun Hee-young's slaughtering back, Lee Ki-young was secretly terrified. I thought, does this crazy woman know she's been lying all this time? Oh my god, I'm crazy. If she finds out everything was an act, she'll kill me. I'm planning on it. Stop it. Don't, my body is back to how it was. Young Hyun, help me quickly. Young Hyun, wake up and help me. Damn it, it's almost over. On the other side, after finishing dealing with the last homeless guy, Sun Hee-young raised his foot to kick firmly on his head, then she coldly said, "We will meet in hell, abandoned person." At this time, Lee Ki-young had returned to his original appearance. He hid in his shirt. I was completely covered and I sat against a corner of the wall. Sun Hee-young looked around, saw Lee Ki-young. She happily ran over and shouted, "Ah, thank God, she's still alive." But before he could finish his sentence, when he saw the face of the person sitting on the ground clearly, Sun Hee-young asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Lee Ki-young raised his head. He forced a distorted smile and said, "Sun Hee-young. Long time no see." Realizing who the other person was, Sun Hee-young widened her eyes and exclaimed, "What's going on? Why are you here? Where is that girl from before? Have you been lying to me lately?" Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young gritted his teeth and thought, "She's found out, it must be my turn." Thinking so, he took a breath and slowly said, "I won't hide it from you anymore. I just want you to see the nature of this world, I just want that, but..." Saying this, Lee Ki-young suddenly stopped. He looked towards Sun Hee-young's bloody hand, which he was holding tightly, and I thought in horror, "Mom, Sun Hee-young, we are very close, aren't we? Or if you follow me from now on, I'll buy you new clothes too, so sister, please forgive me this time." Putting on an extremely pitiful face, Lee Ki-young thought, "I'm a pitiful little puppy caught in the rain. Hey, are you asking for too much?" Lee Ki-young acted coyly while observing Sun Hee-young's expression. Seeing her cold eyes, Lee Ki-young was startled and silently exclaimed, "I'm dead." Looking at her expression, "I'm about to die, I'm about to die. It's so late, I'm about to see a naked cock, Mom, Kim Hyun-sung, Park Deok-gu, Young Hyun." As if sensing Lee Ki-young's anxiety, Young Hyun suddenly rushed out from a corner to block him. In front of him, she looked at Sun Hee-young, her eyes filled with tears, and shouted loudly, "You can't do that, don't kill him," eagerly, "If you kill him, I will end everything." After saying that, Young Hyun immediately bent down and shook Lee Ki-young. She worriedly asked, "Honey, are you okay?" Sniff. Sun Hee-young had not said a word all this time. At this moment she suddenly raised one arm high. Seeing this movement, Lee Ki-young thought to herself, "Ah, here it is." Thinking so, he immediately said to Young Hyun, "Defense magic, that defense magic, hurry up." Young Hyun didn't bother to listen to Lee Ki-young. She stood up and ran straight to where Sun Hee-young was standing. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young panicked. "Come, no, don't come near there, come here, oh my God, listen to me." As soon as I said this, Sun Hee-young's magic also hit, but nothing happened. Sun Hee-young closed her eyes tightly, then slowly said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. In fact, you two can laugh at me all you want now. Because now I'm no longer a pastor or what a saint anymore, I'm simply an animal slaughterer." As soon as Sun Hee-young's words ended, a new notification appeared in front of Lee Ki-young's eyes. The task of comforting and advising Sun Hee-young when she is sad and increases your favorability index. After reading this message, Lee Ki-young thought, is this a dating simulator? Or something similar? After being silent for a moment, Sun Hee-young spread out her bloody hands. She looked at her hands and said softly, "Like that, right? I really feel at peace after what I did. Obeying the devil with these hands, isn't that funny? I'm a hypocrite, even God won't forgive me." Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young thought, "No, sister, you are. Think for a while like that." Boy immediately spoke up to comfort her, "Don't feel guilty anymore. I think your choice is absolutely right." At this moment, a few sample comforting sentences from the system appeared in front of Lee Ki-young's eyes. "If it weren't for no, that girl died at the hands of those bastards. I'm a noble. I didn't do anything wrong. They're the ones who did wrong." After reading these sentences, Lee Ki-young was extremely excited. Wondering, what should I say? What a coincidence, I'm also a scammer, can you stay with me? That's right, you're a hypocrite, pastor, that's not true. Those animals are the ones who did wrong. After pondering for a while, Lee Ki-young said, "The ones who did wrong are the animals who don't know how to be grateful." Sis, I'm not sure if this is good or not, but consider that you just helped Lyndall clean up the trash to clean up the environment. That will make you feel better. This is also an expression of volunteering. After saying these words of comfort, the value of the intimacy between the two immediately increased. Lee Ki-young was a little worried and thought, will this trick work for her? How could that be? From the beginning I knew she wasn't a normal person. Thinking so, he continued to say, from now on, if I have to take someone's life to protect others, I will always be by your side forever, so please cooperate with me and create a beautiful Lindell, Sun Hee-young. Lee Ki-young said as he held out his hand in front of his face. Sun Hee-young. Looking at his hand, Sun Hee-young thought to himself, ah, is this person a messenger sent by the gods to awaken me? If it weren't for him, O seven supreme beings, I would like to obey you and follow this person. Thinking clearly, Sun Hee-young immediately placed his bloody hand on Lee Ki-young's hand. She smiled in relief and then narrowed her eyes and said, okay, Lee Ki-young, let's fight the evil things in this life together and protect the weak, my benefactor, thank you. You saved me from that night, the mission is complete. Lee Ki-young immediately used his eyes to observe Sun Hee-young's current state. Current trends: people who live for righteousness, profession, dark priest, title, goddess of the outcasts. General assessment immediately appeared in front of Lee Ki-young. What the hell are you doing with the goddess, you cheap bastard? After reading these indicators, Lee Ki-young was extremely happy. He silently screamed in his heart, okay, ha ha ha. All three people quickly left the slum. Lee Ki-young walked in front. He turned his head slightly to look at the two girls chatting happily behind him and whispered, great, I'm truly a genius. A bright future is waiting for me, top of the top. Not only did he defeat the enemy, but he also attracted the female saint to his side. Although there were a few bad incidents along the way, the result was above all expectations. Ha ha, if Kim Hyunsung meets Sun Hee-young, he will definitely be happy. I'm so happy, I don't know what his expression will be like at that time. How do you feel, Kim Hyunsung, aren't you so helpful? Walking behind, Giyoung Hyun suddenly looked at Sun Hee-young and said, hi Lee Ki-young, thank you, why? Sun Hee-young asked curiously. Giyoung Hyun smiled and replied, because you saved him, although I was a bit disappointed because I couldn't save him, but you gave me great motivation, really? Sun Hee-young glared back, there is someone other than Lee Ki-young who understands her, she is very happy. This is probably a blessing from the gods and everyone too. That's right, Giyoung Hyun nodded in agreement. Everyone, it's all thanks to him, so let's dry our hearts together and resolve to protect Lee Ki-young. Walking right in front, the two of them chatted until here. Lee Ki-young was sweating in horror and thinking, damn, how is this compatible? So cruel to each other. Going a little further, a voice suddenly rang out in front. Lee Ki-young, the person who called was Kim Hyunsung. Seeing this person, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, damn it, Kim Hyunsung, I miss you. I almost died, it's because of you that I'm so old, thinking like that, but Lee Ki-young still smiled in response, Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung slowly walked forward. As he walked he said, at first I still didn't expect it. I didn't expect it would actually be you. I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you were at the lab right now. Were you walking with Giyoung Hyun? Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young rubbed his nose and said, well, actually, the thing is, at this point he stopped talking, thinking in his heart, I'm doing this for you, don't be surprised. It's so natural. While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung suddenly exclaimed, Lee Ki-young, who is that? Seeing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young smiled slightly and thought, hee, if you were too grateful to me, it would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, Kim Hyunsung also said the last word. He asked, who is that? Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young was stunned on the spot. His eyes widened and he thought, what is it, Dad? Seeing the other person ask, Sun Hee-young quickly walked in front of Kim Hyunsung. She held out a hand and smiled to introduce, nice to meet you. My name is Sun Hee-young, I'm just here. Here for charity. Kim Hyunsung reached out to shake Sun Hee-young's hand. He also smiled and replied, nice to meet you, I'm Kim Hyunsung. Hope we can get along. Look at this scene. Lee Ki-young thought to himself in confusion, what's happening? Why are you so stiff, Kim Hyunsung? When he met Giyoung Hyun he didn't act like this, let alone isn't she one of his old teammates? While thinking about this, Lee Ki-young noticed that behind Kim Hyunsung there was a little girl peeking out. He thought, why is this little girl? Don't talk nonsense, mind's eye. Lee Ki-young used his mind's eye to observe the other girl's stats. Her information panel immediately appeared in front of him. You are looking at the potential and the development limits of the player Kim Yeri, named Kim Yeri, age 14, broken-hearted thief personality, archer profession, career advantages, basic archery knowledge. Title: No, you should try harder. Overall assessment: is a future assassin prodigy, bends trees from a young age, has dexterity and magic at the legendary level. Other stats are not the same as Lee players comparable. She is a quick-talking child, but please don't hate her and don't be a bad influence on her. Even though her heart is broken, she is still an innocent child. After reading these stats, Lee Giyoung silently exclaimed in horror, "Huh? I've never seen this before. There's no one other than Kim Hyunsung whose stats are all at the hero and legendary level. I should have known when I didn't see him in the slums. Even though he came there, I see. She is the person Kim Hyunsung is looking for, unfortunately." Thinking of this, Lee Giyoung slightly glanced at Sun Hyung. He breathed out a breath and said softly, "So this time it's the one who chosen differently from me." Legendary pastor Sun Hyung, saying, "The center position is covered in blood, tears are falling, I keep slashing, slash them all. This is it, right at the concert. Hey, she will be the fifth member, a prayer for you, the darkness of darkness, the fate of destiny. Only chaos can save those souls." Dream Squadron completed. Now I see that Sun Hyung's appearance is exactly my type. She's a cold beauty just like Kim Hyunsung. While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up. "Now we will reveal the fifth member of the Blue Guild. Who will be the one to rank first and join the Blue Guild? Is it the legendary pastor Sun Hyung or the new star that suddenly appeared, Kim Yeri? The new member of the Blue Guild is?" Seeing that Kim Hyunsung kept hesitating and not continuing to speak, Lee Giyoung slightly impatiently scolded, "Hurry up." After scolding this sentence, Kim Hyunsung also made his choice, Kim Yeri. This answer made Lee Giyoung and Sun Hyung both extremely surprised. Lee Giyoung thought, "What? Damn. I even pretended to be a girl to make Sun Hyung join this bastard. Does he really not know her? Someone like Sun Hyung couldn't have caught the attention of our fake regression in his previous life. No, maybe she was taken by someone from the slums kill, that's why he couldn't find her. It doesn't matter anymore. 2 jackpot lottery tickets are in front of my eyes. That means I have to get to know the regression kid fake brought." Thinking like that, Lee Giyoung immediately walked towards Kim Hyunsung. He looked at Kim Yeri and smiled and asked, "Kim Hyunsung, who is this child?" Hearing the other person say that, Kim Hyunsung quickly exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot. I accidentally bumped into her in the slums. She said her name was Kim Yeri. I thought she might have talent. She's very thoughtful and even has a profession. Well, she seems very shy, so it might take some time to get used to." Hearing that, Lee Giyoung laughed and replied, "Ha ha, I understand. She just escaped from the slums. Hello Kim Yeri. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Giyoung." Kim Yeri heard Lee Giyoung talking to her and was extremely wary, immediately ducked his head and hid behind Kim Hyunsung. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung thought, getting close to her will be very difficult. At this time Sun Hyung standing behind Lee Giyoung also smiled gently at Kim Yeri. Lee Giyoung breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, a lot of things happened but in the end everything was okay. Let's go back to the previous guild. From now on I just need to enjoy having a fake regression around just people. Lee Giyoung and Kim Hyunsung led the group in front. As they walked, Lee Giyoung asked, "Oh, that's right. Clothes for the new joiners." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Hyunsung said, "It's best to take care of that, Lee Giyoung." Hearing that, Lee Giyoung immediately replied, "Thank you, and I think it's best for you to take care of that." After a few chats, Lee Giyoung continued to be immersed in his thoughts. "As for me, my position is the safest in the team, he. A few days later, at the dinner table, Kim Yeri and Park Deokgu were comparing who ate faster and the winner was Kim Yeri. Looking at this scene, Lee Giyoung thought to himself, it seems like they have become friends. It seems like that pig also has an effect. While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up, "Everyone, I know it's a bit sudden, but I want everyone to go fight the dungeon together." Hearing this, Lee Giyoung was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Huh? Oh, are you talking about what you said before?" "That's right," Kim Hyunsung nodded and said, "Like I said, it's a dungeon called the Garden of Terror. The person who discovered the dungeon very generously allowed us to explore first." Hearing that, Lee Giyoung was happy. Thought to myself, "Oh okay." Just thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung's voice spoke again, "But there's a problem. It seems like another guild is going to fight this dungeon with us, so I want to ask everyone's opinion. Person. This information made Lee Ki-young's eyebrows furrow tightly. He thought to himself, huh? Truly an uninvited guest. Damn, I thought I was chosen alone. Thinking so, he immediately asked, so what, which group will go with us? The Red Mercenaries, the Sorcerers Guild and the Black Swan Guild, Kim Hyunsung replied. Hearing the name the Red Mercenaries, Lee Ki-young immediately remembered Hira's father. He thought, not bad. If it was her guild Cha-Hira, I completely agree. I also want to see what kind of guild the Black Swan Guild is. Even though we have to divide the spoils, but in the end we still benefit. This is also an opportunity to increase the popularity of the Blue Guild. Thinking of this, the opposite side Kim Hyunsung continued to speak, and we will divide the spoils based on the contribution ratio of each guild. The contribution ratio? Lee Ki-young exclaimed, probably won't work together. Yes, Kim Hyunsung propped up his hands and said, but my goal in this dungeon battle is not money or items but experience. Hearing you say that, Lee Ki-young took a sip of tea and silently calculated, I see, Kim Hyunsung, you want us to level up, right? I'll leave it to you Kim Hyunsung. This time carry the load for us Kim Hyunsung. In another part of the Blue Guild, Lee Sol coughed out a breath. He turned around and said to Jungyeon, thank you for doing as I said. Jungyeon, although unfortunately other guilds intervened. Jungyeon heard that and immediately said, we can't do anything. Let's explore that dungeon together and the Black Swan Guild really wants to come with us. Lee Sol-ho now asked very mysteriously, you have heard about that person, right? New member of the Black Swan Guild, everyone is talking loudly about that person. Jungyeon was silent for a moment then exclaimed, I also want to get close to Team 7. I didn't expect that you would care about Kim Hyunsung's team. Do you have any secret reasons? Hearing that, Lee Sol-ho immediately shrugged and said, there's no reason at all. I think you watch too many movies. I just want everyone in our group to have good items. You're not the one with the reasons. Secretly, I knew you liked the name of Team 7 but was said to be heart-wrenching. Jungyeon blushed and exclaimed, what's wrong? Anyway, I'm quite impressed. I don't think there's a new team yet who attracts this much attention. Their popularity is on another level. I'm sure they're more famous than idols on Earth. It's not surprising, they're beautiful. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Sol-ho remembered what Lee Ki-young once said. He thought Cha-Hira would let him go if she knew I was dead. Remembering these words, Lee Sol-ho thought to himself, his mouth is really big. I'm sure he can't do anything alone. He would be the perfect source of money to provide for me. Go get money for me, ha ha ha. Expedition Day, all participating teams gathered in one place. A person from the Black Swan Guild suddenly spoke up. Reporter Lindell, you have to draw us beautifully, understand, especially the Black Swan Guild. Speaking at this point, a rumble rang out, oh my god, there's Kim Hyunsung in real life, so handsome. Lee Ki-young is in the back. The group of Blue Guild people led by Kim Hyunsung walked to the gathering place, went in the back. Listening to the gossip around, Lee Ki-young thought, who are these people? Probably reporters hired by the Black Swan Guild. I feel like they will post false news about everyone except the Black Swan Guild. Do they really draw everything because they don't have cameras? So sad, so fast. While thinking about this, suddenly in the distance there was a guy waving his hand and squinting his eyes to say hello. Ah, Kim Hyunsung, welcome. It's been a while since I last met, once. I met you before at the president's meeting. Seeing this person, Lee Ki-young thought, that name is. While thinking about this, the other person also came up to greet Lee Ki-young. Nice to meet you. I am Choi Young-ji of the Red Mercenaries. Ah. You must be Lee Ki-young. I heard a lot about you from my sister Cha-Hira. It's an honor for me to join my brother-in-law, ha ha ha. To hear the other person say that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, when did I become your brother-in-law? As I was thinking about this, I felt something scary behind me. I thought I shouldn't look back. Behind Lee Ki-young was Yoon Hyun and Sun Hee-young. Trying not to pay attention to the two of them, Lee Ki-young used his special skills to look at the stats of the people here. While watching he admired, what a great group. Everyone's data is impressive. And they also have good weapons. They are really good meat shields for their team. While evaluating the others, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out from Lee Ki-young's arm. He wouldn't be honest. Dungeon entry, right? Hearing that, Lee Ki-young glanced over slightly. He curled his mouth and said sorry. Hearing this, the person who spoke got a little angry and said, "Huh? Are you pretending to be stupid? I know you're just here to enjoy experience points." This made Lee Ki-young a bit confused. He looked closely at the woman who had just appeared in front of him and thought. Whisper, huh? What? How does she know who this person is? Lee Ki-young quickly used a special skill to view the information of the other person. An information panel immediately appeared in front of him. You're viewing the potential and development limits of the player Petra Apra. Name Petra Apra. Age 29. Calculating strategist personality. Bandit profession. Commanding queen title. After reading these lines, Lee Ki-young silently calculated, a calculating strategist and commanding queen? I understand the type of person like her, maybe she intentionally provokes me. While thinking about this, Petra Apra continued to ask questions, huh? Why are you silent, are you angry? Right, that's right, you pathetic thing. You belong to the Blue Guild. No wonder, you even brought a child here, haha. The reason I told Jungyeon not to go with the Blue Guild. Oh no. Blue Guild came to sabotage. Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young cursed silently. Petra Apra. What kind of name is that? Nonsense, people like her really make me hate. Who does she think she is? Dare to play politics like that. Rare level dungeon, you have entered the Garden of Terror. Confirmed participants are 24/30ths. Look at the monsters inside the Garden of Terror. The players immediately consoled each other, we must keep moving forward. This way, move forward, the troops in the rear must be slowing down their advance. Petra Apra. Stay in the back. Lee Ki-young silently calculated. A member of the Black Swan Guild with the profession of assassin and the title of Command Queen. Since we are the ones with the lowest approval rating, she must be trying to stomp us down to increase my influence in the team here. If that's the case, then it's best to use a political stick to hit her on the back. That's great, I never expected them to acting friendly towards us. Park Deok-gu walked in front holding a shield while fighting with the man-eating tree monsters. These trees are extremely strong, they shoot out tentacles to attack right in Park Deok-gu's face. Seeing that, he immediately reached out to block. He asked worriedly, Park Deok-gu, are you okay? Park Deok-gu shook his head and replied, yes, thank you brother, look at this. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, how he let his guard down like that, really? He did say his name was Choi Young-gi, right? Luckily for Park Deok-gu, he seems quite trustworthy. While thinking about this, in the distance, Petra Apra came with two of his friends. The Black Swan Guild is coming, she's neither fast nor slow, can't it be? Please tell me I'm wrong, but do the Blue Guild people here actually not belong to any guild? Are they assassins hired to kill all the guild presidents here? If not, why did they make the situation so dangerous? Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young cursed in disgust. Damn it. Why are you pretending to be a superior bilingual? I bet she doesn't know any English at all, she can only use a few words. The most basic in English. At this moment, a member of the Black Swan Guild spoke up and said, sister, maybe someone will hear you. Speak a little lower. Petra Apra shrugged and laughed, then calmly. Nyeon replied, let them listen. I think we just need to be nice to that group of people and they will listen to us for sure. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, are you laughing? Did you think you could catch us? But on the other side, Choi Young-gi was holding Park Deok-gu. Park Deok-gu felt a bit guilty and said, sorry, it's my fault. Listen to that. Choi Young-gi immediately shook his head and said, it's okay. You're new, this is normal. Okay. Why don't we rest for a bit, everyone? Let's set up camp. Everyone listen to what we're told. Set up camp again. Someone was curious and asked, what are you doing? Why don't we leave the people from the Blue Guild behind? I think they seem a bit immature. Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young, who was standing not far away, immediately put his hand over his mouth to suppress his smile. He thought to himself, just laugh while you can. Thinking so, Lee Ki-young immediately took out a bottle of medicine. He brought it in front of Choi Young-gi and said, thank you for leading us, Choi Young-gi. Seeing the bottle of medicine, Choi Young-gi became suspicious. I'll ask again, Lee Ki-young, what does this mean? It's the resuscitation medicine I created, Lee Ki-young said with a smile. It works better than anything currently on the market. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you. Said after saying this, Lee Ki-young glanced at Petra Apra and thought to himself, the most basic thing in politics is to make friends first, enemies later. I will increase the number of allies I have first, then just attack her later, no matter what the truth is, as long as no one believes it, it's all mine." Hearing the effects of the potion in Lee Ki-young's hand, her eyes immediately lit up. Exclaimed, "Thank you very much, you are such a kind person, just like what the president said. My sister said that, back when she was on Earth, it was you who saved her. She was at her most difficult time, then the two of them met again in this world like fate. What a beautiful story." Hearing the other person say this, Lee Ki-young's sweat dropped thinking, my sister. Hira, what kind of rumors is she spreading? Thinking about this, on the other side, Choi Young-gi continued to exclaim, to me. Choi Young-gi, my sister's benefactor is my benefactor. I owe you this favor, until I die I will definitely not forget it. Looking at the smile on Choi Young-gi's face, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, well, because he is the type of person who is easily offended. Feeling touched after hearing these kind of 3-cent stories, my job will be easier. They both sat down next to a small fire. Lee Ki-young then shook his head and laughed. Ha ha, yes it's nothing. Choi Young-gi. I'm the one who should thank him, but I don't know if you know. What do you know? Choi Young-gi asked curiously. Lee Ki-young raised his hand to rest his chin. I bowed my head slightly then said, I don't really want to talk about this, but you know, Petra Apra. Stop it, actually, I see the other person is hesitant to say anything. Complete sentence, Choi Young quickly asked worriedly, did something happen? The president assigned me the task of protecting you, tell me what happened. Delicious, Lee Ki-young thought to himself with satisfaction, then he said, well, if you say so. Just now when she was mocking us, she said something like, do you really think that bitch Cha Hira can that protect you here? Hearing this, Choi Young-gi exclaimed in disbelief. What did you just say? Did she really say that? Lee Ki-young nodded and replied in a low voice, yes, not only that, she also said that our Blue Guild were assassins hired by Hira's father to kill everyone here. Excitedly, finished speaking those words. Hey, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, my shyness, my difficult eyes and that guy Choi Young-gi looking at me too. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around, looked straight into Choi Young-gi's eyes and said sincerely, please don't misunderstand, I'm sure that when she said these things, Ms. Petra Apra did not mean anything bad, probably because at that time I was a bit too angry, it seems like I told you something you shouldn't have said, I'm sorry. This sentence hadn't even been said completely yet Choi Young-gi got angry and scolded, how dare she, Petra Apra, how dare she mock our president. Looking at the other person's expression at this moment, Lee Ki-young happily thought, haha, I knew right away that Choi Young-gi was an extremely loyal person, that's good, you're becoming more and more dissatisfied with her, right? During this time I will continue to attract more allies, just by being wise. I have already attracted the guild's magicians to my side. Seeing Lee Ki-young say goodbye to his group after the guild finished, Petra Apra immediately walked out from a hidden corner and called out, hey, why don't you stop trying to go around pretending to be like this? Hearing this voice, Lee Ki-young turned his head slightly. He said lightly, what do you mean? I really don't understand, Petra Apra. Seeing this attitude of the other person, Petra Apra immediately crossed her arms and curled her mouth and replied, wow, are you serious? Don't you see how you're destroying this whole team? You're making us slow. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Ki-young immediately laughed and said, why don't you tell me directly that you just want to quickly swallow all the rewards of the Blue Guild faction? What did you just say? Petra Apra said angrily. Lee Ki-young didn't pay any attention to her. He made a teasing face then calmly said, well, if it's really not like that, I really don't understand why you having such a hostile attitude towards the Blue Guild people. I really don't understand. At this moment Petra Apra couldn't hold back her anger, she opened her mouth and screamed, what is that? Hey, Lee Ki-young, do you think that's funny? Do you know who I am? I'm in the Black Swan Guild. Lee Ki-young's words went straight to Petra Apra's heart. Before she could finish her sentence, you interrupted. Of course I know, of course I have to know what kind of bastard you are. The bottomless greed of wanting to snatch things from no one other than the new recruits. Petra Apra regained her composure very quickly. She looked straight into Lee Ki-young's eyes and curled her mouth and said, you finally revealed yourself. Is that your real face? Who will support you? Cha Hira? Oh, are you acting like this because you have Hira's father's backing? Hearing her say that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, it's time to show evidence for what he said before. Thinking so, he straightened his back and replied, of course, I'm not afraid of you at all, if that happens. No matter what happens, my sister Cha-hira will definitely protect me. This made Petra Apra extremely funny. She laughed and said, what? Ha ha. Do you think that Hira bitch can protect you from this far away? We are in a dungeon. Do you think if you die here, will anyone know the truth? These words successfully angered Choi Young-ji. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and scolded, this bitch. On the other side, Lee Ki-young continued to speak. I can see what she just said is that a threat, Miss Petra Apra. What? Petra Apra didn't understand the meaning of the other person's words, so he asked again. Without answering her question, Lee Ki-young leaned into Petra Apra's ear and spoke in a low voice. I finally knew why. The Black Swan Guild seems to be so interested in participating in this trip, and they sent none other than you. The higher-ups of the Black Swan Guild want you to die here, I heard. With these words, Petra Apra's whole body suddenly stopped immediately. Seeing this expression of hers, Lee Ki-young secretly thought, okay. With that in mind, he continued talking, she's useless, and yet she's still aggressive at everywhere else. They can't stand her tainting their guild's reputation anymore, right? Hit me, Lee Ki-young silently prayed, then he continued, moreover, I heard that it seems like you also held a high position, were you demoted or something? Hearing what the other person said, Petra Apra angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, hey Lee Ki-young, do you want to die? Not at all scared by this threat, Lee Ki-young laughed and said, I guessed right. I pity you so much. It seems that the assassins you are talking about are actually your juniors who after if I clear this dungeon, I'll ambush you from behind, right? Let's fight, Lee Ki-young silently cheered. But at this point Petra Apra couldn't calm down anymore. She rolled her eyes and waved her hand and scolded, you bastard, shut up. Lee Ki-young quickly bowed her head down to avoid an opponent's punch. Then he quickly said, I forgot to tell you this. Lee Ki-young is not the person who will back me up. Having said this, tears suddenly flowed down Lee Ki-young's face, his face now already drenched in tears. He looked extremely pitiful. His attitude turned 180 degrees and began to beg towards Petra Apra. Heck, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Seeing this scene, Petra Apra didn't understand at all why she bewilderedly exclaimed, what? As soon as these words came out, her raised arm was suddenly held tightly by another hand. The person who just arrived was Kim Hyunsung. You're not fast or slow in speaking, there's nothing to apologize for, Lee Ki-young. Hearing this voice, Petra Apra looked up in panic, facing the tall figure of Kim Hyunsung. But in the back, Choi Young-ji also called out worriedly, You Lee Ki-young, are you okay? What happened? Petra Apra, you bastard, how dare you curse my president and Lee Ki-young like that? After Choi Young-ji finished speaking, other people immediately ran over to ask worriedly. Hearing these greetings, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, the people who support me are my beloved allies. Mine, this is the reason why and always people have to behave in the most appropriate manner. Thinking like that, Lee Ki-young immediately said in a low voice, thank you for your help Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung saw Lee Ki-young's pitiful appearance and asked, can you tell me what happened? Lee Ki-young coughed, Miss Petra Apra told me to stop trying to get along with everyone. Hearing you say that, Petra Apra cried out in horror, what? Hey! The reporter is constantly putting pen to paper to draw the sharpest images. Seeing that, Petra Apra immediately turned towards them and said, that's right, draw more stories, I'm the victim that's why. Let's draw more, but right now on the reporter's side, they are constantly drawing and whispering, see? Did Kim Hyunsung just protect Lee Ki-young? Oh my merciful Lord Benagor, thank you for opening the door to a new world for me. Looking at this scene, Lee Ki-young silently calculated, knew right away, those Black Swan Guild reporters, it seems a bit different when focusing on Kim Hyunsung and when receiving orders from Petra Apra. I don't know if any of them are my fans, but they are indeed very kind towards Blue Guild, unlike that person. Their stupid direction, should I try it? Calculating for a while, Lee Ki-young then weakly walked towards Kim Hyunsung. He softly said, Kim Hyunsung, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I keep causing trouble. Listen, he said that. Kim Hyunsung quickly waved his hand and said, you have nothing to apologize for, Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young slightly lowered his head, showing a pained look. he thought to himself, performing a brotherly love song. The Blue Guild is extremely heartwarming. I knew right away they would have this reaction. The sooner it happened, the more beneficial it became for me, right? That's true. On the reporter's side, someone wrote, Kim Hyunsung of Blue Guild cannot forgive Black Swan Guild for insulting his guild members. It is possible that Lee Giyoung is manipulating the balance. Argument, what is his purpose? At this moment, Petra Apra spoke up again. You guys are really, hey, that Lindell newspaper should do business properly, and you, let me go now. The other person shouted at me. Kim Hyunsung is not, he didn't let go and said in a cold voice. I have something to tell you. Lee Giyoung has done nothing wrong. Even if there is a quarrel, you have no right to handle it here like that. This is clearly I'm abusing my power. If something happens to my team member, as the team leader, I should be the one responsible. These words made Petra Apra's throat choke on the spot. What to do next? Then he also agreed, he was right. You're the one who is dragging our feet behind us. We do have to slow down a bit, but thanks to Lee Giyoung we are not discouraged. Being told that, Petra Apra couldn't refute anything. She exhaled angrily and sighed softly. It was so angry. If the Blue Guild was just a normal group, she wouldn't say anything. But how can I stand it if they're blocking our way so clearly? Hearing her say that, Lee Giyoung thought to herself, she's trying to act like she's doing it for the common good. Blue, how weak is the guild that she dares to look down on us like that? Without waiting for you to speak first, the opposite side Choi Young-ji, I couldn't help but question, are you blocking the way? If only she had paid a little attention to the battle situation, she wouldn't have said that. Yoon Hyun and Kim Hyunsung's magic had eliminated many monsters, and Sun Hee-young had healed them. Me too, this is the Blue Guild's first trip, seriously, I can't take it anymore. Hearing all these words, Lee Giyoung happily silently exclaimed, haha, Choi Young-ji dear, you did a great job. It was so fun, but at this moment Kim Hyunsung continued to speak, please don't let this happen. If something like this happens again, if you have any disagreements with our team, please talk to the team leader, which is me. Since the other side has said so, Petra Apra has nothing left to say, miss. I replied in a harsh voice, highs, okay, sorry, Kim Hyunsung. Choi Young-ji I'm really angry, seeing this expression of hers. Lee Giyoung stuffed his mouth to silently exclaim, from start to finish still so stupid in the end. I don't think you should be a politician, Petra Apra. The more you talk the more everyone hates you. Stop making things more difficult for you. I wish she would leave the team, let's go. Everyone quickly dispersed and returned to their guild. Walking in front, Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up and apologized to everyone. Hearing that, Lee Giyoung immediately said Kim Hyunsung has nothing to apologize for, I'm the one apologizing. Kim Hyunsung shook his head and said we joined this trip to gain experience, but I didn't expect you to be treated like this. I'm not as good as a dog, being mocked and mocked so horribly, this is all my fault. As the captain, I'm really sorry. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Giyoung suddenly choked up and said no. Don't know what to say, he thought to himself, it's really not that terrible. At this moment, Kim Hyunsung suddenly pulled out the sword from his waist and then said seriously. However, from now on, everything will be different. Seeing this action, Lee Giyoung silently pondered. It seems that the hero Kim Hyunsung is gradually revealing his true strength. I'm sorry I didn't enjoy the look. The beauty of manipulating others. I can't just stand by and watch, Petra Apra, I'll make you pay for trying to harm me. Looking towards the man eating flowers in front, Kim Hyunsung raised his voice and shouted, we will start attacking the second boss, everyone get into position. After saying this, he immediately rushed forward. Look, one scene in front of me. Choi Young-ji and another person next to me were both so scared they couldn't close their mouths. But on the other side, Petra Apra immediately took the opportunity to exclaim, oh my god, Kim Hyunsung just did it on his own. Action, the tree roots are going crazy. Having said this, she stopped and then curled her mouth and thought, make more mistakes, make more mistakes, make more mistakes. Everyone here also not paying much attention to Petra Apra. In another corner, Kim Yeri raised her bow and arrow and started shooting towards the carnivorous plants. At this time, Petra Apra's voice continued to sound unpleasant, dead. Damn, Black Swan Guild, what are you guys doing? Don't let them get the upper hand, shoot arrows, shoot them. Hearing this, Lee Giyoung thought with a laugh, You guys are really trying your best, correct, right? While thinking about this, Kim Hyunsung's voice suddenly rang out. Please use the spell when I give the signal. Hear me say that. Lee Giyoung silently calculated. Fake regression said if you do as I say, there will be light. At this moment, suddenly receiving a signal from the other side, Lee Giyoung and Yung Hyan immediately chanted in unison. O Lord! The power to protect, the power to protect. Strong to preserve what belongs to me, fire, wind. After the spell, the two people's magic immediately combined together. Looking at Yung Hyan's happy expression, Lee Giyoung thought to himself, are you happy that we combined spells? So cute. While thinking about this, Park Deokgu in front suddenly shouted loudly. Ah, over there, monsters from everywhere are approaching. These words just broke. Kim Hyunsung suddenly appeared right next to him. He said, Park Deokgu, please come this way. Please lure the little monsters to the boss. I'll do the same. No one can hear this command. Both Park Deokgu and Choi Young-ji quickly responded. Seeing this scene, Lee Giyoung thought to himself, that's the Kim Hyunsung I know. That's true leadership. He makes me proud. Too bad. I know that fake regression will take us down, but this is so pleasant that I just want to make some ramen, sit down and watch a good show. Thinking about this, Petra's frightened voice April suddenly rang out. What the hell? What are those moves? Is he really a rookie? It looks like this is his second bet or something. Listening to her say this, Lee Giyoung thought at once, you guys are catching on fast. You've hit the jackpot. You've chosen the wrong opponent. We can't. It's just a regular rookie squad like you guys think. You're probably trying to emphasize the fact that there's a rookie squad here. Are you really going to let these new recruits get ahead of you? And then news will spread that you were able to lead a successful expedition despite being blocked by a new army of soldiers. I don't think that plan will work anymore, right? Ha ha. Just when Lee Giyoung was lost in his own thoughts, a male reporter standing far away suddenly shouted with excitement. He caught him. Two faces of Lam Group member Lee Giyoung. This is shocking news. When Petra Apra is at a disadvantage, a cunning smile. This reporter was writing something on the notebook when the surrounding crowd suddenly panicked and screamed, everyone, run go. The monsters are coming, run away everyone. Not far away, Kim Hyunsung, leading the attack, shouted orders, next, left, next right at a 45-degree angle. Next, go straight forward, please keep moving forward. Park Deokgu walked behind while panting and hurriedly saying, Hung, slow down a bit. Kim Hyunsung didn't respond to Park Deokgu's words but he continued to speak, finally stabbed it. As soon as these words finished, the shield in Park Deokgu's hand also stabbed straight into a monster's body. Seeing this scene, he was satisfied and said to Kim Hyunsung, okay, we have gathered them together in one place. While talking about this, the man-eating flower boss suddenly moved. Seeing that, Park Deokgu immediately shouted, oh, what is that? Don't tell me, please be careful Kim Hyunsung, it's poisonous. Kim Hyunsung heard the call and immediately glanced at Lee Giyoung and Yung Hyan who were standing behind. I will deal with it before then. Lee Giyoung, Yung Hyan. Waiting for Kim Hyunsung to walk forward, Lee Giyoung and Yung Hyan immediately raised their hands to use firestorm magic. A fire like a tornado erupted in the air, straight towards the monsters. While attacking, Lee Giyoung thought to himself with satisfaction, that's right, that's it. Everyone really likes it. Kim Hyunsung, Yung Hyan. Above, Kim Hyunsung rushed towards the man-eating flower boss. He raised the sharp sword in his hand and stabbed it right into its open mouth. Witnessing the scene in front of him, Lee Giyoung couldn't believe it and secretly exclaimed, it's so majestic, but something keeps catching on our Kim Hyunsung's beautiful face. This thing ruins the whole picture. While thinking about this, Sun Hee-young suddenly used his purification magic. At this time, Kim Hyunsung had finished dealing with that boss. Looking at the sharp tip of the sword in his hand, the people around could not contain their excitement. Everyone was happy and had the same thought, this is the Blue Guild. They couldn't help but started cheering, Kim Hyunsung, you're truly a swordsmanship genius. Kim Yeri also so cool, we were so stupid to think she was too young to be able to do this. Blue Guild, everyone is so amazing. Hearing these words, Kim Hyunsung immediately waved his hand and replied, so cool already complimented, we were just imitating what everyone did before. When hearing that, Young said, you're so humble, standing in the back. Lee Ki-young thought, I guess this is really over then. Was thinking about this when Choi Young-ji continued to say, I don't know if this sounds reasonable, but I really think that you guys are the future hope of Blue Guild. Listen to him say so. Lee Ki-young thought again. Even if Petra Apra causes trouble again, now no one can say that we are the ones in the way anymore. While thinking, Lee Ki-young took a step back. His foot suddenly stepped on a small notebook. Picking up the notebook, Lee Ki-young was extremely curious to open it and read. At this moment, Petra Apra's voice suddenly rang out. Sorry Kim Hyunsung, I'm sorry for ruining the fun atmosphere. But why did you run out of the squad like that without telling us? Honestly, we were extremely panicked. Oh no, if you continue to do things your way like that, what should we do? We haven't heard anything about it. Do you really think you can do anything just because this is your first expedition? Since this is your first time, you need to know where you are and act carefully. That's the basics of the basics, do you understand? Hearing this, Choi Young-ji couldn't help but suddenly interrupted. Petra Apra, you were talking, but before you could finish your sentence, Kim Hyunsung answered Petra Apra. I'm sorry for not telling you in advance, but I don't think there's much to worry about standing on the edge. Not accepting this apology, Petra Apra said, however it was still a mistake. I really have to send only if you officially complain to the guild. Will you listen to me? This statement made all the people of the Blue Guild stunned. Sun Hee-young both understood and said nothing. What? Park Deok-gu scratched his head and looked at Lee Ki-young and muttered, Hung Nem, what should I do? Seeing this scene, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, everyone is looking at him with eyes of help. Kim Hyunsung, let me up. Thinking so, Lee Ki-young cleared his throat and said, Petra Apra, do you mind if I say a few words? Hearing this question, Petra Apra laughed and replied, what else do you have to say, slave of the queen? Not bothering to pay attention to the other person's sarcasm, Lee Ki-young spoke neither quickly nor slowly. Before we came here, we thought long and hard about whether we should participate in this expedition or not. Even though we're just here to gain more experience, I'm still worried that we'll just trip everyone up because we're so inexperienced. I tried my best to be helpful to everyone, but I don't think all my strength is enough. Hearing these words, Petra Apra crossed his arms and thought to himself, why did he suddenly say that? Thinking about this, Lee Ki-young continued, I tried to use all my abilities to do better, but now that I think about it, I finally realized what the problem was. Realized there was something not good. Petra Apra immediately shouted, what? This bastard, you're saying that I'm… Without letting her finish her sentence, Lee Ki-young slapped his hand on his chest and said seriously, it's me. Saying these two words, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, the problem is Lee Ki-young, not her, but Lee Ki-young is the problem here. Thinking like that, his face started to become extremely painful. He bowed his head slowly and said, more important, I think our team overall caused trouble for this expedition. We didn't come here to do such a thing. We ruined the entire expedition ourselves. I'm really sorry everyone, but I don't think I can stand causing trouble for everyone like this anymore. Kim Hyunsung. We ruined everything. The peaceful expedition is gone, because our Blue Guild, the naughty Blue Guild. Seeing the sad look on Lee Ki-young's face, Kim Hyunsung quickly said, I'm sorry, as the leader, I don't think I can bear to see success. I think the only right thing that we, the Blue Guild, can do is to leave the expedition. Hearing this, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, because he was so kind, I know Kim Hyunsung will say something like this, but there will be someone stopping us, right? As soon as this thought ended, Choi Young-gi's voice suddenly rang out from behind, what are you guys talking about? Blue Guild shouldn't be the one to leave. As the expedition leader, I restrained myself because we are allied guilds. However, I don't think I can restrain myself anymore. Petra Apra, I'm sorry, but I want to ask you to come out of this expedition team to help. Hearing him say that, Petra Apra was stunned for a moment. Immediately after that she said, what? What did you just say, Choi Young? What, did you really just say that? Are you really telling me to leave? Actually I understand now. I know you were on Lee Ki-young's side from the beginning. The mercenary queen said you would get something by treating her husband well. Sounds good. When Fuang said this, Lee Ki-young thought, I'm having a hard time holding back from laughing, but as long as I'm here, I have to play the victim. While thinking like that, Petra Apra's voice continued to ring out. Did she say you could become the second person after this is over? Or are you already in such a relationship with her? Realizing that the opportunity has come, Lee Ki-young waved his hand and spoke tremblingly, Petra Apra. I think you're going a bit too far there. After saying this, he happily thought to himself, it's like an 8-ton specialized truck is crashing straight into the White House. All I need to do is place a little bait in the right place. At the right time and everything will happen according to his wishes. Thinking so, Lee Ki-young continued, here his father has nothing to do with this. Hearing him say that, Petra Apra was extremely upset. She shouted angrily, shut up and don't interfere you bastard, Father Hira and you are all crazy. As soon as her words ended, a loud bang suddenly rang out. The wall behind Petra Apra suddenly shook. Dirt, rocks, sand, and dust were flying. Waiting for the dust and smoke to clear, Choi Young-ji appeared in front of Petra Apra. He coldly looked at her and then asked in a low voice, what did you just say about my master? Muscle? I'll say it again one last time, go away, immediately. After this sentence ended, the people around also shouted in agreement, that's right, go away. Get out of here. Get out of here Petra Apra. Petra Apra. I think you're being a bit unreasonable right now. If you cause any more trouble for us, I don't think the Sorcerers Guild can work with the Black Swan Guild anymore. Hearing these scolding words, Petra Apra suddenly sobbed and scolded, Lee Ki-young, you bastard, I will never forget today. After saying that, she pointed her finger directly at a reporter afterwards. Shouted loudly, Lindell Times, you saw that, right? The mercenaries and the Blue Guild have just cooperated together to threaten the Black Swan Guild. If you don't want to die, then write accurately about what just happened. Lee Ki-young stood to the side, listening to the other side point and scold. Mind thought to herself, I won't forget either, Petra Apra. At this moment, a new notification suddenly appeared, Rare Level Dungeon. You have completed the dungeon sweep. Confirmed participants 18/30. After the Black Swan Guild left, the expedition ended once. Peacefully. Blue Guild and Choi Young-ji were now gathered in one place. Lee Ki-young immediately spoke up, Choi Young-ji, do you think you can acknowledge the contributions of Petra Apra and Black Swan Guild? Or not? It's true that Blue Guild made a mistake, so I asked for your opinion. Hearing you say that, Choi Young said, she did such a thing to you and you still care about her. Me? I feel embarrassed even trying to calculate my profit for each item. Hearing you say that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, it's because all of this is part of my calculation. Give her more credit for that shit. The dungeon's rewards are barely enough for us, so why would I give her anything else? Actually, it's just the opposite. I'm planning on asking her for money to console me later, and of course that's after pulling this bastard reporter to my side. In a deserted corner of the hallway, a man was bowing his head looking for something. Lee Ki-young walked up from afar and asked, are you looking for something? Kim Sung-kyung came from Lindell Times. Hearing the call, Kim Sung-kyung turned around and looked back. He quickly said, hey, that's it. Lee Ki-young raised the notebook in his hand and smiled and replied, don't worry, I won't say anything bad about it. It must be difficult to be a reporter in a place where power is everything is like this place. Mainland news is quite confusing. I remember one time the front page of a newspaper was about the breakfast menu of the president of a large association. Stop for a moment, Lee Ki-young thought to himself. The real reason reporters are oppressed in the mainland where power is everything is not because they don't have power but because they decide to work for the wrong people. Thinking like that, he said, why do you think so? Like, can you be satisfied? I'm sure you won't be satisfied, but I think we give you what you want. Why don't you work for the Blue Guild instead of the Black Swan Guild? Do you want it? The news is stimulating enough to turn this continent upside down. And powerful. A few days later, seeing the new news posted on the newspaper, Petra Apra angrily kicked the table and shouted, Lee Ki-young, I will kill you. Saying these words, she held her head in her hands and sadly exclaimed, they will kill me. Those bastards will kill me right away, those bastards. They will. The word remains before I could finish speaking, a person walked in outside the door. This person said coldly, it seems you have failed, Miss Petra Apra. Can I talk to you for a moment? Outside on the street, everyone was holding a newspaper in their hand. They were scolding while watching the news. What trash, that Black Swan Guild should go to hell. The Blue Guild is really different, Even though it was besieged by many larger guilds, that new guild was still not threatening and was able to stabilize. Also, that Lee Giyoung guy seems nice. Lee Giyoung is a symbol of resilience. At the headquarters Blue Guild headquarters, while looking at the content in the newspaper, Lee Giyoung happily thought to himself, the symbol of resilience, Lee Giyoung, is somehow perfect. While thinking about this, Sun Hee-young walked in and spoke. Lee Giyoung, Black Swan Guild came to visit you, are you okay? Hearing this information, Lee Giyoung thought, I knew you guys would do this. Very quickly someone from the Black Swan Guild arrived. The person who came was a girl, standing in front of the room door. She bowed his head and said honestly, Hello Lee Giyoung, the leader will come to meet you officially soon. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Giyoung thought with satisfaction, leader, haha, that's right, being a leader is a must. Take responsibility for your actions Petra Apra. While thinking about this, the other girl continued to say, I would like to introduce them to you. Following this sentence, a sound of footsteps slowly entered the room. Inside, Lee Giyoung was a bit stunned. Before he could clearly understand what was going on, the newly appointed leader of the Black Swan Guild came inside. This person looked at Lee Giyoung, said in one voice, long time no see. Mr. Lee Giyoung, I'm Vice President Lee Jae-hee. As soon as he saw clearly who the other person was, Lee Giyoung secretly exclaimed in horror, It's Sister Lee Jae-hee, she's new. What do you mean by Vice President? Using his special ability to observe Lee Jae-hee for a moment, Lee Giyoung thought in surprise, Commander? I'm starting to have nightmares. According to Lee Jae-hee, there's also Petra Apra. The three of them sat down on the sofa. Lee Jae-hee smiled and said, It's nice to meet you again like this, don't you think? Hearing the other person ask that, Lee Giyoung immediately replied, Do you still choose me? Sister, anyway, what's going on here? I don't think you'll become their vice president. Hearing that, Lee Jae-hee immediately looked towards Petra Apra who was bowing her head silently and replied bluntly, I know you're playing around because you're embarrassed. It's so cute, if it's about the person sitting here then you don't need to worry, she resigned. Hearing this, Lee Giyoung immediately said, Surely you guys are forcing her? What, you always find a way to climb up, I'm impressed. Lee Jae-hee shrugged and said, I don't know what you're thinking. Hearing the other person say that, Lee Giyoung immediately replied, You really do you think I don't know? This whole thing is your masterpiece, isn't it? Sister, after saying this, he thought to himself, why did the positions of Petra Apra and her, a new member of the guild, suddenly change? So that means there is a conflict within the Black Swan Guild. Thinking so Lee Giyoung glanced at Petra Apra and asked Lee Jae-hee, Did you deliberately send her to join the dungeon exploration team with me? You think I will deal with her for you? Petra Apra is nothing but a pawn for you to climb. You also use me as a tool to easily eliminate her. Listen to the analysis hey, Lee Jae-hee immediately exclaimed. You're really quick-witted. Lee Giyoung shrugged and said, I'm really impressed. I can't help but be impressed by you, sister. He thought to himself when he said that, but what did I do wrong? Why did she take advantage of me like that? While thinking about this, Lee Jae-hee suddenly spoke from the other side, that's why I came to apologize. Hearing that, Lee Giyoung immediately used his special ability to observe Lee Jae-hee, seeing the characteristic line. For her arrogant ambition, he silently scolded, Sorry my head, her characteristics haven't changed at all. I can't be vulnerable. Even if she has old feelings, she will still take advantage. Used me. Calculating for a while, Lee Giyoung immediately spoke up. You have to prove that you have no plans towards me. Then I will decide whether I can trust you. Yes. Lee Jae-hee immediately nodding in response. Then she immediately turned to Petra Apra and said, Petra Apra, why didn't you tell him? Tell him what we know, what the Black Swan Guild can give him. Petra Apra has been silent all this time. As soon as she heard Lee Jae-hee speak, she burst into tears and screamed. Bastard, you bastard. Bitch, do you really think you can escape after making me like this? While shouting this sentence, Petra Apra raised her hand and punched Lee Giyoung hard. But before she could touch him, Lee Jae-hee stood up. She swung her hand to push Petra Apra's fist back, causing she fell straight to the ground. Withdrew her hand. Lee Jae-hee immediately said, I'm sorry, maybe we didn't teach her enough. Seeing the scene just now, Lee Giyoung was extremely frightened and covered her mouth. At this time, Petra Apra knelt down to one side, stammering and begging, Please forgive me, Ms. Lee Jae-hee. Please forgive me, I'm sorry, I will never do that again. using special powers is important. After assassinating Petra Apra, Lee Giyoung was horrified to discover that Petra Apra's talent and development had earned her the title of the most hated person on the mainland. Overall assessment of Petra Apra: her body was exhausted after being tortured. Many times, it can be considered that her life's journey has ended. Unlike player Lee Giyoung, who started from nothing, the feeling of losing everything she has is very difficult to describe. Standing on one side, hearing Petra Apra's sobbing pleas, Lee Giyoung thought to herself, "I really don't want things to go this far, but it's so refreshing." While thinking about this, on the other side, Lee Jae-hee suddenly spoke up. "Ask, who is a good girl, be good." Hearing this question, Petra Apra hurriedly said, "The Blue Guild will be added to the Alliance of Congresses and the parts given to me and the Black Swan Guild will both be transferred to Mr. Lee Giyoung." Hearing this, Lee Giyoung covered her mouth and chuckled. Everything went as planned. Lee Jae-hee was satisfied with Petra Apra's performance. She immediately said, "Good job, you can go." Then she turned to Lee Giyoung then said, "Of course we'll tell everyone its compensation. Besides, the dungeon rewards and land papers are all yours. We'll also promise to contribute to Kim Hyunsung's team, right? Any? Is it enough to show your remorse?" Hearing what the other person said here, Lee Giyoung silently calculated, "Well, it's not bad, actually this is a good business deal. Especially the part about Blue Guild joining the Congress Alliance, but she has a plot. Anything else, right? I'll be in trouble if I don't ask her that, so you immediately said, that's too much." "Huh?" Lee Jae-hee cried out in confusion. Lee Giyoung continued speaking, "It's too good to be true, so it's very suspicious. Why do you do this much? I'm sure I'm not the only one you need to do this. Hey, what about the Red Mercenaries and the Sorcerers Guild? If it was just an internal battle for power within the guild, you wouldn't have needed to make so many enemies outside. Why did you take advantage of me and ignore those dangers? I thought you also hated fish. Bet like me, it would be different if you had any grudge against me, but I think you are more rational than that. Why are you toying with me? I really don't want to think that you will eventually betray me after doing all this. I want you to tell me your true purpose. Are you my enemy or not?" Silence for a moment, then Lee Jae-hee said, "What if it's true?" "What?" Lee Jae-hee frowned and asked again. If Lee Jae-hee was not quick or slow to answer, what if it was really a private matter? Hearing these words, Lee Jae-hee suddenly choked and couldn't say a complete sentence. At this time, Lee Jae-hee slammed the table and stood up to scold, "I'm so disappointed. Don't you remember the first time we kissed? I told you that I like ambitious men." While saying these words, Lee Jae-hee walked up behind Lee Giyoung. She wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. Lee Giyoung did not dodge but just say, "Stop joking, what does that have to do with anything?" After saying this, he thought to himself, "Do you really want this body?" Lee Jae-hee replied very seriously, "Do you really think I'm joking?" "Really?" Lee Giyoung thought in panic when she saw Lee Jae-hee's current expression. "Now, do you want to hear something interesting again? I went to the Black Swan Guild after the tutorial, but it was very messy. The previous guild master worked with Petra Apra and did shady and brutal things. So me and the current president initiated a coup. During that time, I wanted to contact you, but I was too tired. I thought, if you don't look for me, why should I look for you? It's probably because you're so busy, but I keep hearing about your girlfriends." Hearing the other person say this, Lee Giyoung thought in fear, "Wait, is she serious?" Lee Jae-hee continued to say, "I really thought meeting you was fate, but for me it was just a fun night. I want someone else besides you. How can you not be tired?" At this moment, Lee Giyoung was extremely helpless. He secretly exclaimed, "Misunderstood." As soon as he saw this expression of the other person, Lee Jae-hee said loudly, "Your expression says misunderstanding, misunderstanding monkey. I also became the mercenary queen's lover when she had Ying Hyun. Since then, I have never tried to find you. Don't you think that's unfair?" Hearing this scolding, Lee Giyoung panicked and thought, "Are you telling the truth? So you're saying you're jealous? I don't want her to be my enemy. I don't want her to be my enemy. Do you really think I'm satisfied just being a leader? I have to be at least the vice president to be satisfied. Okay, it's time for a coup. Because of jealousy, is she doing things so arbitrarily?" While thinking about this, from behind, Lee Jae-hee suddenly spoke up, "Do you know something? I don't care who you sleep with. Actually, if it helps me climb higher, I'll do it too. Do you know why? It's because I know you'll choose me in the end. I'm the only one who can put you, a timid and greedy ambitious man, on the safest throne. In the end, you'll have to choose the one who can do that, and that person is you." As she spoke, Lee Jae-hee raised her hand to lift Lee Ki-young's chin, then suddenly placed a kiss on his lips. Being kissed unexpectedly, Lee Ki-young widened her eyes and thought, didn't you think about the possibility that you wouldn't cooperate? Probably because she knows her value and knows how to take advantage of it. Now, I know for sure why the fake regression chose Lee Jae-hee to look after the hideout. Lee Jae-hee is very good and useful." The kiss ended. Lee Jae-hee looked straight into Lee Ki-young's eyes and then cautiously said, "So you know what our relationship is, right?" Hearing this question, Lee Ki-young immediately nodded and replied, "Of course. I will ask you to take care of me, Ms. Lee Jae-hee." After saying this, Lee Ki-young silently calculated, "I will comply first." Extremely disappointed by Lee Ki-young's answer, Lee Jae-hee happily turned away. As she approached the door, she immediately turned around and said, "Next time, contact me first. I would prefer if it was about private matters. Listen to each other." Fuang said that. Lee Ki-young was silent for a moment and then said, "Let me ask you one more thing, why me? Someone like her can have everyone she wants." Hearing that, Lee Jae-hee smiled and replied, "I have so many questions, I don't know, if there was a reason, it would probably be because I like you." "You?" After saying this, Lee Jae-hee immediately walked out. As soon as she reached the door, she immediately encountered Young Hyun. Young Hyun's face was now drenched in sweat. She stammered and asked, "Brother, Miss Lee Jae-hee, why are you two together?" As soon as Lee Ki-young saw Young Hyun, he panicked a bit. He thought, "What should I do? I can't think of any excuse." At this moment, Lee Jae-hee suddenly smiled and said, "Oh my god, is your girlfriend still waiting for us? That's why you rejected me?" "That's right, I don't have a chance anymore. I have a pretty girlfriend like this. I haven't seen Young Hyun for a long time." Hearing the other person say that, Young Hyun stammered in bewilderment, "Huh? What?" Standing behind and hearing these words, Lee Ki-young happily thought to herself, "Damn Lee Jae-hee, you are truly the best. I love you so much." Lee Jae-hee's sister, she is both smart and quick-witted and very sensitive. So adorable. At this moment, Young Hyun began to doubtfully hug his face and mumble, "What did I do? Or was it just a misunderstanding somewhere?" Seeing this expression of Ms. Lee Ki-young immediately said, "Yes, I'm sorry Lee Jae-hee. I mean Lee Jae-hee, but I've belonged to Young Hyun for a long time." Said after saying this, Lee Ki-young immediately walked over and hugged Young Hyun tightly. Lee Jae-hee smiled slightly then pretended to be miserable and exclaimed, "Lee Ki-young oppa really disappointed me, I didn't know I shouldn't show off." Somewhere, hiding from a crowd of people. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young immediately replied, "But Young Hyun is the cutest person in my eyes. I'm really falling for Young Hyun." Lee Jae-hee said, "TCH, look at you two lovers. With such enthusiasm, I also feel happy." Face down in the cage, Lee Ki-young Young Hyun is extremely happy. She doesn't know that at this time Lee Ki-young and Lee Jae-hee are exchanging information with each other. The two of them get along well and have the same thoughts. "We have to cooperate until the end, good friend. To be more precise, in the near future, a great war will take place in the entire continent." The great master, before leaving, said extremely difficult to understand words. The god who guided Cilia was killed and the queen's life or death is still unknown. There have been many heroes and people have fallen. And Kim Hyunsung has lost many close brothers like family. It's all because of me. Kim Hyunsung blamed himself at that time. While blaming himself, a masked person appeared right in front of his eyes. This person looked at the scene here for a moment, then he said, "What is this?" Hearing this voice, Kim Hyunsung immediately raised his head to question you, the black magician. "You are just human. Why did you betray us?" Hearing this question, the black magician immediately replied, "I am only inclined to win. This is the reason that explains everything." A girl standing in the back heard this and immediately questioned, "So the new person caused so much death?" The black mage shrugged and replied, "This is my mission. This decision is much better than going with you guys pretending to be heroes. You have betrayed, someone said so." The black magician immediately burst out laughing and interrupted. "Betrayal, betrayal, betrayal," kept babbling like that. These words made Kim Hyunsung extremely angry. he shouted loudly without feeling the slightest sense of guilt. Yes, the black magician said that in the end, I'm just a human being, even though I had to kill many people I've always loved. Hey, having feelings for someone you just met. Miss, she is a very smiling person. I wanted to be with her for a long time, but in the end she met such an end. I feel sure it was because she was not suitable to be turned into a weapon in war. I am also very sorry that the queen had to personally kill her beloved subjects, but now I will always think that you are a traitor, forever after, so I will be careful every step to not make a mistake. Hearing these words, Kim Hyunsung immediately asked in doubt, "You, who are you really? Why do you dare?" Before he could finish his sentence, the black magician interrupted him and said, "You don't need to know that, but there's something very strange. I didn't expect you to be so excited. It seems like the death of lover is no less impactful than the death of innocent people. Huh, really, hero? No, you're not a good person, a fraud, a fake hero. Those titles are truly worthy of someone like you." Hearing all these words, Kim Hyunsung bowed his head and said, blamed himself, then gritted his teeth and said, "Kill me." The Blue Guild people behind heard that and quickly cried out, "President." The black magician standing opposite burst out laughing and said loudly, "What? Kill you? Stop speaking so loudly, you are a fraudster. Why are you staring at me? Do you think you are truly the representative of justice? Are you comforting yourself? Tight, leave it, I'll give you one last chance. Kill the guy next to you, otherwise I'll kill this bitch or I'll kill you too. What a fate, everyone's life depends on your choice." Hearing these words, Kim Hyunsung became angry, "You bastard." Having said that, he immediately raised his sword and slashed straight towards the black mage. Seeing this opponent's move, the black mage did not seem afraid at all. He calmly raised his hand and pulled out his sword, forming a protective circle to block Kim Hyunsung's attack. He didn't have time to react. He was pushed back a bit by this protective circle. A large mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Seeing this scene, the people behind were extremely worried. They called out to the guardian. A girl named Hai Jin was about to run towards Kim Hyunsung when suddenly she was wrapped tightly by a black magic stream and pulled straight towards the black magician. He held Hai Jin tightly, then said, "Why hesitate anymore? Kill her quickly. Let's see if she's more important than Hai Jin." Kim Hyunsung was extremely angry and shouted, "You bastard, let her go." The black magician didn't pay attention to what he said. "Opponent," he commanded, "I will say it again if you want me to forgive her, then quickly kill the person next to you." Heard Kim Hyunsung helplessly screaming, "Stop, stop, yes, if not, then kill me already." As I was talking about this, the person next to Kim Hyunsung suddenly spoke up, "I'm fine, chief, just thinking about the fact that I can't fight alongside you to the end. Listen up, Kim." Hyunsung immediately interrupted and said, "Stop talking, don't say those words. I will find a way to save everyone. I know there will be a way. We can't let him take advantage of us, so please." "No." The person next to me picked up the sword from the ground and said that dying at the hands of the president was a great honor for me. The black magician, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Oh, but suicide is strictly forbidden. Once you commit suicide for Hai Jin, you will also die along with Kim Hyunsung, who must kill himself to be counted." "You bastard," Kim Hyunsung shouted with tears in his eyes. The person next to him brought the sword and said in a low voice, "Please, President, you have to live until the end." Looking at the sword in front of him, Kim Hyunsung was helpless and speechless. His hand trembled as he raised it, grabbed the hilt of the sword. A stream of bright red blood sprayed straight into the smiling mask on the black mage's face. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hai Jin cried out in pain, "No, no, damn it. No, no, Hai Jin." The black magician standing opposite clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Truly touching. I didn't expect you to be able to act so decisively. Well done, Kim Hyunsung. Thanks to you, I eliminated one more person. You are truly scum, like I said, but aren't the lives of the fortresses next to you important? Well, anyway, I'm dead, so see you next time." As soon as this sentence ended, the black magician also disappeared from Kim Hyunsung's sight. His eyes suddenly opened wide. Woke up from the nightmare. Kim Hyunsung breathed heavily. He looked around the scene for a moment, then thought to himself, "This is my room, thank goodness I'm back. No, am I really back? Every day I wonder. Even though my body no longer bleeds, The cries of despair are no longer there, instead of the darkness of misery. I am now surrounded by blinding light. It's been a long time since I've seen that dream again. But there's a clear truth that that bastard black magician is a trash person. Remember the smiley mask on the other person's face. Kim Hyunsung gritted his teeth and told himself, I will definitely find you. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face, feeling that his body was extremely tired at this time. At this moment, outside the door, Park Deokgu's voice suddenly rang out. Up, are you up? Hurry up and go out for breakfast, Kim Hyunsung. Hearing this voice, Kim Hyunsung tightly held his trembling hand, then replied, Okay, I'll be right out. Park Deokgu, after saying this, he silently consoled himself, Okay, times have changed. This is a golden opportunity. As long as that accident is not repeated, I will save many lives. Seeing Kim Hyunsung walking out the door, Park Deokgu asked a little worriedly, Where are you unwell? Let me show you this, it will definitely cheer you up. Looking at Park Deokgu's back running in front, Kim Hyunsung thought to himself, I have to correct all the mistakes I have ever made. Most of all, must kill Jung Jin-ho, the leader of the criminals, as soon as possible. Those crazy people do not deserve to continue living. And I will be able to bring both Young Hyun and Kim Yeri back like before. Not only are things different, things must be even better than before, and the most important person in this series of changes is Lee Ki-young, that's him. Soon Kim Hyunsung went to the room. While eating, Lee Ki-young was scooping rice into a bowl. When he saw the other person coming, he immediately smiled and said hello, Kim Hyunsung is here, good morning. The truth is, even though his fighting skills are not very outstanding, but his true value lies in another point. Upon arriving, Kim Hyunsung slowly sat down at the table and said, I'm sorry, but suddenly fell asleep. Everyone sat there saying, Good morning. Morning, Mr. Kim Hyunsung. Hello Mr. Kim Hyunsung. Lee Ki-young brought out a bowl of rice and said, It's okay. Sometimes you just be a normal person, come on, eat rice, that's a host. Brilliant way. He helped the whole team easily join the Blue Guild, established a relationship with the Mercenary Queen, and was even able to form an alliance with the three great guilds, not to mention that he is also the person who recruited and took care of the team members. At the same time, guiding me on the right path, creating all conditions for me to be as successful as possible. Initially, for me, he was just someone I accidentally knew, but he is someone who has had a huge impact on me in this life. Park Deokgu's quick hands eat rice, amazing, the top of the top. Kim Yeri next to her slowly ate and said, Don't eat Kim Hyunsung's share. Lee Ki-young said with a serious face, You pig. Return the food quickly, I told you not to eat it. His part. Really, then you said, Just kidding, but don't eat too fast or you'll have indigestion. Kim Hyunsung looked at Lee Ki-young and thought, Why didn't I see him in my previous life? Maybe Lee Ki-young was killed in the war. Lee Ki-young noticed Kim Hyunsung's burning eyes. What happened to him suddenly? Don't joke with him like usual so you're sad. Then you said, Well, let's start eating, everyone just eat naturally. At this moment, Lee Sang-hee pushed open the door and walked in. Sun Hee-young called out in surprise, Vice President, being able to die in the hands of someone I respect is my honor. Kim Hyunsung glanced at her and thought, Lee Sang-hee, this time no one will die. Mr. Lee Ki-young and Young Hyun. Ms. Lee Sang-hee. Hi Jin. I will definitely protect everyone, and to do that, this moment is an important moment. Lee Sang-hee said out of breath, Sorry for disturbing, there's an emergency. It's about our guild leader. The guild officials had an emergency meeting to find countermeasures. Kim Hyunsung and Lee Ki-young. You two should go to the conference room immediately. Then unable to eat breakfast, Lee Ki-young and Kim Hyunsung had already packed his ass and ran after Lee Sang-hee. On the way he asked, Is it really that urgent? Lee Sang-hee turned his head slightly and replied, Yes, he is locked in a cursed dungeon. I will tell you about the details later in the meeting room. Arriving somewhere, Lee Ki-young was startled and thought, What? The line about kidnapped princesses, I'm so scared. Kim Hyunsung called, Mr. Lee Ki-young, don't worry. Nothing will probably happen. Lee Ki-young shyly replied, Okay. Yes there, no matter what happens, as long as our beloved Regression says it's okay, then everything will definitely be okay. Kim Hyunsung walked in front, his face solemnly thinking, I definitely have to do it. This is the most important moment from the beginning until now. In another time when I will become the guild leader in this life, I will definitely make better decisions. To be able to protect everyone from that masked man, and change the future." Kim Hyunsung determinedly thought, "I will regardless of everything to regain my spirit and try for everyone because that is the reason why I regressed." Once upon a time, before the time of the goddess Benagor, in a certain village, there was a saint who worshipped the good god named Gedrick and a female saint who worshipped disaster. God Juliana, one day, by the irony of fate, they fell in love with each other. Even though they knew that love would never have a perfect ending, when the gods heard the news, they extremely angry. To protect themselves, they built a small temple to hide themselves, but the gods separated them by a wall, causing them to be forever immersed in the pain of separation. Because they still look forward to meeting each other even after death. He picked up the notebook and said, "That's why that dungeon is called the Cursed Temple." Lee Sang-hee sat at the head of the table and said, "Our president is stuck in that place." Lee Giyoung wondered, why is the president? He thought to himself, damn, what else would he do there? Lee Sang-hee answered seriously, he wanted to explore the dungeon he discovered, but as soon as he opened the dungeon door, he was cursed by that dungeon. Lee Giyoung extremely confusing, lost my mind or something? Lee Sang-hee continued to say, after hearing the news, we immediately set up a rescue team, but since last night, we no longer received news from them. Opposite Lee Sol-ho suddenly smiling at Lee Giyoung meaningfully. Looking at that disgusting smile, Lee Giyoung thought, wow, is there anyone in this world as obvious as you? Lee Sang-hee continued, we will mobilize all forces, including Mr. Lee Sol-ho. Hearing his name mentioned, he banged the table and said, Ms. Lee Sang-hee, if so, who will stay to protect the guild? This is not the same as what we discussed. Lee Sang-hee closed his eyes and calmly said, yes, so in my absence Blue Guild will be in charge of Mr. Kim Hyunsung. Next to Lee Giyoung heard this news, then he was so happy that he cried. He covered his mouth and thought, oh my god, Blue Guild will be in charge of Kim Hyunsung. Lee Sang-hee turned around and asked seriously, can I count on you too? Kim Hyunsung replied, okay, if you need any help, just let us know. This made Lee Sol-ho mad, he knew right away. Lee Sang-hee was angry, he knew right away, okay. But Lee Sol-ho refused to give up and said, it's useless. Lee Sang-hee and the others are too young. How can she entrust the guild to them? Furthermore, we are also in dire need of people, so why not bring Team 7 along? Lee Sang-hee was angry at his thoughts, she scolded loudly, what are you talking about? She said this was very dangerous, she couldn't take them with her. The cursed dungeon was a hero-level dungeon. A completely different level from the Garden of Horrors. Lee Sol-ho of course did not give up. Then, Ms. Lee Sang-hee, Lee Giyoung glanced at him and thought, he is using every means to drag his team along. That old man kept stroking his short beard and said, let's recruit, they are meant to be used in urgent situations like this. Their reputation is gradually becoming known. Won't they help us a lot in this matter? Besides, Mr. Lee Giyoung from the Blue Guild can't do anything, isn't it time we put our money to good use? The more Lee Giyoung listens, the more he hates him. You are imagining that, holding a gun aimed right at his head, while he was still talking, we are all old and weak, there is nothing we can do to help, instead of Ms. Lee Sang-hee had to come out in person. Then he exploded, a bullet went through his head. Lee Giyoung clearly said, the useless person here is you. Go to hell. That's the fierce voice of my heart. Do you think I would leave the Blue Guild in the hands of someone like you? Blue Guild belongs to us. No, it belongs to Kim Hyunsung. He trembled as he thought. Lee Giyoung smiled darkly and thought, and Kim Hyunsung's things are also your father's things. Blue Guild belongs to father. With my knowledge of Kim Hyunsung, I guarantee he will say this. Kim Hyunsung did not hesitate to say, okay, our vice president will join the rescue team. Lee Giyoung is helpless. Thought, that, knew right away. Upright and righteous, always helping people in need, he not only spoke smoothly, but his strength always proved what he said. Moreover, that appearance and charm have also made many people believe in him. He is that kind of person. I never thought I would regret being teammates with him. But now on the other hand, when our Kim Hyunsung encounters difficulties, he always helps out, and is very serious. Lee Giyoung turned to ask, Kim Hyunsung, what do you mean? Sorry, Mr. Lee Giyoung. Kim Hyunsung explained. I should have told you earlier that I was planning to continue exploring for the sake of our team's future career advancement, he said. Sighed and explained. Hearing that, Lee Giyoung silently thought, profession, I never thought about having to upgrade my profession in such a dangerous dungeon. Or what did he intend to go there? Other than his face replied, oh, is that so? There must be a reason for him to give up such a good opportunity. Maybe there is something in that dungeon that belonged to him in his previous life. If well then, I'll go along with him this time, Lee Giyoung thought with a sigh. Lee Sol-ho said again. Haha, that's right. Ms. Lee sang he. The new members are already eager to join, why? Don't take them with you. I appreciate their spirit of dedication, the old man with glasses continued. You're right, Lee Sol-ho. You have to get something worth spending that much money, right? Ha ha. Lee Sang-hee banged the table and said angrily, all order. I'm very disappointed with everyone's performance today, don't you feel ashamed of the new members? Lee Sang-hee bit her lip and said, if Mr. Sung Joon comes back and sees the gang like this, I don't know how disappointed he will be. She suddenly stood up and said, Lee Sol-ho, I leave the guild to you, don't disappoint me anymore. Don't disappoint my expectations, that hateful old man Lee Sol-ho said leisurely, ahem. Okay, just trust me. Lee Giyoung cursed silently one sentence. Trust the monkey. Lee Sol-ho smiled evilly and thought. Sorry Lee Sang-hee. But Mr. Sung Joon will soon die. This time we have to pay special attention to him. When looking next to her, it was clear that the other regressionist also had similar thoughts. The next morning, in Lee Jae-hee's room, she was sighing and looking at something. This was an invitation to a date. Dating? In it is a letter from Lee Giyoung. Hoping you can help me keep an eye on a guy in the guild. You won't refuse me, right? Is this also beneficial for you? Eliminating things that bring trouble to you, usually, you also have to sacrifice something precious. But sometimes, the person who wants to eliminate trouble for you also there's no need to sacrifice anything. After this I want to spend some time alone with you. You know I love you. She clutched the letter and said angrily, shit, what the hell are you talking about? So God? Wanted to hit him. But she opened the letter again. Suddenly she saw something. Then Lee Jae-hee opened the door. She found an orange bottle of medicine on the table and said, whoosh, there's still a little left. Lee Jae-hee shook the bottle of medicine and said with a smile, my precious acupuncture point. That bastard Lee Giyoung is not easy for me to help. Somewhere, just be grateful. Over here Lee Giyoung is holding a megaphone shouting, hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, hurry up, we don't have much time left. He thought to himself, too busy, then shouted into the speaker, Kim Yeri, stop lying around there, take this with you. Park Deokgu, why are you bringing that boat, return it to its original place. Quick, Sun Hee-young, please check to see if we have forgotten anything, and Yung Hyun. Before he could finish his sentence, the butler interrupted, Mr. Lee Giyoung, the doctor has sent a diagnosis, sir. Thinking to myself, diagnosis, what diagnosis? Reading the paper, diagnosis, Mr. Lee Giyoung, we know your condition right now. I understand your mood right now but we commit to instructing you to take the medicine according to the correct schedule. You understand the love I have for you, don't you? What, medicine? You thought of this trick well, I can count on you. Lee Jae-hee, Lee Giyoung burst out laughing when reading this letter. Suddenly he felt a burning gaze from behind. Then, he silently lamented, oh, this feeling. So as soon as he turned around, he saw Yung Hyun's dark, uncomfortable eyes, and he immediately trembled in fear. Yung Hyun's face turned black, looking at her. She said like a thunderbolt, love letter. That's not it. Lee Giyoung held up the letter and explained that you misunderstood. This is my diagnosis result. Yung Hyun was frightened when he heard that. Wondering about diagnosis? Are you sick? Yung Hyun's face became more serious. She was about to use healing magic to see for Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung quickly said, no, it's not that. He just had a slight cold recently. He thought to himself, oh my god, Yung Hyun, put that healing ring away for me. Then Lee Giyoung quickly dragged Yung Hyun back to the room. Have you finished packing? We're about to leave. She obediently said yes, I'm ready. He thought with a sigh of relief, howl, I almost ate rice. This time Lee Jae-hee helped me again. At night, the moon hangs high in shadows in the dark and scary forest. Because it's raining, the forest seems flooded, making their steps become cramped. Lee Sang-hee walks in front. I hate to say it. It's so disgusting. She shyly spoke up to Kim Hyunsung and Lee Giyoung. Once again, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I honestly don't want to put everyone in danger at all. Kim Hyunsung calmly said, "It's okay. I'm happy to help the guild." Lee Giyoung also smiled and replied, "He was right." Then he suddenly asked Blue Guild for helping them. I have a lot, so we had to do something to reassure them, right? Lee Sang-hee turned around and called Kim Hyunsung, Lee Giyoung. When he went deeper into the forest, Lee Giyoung gritted his teeth and thought, Kim Hyunsung, explain why you dared to pull. Everyone came all the way here. Then suddenly a skeleton wearing a cloak appeared who didn't know when he died. When Kim Yeri saw it, she was scared and quickly hid behind Kim Yun's back. Sung, that's a zombie. Most of the monsters here have dark properties, Kim Hyunsung thought, suddenly screaming so hard. Lee Sang-hee said cautiously, please everyone be very careful. Just then, Lee Giyoung glanced over at Sun Hee-young and Young Hyun who were happily laughing and talking. Being able to walk with him like this, I'm so happy hee hee. Haha, is that so? He silently complained that the two of them were having so much fun. Were they going to the market or something? Lee Sang-hee let out a long, helpless sigh and said, if I could be a better leader, things like this won't happen. I'm so sorry for putting everyone in this situation. Lee Giyoung chuckled. Why are you afraid? None of them have seen it yet. Then Lee Sang-hee turned around 180 degrees, then clenched his fists and said, however, since everyone has saved the guild leader, they will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Here are Kim Hyunsung, Lee Giyoung, Young Hyun and Park Deokgu. Where is Park Deokgu? Already? Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung and Young Hyun who were walking in front also turned to look back. Lee Giyoung quickly looked around and called out to Park Deokgu, where are you? But in his heart he thought, oh my god, you pig. Where did that go? Jung Yeon has been silent up until now. Now he pushed his glasses back and said seriously, Park Deokgu took some things so he will chase us later. Lee Giyoung asked with a blank face, who are you? Then I thought, which mother is this? Jung Yeon blushed shyly and said sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. She raised her face and smiled and said, I'm the shaman scholar Jung Yeon, Park Deokgu's girlfriend. As soon as they said this, the whole group, the three people, Lee Giyoung, were stunned and cried out. Lee Giyoung and Kim Hyunsung said in panic, what are you? What the hell were you thinking? And Young Hyun smiled wow. At this moment, Park Deokgu rushed over. He scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I'm so slow, sorry I didn't introduce myself. She's my girlfriend, Lee Giyoung thought. The corner of his lips twitched. What comedy is this? Now Lee Sang-hee speaks up. Well, I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself sooner. Miss Jung Yeon here was sent to assist us in today's expedition. Park Deokgu putting her arm around her girlfriend's shoulder, she blushed and said, haha, sorry everyone. Last time I had work so I couldn't attend the meeting, but I'm an official member of the Blue Guild. It's a pleasure to meet you. Park Deokgu chimed in and said, please everyone take care of her. Lee Giyoung started to make fun of others and thought, who is the supporting character who is in love, and after introducing everything, everyone came up again. The way went deeper into the forest. But as Jung Yeon was walking, he tripped over Park Deokgu. She blushed and explained, I'm sorry. Park Deokgu held her small hand and said, it's okay, from now on I have to stay by your side, you know. Holding my hand tightly is even better, hell. Kim Hyunsung sighed and said, last time it was thanks to her that we came in the Garden of Horrors. Lee Giyoung didn't care about it anymore. He secretly thought that the love between humans and pigs, just now and then it's dirty. Say whatever you want. Next to Young Hyun was about to say, honey, should we? Lee Giyoung opened his mind's eye to see Wang Jungyeon's stats, intelligence 90 hero level, magic power 80 hero level. Her stats are really terrible, that's it. From now on, I'll give that pig to you, ha ha ha. Suddenly a lovely voice rang out, lovers, I will curse you all. Everyone heard the voice. There, I felt a very strange energy, everyone paid careful attention. Lee Giyoung looked around. Whose voice was so terrible? Was it Juliana's voice? Was she upset because she was given dog food? Damn, I feel like every breath I take is demonic energy. Lee Sang-hee took the lead with the book. She turned her head to look at everyone and said to prepare to enter the dungeon. Everyone quickly prepare. Get into fighting spirit. Waiting for everyone to finish, she began to open the book. As soon as the book opened, a source of dark power suddenly came and said, I will curse all of you. Hero-level dungeon. You entered the cursed temple. A red smoke suddenly entered Lee Ki-young's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was already in another white space. He asked confusedly, where is this? A cold voice mixed with mockery rang out, what a disgusting guy. Lee Ki-young saw himself and his family when he was very young, when his parents argued every day, every night. He only knows how to play 3 despicable tricks every day. His parents just let him go. Shush, be careful, he listens now. Just keep taking the money that comes to your hand. Seeing such a scene, but he just burst out laughing. He slowly walked towards himself created by that red smoke. What the hell is this? Is it a curse? Where is everyone? You yourself, dirty and crying, reaching out for help. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. I thought you would save me, but I didn't expect you to steal the food then ran away. Damn it, you're not human. But Lee Ki-young calmly advanced. He lifted his foot to kick the other person down. Tight. Can you apologize, but I told you. Everyone need to live. Then he thought, is this mental terror magic? If exposed to it for too long, it will be very dangerous. Seeing that Lee Ki-young couldn't do anything, the red smoke disappeared and said, but because it was all fake, it didn't affect me at all. Then a female voice rang out, was it fake? Do you really think so? You killed me, even though you could have saved me. You let my face burn to death. You coward, are you any different from a murderer? That woman's entire body was covered in blood. She laughed and said, coward, are you no different from a murderer? You're just trying to justify yourself to avoid feeling guilty. Oh well, you think just like that you can wipe away all your sins. But seeing that, Lee Ki-young didn't lose his composure at all. He said as he walked, oh my, Hyunsung, long time no see, your tongue is also sour. Yeah, what if I defend myself? All humans are like that. Their brains are created to benefit themselves. Harsh is harsh, but this is the truth. Sigh, from the beginning I was not a gentleman. What's wrong? I don't have any grudges against you. I'm just doing the best I can to survive. Then another voice rang out, you always use that kind of argument to protect yourself. For me, huh? This time a scar-faced guy appears again. You think your choice is the best, and you can't do anything else, but in reality you don't give a damn about other people. I'm going to fuck with you. To me, you are just a piece of trash like me. Hearing such words, Lee Ki-young angrily turned 180 degrees and said, what the fuck are you talking about? A ruthless murderer like you dares to show up and spew such words? I'm not like you, you have no right to judge me. He thought, don't calm down, it's all fake, the scar-faced guy said offensively, you're just a selfish guy. Hearing that, he burst into laughter. Without hesitation he said, that's right, you losers, so just keep barking no matter what. In the end the one who will survive is me. And losers like you can only wait until you change your life. Even if I could turn back time, I would still do the same thing. Why? Because even if I am trampled down to the depths of hell, I still have to live at all costs. Lee Ki-young raised his middle finger, in order to live the best. I will not stop at any means, do you hear me? Park Hae-young, Sok Woo, Jung Jin-ho and dozens of other idiots whose names I don't remember anymore, don't bother me there, go away. With that, he turned away and left. Ran to find Yoon Hyun, Kim Yun-sung and Park Deok-gu. He thought to himself, what a bastard, I'm so nauseous, the red smoke said. Then you will reunite with them in the next life. Run for a while. Then he stopped and sat on the ground. He told you guys not to dream. Suddenly Lee Ki-young felt nauseous in his stomach. He covered his mouth so he wouldn't vomit. This magic is more toxic than me. Thought. A hand reached out and grabbed Lee Ki-young's shoulder, making him stiffen. He grumpily turned around and shouted, then go away. Kim Yun-sung said gently, Mr. Lee Ki-young. You okay? Sorry to startle you. Let me restore your mana. He immediately replied, I'm fine. Then he stared at Kim Yun-sung's face. The voice was reassuring him. That face was his beloved regression. Lee Ki-young asked, where are the others? At this time, everyone was shaking, standing and sitting, trembling and saying hoo-hoo, mother, help me, it's not my food, give it back, please give it back, everyone. It's my fault. I'm sorry, people like you deserve to be punished. You will be tormented to death. Lee Ki-young saw such a horrifying scene and thought, what's wrong with them? Even Sun Hee-young, he quickly searched for Young Hyan's small figure. Right now she was curled up sitting in a corner. He thought, what about Young Hyan, is she okay? I thought she was going to cry loudly. After observing everyone for a while, Lee Ki-young turned around and asked Kim Hyunsung, are you okay? Kim Hyunsung, is there any way to wake them up? He replied, I'm fine, I have to calm down Jungyeon first. Kim Hyunsung gave a suggestion and said, at that time you should go help Young Hyan a little. Maybe she needs a little mana to recover. Oh, okay, but now Lee Ki-young just wants to go home. At this time, Young Hyan was sitting alone, looking up at the sky. The red smoke still lingered around her. Inside that space, she saw someone kissing Lee Ki-young, and then many girls came over to get to know Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young went to call Young Hyan. He realized something was not quite right. Young Hyan's face right now emotionless, with a few rays of murderous intent. She said, you bastards, I will kill all of you, so that he belongs only to me. Don't worry, I will let them go gently. Oh well, I should have helped them long ago, just cut off its legs first. Hearing those words, Lee Ki-young also stopped walking. Lee Ki-young stopped walking and thought, who said that this time? Young Hyan, Young Hyan. Young Hyan still didn't know Lee Ki-young had come. She was still immersed in anger. I had to kill them all. Every single one of them. That was the only way for me to become one with Oppa. Yes, you're right. I was too easy on them. I should have killed them from the beginning. First I would have cut off their legs. Lee Ki-young quickly opened his mind's eye appeared, but in front of your eyes, no information about Young Hyan appeared. Are you scared? Why are you going in this direction? Suddenly, another Young Hyan appeared behind him. She was holding a knife, her whole body wrapped around a red murderous aura. In front of him, Young Hyan was laughing maniacally. Right after that, Young Hyan behind him held a knife and stabbed Lee Ki-young's back. Then both Young Hyan pulled Lee Ki-young away and said, I'm sorry for having to use this method, Oppa, but I've cast some numbing spells so it won't hurt. That's right. I'll compensate for the blood you lost. That's right, Oppa, Oppa. Both of them are embracing the shrouded Lee Ki-young. Forever, Oppa. Let's be together forever. In this place we will live together forever. I love you, love you. Skip to morning the next day in another space. Young Hyan was wearing an apron and chopping carrots. She didn't see that Lee Ki-young was awake. Did you sleep well, Oppa? I love you too much today. I made soup for breakfast. I hope you like it, hee hee. Young Hyan shyly said, ah, I'm a little shy. I heard that newlyweds usually wearing an apron like that. No, but am I wearing it right? But you're too shy. Another Young Hyan poked his head out and said teasingly, too ambitious, huh? Seeing that he was talking so much but Lee Ki-young didn't react, he just clenched his hand tightly, restraining his anger. Young Hyan immediately asked, what's wrong, Oppa? Ah. I'm worried that someone else will see? Don't worry, in Jung Hyan. I've taken care of all the obstacles. There won't be any idiots who want to separate us anymore, so don't worry, Oppa. Young Hyan slowly approached Lee Ki-young, eliminating him. Park Deokgu came out. I think you would be very sad if Park Deokgu also disappeared. You still look so sad. It's so strange, maybe. Suddenly she thought of something. She said with a dark face, it was because your feet hurt so much? Young Hyan cried and trembled as she tried to touch Lee Ki-young and said, oh no, are you really upset? Sigh, I know I shouldn't have done that. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Outside, Lee Ki-young opened his eyes. He stared at Young Hyan's scoreboard thinking, oh, can you guess? Test the player's talent and development potential. Young Hyan, goodbye. It seems you will have to work very hard to prevent Young Hyan from becoming the boss of the cursed temple. I have become attached to I'm stuck with you, so now I will pray for you. The boss of this place is not Juliana or Gedrick but Young Hyan. Suddenly Lee Ki-young cried again. The guy he met in space just now said, don't be selfish. Juliana, the owner of this hero-level dungeon, is very strong. If you want to defeat her, you must prepare carefully. She always uses skills and techniques that are very difficult to deal with. Deputy. She's not an opponent I can defeat with such a trivial profession, but the reason we came here is no matter how dangerous. Lee Sang-hee clearly said, our goal, I'm rescuing normal survivors. But if I don't find a way to break the curse, I'll give up. Your lives are our highest priority, he thought. No, I can't go back now. My goal is the legendary level sword. Lee Giyoung glanced around. The team members also need to get stronger. Besides the sword, Lee Giyoung seems to think the same as me. No, my goal is. Young Hyun said cutely. We made eye contact. Hee. I know Oppa thinks the same as me. Oh God. Please let me stay in this world with Oppa. Just the two of us. Please give me the strength to destroy humanity. Hee. Hearing such scary words, Lee Giyoung laughed and was confused. Young, why does Hyun play genocide like that? I have to stop Young Hyun's plan to destroy humanity. Wang Junyeon just pointed at the paper and said, if you follow what I wrote, there won't be any big problems. Thank you, Wang Junyeon. I have entrusted the rest to a talented magic scholar. Now I have to be by Young Hyun's side. What she needs most now is the belief that I will always be by her side. Wang Junyeon waved her hand to Lee Giyoung said, leave it to me, Professor Lee. After resolving everything, he slowly leaned down and said to Young Hyun, are you okay? Young Hyun kept staring at Wang Junyeon's back and whispered, Wang Junyeon is Oppa's new girlfriend. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, what are you mumbling? He backed away from Young Hyun and then slowly said, what are you talking about? Young Hyun is Park Deokgu's wife. Ah, that's right, Oppa is right. Suddenly Young Hyun held his head in pain. Ah, I'm just worried. All the women in this world, no, everyone, they must die. Lee Giyoung thought in panic, Young Hyun, oh no, the situation is getting worse than me thought. Then Young Hyun used magic to tie Lee Giyoung's hands tightly. Around Lee Giyoung a small glass cage appeared. He looked around in panic and asked, what is that? Glass prison, the hell Young Hyun, let me go, hurry up, stop joking. Young Hyun's whole face sweated, her eyes melted and said, Oppa, we will be together forever, only we're just here. She said fiercely, we'll be here forever, Oppa, the ending we want. Lee Giyoung thought almost helplessly, it's over, she won't listen to me, he never wanted this ending. Where did she get a knife and say, you think so too, Oppa, right. She kept saying, right, to ask Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung struggled to get free, to let you go. I promised I wouldn't use magic on anything other than your body. With Young Hyun normally, in fact, Young Hyun cast all kinds of spells. Magic tracked into my body using the teeth she took from me a long time ago as a conduit. She also brought a bunch of charms into my room, but I didn't stop her because I thought that thing was to protect me. Even though it was a bit scary, and to deal with a genius magician, it was not wrong, but now it's different. She would have said that at that time. I will release you when we are the only two left in this world, and everyone else. Now you are so scary, your face exudes a cold look. I will kill everything. Seeing that the situation was not very good, Lee Giyoung frantically banged his hand on the glass cage signaling Kim Hyunsung and Lee Sang-hee, they will really die. What's the point of having eyes when they're all dead? We have to avoid the end. This disaster at any cost. Lee Giyoung keeps banging inside while outside Lee Sang-hee and Kim Hyunsung don't know anything. Look this way, please. Die damn, now I see. The captain always talks about the importance of stretching, yes, but where is he? Hey, save me before I go to America to chase and kill your mother. We have to escape, and save humanity across the continent, from Young Hyun. At this time, Young Hyun was holding the glass cage holding Lee Giyoung up. Said in his hand, Oppa is mine. Suddenly there was a voice outside, but where are you? It's almost time to eat. Is it Lee Giyoung? Probably with Kim Hyunsung. Lee Giyoung cried out in tears, trying to call out, Park Deokgu, Kim Hyunsung. Young Hyun turned around angrily, wait silently, Oppa, okay. Lee Giyoung cursed silently. Lee Giyoung tearfully thought, no one can hear or see me, everyone, save me. Suddenly Wang Junyeon squatted in front of the glass cage and said, Lee Giyoung, what are you doing here? Why suddenly act alone in a tragic drama? Kim Hyunsung spoke slowly, I'll go find Gedrick and Lee Sang-hee first, Lee Giyoung. I kept calling but no answer from Lee Giyoung. Kim Hyunsung thought with a black face, Where is he? And now I see this bad premonition, Young Hyun. Everyone is boiling water to eat and drink. Kim Hyunsung suddenly realized something. He turned back to ask everyone, this is a dungeon. Those two must be in danger. No, Lee Giyoung, Young Hyun, where are those two? Lee Giyoung, Young Hyun, Lee Giyoung, where are you? Young Hyun, that voice, sounds like my father when he was looking for his lost child in the park. Lee Giyoung, Young Hyun, where are Giyoung and Hyun? You two stop playing, come out here you two. We have two children in the office, Lee Giyoung and Young Hyun. Lee Giyoung is sitting stupidly in the glass cage. Dad, good luck. No, I have to escape quickly, what should I do? Suddenly he looked outside. Wait, Kim Hyunsung can't see this glass prison. How can Wang Junyeon? Wang Junyeon sat outside and asked. I brought the antidote you told me, but you're trapped. Maybe you're not as good as I thought? Wang Junyeon pushed up his glasses and asked, Professor Lee. Lee Giyoung opened the eyes of his mind, magic glasses. Outside Young Hyun was holding a knife planning to stab someone, now it's not. On this side, Lee Giyoung quickly banged on the glass and said, she's holding a knife so I have to give her the antidote myself, please remove this cage. But Wang Junyeon sighed and replied, okay, in exchange, after this is over, I want to go to this restaurant with Park Deok-gu so remember to treat us. He replied, if you let me go I will buy the whole restaurant for you two. Wang Junyeon said, no way, neither counter curses nor my tools will work. This is a hero-class dungeon. I didn't expect there would be such a sophisticated trap here. Lee Giyoung had his mouth unsealed and the tape removed somehow. He said, just use your physical strength, is Park Deok-gu here? As soon as I mentioned the nonsense, Park Deok-gu brought a bowl of food. Wang Junyeon, what are you doing here? Don't be like that. Let's eat together, I made soup. Wang Junyeon pointed to the place where Lee Giyoung was locked up and said, Park Deok-gu, Lee Giyoung is in there. Hearing that, Park Deok-gu said in panic, what are you, what? Park Deok-gu bent down and slammed on the glass cage, calling out, brother, are you really in there? Please answer me, brother. Before that time, Wang Junyeon had installed a magic tool so that Lee Giyoung could transmit his voice to the outside. Inside Lee Giyoung called, Park Deok-gu. Park Deok-gu had tears in his eyes, yes sir. At this point Lee Giyoung asked his own question from the forest asking, how long have you been dating Wang Junyeon? Park Deok-gu said with tears in his eyes, it's been 100 days, why do you ask? Lee Giyoung said seriously, you and Wang Junyeon have to save the world. Park Deok-gu asked confusedly, we have to save the world. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, that's right, everyone called Lee Giyoung back. You're like the person entering the glass cage said, yes, save the world so you can both live a long and happy life. Do you remember what I said before if I could do that? Park Deok-gu panicked said suddenly, I can do better, brother, so we have to save the world together. I don't want to live in a world without you, brother. Hear those words by Park Deok-gu. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, huh? The words the kid said were so touching. Then Park Deok-gu used the megaton punch, he said, just wait for me and I'll probably get you out of there. But I kicked him a few times, but it didn't work. What happened? Park Deok-gu cried in tears, brother, I think this thing is not affected by my power. Inside Lee Giyoung said his final refusal. You can name the child my daughter is Park Dok-yeon. Lee Giyoung's whole body radiated heavenly light, he calmly said, well, maybe it's better to use my mother's name. I want to see the house you and your family will live in. It's so futuristic, but inside he's cursing in his heart right now. Park Deok-gu, your stupid pig, show some use with that fat body. He screamed when he heard that, bro, please don't say that. I will save you. I will definitely save you. Wang Junyeon also cried and called, brother-in-law. Inside Lee Giyoung held his head and cried, I'm sorry. I also want to go to your wedding, yeah. I think I can only go this far. In my head I'm thinking, yes, you idiot, you should save me now. Park Deok-gu heard some great words Lee Giyoung's hope was to say, don't say stupid things like that, brother, Park Deok-gu said, bursting with strength, you have to live with Young Hyun until your hair turns gray. He clenched his hands and swung his fists towards the glass cage. He cried while saying, you have to live longer than us and Kim Hyunsung, because we still need you by our side to continue scolding us. Every day, Lee Giyoung happily thought to himself, you're acting as if I nag you so much every day. Park Deok-gu exploded with strength. He punched the glass cage causing it to crack. Do you understand? In the end, Park Deok-gu was able to help Lee Ki-young out. Then he gave the antidote to Lee Ki-young, seeing that he thought, good, this is really his weakness, acting like this. It's a bit cliché, but I didn't expect it to be so effective for him. Lee Ki-young picked up the pill and glanced at the two of Park Deok-gu. I'll take care of the expenses for your date. A bonus from a program The Perfect Date was prepared by me. Of course it will include all the above and beyond good elements across this continent. Over here Yoon Hyun heard Lee Ki-young's voice, knowing he had escaped. When she got out, she immediately turned around and called him. Right after that, she quickly rushed towards that place with a scary face. You idiots, get your hands off him quickly. Right when Lee Ki-young was about to leave, stuffing the pill into her mouth, Yoon Hyun screamed, honey, stay away from that woman right away. She screamed, he pointed. Suddenly Lee Ki-young grabbed Yoon Hyun's chin and kissed her. Going up there made her stunned. The pill slowly drifted into Yoon Hyun's mouth. He thought to himself, I know Yoon Hyun, I only belong to you. The two of them were Park Deok-gu and Wang Junyeon while admiring the two people kissing. At this moment Kim Hyunsung hurriedly ran over. He worriedly said, Mr. Lee Ki-young, Ms. Yoon Hyun, are you two okay? What just happened? At this time, Yoon Hyun was crying in Lee Ki-young's arms and said, I'm back, thank you very much, from now on I will be a good girl, thank God. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Kim Hyunsung fell into extreme fear and thought, is Yoon Hyun also a fake regression? No, damn, that's not it. The medicine that Lee Ki-young gave to Yoon Hyun, then Lee Ki-young cured everyone with the medicine he made, that also made the dungeon conquest become so it was a little easier. But then Lee Sang-hee felt that she was not qualified to be the person responsible for everyone. Lee Sang-hee had said before, the rest depended on you, Kim Hyunsung. So I became the team captain. Then Blue Guild entered the boss room. Juliana's residence. Finally won. Their team also won. You have met Saint Juliana, mistress of the cursed temple. A mandatory quest has been activated. Hero defeat Juliana 0/1. At this moment Juliana is sitting in a dark room. Gedrick, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I finally came to you. No, you're not me. How dare you come here like that? I will lead each of you to hell. Juliana's screams made Lee Ki-young's head hurt like hell. He held his head and coughed up blood, thinking, why is her cry so strong? This? Lee Sang-hee saw that the situation did not look good, so she took the lead and opened the formation, preparing to fight. She is a high-level monster, so don't be careless. We will divide into two groups. The top and bottom rows are for both approach and defense. Take action, Kim Hyunsung. Lee Ki-young stands in a circle to protect you from going out. Be careful, Park Deok-gu. He replied, just leave it to me. Kim Hyunsung took the sword and shield and led the way towards Juliana and said, I will lead. But his steps suddenly stopped. Juliana used magic to bind them. Don't joke around with me, you idiots. Park Deok-gu couldn't move his limbs, he was thrown far away. Juliana screamed, who would be swallowed by the darkness. Lee Ki-young saw Park Deok-gu had fallen in battle. He frowned and thought to himself, damn it, Kim Hyunsung, everything depends on you now. As expected, Kim Hyunsung did not disappoint Lee Ki-young's expectations. He jumped up to answer. Returned Juliana. She was not confused, her hand was using magic. That pile of magic stabbed straight at Kim Hyunsung, causing his face to bleed a few lines. Of course, that made Kim Hyunsung step back. His whole body was now covered in blood, he cried out in pain. Seeing such a scene, Lee Ki-young could only gasp in disbelief. What is it, Kim Hyunsung? Lee Ki-young silently lamented. Oh my god, even though I knew there was a rank gap, I never thought that even Kim Hyunsung would have this much trouble against the boss, and what's more, he looked at Juliana. Juliana's attacks are so unusual, the surrounding barrier makes it even more difficult to approach her. He thought of a plan, if Sun Hee-young could focus on supporting and protecting her. To protect Kim Hyunsung's magic, things would be different, but if she did that then we would be seriously lacking in defense, with everyone in the back row, including me, not having too many points. Damn decisive attack, what should we do? At this time, Juliana was creating a giant ball of magic power and said, you are the one I am looking for. That ball of magic power calmly flew towards the protective circle of Lee Giyoung and Lee Sang-hee. Well, I said you will be swallowed by the darkness and the abyss. What is Lee Giyoung thinking in panic? Grandma. Why did he put it on me? Looking at the magic ball getting closer and closer. Damn, can the barrier hold? Kim Hyunsung panicked and called out to Lee Giyoung. Young Hyun also rushed towards it. Brother. Lee Giyoung gritted his teeth. Suddenly he knelt down, his acting was about to start again then. He raised his loving eyes to look at Juliana and said, "Ah, my dear Juliana." Then Juliana suddenly stopped. Then she disappeared. The scene returned as before. At first, it was as if nothing had happened. Seeing that, everyone was surprised. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, "Mom, if you mess up, I'll die here, please." A sudden announcement appeared suddenly. Juliana's anger was neutralized, she kindly called Gedrick. Lee Giyoung thought, "Dear actress Juliana, thank you for signing up for the performance contract, anyway. The name of this show is We're Married." Then he bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, you're the Gedrick I've been waiting for." Lee Giyoung gave a devilish smile and said, "Juliana, love of his life." Lee Giyoung now showed off his trendy acting skills. He said deeply, "I may have missed you so much, the only love of my life. Oh, Juliana, eternal love yours." A love that was reunited after a very, very long time. The two of them were talking sweetly together. Juliana was still a bit confused and asked, By the way, are you, really Gedrick?" Lee Giyoung calmly replied, "It's you, Juliana, you're the love I've always been looking for. Being together like this makes my heart beat uncontrollably." However, their relationship is gradually collapsing. Well, I don't believe what Lee Giyoung said. "No, you're not Gedrick. Gedrick is." Her eyes were red with blood and she said, "Hot blonde guy, all of them are not like. Even the eye color has changed, you can't be Gedrick." Lee Giyoung's head jumped extremely fast. He quickly said, You've reincarnated, Juliana. She's so angry, this what?" Then he painfully thought to himself, "Mom, I should have known, Gedrick must look like a Westerner." Then Lee Giyoung activated his mind's eye. The information panel appeared. "Love is cursed. We respect Gedrick. The blessed saint who sacrificed himself to protect Juliana from the wrath of the gods. Juliana. I really love your smile too. Your love, Gedrick," he exclaimed, "it is." She raised her sharp hand to strangle Lee Giyoung. "You rotten liar, how dare you pretend to be Gedrick? I'll tear you apart." But Lee Giyoung caught her hand in time. "I guess I remember your angry face too," he said, "but I hope you'll be happier. I really love your smile, Juliana, and what? I love it even more if it's for me." Juliana saw that and blushed and called, "Gedrick." Suddenly there was someone behind that's pulling Lee Giyoung away. "Gedrick, yeah, but baby, I think we should get a divorce." Lee Giyoung cried out in panic, "Juliana, someone's trying to oppress me, quickly hide." Juliana called out, "Gedrick." Wang Junyeon and Park Deokgu dragged Lee Giyoung on the ground. "Stupid Juliana. Gedrick, your lover, is in our hands. If you want to save him, you better listen to us carefully." Juliana went crazy again. "Gedrick, you bastards are the spies of the Night Order." Young Hyun behind him holding a weapon said, "Gedrick, Oppa is mine." Juliana glared angrily again. "You annoying thing. Gedrick, just wait a bit, I'll save you no matter what." Lee Giyoung stood next to him holding a glass of champagne thinking, "Oh, I like this setup." "I don't know." Juliana pulled out a dark sword and said, "Cursed sword, come here." When the cursed sword came out, a series of other swords also flew up. "I will not let you go, I will take you to hell." Seeing that the situation was not very good, Lee Giyoung turned around and said to Sun Hee-young, Sun Hee-young, the back is safe. You focus your magic on Kim Hyunsung." Then he cursed in his heart, "Honey, are you crazy? At this rate you will kill your husband Gedrick. I will leave it to Kim Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung is now alone facing a series of flying swords. At this point, the system gives a warning. Player Sun Hee-young's legendary trait, the curse of the female saint, is being activated. The blessing of light is increasing in value. Speed increases by 10, endurance increases by 10, physical strength increased by 10, luck increased by 10. Player Kim Hyunsung has reached the hero level, high-level swordsman. Lee Giyoung thought while running. Looking at Kim Hyunsung drowning in power, he may be under the influence of a blessing, but Kim Hyunsung is truly a legend. His movements are truly those of a swordsman-level person. My heart is fluttering at this grandeur. Lee Giyoung saw this beautiful scene and thought, I believe in you, Kim Hyunsung. I know you can do it. My cute fake regression. Seeing that one attack from Kim Hyunsung was very fast and very strong. Lee Giyoung clasped his hands and cheered, great, you're doing great. One of Lee Giyoung's moves repelled Juliana. She angrily said, you rotten thing. She flared up with magic power, here that's your end you idiot. Lee Giyoung witnessed this scene and thought with a black face, what's with that sudden increase in power? Honey, I think you're a bit angry now, first calm down, okay? Juliana screamed and rushed towards Lee Giyoung saying, die, he groaned. No, I can't kill him, damn it, your boss. Seeing that Lee Giyoung didn't care at all move away, Lee Giyoung's heart pounded, thinking, no, damn Kim Hyunsung. Wait, what the hell do you think you're doing? No, please, don't, Kim Hyunsung. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung quickly shouted, no, stay away from him, baby. Juliana turned around and said in confusion, Gedrick. Suddenly her eyes dilated. At that moment, Kim Hyunsung's sword stabbed straight into her body. Juliana painfully called out the name of her lover. Blood spurted out of her mouth, tears fell from her eyes. It was also blood. She couldn't even hold the cursed sword anymore. Juliana trembled with her hands on the ground. She kept calling Gedrick's name in desperation. Lee Giyoung slowly walked to her side. Next to her said, Juliana, I will forever remember your death. Now Juliana has turned back into a beautiful girl with eyes as blue as the sky. She said, you will too, forever with you. When Juliana completely disappears, the system gives a notification, the required mission has been completed. Hero level. Defeating Juliana 1/1 will be rewarded with 4 random value points. After a long acting career, Lee Giyoung had a headache thinking, mother, am I a bit too miserable? Lee Sang-hee quickly ran to ask, Mr. Kim Hyunsung, Lee Giyoung, thank you everyone for your hard work. I think we should entertain Mr. Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung replied, Mr. Lee Sang-hee. Juliana's cursed sword suddenly sparkled. Lee Sang-hee immediately thought, oh my god, it started. Thoughts of possessing legendary weapons, Lee Giyoung thought. Thoughts of possession. Lee Sang-hee explained. Legendary items' voices tend to choose their owner. It will probably belong to Kim Hyunsung because it is the sword he defeated. Lee Giyoung frowned and thought, look at this person, he came for this, is that it? Is this the sword he used in his previous life? It almost looks like a magic sword but it looks really cool. So Lee Giyoung said loudly, that's a big and beautiful sword Kim Hyunsung. Congratulations on collecting it. Kim Hyunsung said politely. Thank you, Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, this guy, he didn't even bother to refuse to be polite. Kim Hyunsung got married and got closer to the curse sword. He was about to raise his hand to touch the cursed sword thinking, at last I finally have it. The founder of the Guild of Creators who brought destruction to the entire continent, and the murderer of North Korea is my second life. He is a brutal and crazy murderer. That is Jung Jin-ho. He also uses this sword. Magic sword. Juliana is the sword he used. Kim Hyunsung thought a little happily, I'm glad he wasn't the one who collected it this time. From now on I will guide you on the right path. Kim Hyunsung reached out to take the sword, but he stopped. Remember Juliana. But suddenly the sword did not recognize its owner, it burst with incredible power. Lee Giyoung covered his face with his hands to avoid dust and thought, what the hell is going on? Is it about to explode? Lee Sang-hee behind reminded, everyone please calm down, the sword won't explode. Kim Hyunsung, try again. Suddenly Juliana's sword spread wide, my beloved Gedrick, please hold my hand. Lee Giyoung on this side suddenly exclaimed in surprise, my hand is moving on its own. But on this side Kim Hyunsung didn't give up either, he gritted his teeth and thought, please, Juliana, please don't refuse me anymore, I am. Finally, one of you can hold Juliana's sword. That person is Lee Giyoung. The atmosphere right now is extremely stiff, no one can believe it. Kim Hyunsung couldn't pull out the sword. Juliana laughed and said, I have become a sword, Gedrick, now I will be with you forever. Lee Giyoung took the sword and waved his hand. Avoiding get out. Stay away from me. The ritual of owning those damn pants, I didn't agree. This side witnessed the whole incident, then Kim Hyunsung's side. Seeing that helpless expression, Lee Giyoung bit him. I thought, don't make such a face, Kim Hyunsung, you make me feel so guilty. Damn, I really shouldn't have put on that show to steal your sword, I still need him to like me. At this moment the announcement rang out. The effect of the sword weapon moved itself to protect its owner from danger. Using this sword to attack an opponent would cause a high-level curse. Best, create psychological damage. You can summon or unsummon. The sword that brings the curse is divided whether you stop summoning it. People exposed to the curse for a long period of time will also be affected. Curse effect. You can cast a wide area curse using a large amount of mana. The sword that brought the curse is vehemently protesting you to stop summoning it. You can now use the power of Ias, the cursed body. The sword that brought the curse is fading. It says it loves you. You can use a special ability because your growth rate is low. Some abilities the sword's power has been sealed. Your magic power has increased by 15. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung thought to himself, wait, this is it, oh my god. I accept you, he excitedly agreed. I don't have much magic power either, so all these powers mean nothing to me. But the truth is that the sword automatically protects its owner. Makes it perfect for me to use. I love you, Juliana. Lee Giyoung let the sword hang in the air, and you scratched your head and said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Kim Hyunsung. I'm not even a swordsman. I didn't think things would turn out like this. Ha ha ha. Below Yung Hyan said with a black face, it's okay. The sword has already chosen you so he can't do it. What can it be? Besides, Mr. Lee Giyoung is the one who contributed the most in this punishment, not me. However, he secretly thought that, yes, Kim Hyunsung, from now on I will take good care of you. Your sword. Kim Hyunsung, half of his face was covered in blood. He was smiling brightly and said, now things have become like this. I think it will be very useful for you to learn how to use a sword here. I'll teach you the basics, so please come to the training area 3 times a day. Kim Hyunsung said seriously, I'm really looking forward to the day we can compete in swordsmanship. Listen, these sincere words. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, this kid, is he unhappy? Hearing what he said felt a bit unnatural. Suddenly a voice rang out, Ms. Lee sang he, we have found the president. Hearing that, she happily asked, really? Then everyone go to the Blue Guild president's place. Please say your final goodbye to the guild leader. The Blue Guild president is lying in the coffin. Lee sang-hee crying until trembling, excited, President, Mr. Sung Joon, we promised that we would survive together until the end, excited. Below Lee Giyoung glanced at Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung was very calm, so this must have been planned. But did he really leave that easily? Based on what happened before, is it too much to call this a murder? For example, Lee Sol-ho, who chuckled throughout the funeral, no matter how you looked at it, it was obvious that he was enjoying it. The guild master mysteriously passed away a few days after being brought back to the Blue Guild. By that was more than enough time for Lee Sol-ho and the other bastards to take action, but the promised reinforcements never showed up. Lee Giyoung covered his mouth and thought, everything was arranged so perfectly, study this is going to be very interesting. Smile, Lee Sol-ho, you're not the only psychopath laughing at the funeral, even I'm having a hard time holding back my laughter. After that sad funeral, everyone invited each other to drink coffee. Where is Kim Hyunsung? He's with Ms. Lee sang-hee. Ms. Wang Jungyeon came to take care of Kim Yeri. That's it. Thank you for letting me know. At the same time a foot slowly walked in and said, yes, I could see that somehow you guys had returned alive. Everyone in the room was startled and turned to look at him. Park Deok-gu angrily said, somehow? Bastard. Lee Sol-ho pretended to stroke his beard and smiled and said, oh my god, I didn't say you, Park Deok-gu or you, Yung Hyan. The words I said were for someone who must have been clinging on your team members to further sweep this dungeon. Isn't that so, Mr. Lee Giyoung? Park Deok-gu heard such sarcastic words and immediately replied, bastard, how dare you say that to my brother like that? Lee Sol-ho laughed ha 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 and replied, I understand your sadness and anger, Park Deok-gu and Yung Hyan. He tried to look sad and said, you two had to drag along that useless pharmacist bastard. Walking back and forth in the dungeon, while trying our best to save our president, but nevertheless the president that everyone tried their best to save. Lee Sol-ho did not know where did he get another handkerchief. He dabbed it on his face as if wiping away tears. He left alone while everyone else was sleeping. I understand your pain and sadness and also sympathize with you. That mood, yes, but this old man was happy that everyone had managed to come back alive. Hearing some more disgusting words uttered by Lee Sol-ho, Lee Ki-young thought sarcastically, "Ha." Inside he tried to suppress those crocodile tears were so funny. Then Lee Ki-young put down the cup of coffee she was drinking and said, "Ha, do you really think we'll believe what you're saying?" Lee Sol-ho paused and asked, "What?" Lee Ki-young didn't have any respect for him. He coldly said, "It was the old bastard's fault that the president died, just come out and see what he did to you." Lee Sol-ho was about to explain, "We have been working day and night trying to support you useless idiots. How dare you say such things? But your reinforcements never arrived." He continued, "It was because we couldn't find more troops." Lee Ki-young smiled sarcastically. How could he claim that he couldn't find troops? The support you are so proud of? Furthermore, it's more accurate to say that you didn't look for reinforcements, not that you couldn't find them. Just now you clearly said that the president died alone while everyone was sleeping, but I find it a bit strange. There. Park Deok-gu also took a deep breath and glared at him. You spoke as if you were there to witness this. When he left you were not there. So why are you so confident that everyone what happened like that? Lee Sol-ho replied, "What are you trying to say? That bastard." Lee Ki-young raised his chin and replied, "You emphasized the fact that the president died alone. It sounded to me like you were justifying the fact that you killed him." Lee Ki-young realized the sarcasm in Lee Ki-young's words. He shouted, "What did you just say, Lee Ki-young? This bastard, how dare you say such nonsense? Do you really want to die?" So Lee Ki-young teased him even more. Woof, 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 woof. Lee Sol-ho was extremely angry and said, "You crazy bastard, what are you doing? I'm just showing you what talking nonsense really means. Just now everything I said was the truth." Lee Ki-young looked at him with his chin in his hand and slowly blurted out, "Why are you so angry? Position? Feeling ticklish?" Lee Sol-ho was about to use magic on Lee Ki-young. "What? This bastard really doesn't know his place. Do you really want to die? If you really want that, then let me fulfill it for you." Yoon Hyun saw that and stood up worriedly calling him. Lee Sol-ho angrily waved his fist at Lee Ki-young. He thought to himself, if you attack me, it will be very painful. I'm just a weak alchemist, but I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly, a sharp sword pointed straight at the middle of his forehead, causing him to freeze. Looking at the sword in front of him, he panicked and said, No. Lee Ki-young calmly raised the glass of water to drink and said, "My lovely Juliana, there's no need to overdo this. Do you think you love the auto summon too?" Behind Yoon Hyun, his eyes filled with tears as he looked at Lee Ki-young. He thought he shouldn't be jealous because of a sword. Lee Sol-ho was afraid at this point. He trembled in front of Lee Ki-young's sword. He said, "Yeah, it's an item that I accidentally received in a dungeon. I think it possesses some pretty useful abilities. You must be very jealous, but please stay away from it. Juliana, if I like to bite people," he said through gritted teeth, "bastard." Lee Ki-young put on his coat and stood up and said, "Well, I'm very busy, so if you'll excuse me, fill out the reports and send them to Ms. Lee Sang-hee and I. Well, I don't really like his attitude, but shouldn't he at least do some extra work to be less useless? Honestly, I don't care if he really killed the president or not, Park Deok-gu. Please take Park Deok-gu upstairs, I have something to do." Lee Ki-young carried his sword and passed by Lee Sol-ho thought, "The important thing is that I want to do in this case, with him. A little lying won't stop the world from spinning. It's the instigation and destruction that makes the world work." Before leaving, he even raised his middle finger to tease him. Lee Sol-ho trembled in anger as he watched Lee Ki-young calmly leave. That bastard Lee Ki-young. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I will not forgive you no matter what happens, I will not forgive you." The next morning when Dawn came to greet Mr. Lee Ki-young, "We heard the vice president talk a lot about you. The office is this way." In the study, Lee Ki-young is looking at a report asking why Yamato Guild. Lee Jae-hee said, "Yes, it is a large guild located in Cilia, the Free City. I investigated it and found reports indicating that they were collaborating with Lee Sol-ho. Believe that, in return, He was trying to bring the Blue Guild into the hands of the Yamato Guild. Perhaps he even used your group's sources to help the Yamato Guild, these crazy bastards. So that's why the hero-level items were delayed for so long. Are you saying they're in Sicily?" Lee Jae-hee crossed her arms and said, "Yes, I've only been there once, but I don't think things are going well. However, Lindell, Cilia and other free cities are not allowed expressed hostility towards each other. So I don't think anything will happen in the near future." Lee Ki-young asked, still intently looking at the report. "But you clearly know we can't let our guard down, right? The Blue Guild is currently in chaos. If they are planning to take over us, then now is the perfect time." Then he thought to himself, "Even if it were me, I would choose this time. She took care of it before I even asked. So professional." Lee Jae-hee tucked her hair behind her ear, making a small mole appear under the corner of her eye. She said, "I know, oh, right. I also investigated the president's case as much as possible. I don't think the president's death is related to Lee Sol-ho. I couldn't find any evidence that implicates Lee Sol-ho as the murderer. Based on the evidence, I can only assume that someone really died inexplicably. Are you listening to me?" Being asked like that, Lee Ki-young called out. "Sister Lee Jae-hee," replied, "What's wrong?" He smiled and said, "If there is no evidence, we can just pretend." Lee Jae-hee said, "Lee Ki-young, what are you talking about?" Suddenly Lee Ki-young panicked and thought, "Wait, is Lee Jae-hee more trash than I thought? I don't know where Lee Jae-hee got a bottle of orange pills. Didn't you know I usually prepare these things before being told?" She put her arm around Lee Ki-young's shoulder and said, "If there is no evidence, we can just pretend." Lee Ki-young curled his mouth and thought, "Is this woman my long-lost twin sister?" Lee Jae-hee brought out a bottle of red medicine and told Lee Ki-young that this is the medicine I mentioned. I ordered my subordinates to spray some on old man Lee Sol-ho's outfit. How much is left? Use as much as you want. Lee Ki-young did not hesitate to tuck the bottle of medicine into his shirt with a very satisfied smile. Did you think she had a clog in his stomach? His characteristics are nothing outstanding, but his tricks are boundless. Suddenly a voice called out to him. It turned out, that voice was Yung Hyan's. Lee Ki-young looked at Yung Hyan with wonder. "Why, Yung Hyan is here again?" he asked. "Yung Hyan, I told you to stay at the guild with Park Deokgu. Why are you here?" Yung Hyan replied with a worried tone, "I'm sorry, because I'm worried about you, and about Mr. Lee Sol-ho too. But don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Lee Ki-young looked at Yung Hyan and saw with gentle eyes that, well, it's probably okay. The important things have almost been resolved. It's good to be like this, right now. Lee Ki-young and Yung Hyan are in control, standing hand in hand outside watching the flow of people passing by. Lee Ki-young looked at Yung Hyan and asked, "The weather is beautiful today. Do you want to go for a walk before going home?" Yung Hyan smiled happily. "Yes, I really like going on a date with my brother." Lee Ki-young patted her head. She must be very happy, then said, "Let's go eat something." "I'm asking, what do you want to eat?" But then someone used black magic to attack. Yung Hyan reacted quickly and quickly stopped using a shield. Yung Hyan quickly jumped on Lee Ki-young. Both of them were protected by the shield, in certain places. Without a shield, it exploded, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Lee Ki-young didn't have time to understand what was happening. The surrounding people saw it and quickly ran away. Lee Ki-young didn't know what the hell was going on. The terrorist's dad. In front of Lee Ki-young's eyes were two men in black hoods, raising swords towards him. Were these men aiming at him? Lee Ki-young immediately thought of someone. It was old man Lee Sol-ho. He could picture him smiling cunningly and telling him, hoping that he would return alive. Lee Ki-young's eyes darkened. Is he crazy? In broad daylight like this, he dared to. The guide summoned the Juliana sword, but before he could do anything, Yung Hyan blocked Lee Ki-young right in front of him, using a hurricane. She was furious. Question: who are you to dare to barge in and disrupt my date? To bid everyone farewell, Lee Ki-young sat on the ground with a very surprised expression. What kind of villain dialogue was this? A notification appeared, determining the talent level of player Yung Hyan's development limit. The hero-level super mage profession. Lee Ki-young was surprised, just frowning a bit, but the profession has increased to that size. Suddenly, Yung Hyan grabbed Lee Ki-young's hand and said, "Brother, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Lee Ki-young looked at Yung Hyan. I was happy that she was promoted. But why is her face so scratched? She must have been injured while protecting me just now. Young Hyun helped him stand up and pulled him away. This way, brother, I will protect you. Young Hyun used the scissor blade skill. He was a bit worried, even if it was Young Hyun also, if you spend too much mana, it will. Young Hyun was about to move forward when he tripped over a rock. While he was teetering and almost fell, Lee Ki-young quickly caught him and told her, don't force him. I'm so close, Young Hyun. He hugged her and said, why don't we escape together? Young Hyun was extremely surprised. For Lee Ki-young, I'd rather be the one getting hurt. Young Hyun is one of the very important cards. I can't waste this card like that. Up ahead I have to fight against the petty subordinates with Juliana. Wait until reinforcements arrive. If I falter at this time, I will be destroyed immediately. Juliana's sword flies in and cuts off the head of a terrorist. But only was one guy. In fact, another guy was standing on the roof watching Lee Ki-young leave. He immediately swung his sword at them. Still, Young Hyun reacted quickly. Watch out, Lee Ki-young has only one way left. Damn it, please help me, Young Hyun. Young Hyun used the wind shield to block the sword. The sword stopped in midair. Lee Ki-young realized something was going on. It's not good. Oh hell, the levels are so different, that doesn't matter. Young Hyun rushed forward to protect Lee Ki-young. No, please be careful. Lee Ki-young was full of worry, frightened by his actions. Her movements, no, the body of a super magician is very fragile. You stay away, I call again, Juliana. But Young Hyun did not let this happen. She gritted her teeth, she hugged her tightly. Marry you. Lee Ki-young didn't have time to react to her actions. Wait, what are you doing, Young Hyun? The sword passed through the windshield and rushed forward. In front of Lee Ki-young's eyes was the image of Young Hyun being stabbed in the shoulder with the sword, blood splashing. Young Hyun coughed up blood and said with tears in his eyes, lucky. 2, I'm not hurt. Lee Ki-young is angry, what the hell are you doing? Damn it, Juliana. Young Hyun said, don't call her name, call my name. Lee Ki-young trembled. Calm down, Young Hyun. Damn, at this point you're still jealous of the sword? No, maybe it's because you once told Young Hyun, first of all, you have to be stronger. At that time, she swore that she must be stronger to protect you. That, in order to be recognized by him. Lee Ki-young was extremely regretful at that time, blaming himself, probably because he pushed her too much. The sword still did not stop intending to attack. Lee Ki-young held out the ring in his hand, using a magic shield. Luckily he had a shield in case. But that shield was broken in an instant. Another sword stabbed straight into his back. Young Hyun. Young Hyun's face turned pale, she trembled and said, I'm sorry, I want to be by your side forever. Lee Ki-young didn't understand why she did that. He tried to push Young Hyun get away. Young Hyun is determined not to get away. No, windbreak. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted him. What the hell is a windbreak? Get out of my way, hurry up. Lee Ki-young couldn't hide his composure anymore. His eyes filled with tears. Will Young Hyun die? No, that's not my plan. Is this the price I have to pay for taking advantage of Young Hyun? He remembered her smile when looking at him. He regretted it. 2 wings like lights appeared on Young Hyun's body. Swords stabbed into Young Hyun's body. She still did not give up, hugging Lee Ki-young tightly. Baby, baby. Lee Ki-young didn't let her finish, screaming, you're going to die. Girl, we can find a way to survive together. Why do you insist? Must die? Get out of here, Young Hyun, get out of here. It's dangerous. Do you hear me? You stupid girl, get out of the way. Suddenly, Cha-hira appeared. With one kick he kicked the terrorist away. She lamented. Mind. Oh my god, can you stand it? It's just a little business trip. How dare you attack the people of this mercenary queen? Let's go to work with you. Lee Ki-young tried to remember who was in front of him. That red hair. It was Cha-hira. Cha-hira said with a scary smile, daring to attack the soldier queen's people. This mercenary, it looks like you guys don't care about me. Lee Ki-young sat up with tears in her eyes, still hugging Young Hyun, but danger was always waiting to appear. Another terrorist was raising his sword, intended to attack right behind Lee Ki-young. But before that terrorist could do so, his soul left his body. The one who attacked was Kim Hyunsung. The group of people Kim Hyunsung, Park Deok-gu and Sun Hee-young appeared. Currently, all three people's faces were extremely worried. Lee Giyoung saw that they were extremely relieved. Kim Hyunsung, thank God he's here. Lee Giyoung was shaking and hugged Yung Hyun and said, Kim Hyunsung said. Everyone. Kim Hyunsung asked in a questioning tone, who dares? Lee Giyoung speculated, I'm 100% sure it was because of the old man Lee Sol-ho. But Lee Giyoung just told Kim Hyunsung that, I don't know, we just handled the work at the Black Guild. Swan Guild returned and encountered them. Kim Hyunsung replied with cold eyes, I understand. Kim Hyunsung and Cha-hira went into attack mode. Watching them protect him, Lee Giyoung thought to himself, old man. Damn Lee Sol-ho, to be honest. I really want to report him to Kim Hyunsung and Cha-hira, so they can come and chop off his head. However, Lee Giyoung, you dare put me on trial desperate like this, you will definitely die in my hands. Lee Giyoung wiped the blood from Yung Hyun's mouth and said, Yung Hyun, wake up Yung Hyun. Yung Hyun, I love you. I love you so much, I always wanted to hear these words from you. I love you, please wake up. Lee Giyoung opened a bottle of medicine, drank it, then passed it on to Yung Hyun. Lee Giyoung was surprised to discover Yung Hyun's tongue moved. He couldn't hold back his tears, hugged Yung Hyun, thank God, he's alive, he's still alive. A long time later, a carriage came. Lee Giyoung carried Yung Hyun got in the car Cha-hira asked, so, you know Lee Sol-ho is the one behind this, but you still want to deal with him yourself, right? I understand what you mean, but you know. I have had enough patience, they dare to blatantly attack my people, this mercenary queen, right in the middle of Lindell intersection. This action is no different what a blatant challenge to her authority. If I leave Lee Sol-ho to you to deal with, who will I go to get angry? Lee Giyoung put on his coat, holding a cup of warm water and replied, Celia's Yamato Guild. They have some connection to Lee Sol-ho. Just blame this incident on them. Cha-hira thought for a while and then said, he must also consider that Lee Sol-ho is a member of the Blue Guild. If the person from the Blue Guild is exposed as the person behind this attack, the company's reputation the guild will also be affected. Blue Guild's reputation is already on the decline. Lee Giyoung said while drinking water, that's right, now the top priority is to gain the support of Lindell community. Lee Sol-ho is a spy for Yamato Guild. And Blue Guild is just a victim. That's the only way to not bring scandal to Blue Guild. To do that, we have to make Yamato the guild became the enemy of the entire Lindell community. The moment they attacked us. That's when I took action to deal with all of them, even if they came from the free town. Besides, you have a million reasons to attack them, because no matter what, they are still the ones behind this attack, right? Cha-hira smirked, haha, seriously, you always know how to make me excited. Cha-hira hugged Lee Giyoung and said, I know you're just a loser, but I still like you, that's it. Lee Giyoung 3 points before her statement, but for you now, don't show sadness, because if I'm even a little weak, I will lose in this game. Group of people Lee Giyoung returned. Lee Sang-hee saw them and immediately became worried and asked, Lee Giyoung, what happened to you? How could anyone dare to act like that? Old man Lee Sol-ho stood behind him and said in a blunt tone, maybe the robbers were aiming for his legendary weapon. He came back intact like that. It probably wasn't a big deal. Lee Giyoung told himself not to let himself be swept away by his lies. He told everything. No, they were a group of professional assassins, and I guessed the reason. But they intend to harm me. Lee Giyoung raised his lips and continued. Then I investigated the guild's data, and discovered evidence that the Blue Guild had cut off the supply source for the guild leader, and moreover, the officials of the Blue Guild seemed very happy about his departure. Because of that I began to suspect that the guild master had been murdered by someone. The murderer could be someone inside or outside the guild. Then, after when talking to Mr. Lee Sol-ho said that day, he didn't expect the president to leave alone in the middle of the night, while everyone was sleeping so soundly. But the problem is why Lee Sol did you know that the president left alone? He said that because he was there and witnessed everything. Lee Sang-hee's face turned pale. What was the bet for? And Lee Sol-ho heard what Lee Giyoung said and immediately said, you're talking nonsense again. Lee Giyoung laughed and said, haha, yes, I also found it difficult to accept, but Lee Sang-hee, if I say I discovered the poison that Lee Sol-ho used to take the life of the guild leader, will you believe me? Lee Giyoung pulled out the bottle of medicine he took from Lee Jae-hee. He felt, yes, this atmosphere suits him. Lee Giyoung explained tremblingly. I was attacked because I discovered one thing I shouldn't know is that it was the poison that Lee Sol-ho used to assassinate the president. Lee Sang-hee and Lee Sol-ho both looked surprised when they saw the potion. Lee Sang-hee turned to question Lee Sol-ho, is what he said true? What the hell is this anyway? Please explain quickly, he quickly said. Of course not, Lee Sang-hee. How can you believe the words of this braggart? He must have misunderstood something. I swear to God. I did not kill the president, you must believe me. In fact, he silently cursed Lee Giyoung in his heart. Very good, brat. Lee Giyoung holding her hand and saying, Ms. Lee Sang-hee, I didn't misunderstand. Lee Sol-ho explained. No, this must be just a misunderstanding. Lee Sang-hee spoke up. You said I just noticed. Still there are still many strange things surrounding the president's death. Lee Giyoung, just tell me everything you know. Lee Giyoung replied. Okay, I'll tell you everything, the truth, behind the death of the guild master. Of course I have doubts about the guild master's death. The guild master was gradually recovering while on the way to the guild, so why did he suddenly die in just a few minutes? The day after that? This is really suspicious, so I can't help but question it. As far as I know, there was only one day that Lee Sol-ho was there with the president on the night he passed away, so I'm suspicious of his actions. Mr. Lee Sol-ho's boss, who is the guild master's powerful arm and also the representative of Ms. Lee Sang-hee, I secretly investigated him with the professional help of the Black Swan Guild. And sure enough, I found evidence that Lee Sol-ho was looking to buy poison in Sicily. Lee Sol-ho was so panicked. What? I never. Lee Sang-hee silently called him. Shut up. Lee Giyoung, please continue. Lee Giyoung thought. Lee Sang-hee's hypocrisy is different. Then he continued the story. That was when the incident happened. After the funeral of the president, Ms. Lee Sang-hee allowed me and Wang Junyan to do an autopsy on the president's body. At that time we discovered the same chemical as the poison that Sir Lee Sol-ho bought from Cilia. After hearing this, Lee Sang-hee's face turned serious. Lee Giyoung said without paying attention. After that, I immediately went to Mr. Lee Sol-ho's room and discovered a box sealed with a spell. It contained a bottle of poison. Because he was afraid that I would find out, so Mr. Lee Sol-ho sent his subordinates to attack me. Yoon Hyun risked his life to protect me. That's all I know, Miss Lee Sang-hee. Lee Sol-ho is no longer the uncle you once knew. He's not only the one behind the president's death, but also the person who led the attack in Lindell. It was all heinous crimes. Lee Giyoung told it at the cost of his life. Lee Sol-ho, after listening, calmly said that the story he made up was good. Who would have known Lee Giyoung used to want to be a writer? Lee Sol-ho told Lee Sang-hee, don't listen to his lies. If he knew the truth, then why didn't he tell him when he discovered the poison in the president's book? Me too? Moreover, it is also possible that he bribed Wang Junyan, so that she could create evidence that I murdered the president. I can only say that I had nothing to do with the president's crime, nor like that attack. Lee Giyoung, ignore it, it's unrelated. I'll turn white into black. Lee Giyoung coughed a few times and replied, ha ha, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Lee Sang-hee, I was originally going to report to you, but before I was attacked, Lee Sang-hee told you to shut up right away. Lee Giyoung can't believe it. What's the name? Lee Sol-ho was bowing his head and chuckling. He said, thank you for trusting me. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and put this liar in jail? Who would have thought it was you? I told you to shut up, Lee Sol-ho. Old man Lee Sol-ho called out Lee Sang-hee's name in fear. On the other hand, Lee Sang-hee, after hearing what Lee Giyoung said, her whole body was trembling. She used a questioning tone to say to Lee Sol-ho, I know there are countless things worth thinking about you. Should have been right from the moment. I shouldn't trust you. Lee Sang-hee pointed the sword straight at Lee Sol-ho's throat. He quickly explained, he was making up a story to blame me. Lee Sang-hee not much tell him directly. Who are you working for? A hot-tempered person like you certainly can't do everything by himself during that time. I really want to cut you up. Let's break it into two halves right now, but out of respect for our time together, I'll end this with just one arm. Tell me who you're working for? Lee Giyoung found this situation extremely fun. His Highness Lee Sang-hee made a wise decision. I'm so touched. Lee Giyoung stood behind him holding a piece of paper in his hand and said, I'm sorry for interfered with Lee Sang-hee. But the Black Swan Guild investigation organization also discovered the person behind this floating magic. It was Yamato Guild, a large guild of the Free City, Cilia. These are the proofs I received from the Black Swan Guild. Lee Ki-young used the skill to manipulate the papers into the air. Right now he only wanted one thing. Damn it. Someone please, can you invent a hologram? This isn't cool at all. Lee Sol coughed, his face turned pale. Lee Ki-young continued speaking. He seemed to be especially close to their guild master, Ito Soda, considering the fact that he gave 80% of Blue Guild's assets to Yamato Guild, so that was the reason why the Blue Guild ended up in this situation. After Lee Ki-young said those words, he immediately showed a worried expression and said, "Please listen to me, Lee Sang-hee. The worthy traitor, this abomination deliberately sent us into the cursed temple, hoping we would be destroyed in the dungeon. All of this was done with the intention of taking over the Blue Guild along with Ito Soda." Lee Sang-hee couldn't hide her tears after listening, because of your greed, the president, ungrateful bastard. Old man Lee Sol-ho hastily explained, "Damn, that's right. I will tell the truth, I am actually affiliated with the Yamato Guild, Lee Sang-hee, but that is all for the future of our guild. The Blue Guild is on the brink of collapse. I am no longer. What other choice is there than to borrow outside strength to rebuild the guild?" He thinks, everything is for the Blue Guild, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, talking nonsense, we call it betrayal. Lee Sol-ho swears, "I swear to Goddess Benigor that I have nothing to do with the president's death." Lee Sang-hee, that bastard is lying. He hasn't shown any proof can prove all the words he said. The sword Lee Sang-hee held in his hand was shaking non-stop. Lee Sol-ho saw that and immediately laughed, then put on a sad face and said, "I really." The fact that he considered people like his family, Lee Ki-young found it funny. Suddenly he asked for sympathy. He remembered the old days, from the days of our trials in this place, where I don't have any relatives. You have become my real family. You are the only people who make me feel truly at home. I consider everyone as my comrades, also my son. Sung Joon is especially optimistic and enthusiastic, so I respected him a lot, even though he was younger than me, so how could I do such things with Sung Joon? Please, Lee Sang-hee, believe me." Looking at Lee Sol coughing in tears. Lee Sang-hee saw her old grandfather again. She burst into tears. Lee Ki-young said, "On the one hand, I can't let myself be fooled by him, Lee Sang-hee. Lee Ki-young is tired of having to have children all the time. I told you to destroy Lee Sol-ho. Why don't you join Kim Yun-sung's group instead, Mom?" Lee Ki-young holds out the bottle of medicine. "I have proof right here, in this glass vase. Proof that Lee Sol-ho is the one behind the president's death." Lee Sol-ho is angry. "The bastard, who is spraying? What nonsense are you saying? Those pieces of evidence are all fake, or what you're saying means you're going to dissect the president's body to compare right now. I never touched that vase in the first place." Lee Ki-young just lightly replied softly, "You thought it was a perfect crime. Lee Sol-ho, I don't know why you insisted that it was fake, but the needle in the bag would come out after a long time. No matter what, just like he couldn't wash away his own sins no matter how hard he tried. These drugs also tended to leave traces. The moment he opened the lid to kill the president, the glowing substance in the medicine will find its way onto your clothes, or get deep inside your body. If we analyze Lee Sol-ho's clothes right now, the answer will be it'll be clear soon. No, I guess that's not necessary." Lee Ki-young snapped his fingers. Lee Sol's whole body immediately started coughing. He quickly explained, "Wait, why? This? My grandfather wasn't." Lee Ki-young generously disappointed, so he was telling the truth. "Lee Sol-ho, I was hoping that you weren't actually the culprit." Lee Sol-ho knelt go down and begged Lee Sang-hee, "No, he's blaming me, Lee Sang-hee, it's not me. I didn't do it. Lee Sang-hee, me. Please believe me. Please believe what you said. Lee Sang-hee, I didn't do that." He turned to look at Lee Ki-young and saw that he was using his mouth to speak, stupid, then smiled with satisfaction. "I knew it wasn't him." Lee Sol turned around and scolded Lee Ki-young, "You bastard, how dare you? How dare you mock me? How dare you make fun of Blue Guild? How dare you manipulate Blue Guild with that cunning mouth of mine? You vile alchemist, you deserve to be punished by heaven. I should have known this. I shouldn't have let you live. Die, you cunning bastard," he said as he ran to Lee Ki-young. "Die, Lee Ki-young, you bastard." He raised his fist straight at him. Suddenly, before he could do anything, the arm that raised the fist left his body. Lee Sang-hee did that. Without hesitation she slashed him. Lee Sang-hee sobbed. He was worse than an animal. Lee Sol coughed, holding his bloody shoulder fell down. Lee Sang-hee gave the order, take them to the underground prison. Show no mercy, arrest everyone involved. The guys immediately turned pale and explained, "Oh my god. Lee Sang-hee, we really don't know anything. We're just following Lee Sol-ho's orders, let me go." Lee Sol-ho is still talking Lee Sang-hee's name. Lee Sang-hee tells him, "I trusted you and this is what I get for giving my trust. I'm such a fool to think that the three of us can go back to the way we were. I'm probably offering fat in the cat's mouth." Lee Sol-ho is still trying to explain. "He's blaming me, Lee Sang-hee. I don't want to hear any more. How dare you use that dirty mouth of yours to call my name? You are no longer a member of the Blue Guild, you disgusting traitor." Lee Sol-ho shed tears. He blamed himself. He was actually in the underground torture room of the Red Mercenaries, where countless things appeared. Lee Sol-ho was in prison. Outside, Lee Giyoung sat on a chair with a provocative tone. "Hello, Lee Sol-ho. I'm so glad that Lee Sang-hee didn't kill you. I really wanted to finish you off myself." Lee Sol-ho almost said madly, "You bastard, do you think you will get away with it after doing this to me? Furthermore, why am I the only one dragged here? What are you planning to do?" Suddenly Sun Hee-young appeared here. She asked, "Are you calling me?" Lee Giyoung. He replied, "Sun Hee-young, how are Yung Hyun?" She replied, "She hasn't woken up yet." Lee Giyoung got on topic, "That's it. Well then, why don't we get started?" Lee Sol-ho doesn't understand what's going on. Right after that his arm is gradually recovering. Treatment. "My hand is growing back." But then his hand got cut off again. "What are you planning to do?" "I won't forgive you just for this action." Lee Giyoung reads the notice board about Sun Hee-young, confirming the player's talent level and development limit. Sun Hee-young. Main Priestess class, meaning of darkness. Special skill volunteer diary, recording volunteer actions. Record increases with the number of actions recorded, maximum limit unknown. Sun Hee-young, keep it up, repeat actions, cruel thoughts and evil thoughts. You are a useless piece of society's trash, please be reborn, die now, die, die. Lee Sol-ho begged in fear. "Hey Lee Giyoung, please save me, I was wrong. I will do everything you say, so please, forgive me." Lee Giyoung replied calmly, "Poof, you act as if today is the only day you will live. But now that you are at the threshold of death, you seem to cherish your life, don't you think? But it's too late now, Lee Sol-ho, I'm more cruel than you think, and I'm not lenient towards my enemies. But I guess I was a bit too naive this time. I should have the moment you showed your fangs to me. I had to deal with you immediately. Perhaps I was too easy on you. And as a result, I almost lost someone I cherished. But don't worry too much, old man. Others may forget, but I will definitely remember you forever. Your screams, your expression of extreme pain, and your pleas for help. But your uselessness, I guarantee to remember every bit of it clearly. I will dedicate this painful death of yours to the person I cherish, the person who sacrificed his life for me. I guarantee," told him he would die in the most painful way possible, in exchange for her smile, and I would turn this into a lesson for myself that I would never be naive again. He trembled, "Tears are short and long, forgive me Lee Giyoung, why don't we make a deal? If you let me live I will really do anything between you and me. I will even give you information about the Yamato Guild, isn't this going too far? We don't have a particularly good relationship, but isn't dying like that a bit too much, isn't it, Lee Giyoung?" His blood splashed all over Lee Giyoung's body. You weren't moved by those words, cold eyes looking at him. Lee Sol-ho, remember, I will kill anyone who touches what belongs to me, red dye everywhere. In another place, Park Deok-gu watches over Yung Hyun was falling asleep. She slowly opened her eyes and woke up. "I dreamed of you. You were giving me a lot of rewards, it was so fun." The scene in front of them is the people who saw Yung Hyun extremely happy. It's the magician Yung Hyun from that great ghost tower. "Ah. Magician, thank you for saving my family. Thank you for saving us. I miss Yung Hyun." Yung Hyun happily waved back to them. "Everyone's gone," she said, "glad you made it." Kim Yun-sung stood behind her and said, "Thank you accepted our offer. You really had to make a difficult decision on your own. Ms. Yung Hyun, thank you once again for choosing the right side of Blue Guild. No, siding with humans, Yung Hyun replied. No need to mention that, Kim Hyun-sung. If I sided with the magic tower at this time I would feel very guilty, of course. It's not what I'm talking about, this isn't easy for me or anything. But we still chose to face it together. And seeing everyone's smiles makes me feel happy and full of energy. Yung Hyun paused for a while. Smiled brightly. If I could use my power to end the war and make everyone happy. Kim Hyun-sung also smiled happily looking at her. Scene change. Before Kim Hyun-sung's eyes now is Yung Hyun's corpse hanging high above. Kim Hyun-sung held a sword and killed them one by one, in the alley holding a blood-stained sword in his hand, took a breath. Phew, I guess this is the last one. Then, damn, I can't believe they dared to do something like this right in the middle of Lindell Street, it was all because of my carelessness. I don't know what life this is for Kim Hyun-sung, but it seems like it's never happened before. Happened in my previous life, in my first life this never happened. I never thought these things would happen while I was busy handling work with Lee Sang-hee. You told me, right, just pay more attention. In the blink of an eye, I almost caused Yung Hyun to die again. I almost lost her in an instant, the strongest magician in human history. They say death by Yung Hyun, it's not Kim Hyun-sung's fault. But you always blame yourself. No, it's completely my fault. If I didn't call her to the battlefield, she must have been very stressed. If it weren't for me, Yung Hyun wouldn't. That person interrupted. It's not like that at all. You're not the only one who called Yung Hyun to the battlefield. Her personality is really so gentle that even an ant doesn't dare to kill, but everyone on this continent still needs Yung Hyun's strength. Besides, even though she's so fragile, she's a very decisive person. If she wants to run, if I can escape everything, I'm sure that no one in this world will find her. Furthermore, she is someone who is ready to step onto the battlefield. She has saved countless lives and always leads the fight to victory. After that, she will always reveal a bright smile. Yung Hyun is someone who is proud of what she has protected more than anyone else. So I don't think she decides I'm not planning to do something like that just because I feel guilty. Please don't burden yourself anymore, President. It turns out the person who said those words is named Hkim Yerin. Kim Hyun-sung, after hearing those words, still can't help but feel gloomy. Why is Hkim Yerin like that? Kim Yerin sighed, then pulled out the letter in front of Kim Hyun-sung. We will still investigate. A letter like this was found right next to Yung Hyun's bed in the Magic Guild after she passed away. Kim Hyun-sung was extremely surprised. A letter was sealed by magic. Hkim Yerin said, we cannot confirm the content inside, but we found many letters similar to I don't want to believe the words in the research paper about the magic tower she frequents. But this could be a means of exchange with the enemy. It's also possible that she received threatening letter for a long time. Kim Hyun-sung was surprised and asked back the threatening letter? Kim Yerin answered correctly. In Ms. Yung Hyun's suicide note, there was a line that said I'm sorry, I was wrong. Kim Hyun-sung understood. That's it. Above all this magic. Before finished speaking, Hkim Yerin interrupted. That's right, President, as you see. This letter is evidence to prove that a certain black magician was involved. I think masked ones is involved. Related to Yung Hyun's death. Suddenly the room Kim Hyun-sung was standing in exploded. Kim Yerin said in fear, President, we are being attacked. We have to get out of here right away. Kim Hyun-sung noticed and looked out the window and discovered a guy wearing a mask. It was the masked ones. The masked ones deserved to die. As far as Kim Hyun-sung knew, in his first life, after eliminating their biggest threat, Yung Hyun, they killed more than half of the human population. From what I heard, this time they targeted Yung Hyun and Lee Giyoung, Lee Sol-ho and the Yamato clan. The guild is probably just a front. What's behind it is this bunch of trash masked ones. They must have summoned their own forces somewhere in Lindell to take over the continent, just like last time when they killed Yung Hyun. Even in this second life, they noticed the potential of Yung Hyun and decided to eliminate her. If she didn't join their side in the end, she would have to die. Also similar to the previous way I dealt with Jung Jin-ho, an ally of the trashy masked ones. Like this time, Lee Giyoung almost died just because he was Yung Hyun's lover. If it wasn't for him, Yung Hyun wouldn't have joined the Blue Guild in the first place. I need to pay more attention to the couple. That's the only couple. Kim Hyun-sung is quiet. Damn, the problem is that sometimes I'm not with them, like now, if Hkim Yerin is by our side. Godly spear. Show Hkim Yerin. She received that nickname after dominating the battlefields with just a single spear, and also she died trying to protect Kim Hyunsung. As for Kim Hyunsung now, I really need someone to help me keep an eye on them when I'm not around, but I don't trust anyone but Hkim Yerin. The inauguration of the new Blue Guild president is coming soon. After everything is taken care of I have to find her. My assistant Cho Hkim Yerin. Kim Yun full of determination. This time I will definitely save you, Hkim Yerin, and then I will kill every black magician on this continent. Just wait, the masked ones are damned. Scene change at this time. Lee Giyoung and Kim Yeri go to the room where Yung Hyan is resting. Lee Giyoung looked for a while but didn't see anyone in the room. Park Deokgu, are you out? Kim Yeri suddenly said, Gentlemen, I will go find Mr. Park Deokgu right away. Lee Giyoung immediately instructed, Huh? Oh, yeah, don't go too far. Lee Giyoung suddenly wondered if that kid was creating an opportunity for him and Yung Hyan to be together? As expected of a legendary ranger, she really observed very quickly. In the room, there were now only Yung Hyan and Lee Giyoung. He approached her bed, looking at her face. Yung Hyan, she was seriously injured to the point that she lost consciousness while trying to protect me. I'm sure I held her tightly until everything was over, so it's extremely important right now. It's Kim Hyunsung's inauguration as president. I should have asked him to let Yung Hyan work in the guild management department. For me, I believe he knows exactly what he should do. Lee Giyoung sat down and patted her head. Please wake up, Yung Hyan. Suddenly realized the change. Wait, is she awake? Lee Giyoung looked at Yung Hyan lying motionless on the bed and said, I know you're awake, there's no point in pretending, so get up quickly. Yung Hyan still lay still. Yung Hyan wants Lee Giyoung kiss me. Lee Giyoung coughed and made a scary face. If you don't wake up, you'll lose the chance to see me wearing those clothes at the inauguration ceremony. That's fine. What? Yung Hyan, lying down, can also imagine the image of Lee Giyoung wearing sexy, elegant, sexy and all other styles. Can I really accept to ignore them? Yung Hyan couldn't do it. She immediately jumped up and shouted, No. The two faced each other, the air stopped moving. Lee Giyoung slowly smiled. Yung Hyan looked at you with sparkling eyes. Brother, I'm glad you're okay. Brother, hoo-hoo, oh. The two of them hugged each other. Lee Giyoung said, Okay. I'm happy that you're okay. Yung Hyan, KHU. I'm so happy, but please stop, you hug so tight that I want broke in half. They were struggling with each other. Suddenly Park Deokgu, Sun Hee-young and Kim Yeri came in. Park Deokgu saw the two of them in the forest and immediately said, It's too wild. Sun Hee-young hugged Kim Yeri without looking. Kim Yeri immediately complained, Sun Hee-young, sister, I'm not a child anymore. Now I can see things like that. Sun Hee-young still can't get out. No, not yet, my eyes are damaged. There. Lee Giyoung clung tightly to Yung Hyan's neck and greeted, Park Deokgu. Everyone. Lee Giyoung saw them staring at him and thought, How much longer does that kid want to look? Park Deokgu smiled and said, Hee, sister, me too. Did you come at the wrong time? I waited outside because I heard you were coming to visit. I guess I shouldn't have come in just now. Everyone go out quickly. Don't bother them anymore. Yung Hyan explained shyly, Not Park Deokgu, you hateful person. But outside the door, the figure of a person with blood-stained clothes appeared. Outside the room, Kim Hyunsung appeared wearing a bloody robe. He said, Everyone, are they all gathered here? Lee Giyoung looked at Kim Hyunsung critically. What's with that look? Why are you acting like the world is about to end, Kim Hyunsung? Kim Hyunsung didn't wait for people to ask before explaining. He went to check to see if there were any other assassins around this area. Mr. Lee Giyoung, Yung Hyan, I'm so happy. Nothing happened to you too. From now on, a captain like me will be more careful. Lee Giyoung sighed and comforted, It's not your fault. The two of us are fine, so don't worry too much, Lee Giyoung silently said in his heart. You're making the atmosphere go down. Hey, stop it now. Park Deokgu gave Kim Hyunsung a thumbs up. Sun Hee-young also looked at him affectionately. Kim Hyunsung shyly scratched his head and used the same tone full of determination. Let's go back together this time, back to our Blue Guild. Park Deokgu heard this and complained, Wow, really, the sun hasn't even gone out yet and you already want it. Are you back? I'll die, I won't let anyone rest. Kim Hyunsung quickly explained. "No, I don't mean we need to go now," Kim Yeri said in one sentence. Kim Hyunsung is panicking. "Hey." Lee Giyoung heard them talking and laughing happily. This guy is exactly like the male protagonist in a manga. A few days later, on the day Kim Hyunsung accepted the position of president, he put on a blue cloak and walked inside with enthusiasm. Witnessed by Blue Guild members. Lee Giyoung looked proudly at Kim Hyunsung. "I have been waiting for the day you take over Blue Guild." Lee Sang-hee told everyone, "I would like to inform all members of the Blue Guild gathered here. Now is the time for the Blue Guild to innovate. I will leave the position of vice president with its heavy responsibilities. Above all, I want to be watching the birth of a new Blue Guild. Allow me to introduce the person who has achieved countless victories so far. Also the captain of the 7th Division, the new president of the Blue Guild, Sir Kim Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung wearing an extremely splendid robe and holding a sword. Kim Hyunsung said with a determined tone, "It is an honor to sit in a chair that I do not deserve. Blue Guild has had to go through a series of unfortunate events, however, Blue Guild has remained steadfast and strong in overcoming those storms. Let's think about a new beginning. We will start again from blank page. Blue Guild will change, and that change will start from now." This may sound a bit sudden, but I want to introduce to everyone the new staff and Blue's operating plan. Guild in the future. Lee Giyoung listened to his voice. On the outside he seemed calm, but on the inside he was crazy happy. Kim Hyunsung introduced, "First I would like to appoint Mr. Lee Giyoung as vice president." Lee Giyoung jumped in his heart. "I love you so much, Kim Hyunsung. I knew it right away. There was no need to wait. I believe in you forever, Kim Hyunsung. I was a little suspicious, but it was useless to worry. Finally our cute fake regression put me in second place." Everyone came to congratulate Lee Giyoung. He covered his mouth to hide his smile. "Yes, from now on I am the second place in Kim Hyunsung's kingdom. Money, power, safety, respect. In the future I can enjoy all of these while embracing the most powerful person in the world." Not only that, Kim Hyunsung also gave Lee Giyoung a surprise. In addition, Lee Giyoung will also be appointed as the association's secretary and chairman of the Human Resources Committee. Lee Giyoung is so happy. "That's right, Kim Hyunsung, brother. I'll do anything for you, just say it. There's no way I'd refuse when given this much power. I'll manage our budget, then recruit the people I want also. It's a win-win for both sides, haha. Well, the future will be a bit busy, but Lee Giyoung is in his golden age, so it's okay. Ha ha ha." In addition, Kim Hyunsung also announced a thing. "We will create a new dungeon exploration strategy team and appoint Lee Giyoung as the strategy team leader and the item distribution team leader." Lee Giyoung thought, "Well, dungeon exploration is a bit important, strategy team leader, then distribution team leader. That's not all, we will also establish future strategy committees and guild damage opposition committees, and Mr. Lee Giyoung will be appointed as the leader group of those two groups." Lee Giyoung is quite surprised. "No, is it too much?" Kim Hyunsung did not stop, appointed Mr. Lee Giyoung as administrative director in charge of covering all administrative work, established the Retirement Strategic Planning Department and appointed Mr. Lee Giyoung as manager. I also plan to establish a public relations strategy team, temporarily assigning Mr. Lee Giyoung to be in charge, and establish an equipment management committee. The role of president will be held by Mr. Lee Giyoung. Mr. Lee Giyoung will be appointed and become the vice president of the Virtual District Animal Research Report, appointing Mr. Lee Giyoung. Now there is no longer any joy on Lee Giyoung's face. "Again, huh? Hey, wait a minute, stop, please stop, you motherfucker, what is that? I understand, so stop, you bastard." Kim Hyunsung brightly said that all other jobs will be done by Mr. Lee Giyoung. And finally Ms. Lee Sang-hee will be the advisor for the Blue Guild. Kim Hyunsung said to Lee Giyoung, "Let's work hard together in the future. I have faith in you, Mr. Lee Giyoung." Outside, Lee Giyoung smiled happily and replied, "Haha, yes, it's an honor for me to sit in those positions." Inside you're actually screaming, "Brat, who made you trust me? That son of a bitch." You bowed your head solemnly. "I'll do my best, please leave it to me, Mr. Kim Hyunsung." Kim Hyunsung had no idea that Lee Giyoung was cursing him. "Damn it, you damn devil. Are you really determined to make me work as a master for the Blue Guild? I should have known since I became a real alchemist. You want me to make medicine with my left hand?" The right hand managed the Blue Guild and then died from overwork, right? Huh? Yes, I'm a dog, you motherfucker, damn it, I'm a powerful dog. Okay, since it's come to this, I will definitely fix the Blue Guild, this old Blue Guild, damn it, I will renovate my face, start editing. From head to toe, every corner will be reformed by my hand. Kim Hyunsung starts again in another world. I will get rid of this old tradition. The young businessman Blue Guild begins to reform. Above, Lee Sang-hee watches everything unfold with great satisfaction. The reforms start. Destroy the rooms used by those old people. Use your body to paint the room blue. Create a Blue Guild gathering of talented and cheap people. This is the standard of kits. I'll reach out to the entire continent. The Blue Guild is the workplace of dreams and hopes. Damn it. Let's revive the Blue Guild. Everyone is in a constant state of work. Take a break to reform this place. Join your dream job at Blue Guild. Your era of success will start from here. Simple Blue Guild members, officers, we are all equal at here. On the wall hangs portraits of the 2 new presidents and vice presidents. Blue Guild flyers are also distributed to everyone. Let the whole world know about Blue Guild. This is just the beginning. At the place of recruiting new members, Lee Ki-young's group sang the song, My Dream, the Dream of the Journey. Here appeared a girl named Kim Mi-young, 39 years old, with a tendency to be a hard-working lawyer. Title of responsible family breadwinner. On stage Young Hyun, Park Deok-gu danced enthusiastically. The beginning may be very difficult, but follow me, don't be discouraged, come and grasp the what you want. Lee Ki-young danced an extremely seductive dance that made Young Hyun's eyes turn red and pushed him off the stage. Adjust the screen, set up new rules, for a dream Blue Guild that everyone wants it to be okay. You've done so well before, so we step back. Oh, I often do that. Cut, go home, so we step back. Oh, I usually do that. I do that often. It's okay if I make a mistake. Kim Hyunsung. It's okay if I make a mistake. The 2 of them look so good together. 1. If there's anything you don't know, please ask her. No, Lee Jae-hee of the Black Swan Guild, one of the 3 major Blue Guilds in Lindell. 2. You may know, the Mercenary Queen. No, the Lindell King Chahira. Enjoy dinner and fine champagne at the bar every night. If I become naughty, hopefully it's because of these friends. The bar's waiter kept pouring wine. The Blue Guild eventually went crazy already? And this is also fun. Gimmo, more wine for me. Yes, big sister. Blue Guild always welcomes you with open arms if you are considering a trip, but in the midst of the Blue Guild's reputation skyrocketing. People were holding flyers and their blood was boiling. But Lee Ki-young adjusted his shirt and said, I don't care. The opening music of the movie started again. Everyone was looking for partners to dance with. The young girls watching were so fascinated that they didn't know anything. Overall, it's amazing that she's an ordinary person who doesn't have talent based on normal tendencies and is professionally designed to be a person. We'll do her best for her work as long as you pay her a little attention, Lee Ki-young asked. Oh, over there. Can I please see your resume? Yes, then he tore up their resume. He said, Congratulations, you passed, she said in surprise. What? Lee Ki-young added Ms. Kim Mi-young, or should I say Manager Kim Mi-young? Manager Kim Mi-young is a notorious scammer. Many people receive calls or texts from this soldier Kim Mi-young. Now everyone knows, so it has become a meme, Lee Ki-young thought to himself. Let's work together until death. So the movie has come to an end. They have recruited enough people to work. The next day, someone rushed to say, Inform, Vice President, the response to our promotional video was so good that I was asked to do another open recruitment for the sales vice president we discussed last time. The auction house vice president reached out again to us. Vice President, that guy kept talking. Vice President, Lindell Times contacted us about publishing a dungeon exploration memoir. Lee Ki-young had a headache and cursed, then he responded first. Please rearrange all schedules, and publish Lee Sol-ho's memoir about the Cursed Temple and incident to be as exciting and heroic as possible. Also, please check to see if Lee Sol-ho took any. Is there any item from the auction house or not? It's clear, Mr. Vice President. And also. Lee Ki-young silently lamented, the things keep coming without stopping, this damn Kim Hyunsung. Even yesterday Kim Hyunsung brought a bottle of soft drink to say to Lee Ki-young, you look so tired, after drinking this. Staying up all night for 3 nights won't do anything, try your best, Lee Ki-young thought with a black face. Do you really think one bottle of nutritional supplement is enough for each of these tasks? Not to mention that nutritious drink was developed by me, but sometimes I realized that there was really a problem with his brain, and there was a knock on the door. Yes, please come in. At this time, Manager Kim Mi-young and Manager Park Jong-gi greeted and walked in to report to the vice president. This is the status report on the handling of the items you mentioned. First of all these, but also this. Lee Ki-young nodded with satisfaction. And thought, but this time the human resources people are quite talented. Please reply thank you. Do you two think Blue Guild is a place worth living? The two managers replied yes. Thanks to you I'm very happy that the Blue Guild members are finally given a chance to work after being oppressed by Lee Sol-ho for such a long time. The two of them raised their hands. Hello Lee Ki-young, my children also really like the house provided by the Blue Guild. Thank you very much, we will never forget this favor for the rest of our lives. Vice President, you clasp your hands together. We talked ha ha ha, let's continue to work together in the future ha ha ha, then think again ha ha ha. There. Your 5th class slaves feel so good, no matter how much the work hasn't decreased. But at least next time I'll probably try to write an essay with the title. It's okay to let my vice president earn money on his own. I want to resign but I still want to hold power, step out. Office. He carried a bunch of documents and said, Kim Hyunsung, are you in there? I needed your approval, then you got angry and thought. What grudge did he have against you in your past life? You were planning on forcing me to work to drain my energy, damn it. At this time, Cha-hira said hello. Oh, baby is here, Lee Ki-young said. Ms. Cha-hira, what wind brought you here? Cha-hira replied we just finished reminding you. He thought to himself, Mom, what a strange combination is this? Mentioning me, why? I have a bad feeling it doesn't look like they're negotiating. Kim Hyunsung looks tired. Lee Ki-young looks over and thinks why does that loser fake regression have that expression, what's going on? Out? So he asked. Did something happen? Kim Hyunsung changed his mind and said not yet. Cha-hira smiled and replied, it's not that big of a deal. She said, why don't you join me in attacking the Yamato Guild? Lee Ki-young silently complained then suddenly, Cha-hira turned to look at Kim Hyunsung and said Kim Hyunsung, you know very well that Yamato Guild colluded with Lee Sol-ho to attack my baby. He replied yes, of course I know. Lee Ki-young thought he was sorry but that was a big lie. Kim Hyunsung couldn't hide his tiredness. He replied absent-mindedly so I told her that it happened. That's very dangerous, even with the mercenary queen around, but if they suddenly attack Lee Ki-young like last time. Cha-hira quickly replied keeping this in mind, Blue Guild President, it's best for you. So watch your mouth, who do you think you're talking to? Looking at their words, Lee Ki-young thought, the decision is up to me, so why are you two fighting? Then he said, first of all, let's both calm down, Cha-hira, it's you, right? Cha-hira raised his hand to stop and replied, honey, no need to use honorifics with me. Yes, ma'am, so where do we go? Cilia, he sighed inwardly and thought he really didn't want to go. It wasn't like he was going out or anything. What else could he do if he had so much work to do? And besides, I still didn't have much information about the Yamato Guild. Cha-hira said no, to the Empire. More precisely a luxurious party of the Empire. Lee Ki-young was now imagining that scene. Damn, I hate it. Kim Hyunsung has been silent for a while now, so she must be talking about the social gathering held every year in the capital. Oh, that's right, you know, both the Black Swan Guild and the Red Mercenaries were invited. Cha-hira went back to tell Lee Ki-young, honey, you know what? The guild masters of the major guilds of the Holy Empire will all be invited to the royal banquet once a year, of course. One of the 3 major guilds of Cilia, the Yamato Guild is also invited, with guild leader Ito Soda attending the ceremony. It's natural to have a social gathering. It's a pity that Blue Guild is not on the invitation list this time. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young fell into deep thought and thought that they must have pushed Blue Guild away because we are currently on the momentum of redevelopment. Instead, this could be the game of Ito or Tomato or whatever guy. Outside, Ying Hyan is listening to this conversation. That's why I came here today. I want to bring your cute baby to the gathering? She thought, Cha-hira and I will go to a social gathering together? Inside, Cha-hira still said. Of course the main goal is still Yamato Guild, but I also want you to leave your job. Besides breathing, I want to borrow him for the next few days, is that okay? Blue Guild President, Lee Giyoung, happily thought. Cha-hira loves you. Please save me from this hell. Kim Hyunsung didn't know what was in Lee Giyoung's heart. He said, but if he after Lee Giyoung leaves, who will take over those tasks for Blue Guild? Ha ha ha, Lee Giyoung, no need to force yourself. Please just tell us what you really want. Lee Giyoung tugged at the corner of his lips and thought, it's so obvious, it's you, you bastard. Damn, I see it all. Maybe this job is a bit too much for you, or is it your karma? Kim Hyunsung. Then you smiled and said, ah. Then of course I want to run away, ha ha ha. Before he could finish his sentence, Cha-hira hugged Lee Giyoung and flew away. He looked back and said to Kim Hyunsung, goodbye, Kim Hyunsung. I let go of the shackles called Blue Guild to pursue happiness. Here for me, he begged painfully. No, please don't go, Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung was extremely happy when he no longer had to contribute to capital. He didn't need anything anymore. The most important thing was that I could escape this work hell. Hardworking employees, run now. Take back your freedom from abusive boss Kim Hyunsung. In the Holy Empire of Benagor, the clock tower capital, Lee Giyoung held Yung Hyan's hand and helped her down and asked, when did you get here, Yung Hyan? She replied, yes, I was sneaky. Cha-hira thought it must be sneaky. This girl's methods are getting more and more strange. Suddenly, she saw a white-haired old man. Hey, old man, have you been waiting long? He calmly replied, not really, I just arrived. It's been a long time, Cha-hira. I'm glad you're still alive and well. I'm happy to see you healthy. Are you still in the army? Who does Lee Giyoung observe him think this old man is? Cha-hira put his arm around Victor Hart's shoulder and introduced him. Baby, let me introduce to you. This is my godfather. Sir, that's my baby and the great magician. Lee Giyoung opened his eyes to look Victor Hart's strength index, then thought to himself, this old man's strength index is 99. Damn, isn't it good for that pig to be half as good as this? Victor Hart cleared his throat and said, ahem. Sorry for the late introduction. Nice to meet you. I'm Victor Hart, in charge of escorting this year's social party. I see, you must be the one that the girl the mercenary leader noticed. Lee Giyoung decided to think that he was strong and fierce, so I had to leave a good impression, right? Lee Giyoung said solemnly, ah, nice to meet you. I'm Lee Giyoung, Mr. Cha-hira's assistant and lover, and also the vice president of the Blue Guild. Yung Hyan next to him interrupted and said, I was Yung Hyan, the vice president's fiancé. Lee Giyoung said, no, not yet, he said. She said, no, we're getting married, right? Anyway. Yes, that's it. Suddenly, Victor Hart came closer and seriously observed Lee Giyoung, making him both laugh and scared. What is that? Then Victor Hart angrily said, indeed he was promiscuous, just like what I heard. Cha-hira, I don't approve of this relationship. Break up immediately. Cha-hira won't give up, she replied immediately. I will do as I wish, sir, don't interfere. Lee Giyoung saw that and thought coldly, damn, I probably won't be able to make a good impression on you anymore. In fact, if I get a lot of attention it's too much trouble. Maybe I should pay more attention to Yung Hyan, before she becomes obsessed again. Otherwise I'll lock myself up again. Yung Hyan glanced at her with red eyes and said, quickly. Break up with me, break up. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lee Giyoung's ears. Can you hear it? Can you hear my voice? He thought to himself, what just happened? That mysterious person said, ah, can you hear it? My words are now going straight into your head. It seems like you're so happy to hear them. Lee Giyoung looked around, then thought, telepathy? Am I the only one who heard it? I don't see anyone reacting, including Yung Hyan. Who is he? But why do you talk like you're testing the mic? Cha-hira looked ahead and saw someone. She asked, is it you? How strange is that? You're usually the last one to arrive, so what made you come early this time? A girl wearing a long red dress walked up, said, long time no see. She walked up, said, Mr. Cha-hira. Cha-hira replied, yeah, it's been a while, shaman. Lee Giyoung thought, shaman, or should we call it? The Night Sky Guild, one of the three major guilds of Cilia Kasagano, you know. Is this the woman who telepathized with me earlier? Lee Giyoung immediately activated his mind's eye. The target had already resisted his mind's eye. He thought in confusion, what? The mind's eye doesn't work on her? Is that possible? His face turned black and he thought, damn. Wait, does that mean she knows I went up to see her status window? At this moment, the system rang again with a notification. Target allows you to look at the status window. You're viewing the status window of player Kasagano Yuno. Name Kasagano Yuno, age 20. Disposition Faraway Seeker. Legendary level Priesthood, Silent Priesthood. Lee Ki-young was surprised. Why did she open it for me to see? You noticed something, that is the legendary level ability of your eyes to see the truth of the future and the past, Lee Ki-young said, and what is this? Overview of a legendary level priest. She possesses an eye better than the mind's eye, but it seems she is depressed by something. I advise you to stay away from her. Suddenly, Kasagano Yuno shed tears again, surprising him again. What's wrong with her? Damn it, why is she crying? Kasagano Yuno transmitted the voice back to Lee Ki-young. That I can see through everything. I knew right away. You are the person I have been looking for so long. You were puzzled for the third time thinking. Shit, I don't know, miss? I don't know what's going on, but I think you've got the wrong person. Kasagano Yuno stretched out her hand, saying, Mr. Lee Ki-young, you hastily explained, what? I think you've got the wrong person. One hand grabbed Kasagano Yuno's outstretched arm. Come here. She said, it seems like my sister doesn't like it very much. Lee Ki-young called, Cha-hira. Cha-hira said coldly, besides, Lyndall is not very friendly with Cilia after the recent incident. I don't know what you want from my sister, but you better not do anything foolish if you don't want to die. Lee Ki-young in his heart dropped thousands of likes for Cha-hira. Cha-hira is so cool. Kasagano Yuno wiped her tears with the hem of her shirt, saying, please forgive me for my rudeness. The leader of the Blue Guild looks like a people I know. I think I was wrong. If Cilia did something wrong to you, I would like to apologize on their behalf. So, mercenary queen, please forgive me for my behavior today now. Cha-hira coldly crossed her arms and replied, I accept the apology, then I'll take your leave. Wish you a good day. Lee Ki-young happily thought, I only have Cha-hira. When she passed by Ying Hyan, she had a black face and glared, but couldn't do anything. Lee Ki-young thought, very good, Ying Hyan, you can't. Kasagano Yuno transmitted voice to Lee Ki-young again. Lee Ki-young, I know you will continue to do it. Come meet me at my place in the north of the capital if you have time. I will wait for you there. Hearing those words, Lee Ki-young fell into pondering. In the end he still decided to try to go there. Remembering Ying Hyan's painful eyes, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, I will have a hard time being away from Ying Hyan because of her. Looked at me with eyes like an abandoned puppy, but I asked Cha-hira to take care of her, so there's nothing to worry about. Leaving aside the matter of Ying Hyan, Lee Ki-young thought, in fact, she knew she had a mind's eye. The target had resisted the mind's eye. This was what ended this encounter. This was the only weapon, everything I have to be able to survive in this cruel world. Letting someone else know this makes me feel a bit sick. It seems like the priest can see through me. She pretends to have known me for a long time. It seems like all this is just a trap. But I have Ying Hyan, Cha-hira, and Juliana by my side. I have many ways to protect myself. If things get worse and I encounter dangerous, maybe I won't have any other choice but to eliminate that priest. Go to the house in the north. Lee Ki-young walks in. Kasagano Yuno says I've been waiting, Mr. Lee Ki-young. Sure enough, Kasagano Yuno knew about her past life. She was surrounded by blue butterflies. She said slowly, do you know anything about your first life? Lee Ki-young was panicking, thinking how did she know about it? Kasagano Yuno explained he seemed surprised. It could be called a past life or a world of pitch-black illusions, and the time has come. The priest of the night sky, please go find him, play Lee Ki-young, leader of the Blue Guild, and let him know about the truth of this continent. This is a prophecy. Kasagano Yuno said I received a prophecy from the goddess of luck to bring you here. Mr. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, what does the goddess want from him? Damn, this makes me feel bad. Lee Ki-young was surprised. His mind's eye was forced open by outside influence, legendary properties, eyes that see through all truths, past and future, resists both external influences and mind's eye. Wait, what? My mind's eye opens on its own? Kasagano Yuno's eyes turned black. I am the one who possesses eyes that see through the truth, the past and the future, he thought. Damn. Why did her eyes become like that? Kasagano Yuno let the butterflies fly around Lee Ki-young. Allow me to show you not the past or the future, but the blur of the dark world. And remember that the memories you share shared with Suddenly Lee Ki-young's eyes were pitch black, he said his vision. He was transported to a certain place. It was very desolate and dilapidated. He thought to himself, is this illusions of past lives? Is this in the middle of a war? My body is almost invisible. You saw a soldier whose whole body was covered in blood. Who was that guy? I think I've met you somewhere before? Seeing that familiar face, Lee Ki-young thought, wait, I survived in my previous life and I don't know when, and why do I look so ruined? Lee Ki-young realized what else happened to that damn pig in Yinghyan. Suddenly the figure in front collapsed. He realized immediately, damn, he was dead. Suddenly a girl came forward carrying a red umbrella. Lee Ki-young thought it was Kasagano Yuno. Back to reality, Kasagano Yuno said it was unfortunate. Lee Ki-young slowly opened his dark eyes. Then, you heard the sound. I was worried you wouldn't wake up in the next few days. Please rest. It might not be comfortable for you when you're still not used to the new place, but I hope you'll be as comfortable as possible. At home, Lee Ki-young opened his dry mouth and said, why did you save me? Damn it, look at the way he talks. Kasagano Yuno calmly said, I saw the future where you Lee Ki-young and I'll explain in detail later. But for now you just understand that I'm on your side. You, Lee Ki-young replied, nonsense, the future of your ass, and this makes me think of the gray cat and its owner. Seeing Lee Ki-young fall into deep thought, Yuno said, just joking, let's eat food before they cooled. Just like that, time passed and the two of us lived happily together. The two of us enjoyed tea and looked at the flowers. Hey. What is that? Don't report it. Then we took a bath. Then we slept together just like a couple in love. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, what? Wait. Slowly stopped. Finally, Lee Ki-young picked up the sword and pointed it at Yuno. He coldly said, I don't need that fake pity. You are all the same confused. Yuno wondered why it was suddenly like that. Lee Ki-young forgot to answer? Do you really think I forgot? Do you think I forgot just because you saw me smiling? Yuno couldn't hide his surprise and thought, is this scum threatening his own savior? Then she shed tears again. He's such a pitiful soul, even so. Come here. Suddenly Lee Ki-young's eyes hurt so much. He hugged them, damn it. My eyes felt like they were about to fall out. It took a while for my eyes to stop hurting. Is this a side effect of sharing my vision with a high-level ranker? It wasn't until later that he looked around and saw Yuno wearing a wedding dress, and Lee Ki-young's room had also turned into the wedding room. Kasagano Yuno blushed and said, do you remember, darling? Now that I remember, should we continue with the wedding? He cursed in his heart, what the hell? Lee Ki-young just left. Yuno cried and hugged him saying, don't disappoint me. As you can see, we were once a couple, honey. Lee Ki-young whispered and whispered. This is the reason she approached me, he said, but I think this is just a side effect of looking into the dark world for too long. Besides, we are not the same person as in our previous life. You just rambling. Besides, those are things that really happened in the first life. I can only see us loving each other. Yuno still argues. Well, I think it's because of the intermediary. Maybe my selfishness, I interfered a little. Hearing that, did you think that could happen? That's impossible. Looking at Yuno's beautiful face, he thought, but maybe it's not bad. In fact, it's a good thing. Lee Ki-young looked at Yuno and smiled. Source from Life, my first, Kasagano Yuno. Having Yuno by my side is as beneficial as having a regression. I can look at my first life that only Kim Hyunsung knows. I can control my life well better if I have information about what's going to happen from now on. However, there will be some downsides attached. Then he asked Kasagano Yuno if she could look into the world of darkness every time she wanted, right? Doesn't that make her a fake regression? She replied, no, I can only watch it when I'm in the best condition or when the goddess of luck allows me. Yuno sadly said, if it happened outside the goddess's prophecy, I would accept it. Gain some memories, at the same time things keep appearing on their own. Moreover, my status will be depleted quickly when I use my eyes. Lee Ki-young thought, even if it comes with risks, it's not as bad as I thought. I still don't know what the goddess of luck wants to show me in my first life, but the priest is more than enough for me. He thought with a wicked smile. Besides, he had feelings for me from the beginning. I'm really a trash. Lee Ki-young seriously said, did you say your name was Kasagano Yuno? Let's get straight to the point. Yuno happily said, did Lee Ki-young finally accept you? Lee Ki-young said, in the dark world you showed me, I am in control of my life. Thank you. Lee Ki-young, I am the best. Lend me your life for a bit. He seriously gave it offered, but it seems like I betrayed you and tried to kill you, while still trying to protect me. But what do you want in this second life? You can kill me whenever you want. What guarantee is there that you don't have any grudge against me for betraying you in my previous life? I'm no longer the person you saw in that dark world, neither are you. It's time to gossip. Lee Ki-young continued, if you still feel okay being with me like that, then you should show me something as proof to feel more secure. Then give yourself a like and think, I can't help it if I say something good. Kasagano Yuno bit his finger as he spoke in a way that made him doubt everything. Just like what I remember, also the point where I love and my light. If that's what you want. She waved her hand and said she was willing to sacrifice all her flesh and blood for me. Kasagano Yuno said deeply, I love you. Sorry for the inconvenience, but can I drop your blood on this magic circle? Lee Ki-young asked in fear, blood? You need my blood? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Then he thought to himself, damn, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it. A drop of Lee Ki-young's blood fell. Seeing that, Kasagano Yuno immediately recited a spell. The person, can you hear me? Soul return is deeper than the ocean and more loyal than blood. Now I will become your loyal servant and I will dedicate everything to the person standing before me. No one will be able to break the blood oath and no one will be able to interfere with the blood oath. Lee Ki-young thought her spell was terrible. Finished, Kasagano Yuno said with a smile, it's all over. Master, Lee Ki-young sounded like a thunderbolt. Who are you calling master? Kasagano Yuno immediately explained. I don't know why, but it seems like I feel that Lee Ki-young was my master in my previous life. I just thought it was really good, so I want to take this opportunity to howl. He thought to himself, Lee Ki-young number 1, this bastard, what did you do to her? Trash. Lee Ki-young number 1 appeared and said, what did you just call? Trash? Lee Ki-young thought to himself, I feel bad for taking advantage of this pure-hearted girl, but with her, I can have a legendary summoner who is loyal to me. So he stopped by into her ear. You know it's great, but please don't call me master in public, okay? Yes, of course, master. Then he was secretly scared in his heart. If Hyun knew, he would die. Lee Ki-young was about to leave, but he turned back and said, and more. He didn't know if it was too much. It's late to say no, but thank you for what we had in our previous life. Lee Ki-young left and thought, I will take good care of you now, you know, my lovely slave from my previous life. As soon as Lee Ki-young walked out, he bumped into someone. Hi's, what's going on? That's so noisy outside. Don't say it's Hyun, he asked. Who is this? Suddenly he showed a charming smile and said, I came to see the priest, but I met someone unexpected like this. I never thought I would meet you, Lee Ki-young. You, the girl, is famous for being the toy of the mercenary queen and the president of the Blue Guild. This statement made Lee Ki-young frown and evaluate. Then he thought, damn, I miss you, Hyun. I'm afraid Lee Ki-young won't know who he is. He immediately held up a newspaper for him to see. The president of the Yamato Guild? He looked exactly like the villains. He coldly asked, so who do you say was behind the attack on Lindell? He is the guild master Ito Soda, the guy who wants to bring down the Blue Guild along with Lee Sol-ho, and is the main suspect in the attack on Lindell, and of course, the last part was made up by me. Ito Soda angrily asked again, so who do you say is behind the Lindell terrorist attack? Lee Ki-young silently lamented, he's dead, he already knows. Lee Ki-young calmly replied, but it's true that the family sponsored Lee Sol-ho, the guy who was guilty of that terrorism, right? Do you have proof? Ito Soda became even angrier. How dare you drag the innocent Yamato Guild into this case? Do you really think the Holy Council will forgive you for this? Lee Ki-young thought, Holy Council? At this moment, Kasagano Yuno came out and asked, what's going on? But why is this bastard trying to make me angry? Ito Soda sighed and said, nothing, ma'am, I was just trying to catch the mouse before it caused more trouble. Lee Ki-young looked at Ito Soda's hateful face and thought, we have the same tendency, I understand, he is trying to mock me, like I did to others, to eliminate Jung Jin-ho's team. Lee Ki-young sighed, he didn't do that just because he was angry at me for snitching on him. He was trying to trick me. This is what I would do if I were him. It's quite dangerous, I should get away here first. Then Lee Ki-young spoke up, is this Ito Soda? Maybe we should talk about this later, I have something to go first. Ito Soda raised his mouth and said provocatively, "Are you scared?" Lee Ki-young replied, "I don't know what you're talking about, in your heart you're still cursing this damn guy." Lee Ki-young was about to walk past Ito Soda thought, "Do you really think that provocation is enough? Let me be moved, you're too immature to dream, hee hee. You laugh, give up, bastard, don't you know I have magic eyes?" But suddenly Lee Ki-young noticed a ray of murderous intent around him. Hanging around Ito Soda. Without Lee Ki-young's words, Juliana's cursed sword flew out. "No, Juliana." It stabbed straight at Ito Soda. Lee Ki-young shouted, "You can't attack, this is a trap." Juliana controlled the sword and stabbed straight at the subordinate behind Ito Soda. Blood splattered on his body, then quickly fell to the ground dead. Ito Soda looked at the floating sword and said, "The sword can move on its own to protect its owner. I guess what Lee Sol-ho said about the sword is true." He silently lamented, "Damn it." Ito Soda adjusted his hat and said, "Phew, oh no, I've lost my trusted assistant, haha. He's screaming like a crazy person, someone help, Lee Ki-young suddenly attacked us." Lee Ki-young thought angrily, "Dead really, this damn bad guy." When the guard outside heard the sound, he ran in. "What happened?" Ito Soda pointed at Lee Ki-young and said, "Well, Lee Ki-young suddenly attacked us with a sword." Seeing that, the two guards immediately grabbed Lee Ki-young. "What? Bastard, how dare you attack Mr. Ito Soda? Take him away," he replied in panic. Stop, that's not real, I didn't do anything." Ito Soda crossed his arms arrogantly thinking, "Should I take his sword and stab myself? I'm also good at hurting myself and fabricating evidence, should I do it too? Should we say it was due to self-defense?" A blonde named Carlton wondered, "Are you okay? The candidate is truly blasphemous. How dare someone like him attack someone like him?" When the guards heard that, they interrogated him. How dare he attack the candidate for the next bishop position of the Holy Council? Lee Ki-young now understands, the candidate for the next bishop, so that's it. Previously, Ito Soda used money to bribe the name Carlton. "Good job, Carlton. He doesn't have much, but please invite the commanding officer to feast delicious food. You really don't need to do that, haha, thank you." Lee Ki-young thought, "I guess the Holy Council has his back in the Holy Kingdom. The Pope's power is no different from that of Germany. King, if I'm not careful, I could lose my life like a damn fool. It's really unlucky, but at a dangerous time." Kasagano Yuno spoke up, "Stop." Yuno used magic and said, "You are my guest, I won't forgive anyone who lays a finger on him." Seeing that Ito Soda and Carlton were about to draw their swords, the priestess Yuno said, "Mr. Lee Ki-young innocent, let go, it's okay, priest." Yuno couldn't believe it. "Master, Mr. Lee Ki-young reassured, she said, "I will cooperate with them in the investigation, but can I talk to you for a moment first?" He opened his hand with a letter and secretly gave it to Yuno. "Master, what is this?" Acting Lee Ki-young replied, "I'm fine, so please contact the person whose name is in this letter." Then Lee Ki-young opened his hands to face the glare. "Ito Soda, he's not just the leader of the Lindell terrorist attack, he even blamed an innocent and righteous person like Lee Ki-young. We can still turn this game around. Juliana's cursed sword has been confiscated as evidence." Lee Ki-young glanced at Ito. "By the way," Soda thought, "holy-ass council, you look like you're shaking hands with the devil, hating your own kind to see who will be the ultimate winner. I guarantee you'll experience what it's like. Hell from now on." The two passed each other but had different moods. Then Lee Ki-young was thrown into prison by the guards. He looked around and thought, "It's quite cold in here. I like when I have strength." Over here a familiar figure appears. She hisses continuously because of the cold. Yoon Hyun gets angry. "I will kill those guys who dared to let my beloved inside. Hey, how could they imprison my beloved like this?" Seeing that, Lee Ki-young thought, except for her. Cha Hira was locked next to Yoon Hyun and said quietly, "I'm sorry, letting you get involved in something like this." She didn't dare look directly at Lee Ki-young. She was so embarrassed because she yelled at Kim Yun-sung and declared that he would be okay because his sister was with him. Lee Ki-young comforted Cha Hira, "It was just an accident. So no, you didn't do anything wrong." He covered his mouth and smiled. "Don't worry about me too much, I have a good idea about revenge." A few days later, in the dungeon, Lee Jae-hee asked coldly, looking at him so comfortably that it was impossible to sympathize. She said, "So you're aiming for the exchange? What are you going to do?" Lee Giyoung calmly said, "I have a plan in mind for Cha-hira. I'm sorry but I still can't tell you the details right now." Lee Jae-hee looked at the guard outside. She crossed her arms and said, "Yeah, it's a shame, but I'll definitely know when the time comes. After all, tomorrow is the gathering. Are you planning on getting out of here before then?" Ms. Cha-hira said she would take care of that. It's great to have the right. The problem is that even if she is released and participates in the exchange tomorrow, public opinion will still have a negative view of her. She turned to look at Lee Giyoung again and said, "Don't worry, I will try to turn public opinion in your favor." Lee Giyoung replied, "It won't be easy. Ito's soda is rated higher than I thought." Lee Jae-hee smirked at him but didn't say anything more. She turned to call the guard who was dozing off. "Hey there." Lee Jae-hee ordered, "Immediately bring out Lee Giyoung's Juliana. Here for me." Lee Giyoung next to him looked expectantly but heard it. "I'm so sorry. Juliana is being confiscated right now." "What?" Lee Jae-hee criticized the guard. "Then the first-floor assassin from Yamato came and attacked my customer? Can you take responsibility?" "Yes, about that." Without waiting for the guard to continue explaining, she got angry again. "And moreover, don't you see that my client is suffering from severe psychological trauma? The situation is already like this and you still get angry and use the only means to defend yourself. Hey, doesn't that sound ridiculous? I could sue all of you for defamation." Lee Giyoung held her head in her hands and lamented, "Oh my head." But Lee Jae-hee wouldn't stop. She kept saying, "You know how much Juliana is worth? No. It's a legendary weapon, too precious to give to you guys. If it gets scratched anywhere, will you be able to come? Call your superior here immediately before something terrible happens to you." The guard felt scared when he heard it. Then he prepared himself to comfort him and said, "I'm so sorry, but Juliana is currently sick. Managed under us, you don't need to worry too much." Lee Jae-hee immediately pointed at him and cursed, "Are you deaf or something? Call your superiors here immediately. Who is in charge of this place? Who dares to do such things? Did the goddess Benagor teach you that? Oh, my lord, please bring punishment on the servants of the devil who have exiled these innocent people." The guard saw that he could not placate Lee Jae-hee, so he quickly ran away and said, "Sorry, I'll bring them right away. Please wait a moment." Seeing that the guard had compromised, Lee Jae-hee said, "It's so easy," and Lee Giyoung happily thought, "Wow, this negotiator is so good." A moment later the guard came back and said, "Mr. Lee Jae-hee, the superior, said he would withdraw the order to confiscate Juliana. However, due to safety issues, they were able to return it after the exchange. And they said they would appoint Mr. Victor Hart as Mr. Lee Giyoung's personal bodyguard. I hope you understand." Lee Giyoung thought with a smile, "Great psychological manipulation." Lee Jae-hee sighed and said, "Well, it can't be helped. Well done very much. This is to make it up to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Jae-hee." Waiting for the soldier to leave again, Lee Jae-hee said finally, "That's okay. In addition to Juliana being returned, you also get the Empire's strongest warrior, Victor Hart, escorted him, so the number of people who believed he was innocent would definitely increase." She pressed her face into Lee Giyoung's cell and said, then naturally public opinion also followed. "We'll lead the way towards him." Lee Giyoung replied, "Thank you. I really owe you a lot." Then he thought, "Hey, this is the right way to get a crush." Suddenly Lee Jae-hee's face fell. Came down and said, "So the biggest problem now is, well, not really, the biggest problem is still there, right?" She reached out and pinched Lee Giyoung's cheek, making him cry out. She said, "You look at your body. Are you planning on using this beggar appearance to socialize?" Then she clapped her hands a few times and two more girls ran in carrying suitcases. "Ladies, yes, Vice President." Lee Jae-hee crossed her arms and ordered, making him look as beautiful and fragile as possible, so that everyone would think that he was just a victim. The evening was a luxurious party. Everyone was dressed elegantly and elegantly. A man and a woman walked in. As soon as they went down the stairs, they attracted everyone's attention. "Is that him? No way. Is he really the suspect in the brutal murder of a member of the Yamato Guild? Oh my god, haven't you seen the Lindell Times? Actually, he was slandered, that's right. He was protected by both the mercenary queen and Mr. Victor Hart." Looking at the beautiful scene in front of them, everyone admired it. "Really? Just looking at that face makes me want to protect him. Such a handsome murderer. I give him everything in my heart. Oh how, my love, I will join you." It turned out that person was Lee Giyoung dressed as Lee Giyoung, he thought with a smirk, just as planned. At the party, no one noticed anything unusual, it still happened normally. Let's see, this time. Lindell newspaper has the exclusive right to release Lee Giyoung. Recently, the public is spreading information that Lee Giyoung is the victim of a false murder. There is news that he was released this morning due to lack of evidence. Look at the newspaper. There is a photo of Lee Jae-hee. Ms. Lee Jae-hee of the Black Swan Guild strongly criticized the Yamato Guild. She believes that no one should be the victim of a large guild's abuse of power. On the other hand, Mr. Lee Giyoung shocked the world when he revealed that he continuously received death threats from Mr. Ito Soda. "This picture, I'm so handsome." Lee Giyoung dropped a like saying, "Good job. We have to use it how many papers?" Then he thought to himself, even Young Hyun said we can't create a laptop or smartphone. Lee Jae-hee kept looking at the newspaper and said, "It's nothing special, at least there's still photography technology, and also thanks to this wonderful article." Lee Jae-hee approached Cha Hira and said, "I had the opportunity to participate in an exchange with Lee Giyoung, to see the beautiful appearance of this warrior queen. It's my honor. Your necklace is askew." Lee Giyoung frowned and thought, "Wow, what's going on, Lee Jae-hee?" Cha Hira saw that and immediately said, "Yes, flattery won't do anything, you black lady. Well, but it's thanks to you that Lee Giyoung was released from prison. You helped a lot." Lee Jae-hee wiggled her tail and said, "Oh, you're exaggerating. Anyway, I don't need any reason to be close to you, right? Besides, we're swans, not peacocks or chickens." Lee Giyoung groaned. She really knows how to flatter the ass of a powerful person. I also like to be treated like that. Cha Hira was only then interested in Lee Giyoung. "But honey, how's your hand?" You replied, "Huh? Well, it wasn't unbearable, but inside he cursed silently, it hurt like hell." Lee Jae-hee noticed something unusual. What happened? Did they inject something into him? Lee Giyoung said, "Actually, it's because Cha Hira's magic power is flowing inside me. The moment the mercenary queen gives the command that mercenary's mighty dragon power will explode." Lee Jae-hee say, Is that true?" "Brother," Lee Jae-hee said closer to him, "so now your arm is basically a bomb?" Just stupid, he thought to himself. Hey, this older sister is too stupid. This is the plan you told me before. Yes, that's it. Cha Hira advised, "Remember to keep this a secret from Young Hyun." Yes, if she knew, she would be very shocked. Lee Jae-hee calmly said, Yes, as always, it's all for the sake of your beloved Young Hyun. Take good care of yourself. It's okay to be careless. It's like losing your life, honey," Lee Giyoung thought. "I'm just worried that Young Hyun will go and slice Ito." Young Hyun ran like an angel to Lee Giyoung calling, Brother. Lee Giyoung caught her say, "I'm here, have you sent the correct letter?" Young Hyun replied, "Yes, I sent it to Blue Guild properly, even using express delivery. Kim Hyunsung must have received it." "Well done, by the way Young Hyun of we are extremely beautiful today." Hearing Lee Giyoung compliment her, Young Hyun shyly asked, "Really?" She kept immersing herself in it and said, "What should I do?" At this time, Lee Giyoung signaled Lee Jae-hee, "Good," distracting Young Hyun. "The reason I need to do this is because there are some ladies. Beautiful girl looked at me for a while." At this time two beautiful girls walked up to Lee Giyoung and said, "Excuse me, you are Lee Giyoung? You look much more handsome in real life. You are an alchemist, really, right?" "Actually, I need some medicine." Lee Giyoung thought happily, flashed a deadly smile and shot. He picked up a girl's hand and gently kissed it. "I'm Lee Giyoung, nice to meet you." "You're beautiful." "No, sister?" The purple-haired girl covering her fan blushed and said, "Oh my god, what about you? That's so cute, ho ho ho." Suddenly Lee Giyoung pretended to stagger. The two girls said worriedly, "Mr. Lee Giyoung, you made a cool handsome pose and said, 'Excuse me, I've been drinking a little bit of alcohol, makes me a little dizzy.'" The two girls howled in terror. Just drinking a little thing made them so dizzy that they collapsed. This fragile young man, I like him, should I adopt him? Lee Giyoung thought, it must be just their type, fate, but why do they look so angry? Let's call mommy. Teacher, the men sighed and thought, surely he's not a murderer, right? Well, there's no such thing as a murderer. It'd be hard to let him hold a knife. Hearing those words, Lee Ki-young chuckled in his heart. Yeah, hearing the confirmation sounds Lee Ki-young received in his heart. Party room yet? Where are you, Ito Soda? Come out and let's play together. How long will you stop insisting that I'm the culprit? Hey? Saw Ito Soda's silhouette on the floor. Here Ito Soda. When he came down, then hello everyone, there, I love you to death Ito Soda, he said coldly, then die. Then the girls screamed even more. Lee Ki-young saw this and thought angrily, it seems he already has a fan club, even though he was accused of slandering and threatening him, he was still supported to that extent. Why, I hate to admit it but he's also good at it, however. The girls were holding fans and discussing, I hate to admit it but he's also good at it, even threatening to kill people. Well, not yet who knows who's real and who's fake. Clearly public opinion is divided into 5. He also has a disadvantage here. At this moment a girl was jostled and slipped. Behind was a waiter bringing wine. The girl was pushed into the waiter. The wine in his hand was splashed everywhere. Ito Soda saw this and quickly rushed to help the girl from falling to the ground. Lee Ki-young opened the door just in time. Out of my mind. Ito Soda is agile, 99 above the legendary. Ito Soda asked with concern, are you okay, my lady? Oh yes. Instead, the surrounding people began to applaud. Did you see that he just helped someone in need? There's no way someone like that could be a terrorist or murderer. He's the next candidate for bishop, Lee Ki-young thought with a dark face. Damn, oh my god. So sure that's how this continent works, huh? Everyone quickly called the name Ito Soda. Ito Soda, Ito Soda, making Cha Hira's group turn black. Ito Soda adjusted his hat and thought, hee, Lee Ki-young, it was worth it to make it all the way here. Many compliments, but you are nothing more than a struggling earthworm. No matter how hard you try to bend, you are still just a rookie with less than a year of experience. At what age do you want to fight with someone who has created a beautiful image? In the hearts of the public for many years like me. Ito Soda waved his hand, he said, ladies and gentlemen of the Holy Empire, I would like to take this opportunity to make an offer to you Lee Ki-young. Depending on his answer, the empire will either be at peace, or war will break out. Ito Soda mistaken for Lee Ki-young. Mr. Lee Ki-young, I am truly extremely saddened when one of my heads were murdered by you, but as a candidate for bishop of the church, as well as a citizen who loves the empire, I do not think that conflict should continue to erupt between Sicily and Lindell is a good idea. Ito Soda coldly questioned, so what do you think about forming an alliance with the Yamato Guild? Ito Soda did not forgive Lee Ki-young. He was determined to push him to the end. Oh my god, a threat? I'm just trying to come up with a peaceful cooperation so it's easiest for both of us to have peace in this empire. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, peace you monkey. He just wants to find the easiest way to control the Blue Guild. Ito Soda extended his hand, but of course, whether or not to cooperate is entirely up to you. However, I cannot guarantee that the Empire's subjects will be satisfied if you refuse this offer. Where is this peaceful handshake? He tightly held Cha Hira's powerful hand. Then Lee Ki-young slowly raised his hand to hold Ito's hand. Soda said, fine, then we have come to an agreement. Each other a peace treaty. At this moment, a hidden power in that arm was about to explode. Lee Ki-young thought, he was fooled. Ito Soda didn't know anything yet, he thought he had won. Feeling thank you, a very wise decision, but when he saw Lee Ki-young's cunning smile. Then Cha Hira's smile. Ito Soda thought worriedly, what's with the look on their faces? As expected, Lee Ki-young's arms suddenly exploded in front of everyone in the hall. Ito Soda did not expect this. What? Did he blow up his own hand? It was a trap. Immediately after that, Lee Ki-young's painful scream rang out. Lee Jae-hee was trying not to laugh because of this ecstatic performance. She screamed, behold, Ito Soda. Ito Soda blew up Lee Ki-young's hand. Ito Soda is attacking, there he is, what? Lee Ki-young is just now getting to the main part. He smiled and said in pain, you finally revealed your true nature Ito Soda, you really are. The evil sinner disguised as a bishop. Lee Ki-young's heart jumped with joy, so special, now with these acts he will be drowned in the anger of the people. At Blue Guild, there was a picture sent to Kim Hyunsung. I opened it and read it. Dear Kim Hyunsung, it's been a long time, hasn't it? How are you these days? Yoon Hyun and I are still very healthy. We are currently trying to resolve the conflict with the Yamato Guild in the most peaceful way possible. The false rumors between Lyndall and Cilia will soon be quelled. Please don't worried about our safety. The Red Mercenaries and Black Swan Guild are always on duty to protect us in case of danger. By the way, how are Park Deokgu and Kim Yeri? I also want to know the situation of Sun Hee-young, Jung Yeon and manager Kim Mi-young. Hope to see you soon, your brother, Lee Ki-young. This side of the party was a mess. Everyone was screaming run quickly. Ito Soda was punched until he bled, but he still said boldly, you bastards, do you really want to see war? Bastard Lee Ki-young. At this moment in Yung Hyen's arms, Lee Ki-young was foaming at the mouth, making Yung Hyen scream, while Lee Jae-hee coordinated the acting and said, he's having a stroke, it's a stroke, quickly, someone call the priest, he's about to die, he's about to die. The two of them agreed to give each other a like. After reading that letter over here, Kim Hyunsung immediately sighed, he exclaimed in relief. Park Deokgu and Kim Yeri were wearing cheerleading banners at home, he said, what? So both you and your sister-in-law are safe? That's right, it seems like both of them are safe. I don't think a rescue is necessary anymore. Then the two of them quickly led each other away, how lucky, like I care. Looking at the backs of them leaving, Kim Hyunsung smiled and thought, now I know for sure that he is safe. Then he looked down at the map marked below and thought, it's time for real. Just show the plan. Back at the party, someone said in panic, what's going on? Everyone, don't move. Ito Soda trembled and wiped the blood on his face and said, finally someone came. At this moment Cha Hira punched Ito Soda's face again. I was beaten to the ground, he thought, that's right, you did well, Cha Hira. And Lee Ki-young lay in Yung Hyen's lap and opened his eyes to look, thinking, if she kills Ito Soda now then it's not bad at all. But there's a problem. He took all the attacks without fighting back, and he also defended himself just enough not to die, so he'd look more like a victim than himself. If you kill Ito Soda right now without enough evidence to prove that Ito Soda wants to kill you, this could lead to disadvantages for you later. Lee Ki-young speculated, Cha Hira must also know this. Hey, I'm sorry but that's enough. Sister, wait, why are you so angry? At this moment, Cha Hira threw a strong blow at Ito Soda's body. Lee Ki-young lamented, wait, sister, stop, sister Cha Hira. At this moment, there was a hand blocking that attack. Victor Hart rushed to stop Cha Hira from speaking, stop, that's enough. Lee Ki-young pretended to faint and thought, who is that old man? Victor Hart. He disappeared for a while and then suddenly appeared here again, it seems interesting. Cha Hira said coldly, stay away, old man, I'm not done yet. Victor Hart calmly said, I am here as the leader of the Royal Knights, not your godfather. I am only following the royal orders. If you refuse to obey, I will have to use my sword too. Cha Hira cursed silently, unwillingly. Victor Hart ordered the guards to say, take him away. Ito Soda weakly explained, I won't do that. He turned around and said, I will cooperate with the investigation but I swear I'm not the one who harmed Lee Ki-young. The truth will be revealed. Everything was his plan. The guard said, okay, follow us. Lee Ki-young smiled, laughed happily. And Victor Hart was quiet and said nothing. Returning to the bedroom, Lee Ki-young lay on the bed and asked, where is Yung Hyen? Cha Hira said, Lee Jae-hee said he would take care of her until she calmed down, so that's good. Then he burst into laughter, laughing until he coughed out his guilt. And Cha Hira coldly without any expression. Cha Hira called, baby. Lee Ki-young even laughed until tears flowed, cough, ow, your stomach, it's so funny, I also feel disgusted. Ito Soda's reaction at that time, right? If it weren't for politics, we would have killed him right there. How angry, no, we still have a lot to do. Letting him die would be too wasteful. Waste, Cha Hira said coldly, hey, be quiet, Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young turned to ask, what's wrong? Cha Hira radiated a strong murderous aura and said, why did you hurt your body like that? Lee Ki-young thought in fear, why do you talk like that? Then he had to explain, what happened? You know that, right? It's beautiful when it's cut off. They also say that if you treat it well, it will grow back, so what's the problem? It doesn't hurt too much thanks to the painkillers I take. Chahira said sadly, I didn't know you would explode your whole arm, you idiot, you could really die, do you understand? And I only agreed to use mana to scare them, forget it. Chahira rubbed her head and said, it's my fault for trying to have a serious conversation with a crazy person like you. Lee Ki-young pursed her lips and thought, why is she so angry? I think it looks like Chahira really likes me. Lee Ki-young reached out and touched Chahira's face and said, sister, are you really worried about me? Chahira glared at him and said, it's not good for you to be so confident, I don't worry about you, I only think about myself. Suddenly Lee Ki-young placed a kiss on Chahira's forehead, making her stunned. He smiled and said, thank you, he thought, welcome to my fan club. Chahira immediately blushed and touched the forehead where Lee Ki-young had just kissed. She blushed and said, that's a bit dangerous, baby. Then she stood up and went out and said, you really are, then if you want to die just tell me. I will happily beat you to death. Sister, I'm busy, I'll go first. Lee Ki-young lay on the bed and said, see you later. He thought to himself, I don't know what you like about me, but it seems I've successfully tamed a wild beast. Waiting for Chahira to really leave, Lee Ki-young called out, it's okay to go out Kasagano Yuno. Kasagano Yuno appeared bringing a flock of butterflies. She bowed her head and said, yes, master, my personal priest me, Kasagano Yuno. Lee Ki-young asked, did you do as I told you? Yuno obediently replied, yes, I did as you requested. We have earned a profit exceeding 20,000 gold only thanks to the product that was just launched. Okay, well done. Lee Ki-young stroked his chin and thought, do you think that's it? Ito Soda, he's probably impatient to kill me now. I need to prepare while he's still in prison. I need to take the initiative to attack first. Lee Ki-young instruct Yuno, do you understand? You must not let Ito Soda find out. You must be very careful, yes master. Outside there is a crow wearing a bracelet, inside is emitting a black aura that looks very strange. Saint dear lady, do you think what Lee Ki-young said before losing consciousness was true? Regarding the rumor that Mr. Ito Soda is actually a servant of the devil, that rumor is making his position as a candidate for Bishop shaken. Also, based on what we heard from the Princess Catherine, he is truly the lord of the underworld. I heard that he sells opium and traffics people in the black market, so, do you think Mr. Ito Soda really has the ability related to the devil? Be careful with your mouth, Cardinal Basil will take care of this no matter what. We just need to act as if we don't know anything. You don't know how much you've received from him, Ito Soda. We can't get involved in this. Well, everything is going according to plan. Coming to the tea party is a good idea. At a party, 4 girls exclaimed one after another. This should have been kept a secret, but actually Ito Soda is, my god, so bad, so despicable, such a scoundrel. The news center of the holy country, any secret revealed here will become the empire's hot topic for 3 hours. I badmouthed Ito Soda while drinking tea and eating dessert and now it has spread throughout the entire empire, perfect. Cardinal Basil placed cup of tea to welcome. I was looking forward to meeting you, follower Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young bowed respectfully, nice to meet you. Cardinal Basil, understand? You shouldn't let Ito Soda find out about this. The person under Ito Soda carefully reported that there has been a lot of movement recently, but I'm sure it's all right, Ito Soda. Lee Ki-young is making a huge amount of money by illegally trading through Kasagano Yuno. This has been confirmed by the black market, so it can't be wrong. And the items they illegally trade are? It's him. Ito Soda shouted quickly to let the Holy Council know about this. Ito Soda now wants to request an interrogation. Lee Ki-young, this is your end. Cardinal Basil received the glass of wine. The wine tasted so delicious from Lee Ki-young's hands. He asked him if he made it himself. He smiled, of course, I'm very happy because it suits your taste. I also brought another bottle just in case. He secretly thought it's not a bad thing, so please, try to take care of yourself. Go away, respected Cardinal Basil, hee. Cardinal Basil laughed happily, thank you. As expected from the best apothecary on the continent, he curiously asked Lee Ki-young, what do you want to tell me? What? Lee Ki-young doesn't hide anything, I'll get straight to the point. Stop supporting Ito Soda, you shouldn't trust him. You pause for a few seconds, I'm sorry but this is very difficult. You also know he has contributed a lot to the Holy Council. He guessed the answer, quickly replied that in return I will give more money. Cardinal Basil refused immediately. Money is not the problem here. You want to convince Cardinal Basil. I believe there are many reasons to. Immediately interrupting your sentence, a person rushed in. Excuse me, Cardinal Basil. He curiously asked what was wrong, what's up. Mr. Ito Soda suggested an interrogation. What do you think? Lee Giyoung sat next to him and listened, silently thinking as he expected. Suddenly, the bishop rushed in to resist Lee Giyoung, clamping down on him. Lee Giyoung was arrested for being a heretic, captured. Lee Giyoung panicked and quickly asked for help. Cardinal Basil. Cardinal Basil. He was startled and looked at follower Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung struggled to try to convince him. You have to be careful with Ito Soda. Him is a devil who always tries to sabotage the Holy Council. The person behind him is clamping down on you. Damn it. Shut up and follow us. Lee Giyoung shouted. The Empire is in danger. The Empire is, Cardinal Basil, Cardinal Base. He panicked. What did you just say, Lee Giyoung? Wait a minute, what did you just say? Suddenly his head hurt like a hammer. My head is. Benagor, what's going on here? What was the scene with Dad just now? No. In the Holy Kingdom of Benagor, the Holy Trial. We will begin the examination of the defendant Lee Giyoung, who is accused of heresy. The Holy Council begins to ask, first of all, the plaintiff, Inquisitor Ito Soda. Shall we begin? Ito Soda nodded and replied, I'm ready. He thought to himself, what the hell is an inquisitor, what a corrupt person. The Holy Council spoke up. Normally, heretics will not allowed to have a lawyer, but after considering the mercenary queen's offer, we will book this trial only once. Lawyer Lee Jae-hee, you accept? Yes, I'm ready. Well, there was a bit of corruption on our side. And in the end, the defendant Lee Giyoung carefully replied, I'm ready. The Holy Council started to proceed very well, so we'll start facing the plaintiff. Ito Soda nodded in agreement. Yes, Holy Council. Ito Soda placed a bottle of mysterious medicine on the table, then said this was the devil's medicine created by Lee Giyoung, also known as the name of the hallucinogen. Everyone around was whispering, speechless. Oh my god. Lee Jae-hee banged on the table and stood up to protest. What evidence do you have to prove that Lee Giyoung was the one who did this? Make it? Ito Soda calmly replied that if she took a look at the journal for the Blue Guild's Cursed Temple expedition, she would find that the pill that Lee Giyoung once created was very similar to this potion. At the same time, after investigating the potion, we found a lot of ingredients of unknown origin in it, and as far as I know, the only person with enough medicine-making skills like that on this continent is only Lee Giyoung. Oh well, he secretly thought that's right. Thanks to Kim Hyunsung's urging, he is now a drug manufacturing expert. Lee Jae-hee angrily protested. Even so, there was no evidence to prove that it was a drug. Illegal, invalid protest. The Holy Council asked Lee Giyoung if he admitted that he was the one who created this potion. Lee Giyoung did not object. He admitted, yes, I was the one who created that potion. Suddenly there was a pain from the back of his head. He exclaimed, damn, why did they suddenly hit me? The council continued asking, so you admit that your guild created illegal drugs? He immediately refused, saying no, hallucinogens are not illegal drugs but medical drugs. Ito Soda spoke up that it was just an appearance to distribute them out. Lee Jae-hee angrily protested. Psychedelic drugs are simply drugs and are only sold as drugs. Ito Soda breathed. It's so easy. Please explain why the potion contains hallucinogenic effects. Lee Jae-hee did not tremble, calmly replied and asked Ito Soda that you don't know about this, virtual medicine. Photos are used to treat psychological diseases and are based on drugs. Ingredients that cause illusions are often used in remedies. I object, Your Honor. Ito Soda explained that even so, there is no reason why is it possible to put such a large amount of hallucinogenic ingredients in a bottle of medicine. The amount of hallucinogenic ingredients used in this bottle of medicine is much larger than that of legal drugs, and the person using the medicine will gradually lost his reason because he was strongly influenced by hallucinations. There is no drug like this in the world. Hearing that, Lee Giyoung smelled bad in just a short time, but he was able to investigate. That's it. The Holy Council nodded. The plaintiff, please continue. Ito Soda replied yes, and Lee Giyoung's accomplice is also present at the trial. That is Kasagano Yuno, who is sitting in the victim's position. Witness, I used to wonder why she didn't show up, but it seems she and Lee Giyoung formed a gang called Sky behind our back to distribute illegal drugs. The court asked the witness, is that true? Kasagano Yuno countered, I don't know what you're talking about. Me and Lee Ki-young haven't seen each other for a long time and I didn't appear at the meeting simply because I was sick. Ito Soda suddenly posted an object. It's a voice recorder artifact that can record part of the voice sound for a limited time. The sound in the artifact resonates. Understand, we can't let Ito Soda find out about this. Remember to always be careful to look behind you. Yes, master. Lee Ki-young curiously looked at what Ito Soda just held. I also want to have one too. After hearing your judgment, I thought this is definitely the voice of the defendant and the witness, and she called him master. Is it the same as the president? Lee Ki-young thought to himself that he guessed they saw things that way. Ito Soda answered yes. Lee Ki-young was the vice president of the Blue Guild, as well as the president of the Sky, and Kasagano Yuno was his vice president, and the reason the Blue Guild started to grow after Lee Ki-young took over as vice president was because of the money they earned from selling medicine. And after selling that medicine started to destroy the economy of black market. Other criminals also participating in that black market discovered that their positions were being threatened by Lee Ki-young. That's why the attack of terrorists Lindell and Yuliana murder occurred, as well as the plot to assassinate the Empire Society. Basically, Lee Ki-young always acted as if he was a victim throughout the entire event, but in reality it was due to the drug crime organization. Lee Ki-young, I'm surprised, is he an editor or something? Lawyer Lee Jae-hee loudly protested that everything the plaintiff said was to cover up his own wrongdoing, especially in the Yuliana murder incident where the victim was a subordinate of Ito Soda. If this event also happened caused by a drug crime organization, so is he admitting that his subordinates are also involved in the crime organization? Ito Soda admitted that I did. Your Majesty, my subordinate actually has two identities. He is a member of the Yamato Guild, as well as the secret criminal organization of darkness, and the leader of the Dark Guild was actually the person behind the attack by the Lindell terrorists, Lee Sol-ho of the Blue Guild. In other words, the attack by the Lindell terrorists was in fact just an infighting between two factions of the Blue Guild, and if that truth were to get out, their image would be ruined and the drug gang would also be investigated. So Lee Ki-young tried accusing me of being the culprit of the whole plan of even trying to kill me. Does Lee Ki-young suspect that he was influenced by something? Immediately Lee Jae-hee angrily pounded the table. It was all false accusations. There was still no evidence that Lee Sol-ho was related to Yamato Guild, not yet. Judge, all the data from Black Swan Guild was all faked. Yamato Guild has nothing to do with him. The loud angry voice was silent. The judge asked Ito Soda, so how could you know everything yourself? Ito Soda replied, that's because Yamato Guild is a righteous faction. We won't sit idly by while the devils are trying to destroy the holy country. Your Honor is absolutely convinced? Oh well, everything I spent has now been proven. There's nothing wrong with the expression on Lee Ki-young's lips. Oh, Your Honor asked Lee Ki-young if he admitted that he was a heretic? Defendant Lee Ki-young, you speak up, Your Highness. The real heresy here is. Suddenly a painful sound rang out. Inquisitor, you should torture him until he confesses my crime. Yung Hyan shouted worriedly, brother. Lee Ki-young is in pain. You bastard, how dare you make me suffer like that? Ito Soda, you bastard, just wait another 10 minutes, I'll turn you into a pile of rotten flesh. So this is how you plan to play? The pain doesn't stop. Damn, it's okay. Just keep going. Make it as bad as possible. You bastard, you devil. How dare you hurt me? You think you can get away with it unharmed by torturing me, the innocent and virtuous, Lee Ki-young? Ito Soda breathed lightly. It's true that a superstitious person is different. Your Honor, please allow me a moment, can I interrogate him? Your Excellency nodded. Oh ho, let's do it. Ito Soda walked in front of Lee Ki-young and provocatively asked, how do you feel like shit, Lee Ki-young? Thank you for not knowing your destiny and doing stupid things. Thanks to that, I was able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I need to express my gratitude to you. Because I was able to use this opportunity to get rid of that eyesore Kasagano Yuno. Ito Soda, open your eyes. This is the little amount of mercy left that I, the victor, will grant you. Hand over Blue Guild, come here for me. Among the guilds that Yamato Guild can use as a stepping stone to take the first step in conquering the empire, there is no guild that is as fully equipped as the Blue Guild. I will spare the life of the wizard you love if you hand over the Blue Guild to me. Lee Ki-young laughed after hearing that. The laughter reached Ito Soda's ears. He was surprised. "Why are you laughing?" He didn't tremble and replied, "Oh, because I find it funny to see that both of our mentality are so similar. My eyes don't lie that I'm in pain. You just spit out all the plans of the person in front of you. Are we okay?" Ito Soda angrily shouted at, "You sycophantic bastard." He raised the stick. Immediately the sound of pain from Lee Giyoung shouted loudly, "Yes, yes, keep going, good bastard, this is terrible. Just make this saintly Lee Giyoung look even more miserable. Just make this guy look more dignified. Just make your expression look more cruel, more cruel, more cruel, more. Hurt me even more, you bastard." Lee Giyoung's attitude made Ito Soda scream, "Confess, you heretic, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, Lee Giyoung." Lee Giyoung thought to himself, amazing, what a cruel expression, Ito Soda-san. Lee Jae-hee and Ying Hyan are worried. Lee Jae-hee spoke up, "Please stop this torture immediately, at this point he will die. This is not fair at all. My client was about to say that he is not a superstitious person." Your Excellency's voice interrupted. "Silence is the only reason for us to be lenient with him. Up until now it was only because of the mercenary queen. But his superstition has been proven, so from now on he will receive the same punishment as those who support contempt for religion." Lee Giyoung shouted quietly in his heart, "Good job, you crazy devils, I will definitely make you regret." Your Honor continued to ask the defendant, "Do you agree that you are a heretic?" Lee Giyoung replied, "I have." Ito Soda was satisfied with Lee Giyoung's answer. It turned out he was a real heretic and he executed him immediately. Lee Giyoung breathed lightly, "So even you have given up?" Lee Giyoung's voice rang out, "This Vatican. What is?" Ito Soda shocked. Lee Giyoung shouted loudly, "I agree that this Vatican is all heresy." Everyone around, even the Holy Council, was confused. What do you mean this Vatican is all your heresy?" Ito Soda spoke up, "Your Honor, he must be desperate to die. Why don't we execute him?" As he finished speaking, Ito Soda snapped his fingers and a monster appeared. Everyone around talked about what it was. "A monster?" Ito Soda calmly replied that there was no need to be surprised. "This is just a part of the body of a low-level monster that I summoned using biological alchemy. It was incredibly weak and was still imprisoned anymore, so it won't have any chance to harm the people around it." Lee Giyoung spoke up, "Why do I accuse the Vatican of all heresy without any fear? You will understand after you cure that monster with the illusion medicine. Your Excellency is angry that a superstitious person like you dares to tell us what to do. Ito Soda is the same. Listening to him is meaningless, so let's execute him." Right away, suddenly someone's voice rang out, "Why don't we try?" "So it's Cardinal Basil. He said I think maybe it's best we try them, Cardinal Malin." Yes, okay," Cardinal Malin replied, standing next to Ito Soda, thinking to himself, "Tight, Cardinal Basil, who is known as a stronghold of justice inside the Vatican. Why did he speak up like that? I spent quite a lot of effort to ensure that Cardinal Malin would become the judge in his place. Just console yourself, it's fine. Anyway, the illusion drug is 99.9% made from the ingredients are causing hallucinations," the monster roared. Ito Soda saw it and thought to himself, it's shaking due to the effects of the drug, as expected. What an idiot digging his own prey, ha. This is my victory, you idiot. Suddenly, everyone shouted, "What is this?" The monster was burned to death. What is Ito Soda surprised about? Not to mention, this divine light, Lee Giyoung happily exclaimed, "That's right. A medicine that can bless people with healing, and at the same time cause fatal damage to some monsters. The true identity of the illusion drug is actually holy water." Ito Soda is stunned. This is impossible. Our investigation has concluded. Lee Giyoung calmly replied, "That's right. The person who received the report that the illusion drug was just an illegal drug from a subordinate was actually a spy of the Black Swan Guild, that's all. Oh my god, I almost died just to pretend like I'm the weak one. But more importantly, I believe the reason Ito Soda couldn't detect the holy water in the potion is because only good people can sense the effects, but the holy water given by the goddess, Ito Soda, who cannot detect the aura of light, and the believers who follow him." Everyone whispered after hearing this, "It must be superstitious, right?" Now that you say that, it seems like I feel it too. I feel the blessing of light too. Is there any reason why I can't feel it? Ha. Oh my Benegor, of course I also feel it. Ahem. Wow, these guys really believe it. Ito Soda can't believe his eyes. This is a scam, guys, don't believe it. If it's like that, then it also means he used holy water to create hallucinogens and opium. He also cooperated with Kasagano Yuno to be able to secretly. Lee Giyoung smiled. Yes, to be able to secretly treat people. I am in mental pain. The deceiver here is not me but you. Take the blow. From now on I request a trial in this holy court. With the defendant being an extreme heretic who worships the devil Ito Soda. He is a heretic who dares to call holy water a hallucinogenic drug. Cardinal Basil stood up. Just as I thought, what believer Lee Giyoung would tell the truth. You evil devil worshipper. Ito Soda confusedly denied. No, that's not the truth, I'm innocent. Cardinal Malin, say something. Malin trembled. Shut up, you disgusting heretic, don't pretend to know me. Ito Soda shouted, not accepting the truth. What are you doing? Why haven't you guys taken him to be executed right away? Hit the ground with a loud noise. It turned out to be Ying Hyan. I'm sorry he missed it. Oh well, this is fine. Good job, Ying Hyan. The crowd below angrily shouted and stood still. That devil worshipper, the poor candidate for the position of bishop. You have been fooling us for so long. Ito Soda thought to himself, this is really fake. Look who turned 180 degrees, both the paladin and the bishop. Although I think if they knew that the person they've been pursuing for so long turned out to be a devil worshipper, everyone would have done that. Stop. Ito Soda shouted, please stop. How can you do this to me? Even when I have contributed so much to the Vatican. Cardinal Malin, Cardinal Basil. Phew, Cardinal Basil won't hear a single sound coming out of your crazy mouth. Cardinal Basil angrily hits the stick straight to the ground. Don't say my name with that dirty mouth, you heretic. Take the punishment from the goddess's mace. You see, our upright Cardinal Basil is drunk with the gift I gave him. Lee Giyoung is satisfied with the medicine illusion. A drug that can cure psychological trauma. Allowing the user to see the illusion they want to see. It has both hallucinogens and holy water in it, but there are no addictive substances. It can also force the user to see the illusion that you want them to see. The bottle of wine that you gave to Cardinal Basil has a little illusion drug mixed in it. It's a form of illusion, called holy wine, and as for Cardinal Basil, I created a special illusion. That is, Ito Soda will turn the holy country into a sea of fire. Besides, I also turned Cardinal Basil into a hero against the followers of Cardinal Basil, who had so much faith in him, would surely think that the illusion he showed him was a sign from the goddess Benagor, a sign that he was the only hero chosen to be able to save this empire. The superstitious judge approached Lee Giyoung. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be innocent. I'll cure you right away. Lee Giyoung smiled. It's okay. Just hearing you say that is enough. It fills me with strength, you superstitious investigator Helena, thinking to yourself that even this scary superstitious inquisitor is on your side. You can stand up and speak up. Everyone, let's join forces just to drive that heretic out of here. We can do it. Let's contribute until even a tiny bit of his force is gone from here. Everyone, let's go. We can do it. Ito Soda shouted angrily. Lee Giyoung, you bastard. Player Ito Soda is summoning windblades, this crazy guy. He's completely out of control, but he's also acting like a heretic, swinging his sword around in the holy court. Lee Giyoung said his actions were blasphemous. We need to capture that disgusting heretic alive and execute him. He only got it because of goddess Benagor. Because of goddess Benagor, oh goddess, please give me strength. Ito Soda is angry. You guys are all crazy. What a bad bunch. Dragged into the pile of words, his lies and rejection of me. This is all your fault. I will kill you. I will kill you, Lee Giyoung. Whether you can survive is the question. The ghost cultist's moment of judgment. Demon Ito Soda officially started. The first level fight. Priest investigator Helena. Holy lightning was neutralized too easily. What the hell is that move? Next, the second level attack. Long range slayer, sorcerer and mage Kasagano Yuno. He also escaped. How the hell? Finally, our final boss, mistakenly as the trump card Ying Hyan. She shouted loudly with the Sigma Windblade, the Little Star's air bullet technique, then shot straight at Ito Soda. Ito Soda thought to himself in surprise, must be 4 spells at the same time. Lee Giyoung was surprised he dodged everything. That's impressive. Lee Jaihe is worried. Bro, should we get out of here? Or go call the mercenary queen? The courtroom is in chaos. Lee Giyoung said. Dad, Hero went to find Juliana. After all, I can't leave here while Ito Soda is still there. Besides, I don't think we need to run away. Finished speaking, Ito Soda took the sword and went straight to Lee Giyoung. He screamed in panic, "Fuck, forget what you just said, devil is coming, run quickly Ying Hyang." Ito Soda screamed to death. However, another sword blocked Ito Soda's sword, saving Lee Giyoung's life. Lee Giyoung chuckled wonderfully. "I knew she would come to save me, Juliana, she came at the right time. And now Juliana is here." Ito Soda didn't understand what happened when he suddenly got a kick straight to the throne. He screamed in pain. "Good job, Dad. Hira, sister, where are you kicking?" Lee Giyoung panicked. Ito Soda fell to his knees on the ground. Cha Hira gasped just as I was wondering where the troublesome worm was. "Catch him, damn it, there, so cool," Lee Giyoung laughed. "That shot just now was quite hard." Ito Soda struggled to release me. "You damn lowlifes. Damn, what are you planning to do to me? Have you lost your brains? Bastard, Lee Giyoung is playing tricks on you guys. Let me go now." "Then why did you become a heretic?" Lee Giyoung came in front of Ito Soda. Ito Soda shouted loudly, "Don't do it joking with me. You are the mastermind of everything. Why do you do this to me?" I cough. "What have I done to you?" Lee Giyoung thought in his heart that I meant that you tried to kill me and take over the Blue Guild, so I said, "I'm sorry. Everyone here will misunderstand if they listen to your words. You shouldn't turn me away. No, as the goddess Benigor became my enemy, you have gone too far to turn back. Ito Soda, I sincerely tell you that your body will be buried properly, but your sin is too cruel, it's heavy, maybe it's hard for you to go to heaven." He smiled. "So allow me to purify your soul, hoping the holy water of goddess Benigor will wash it away so people in the next life won't go astray." Ito Soda is angry. Phi tilde. "Crazy, you're crazy. Let me go, you low-class bastard. I'm innocent. I told you I'm innocent. Lee Giyoung, I have to kill you with my own hands. I swear one day I will kill you." Cardinal Basil spoke. "Goddess Benigor, please let the heretic believer taste the punishment of heaven." Lee Giyoung thought to himself that if I let him live, he will definitely get in my way later, when it could be a hidden disaster. I have no choice but to eliminate this threat. Only then can I survive. For the sake of a talented person like him, it would be a waste to die. What a pity. That you are my enemy. I am a cornered animal, but you are not. That's why you failed. Lee Giyoung raised his middle finger and smiled happily. "Goodbye, ha." Ito Soda yelled at Lee Giyoung, "You bastard," and then sank into the water. At the Holy Country's church, the priest spoke up to express his praise for the effort to protect the territory from heretical Ito Soda believers by appointing Lee Giyoung as an honorary bishop. "He is a foreigner first to hold this position. Please express a few thoughts." Lee Giyoung smiled. "Yes sir, justice always wins. This bastard is really scary. Search the warehouse of Yamato Guild, it really wasn't in vain." Lee Giyoung stood with Ying Hyang in front of a pile of wooden boxes. Somewhere someone shouted, "Boss, I miss you so much, boss, this pig." As soon as he finished speaking, Park Deokgu happily turned around Lee Giyoung. "I'm helpless, okay, musclehead, how are you?" Park Deokgu replied that he and the members were fine. "If we hadn't had to accept your message, we would have come to save you, but why did you bring so many gifts?" "Two birds, the black one was stolen from Ito Soda. The white one was given as a reward from the palace." Lee Giyoung said, "Just call it a trophy. The black eagle is for Hai Jin. The musclehead to enjoy. Kim Hyunsung would love it." He replied, "Of course, it's like giving them a means of transportation in the sky." Park Deokgu exclaimed, "He's here." Lee Giyoung smiled. "Look Kim Hyun, I took it all myself. I'm really good, right?" Lee Giyoung was happy. "Kim Hyunsung, only I can treat you so well, let's continue talking side by side." Pausing for a few seconds, what caught his eye was Kim Hyunsung laughing happily. "With a strange girl. Who is Kim Hyunsung? Why are you two so intimate? What are you so happy about when you grin? You've never even smiled like that at me, you bastard. I don't understand what the hell happened to the gang while I was away." Kim Hyunsung was surprised. Lee Giyoung hasn't had a hard time in a long time. Lee Giyoung, on the other hand, looked surprised at Kim Hyunsung. Lee Giyoung calmly replied, "Yes, I haven't seen Kim Hyunsung for a long time. In my heart, I thought to myself that my son is working so hard for his job and I saw something like that." "What is this?" he asked Kim Hyunsung, who was standing next to him by the way. The girl standing next to her heard that and smiled. "Oh, nice to meet you, I'm the new secretary and assistant to the president for Hyjin." Lee Ki-young was stunned. What is the new secretary and assistant to the guild? Chief means Kim Hyun-sung's right hand. He told him, haha, you found someone wonderful. Kim Hyun-sung laughed out loud. Yes, she is really wonderful, haha. He thought to himself, her position should be mine. This guy dares to prank me while I'm taking care of business. Kim Hyun-sung explains to Hyjin that she's from Keslok, but for some personal reasons she has to move to Lindell. I haven't met her for a long time, but because she is so talented, I let her join our group. He was not happy but did not dare to say it directly, only dared to scream in his heart the obvious crap. She was your subordinate in your previous life. I guess I've been left out, right? Damn, it turns out all my efforts up to now were in vain. Of course this naive guy wants me to accompany Cho Hyjin and create synergy for the guild. I'm so sad, it's unfortunate, I just want to be the president's only effective assistant. I don't like her at all, moreover, their personalities are completely opposite. Contrary to Lee Ki-young's bored expression, Kim Hyun-sung smiled and lectured. Hyjin's solution was a big help while you were away. She's very talented, kind and above all extremely strong. I'm not happy at all. Are you really that ignorant? You keep praising her so much, is she that great? Is she that talented? Then you can let her be the vice president. I brought you the medicine recipe and this eagle, but you always think of me as a chicken. You already have an assistant from before. This is truly disappointing, Kim Hyun-sung. My heart screams fiercely, if this continues my efforts will be in vain. If this continues and we fall into a dangerous situation where Kim Hyun-sung can only save himself or give Hyjin, he will choose for Hyjin without any hesitation. He is helpless. Today is the perfect day to die. Park Deok-gu, but don't give him cigars. Me a cigarette? Haven't you quit smoking? Lee Ki-young calmly replied that having 1 or 2 cigarettes before he died wouldn't have any effect. He took the cigar and replied that it would be great. Kim Hyun-sung, don't die, I really don't want that to happen. The person the president needs to save is not Hyjin or anyone else in this world but Lee Ki-young. A knight who cannot protect his king is just useless. Training for fake regression gets started. First I need to check Cho Hyjin's background, give a letter to manager Kim Mi-young. Please send this to Marilyn in Keslok. I will pay you 700 gold coins for the increase fee. Manager, please accept it, Vice President. On the way, I saw Cho Hyjin sitting alone in the chair. Why is she sitting here alone? If she has a problem, being in the guild will benefit me, he thought to himself. He went to sit next to her and asked her how she felt about the Blue Guild. Cho Hyjin was startled. Oh, Vice President, he smiled, no need for formality. Cho Hyjin breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Blue Guild was better than I expected. My previous guild was less open a lot. After hearing her answer, he was curious. It seems like something happened to her previous guild. I thought she was a rigid person, but I didn't expect her to be so sentimental. So, Cho Hyjin turned to me and saw that the president trusted you very much. Lee Ki-young, you were surprised, forgive me. Let Hyjin explain. Even when I was on my way to greet you, the president also talking about him non-stop, which is rare in a quiet person like the president. Listening to what Hyjin said, he was surprised. Is that so? My heart was melting, he said to himself. Wait, Lee Ki-young, you can't forgive Kim Hyun-sung yet. Interrupting their conversation, the muscular guy came forward happily. Big brother, delicious. Does anyone want to taste this soup? The two were surprised. Huh, soup? This smell, so fragrant. Who cooked this dish? He was curious. Behind Kim Hyun-sung walked over, put down the pot of soup and smiled, hoping everyone would like it. Cho Hyjin panicked and called the president. Kim Hyun-sung interrupted Hyjin. Unprecedented opportunity to get closer to us, so I hope this will be an opportunity for everyone to get closer together, haha. Does anyone want a second slot? Cho Hyjin was touched by the actions of President Kim Hyun-sung. Lee Ki-young stood next to watch. So Cho Hyjin's happiness is the only thing you care about, huh? This gang is the only one, just the president and his secretary, huh? Do you think I will leave you guys alone to do that? He will throw himself aside once he loves her. No matter what your past life relationship with her was. I am still the person who has dragged his butt to work all this life. That's me, the motherfucker. The bottom of Lee Ki-young's heart churned violently. The plate of soup in his hand also fell down. Park Deok-gu asked, Big brother, are you full, huh? He replied, I'm not very well, just ignore me and move on. I don't want everyone to feel awkward. Honestly, that dish is delicious. Why is this guy such a good cook? Honestly, I want to throw a little more, however, I can't forgive him yet because girls forget their brothers. Kim Hyunsung is standing next to him, with a worried look on his face. Lee Giyoung smirked. That's right, you must value brothers instead of women, Kim Hyunsung, like I just said. You need to realize the value of this true friend. Lee Giyoung, you really don't understand why I'm angry with you. Kim Hyunsung is worried. Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung holds a big gift bag and laughs loudly. Everyone pay attention here. Now I will give everyone gifts. Yeah, Vice President, you are the best. Sword and shield for Park Deokgu. New glasses for Wang Junyeon. Oh ha ha ha, now I can see Park Deokgu's muscles better, thank you. Lee Giyoung. Necklace for Lee Sang-hee. Sun Hee-young and Kim Yeri each get a knife for self-defense. Thank you. Thank you, Lee Giyoung. This will make my volunteer work easier. Everyone happily accepted the gift Lee Giyoung gave me. Go to Young Hyan and kiss her cheek, and Young Hyan will get a new cane, plus my love. Young Hyan is so happy. I like it very much. Lee Giyoung goes to give Hai-jin. Sorry, but I can't prepare anything for you. However, I will give you this stuffed seal from the Yamato Guild warehouse. Let Hai-jin take it and reply, it's very cute, thank you, Vice President. Lee Giyoung thought, I have to find something for her. If I don't give her anything, then it will be obvious that I'm jealous of her. Kim Hyunsung stood alone behind with an excited and expectant look on his face. Came my gift. But Lee Giyoung turned around and left. So that's it then, let's go, Young Hyan. Kim Hyunsung panicked. Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung turned around. Are you okay? Oh, it's my fault. Give you something? I brought you a gift but now it's gone. Sorry, I lost it on the way here. Sorry, but it seems you have to wait for next time. So I'm going. Lee Giyoung replied calmly. Kim Hyunsung had a hard time understanding why he's been behaving like that lately. Lee Giyoung internally thought that he seemed to be having fun. That's right. Kim Hyunsung walked harder, thinking about what he did wrong. Today, at the guild dining hall, 3 people are talking about something. It seems like a large number of monsters are invading Keslok. They're currently recruiting mercenaries, so I think we should go to Keslok. A large number of monsters? Sounds like a mountain of experience. Cho Hai-jin stood up and apologized. I don't feel well, so I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Kim Hyunsung worriedly asked her if she was okay. Cho Hai-jin doesn't want everyone to worry about her. Yes, I'll be back soon. Lee Giyoung thought to himself that just mentioning Keslok makes him feel unwell. Look at it as clear as day. What the hell, what happened to her job? I need to find out the answer quickly so I know what happened. Kim Hyunsung suddenly asked, Lee Giyoung, are you angry with me? Lee Giyoung's insides were racing. You finally understood. Kim Hyunsung, he said. Sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Kim Hyunsung asked if it was because I cast Cho Hai-jin without asking. You first? He laughed. Oh, there's no such thing. I'm fine and completely fine. You decided to recruit new people and give them an important position in the guild when I was absent? I don't have a problem with it, why would I? He laughed again. After all, you are the guild leader. Why does my opinion matter? You just continue to do whatever you want. I think just continue to put pressure. Kim Hyunsung sweating bullets. Lee Giyoung, I think you misunderstood. He smirked. Ha ha, what do you mean? Do you really think I would be angry about something like that? In your heart you think, Kim Hyunsung, I'm very petty. I hope you understand. Kim Hyunsung objected. I didn't mean that, Lee Giyoung, I meant. You interrupt. I said it's okay, but why do you keep acting like I'm so strange? So I'm leaving. I'll prepare for the Keslok incident, so please don't worry. Kim Hyunsung was startled. Wait, Lee Giyoung, we haven't finished talking yet. I shouted. Wait, Lee Giyoung. Everyone is curious. What is that? Kim Hyunsung was in a hurry. I didn't mean that, Lee Giyoung calmly replied. Please don't follow me. Please baby, I'm a bad person. Deep in my heart I thought. Ah, the sound of footsteps, that routine. I love it. It sounds just like in a K-drama. Kim Hyunsung held Lee Giyoung's hand. Lee Giyoung. Even though he was happy, on the outside he still calmly asked what was wrong. Haha, the main character gave in and mentioned peace first. Isn't this scene so wonderful? Kim Hyunsung said, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. Cho Hai-jin stood outside not understanding what happened. Kim Hyunsung spoke up. Actually, I've been here all along. Lee Giyoung paused for a few seconds. What the hell are you going to say? Did you forget that it's a controversial issue here? Cho Hai-jin broke down. That's how it could be between the two of them. Damn it, stop it, stop it. Kim Hyunsung shouted, that's right. All this time Lee Giyoung, I still haven't finished speaking. Lee Giyoung quickly covered his mouth. Don't make these girls misunderstand anymore. Wait calmly. Lee Giyoung asked Kim Hyunsung, what do you want to tell me? The association members and Cho Hae-jin are misunderstanding. Kim Hyunsung replied, oh, I'm sorry, I just want to say that I always wanted to recruit someone as talented as Cho Hae-jin to support you. Because from before up until now I felt like I was making it difficult for you with too much work. Then I ran into Cho Hae-jin and thought she could get along well with you. Lee Giyoung thought, like what the heck? Kim Hyunsung kept replying that I thought having two people like you would be a good thing for the group. But I never thought that you would feel uncomfortable about this. I was wrong, please accept it. My apologies. Lee Giyoung is so thoughtful and weak that he hasn't surrendered yet. But even though he's weak, he's still not afraid to apologize, which means he puts a lot of trust in me. He thought with a sigh of relief, after confirming that I feel better. Maybe for the time being I don't have to worry about being thrown away due to Cho Hae-jin's appearance. Kim Hyunsung worried, I don't dare ignore your opinion. Lee Giyoung said, you can stop interrupting Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung, you think I will forgive you this time, but on the surface you say, you can follow me? Kim Hyunsung was curious and didn't understand anything. When he got there, Kim Hyunsung opened his eyes wide in surprise and looked at what was in front of him. Oh, that's a giant black bird. He's excited about this, Lee Giyoung. He explained, well, I accidentally picked it up on the way here. Kim Hyunsung was touched that he took the trouble to prepare it for me while I didn't know anything. Lee Giyoung breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing. Kim Hyunsung, you've always treated me well even though I didn't do anything to report it. Respond to that kindness, I thought, right, bastard, this is a Mercedes-Benz I prepared for you. Don't you feel guilty yet? Kim Hyunsung touched the bird, feeling touched in his heart that he was a good person even though sometimes a bit strange. Thank you so much, Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung happily thought to himself, that's right, now you owe me a debt and try to repay it. He's kinder than friendly and generous, resourceful than anyone else. If only I had met him in my first life, if I had had the help of someone like him, I'm sure I could have prevented the destruction of continent. Kim Hyunsung spoke up, you remind me of someone, Lee Giyoung. It's someone I briefly met in the tutorial area, but it's nothing. Just, Lee Giyoung is curious, what you mean, is there another person exactly like me? Kim Hyunsung raised his fist in front of his face, and Lee Giyoung, because we made up. Lee Giyoung smiled. Kim Hyunsung, do you like things like this? That's why you don't have any friends. He happily curled his hands and smacked Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung smiled, I feel secure when I can count on Lee Giyoung. I also so Kim Hyunsung. The bottom of my heart was thinking, of course it was like that. Well, I guess that's good. For Hae-jin, she was personally chosen by our admissions guy, so there should be no problem, nothing. Besides, after spending a heartwarming time with him, the system has given me a new reward. A legendary eye. Clearly, sir, I understand. Sir, gate status. Mythic class. Let's see what else it has. This is quite good. It's really too shallow to judge someone just based on their tendencies and characteristics. I'll be able to manipulate people better by looking at their personalities, and it seems like it's quite useful. Cutting to Lee Giyoung's thoughts. A black bird delivers a letter to the door, his room book. Well, now that I think about it, I should have received a letter from Marilyn about Cho Hae-jin's background. Let's see. Lee Giyoung, I like you. Why is the introduction so long? Lee Giyoung hasn't woken up yet. My eyes widened in surprise. Team 1 is ready to deploy. Team 2 is also ready. Team 3 is too. Park Deok-gu playfully asked. Lee Giyoung has been on an expedition for a long time, so I'm feeling so excited. Are you not sleeping well? Looking at him like a panda, Lee Giyoung calmly replied that it's okay. We're sharing a car, so you go sit with Wang Jungyeon. Park Deok-gu asked him what about it. Kim Hyunsung smiled brightly and called Kim Hyunsung. Let's go, he replied. Cho Hae-jin was thoughtful. The name Cho Hae-jin is very famous in Keslok because of the information leak incident. Regarding the leader of the Little Rock Guild in Keslok, Cho Hae-jin was the one who leaked the information in that incident. I mean, she's not a bad person, but you don't understand if she's too righteous, right? Cho Hae-jin's public image of her guild was almost ruined. What happened? In the end, the question is so obvious. Her guild fought back and kicked her out Keslok, but this has nothing to do with someone like Lee Giyoung, a noble and pure bishop. haha dear, Marilyn. Lee Ki-young has a puzzled look on his face. This is making me crazy, damn me, what do we need to do? Of course what I did was not good, corrupting a priestess and convincing her to kill slum dwellers. Then erasing all evidence with Young Hyan's magic, plotting against left Lee Sol-ho with Lee Jae-hee with the result of Lee Sol-ho's death, controlling and manipulating the press companies, slandering the Yamato Guild as the culprit behind the Lindell horror to keep the Blue Guild's image. Just add 0.3% holy water to the hallucinogen, and moreover, if someone wants to expose you, it's not difficult at all. He secretly thought to himself, should I create a disagreement between the two of them? No, I shouldn't do that. If I get caught, Kim Hyunsung will kill me. I should calm down. Is there any way to get Cho Hae-jin on my side? I'm smiling. This is the way to become best friends with Cho Hae-jin. At Keslock. The sound of footsteps approaching. A cute voice rang out, "Sir, this is Marilyn Barrack Keslock, is the daughter of Lord Keslock, a citizen of the Empire. She really likes Lee Ki-young, who saved the holy country from the demon cultists. Oh my god, look at that bias." Marilyn was happy and excited. Haven't seen her for a long time since that tea party. You don't know how much I've been looking forward to it. I've been waiting so long for this fateful meeting. Lee Ki-young was confused, ha. He hadn't seen Lady Marilyn for a long time. He turned to Young Hyan to reassure her, "Young Hyan, there's nothing between me and her, don't worry, your expression looks so scary. You know I'm the only one." Marilyn smiled brightly, "Sir. In the future, when you have time, you can have a cup with me." Lee Ki-young stood still and apologized, "But I think that's impossible. Young Hyan come up and argue, no matter who you are, Lee Ki-young is already my slave. He's my love slave, ha. Lee Ki-young somehow feels relieved and sounds cuter. "It's a threat, but I'm happy, Young Hyan." Marilyn was confused and apologized what she meant. Oh, her eyes turned towards Cho Hae-jin and asked her, "Is Cho Hae-jin also here?" Cho Hae-jin's face turned gray. Marilyn confusedly defended, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just a little surprised to see you here right after that incident. I'm very sorry if I hurt you." Feeling uncomfortable, Cho Hae-jin breathed lightly, "It's okay. No matter how much everyone in Keslock criticizes me, I'm still innocent. Little Rock Guild is a—" Suddenly a word interrupted, "Miss Marilyn. This is my angel." Lee Ki-young doesn't recognize anyone yet. "Let me introduce to everyone, this is the person in charge of this time's tide, the president of the Little Rock Guild, Song Jung-wook." He realized, oh ho, here. He looked a bit suspicious, but we should still say hello first. He approached and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Ki-young," but unexpectedly, Song Jung-wook walked by. Ignore his face. Huh, did he just ignore me? Song Jung-wook came forward to greet Cho Hae-jin. "I haven't seen Cho Hae-jin in a while and I was wondering where she went. It seems like she's in the Blue Guild now, ha. I see, you betrayed her. Everyone to go to a bigger guild?" He smirked, "Traitor." Cho Hae-jin's face turned gray. Kim Hyunsung continued, "Please don't insult others like that, Song Jung-wook." Song Jung-wook was confused. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I accidentally said something right in front of the Blue Guild president. Look, his stats are nothing compared to the Blue Guild members. Just looking at his name is enough to understand. I need to pause for a moment. A little to sort things out. Song Jung-wook is the president of the Little Rock Guild that Cho Hae-jin used to join. He is also the one who expelled Cho Hae-jin to hide his corrupt behavior. Cho Hae-jin, who stood up for what was right and exposed the president, was treated like a criminal in Keslock. So perhaps what Cho Hae-jin wants most right now is revenge on the villain who set her up." Lee Ki-young chuckled interestingly. "Song Jung-wook is sure Cho Hae-jin hates you more than me, right? The villain in this episode is you. Great, Song Jung-wook, so becoming good friends with Cho Hae-jin is easier. Come on, it's time for revenge. Evil will never, good wins. At Keslock, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the representative of Keslock, the president of the Little Rock Guild and the person appointed by the Lord himself to be in charge of this monster tide. Song Jung-wook," he introduced with Lee Ki-young. He thought to himself, is it necessary to emphasize that? His admiration for Lady Marilyn is clearly shown through his eyes. He is trying to use the Lord's daughter to advance, but am I in his way? But in the end, the person Marilyn likes is me, not you, he smirked. Lee Ki-young asked, so I'm the one in charge and also the commander. Song Jung-wook replied, "No, not yet, huh?" He wondered. Lee Ki-young spoke up, "Anyway, we have some time before the expedition team comes back." He put a few bottles of medicine he made himself on the table. "I need to expand my market." Consumed in Keslock. Song Jung-wook laughed, "Ha, sorry. I have no intention of doing business with Lindell. I would rather work for a subcontractor in the Republic than do business with a remote place like Lindell." Lee Ki-young were confused. Song Jung-wook continued talking, "And wasn't it thanks to Blue Guild that his medicine became famous? Do you think it's the same at Keslock? But life is not that easy, you know," he said in his heart. "I can forgive you, because—" Song Jung-wook continued saying, "Maybe because you are a bit stupid and don't understand how this world works." He paused for a few seconds. "What? Why suddenly the tables and chairs?" he shouted. Yoon Hyun roared angrily, "Who are you calling stupid? You dare call anyone stupid?" Yoon Hyun walked towards Song Jung-wook and squeezed his neck. "Lee Ki-young is a genius and there's nothing he doesn't know. You're tired of living this stupid thing, right?" Song Jung-wook cried out in fear. Lee Ki-young reassured. Yoon Hyun had had enough. Yoon Hyun then turned to Song Jung-wook, who was lying down calling for help. "Listen, Song Jung-wook, seems like you're a pretty ambitious man, but don't you think you need to know how to look at people better?" He snapped his fingers and turned the desk back to normal. He asked again, "So you can say again?" Song Jung-wook answered with difficulty. "The deputy vice president of the Blue Guild and honorary bishop," he faltered, "and the alchemist." Lee Ki-young interrupted, "Not enough, the most famous alchemist continent, who holds 70% of the drug market share. The main market is me, Lee Ki-young, but you say you can't expand the market in Keslock?" Ha, he laughed loudly. "Do you think an alchemist is just a vain name? We are people who were born at the finish line thanks to alchemy and can live the rest of our lives without working, you know. You are quite talented to be able to rise to this position without knowing how to make money. Anyway, will you join or not?" Standing behind, Marilyn admired as expected. Lee Ki-young was so great. Song Jung-wook was confused. "Yes, I'm joining, Lee Ki-young." He handed over a contract and told Song Jung-wook to stamp here on the contract. Dong, Song Jung-wook turned pale. "My life will end as soon as I play this. Damn, but I have no other choice in a situation like this." Song Jung-wook ran towards Lee Ki-young, changed his attitude quickly. "Lee Ki-young, I'm so sorry. It's all because of Cho Hai-jin's incident. Please forgive my rudeness. By the way, Lee Ki-young, I have a business plan quite promising here." He put a roll of paper on the table. Lee Ki-young was curious. What kind of business is that?" Thinking to myself, what is this proposal? Song Jung-wook whispered, "It was called the black market." Cho Hai-jin's voice rang out, "So what is this place?" Lee Ki-young asked, "What do you mean this is the black market?" Cho Hai-jin was shy. "Do you think the president sent me to protect you so you could go to places like this? What are you trying to make me do?" Lee Ki-young has a hard time understanding what you mean. "I don't understand." Cho Hai-jin shouting, "Don't pretend to be stupid. Isn't this a black market, a playground for adults? I knew he had a complicated love history, but I never thought." After saying that, Lee Ki-young held up the ticket. People around were talking about him. "What's wrong with her? I think this is her first time coming here, so cute, hee." Cho Hai-jin spoke up, I think you misunderstood something." Lee Ki-young smiled, "And misunderstood something? Don't tell me you're thinking about dark things." "It's understandable because my love history isn't really clean. I can understand why you think that way." Cho Hai-jin is embarrassed and confused. "No, I'm sorry, Vice President." Lee Ki-young replied, "There's no need to apologize, I'm used to it." Cho Hai-jin was embarrassed. "No, I didn't mean that." He smiled lightly. She knew she was sorry, then put her hand out like that. "Okay, Elisa." Cho Hai-jin was confused and asked Elisa what she meant. He replied, "Elisa is your name. My name is Kurostuma, we are good friends, remember?" Cho Hai-jin smiled and replied, "That's strange, I've watched too much anime." He said, "Anyway, Elisa, you don't want revenge, Song Jung-wook?" Cho Hai-jin said, "You already knew about what happened at Little Rock Guild." Lee Ki-young interrupted, "You, that's right. Song Jung-wook told me he really wanted to kill you even though he was the one in the wrong." Was Cho Hai-jin surprised? "But I have no intention of revenge or anything. Hatred will lead to hatred. I'm very disappointed, but I don't want to continue this meaningless war anymore." Lee Ki-young's heart thinks she doesn't want to repay enemies. It's not okay. The black market business is just a change to distract, but it's okay to become good friends with Cho Hae-jin. Song Jong-wook needs to die. Maybe I should try a little harder. She asked Kim Hyunsung what he said. He agreed to Kim Hyunsung's words. He said no problem. He said he did the right thing. Cho Hae-jin's face was shy. He actually praised me, saying I did well. It's a pity. Lee Ki-young looking at this expression, I guess she likes Kim Hyunsung. Lee Ki-young smiled. I knew Kim Hyunsung would say that. I considered making her fall in love with me, but maybe go with me, it's more reasonable to be friends. He said, but you know Cho Hae-jin, I won't think what you did was right. In fact, I think it was quite stupid. Cho Hae-jin questioned me. I don't understand why he deliberately angered me. Lee Ki-young thought to himself that friends only get close after arguing. He said, why did you choose to do such a superficial thing to sell out your president? Why not kill him already? Cho Hae-jin spoke. Song Jong-wook is a bad guy, but he's not trash. He smirked. Are you supporting him? No, he's trash. You don't know he's bad. To what extent? Interrupted her words. Lee Ki-young's voice rang out. From 30 years old, currently unemployed, 45 years old, currently living with his mother in the Keslok slum, 28 years old, jumped off Keslok cliff. Because he couldn't pay the outstanding hospital bills. They used to be members of the Little Rock Guild but are now abandoned because of her gossip and are now having difficulty making ends meet. After hearing Lee Ki-young speak, Cho Hae-jin was surprised. What is that really? Lee Ki-young playfully teased and lied. Cho Hae-jin is angry at the vice president, are you kidding? Lee Ki-young calmly replied, but this could become true at any time. Anyway, there is no guarantee that her actions will not cause damage to others, yet she still let him go. All she has to do is kill him. He continued her words. She has enough ability to do that, but she can't bear to kill Song Jong-wook. Cho Hae-jin wondered why. Since the Little Rock Guild is where she built her memories with her former teammates, I'm sure she is especially close to Song Jong-wook because the two of them have been together since their training. Practice, am I wrong? Former vice president of the Little Rock Guild, Ms. Cho Hae-jin, Lee Ki-young asked again. Cho Hae-jin's face turned gray. Lee Ki-young approached and sneered. She didn't want her conscience to be affected. I'm guilty, but I also want to keep my precious memories with my old teammates. Experienced people call it hypocrisy. Cho Hae-jin loudly said, I'm not a hypocrite, and what right do you have to say I am? But Lee Ki-young, do you really think I don't know? She angrily grabbed her collar. Aren't you the hypocrite here? What he showed in front of everyone was completely different from his real personality. Lee Ki-young smiled. Oh well, she found out. What should I say? What do you mean when Cho Hae-jin screams? Lee Ki-young refuted. Does she have proof? She shouted, your ruined 3 gates are the proof. Lee Ki-young smiled calmly. So who donated to the Holy Council and built a welfare center for people in the slum? You have nothing more to say, right? You know you can't defeat my argument. It's really frustrating, but what can you do? Cho Hae-jin was angry. What do you bastard know about me? Her body trembled. Lee Ki-young looked at that and thought, oh, have I gone too far in mocking her? He reassured, of course I'm not trying to cause trouble with you, I'm on your side. The sound of someone interrupting the two of you, oh my gosh, even his resilient face is so adorable. The two turned to look confused. It turned out to be 2 beautiful women wearing masks whispering something about the two of them. I wonder how he would perform in bed. Oh, don't interrupt me, sadistic lady. What are those 2 whispering about me? Cho Hae-jin turned to Lee Ki-young and asked Vice President Kuros Tuma who these people were. Lee Ki-young also shook his head and I didn't know. Elisa and Cho Hae-jin continued. I feel like this place is getting more and more crowded. Lee Ki-young looked around. Damn, it wasn't just that. This is a sadistic master who loves trash people. Taste is the most important thing. What kind of nature do you think these things are? Wait a minute, what is my nature? The screen shows that you have a high chance of being loved by dangerous people. What is that? Wow, that's exactly my type. The other masked woman walks towards Lee Ki-young. Hello baby, are you free? Elsewhere. Kim Hyunsung is looking at something. The monster wave is coming sooner than expected. Why are they coming so early? Returning to the party, Lee Ki-young wondered who this was. Named Xiao Lin, 22 years old, is currently an expert in using whips, has curious adventurer tendencies and the title of sadist. Lee Ki-young looked and judged that he didn't like her title, but the trend is quite normal. Damn, normal farts. Lee Ki-young turned to Cho Hae-jin and called ahem. She glanced over and asked what's wrong. Lee Ki-young replied that she knew what was going on. "Help me please." His heart was churning violently. Cho Hai-jin curled her lips and worry about it. Lee Ki-young panicked. "Miss Cho Hai-jin, don't be like that. I'm sorry for what I did before. I was overwhelmed by emotions so I spoke nonsense. You know that, right? So please can you help me? I'm your superior so you can help me this time, right? I don't want to be eaten alive by these monsters, please." Shaolin smiled lightly. "Phew, I don't know you two, what are you whispering? Are you two lovers? Ha ha." She came closer. "It's better if we joke around together." Lee Ki-young was sweating and exposed. He immediately refused. "Ahem, I'm sorry, lady. I'm a bit busy right now." She understands him. Am I being rejected? She licked her lips, making me even more excited. Lee Ki-young thought, damn. He turned to ask for help from Cho Hai-jin, Elisa. Cho Hai-jin had no choice but to save him. "I thought that's enough. My young master feels very uncomfortable. If you continue like this, I will call security." She put her arm towards him to protect him. Lee Ki-young patted Elisa's head. "Why are you calling me young master? You probably don't even want to be friendly with me anymore, right? But you're probably also her superior." Shaolin doesn't forgive easily. "Wait, she's a member, are you not my lover?" "Just a young master, but she's too possessive, right? Don't you want to give him to anyone?" Cho Hai-jin replied, "My relationship with him has nothing to do with you, and I say that because of history, not possession. If you understand, please get out of the way, unlike you. A person trying to seduce others in a place like this. My young master is quite busy." After finishing speaking, she grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Lee Ki-young was surprised. "Oh okay." He exclaimed, "Wow, Miss Cho Hai-jin is so cool." Shaolin interrupted, "Wait a minute." She gave him a card and said, "Take my business card. I feel like I will regret it. If I let him go like this, I plan to stay in Keslock for a few days, so if you change your mind, please contact me even though it may not look like it. But I'm also a pretty important person, so if you make friends with me, you won't suffer any loss. Remember this name, I'm Shaolin of the Republic. See you later." Arriving at the gate, Lee Ki-young breathed a sigh of relief that we were out. Damn, at that time I was still alive. I thought I was going to be eaten alive right there. I really don't like that kind of thing. Cho Hai-jin, walking in front, said he was quite popular with everyone, right? Did you spray pheromones on yourself or something? Lee Ki-young followed and wished it was like that. By the way, could you walk a little closer to me? Lee Jae-hee refused. That would make it look like we are very close and I don't want that. Lee Ki-young explained. I don't want to appear close to you, Elisa. But at least let others know that I'm with you because they keep staring at me, making me very uncomfortable. Lee Jae-hee is annoyed. He's really annoying. How can she think that this loser and neurotic guy is the vice president? She wonders if the president knows that Lee Ki-young is this type of person. I don't understand why he won Mr. Kim Hyun-sung's trust, but... She thought back to what Lee Ki-young said to her just now and said she didn't know how bad he was, no matter what. She didn't want her conscience to be guilty, but she also wanted to keep her precious memories with her old teammates. Experienced people called it hypocrisy. She still thought angrily despite her words. That made my blood boil, but in a way he was right. I never considered the possibility that my actions would cause damage to others after I sold out the president, and was punished. I'm exhausted and don't care about digging into Song Jong-wook's background. I shouldn't give up so irresponsibly. Stop thinking, she spoke up. Vice President, I mean Kuros Tuma. The reason you brought me here must be to show me how much of a bad person Song Jong-wook is. Fine, please show me everything you know about Song Jong-wook. Lee Ki-young was happy. I'm glad that you quickly understood. He asked if I remember correctly, did you expose Song Jong-wook's illegal monster trade? Actually, illegal trading of rare monsters takes place here, in this black market, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Their real source of income is this. The look on their face, Cho Hai-jin was scared. The sound of beatings and screams became louder and louder. Come inside quickly. You still dare to resist? Ah, forgive me. Slave trade, they trade valuable species. A man wearing a hat walked up to the two of you. If you don't mind me asking who brought you here, Lee Ki-young replied that it was Mr. Song Jong-wook, and this is the transaction that Song Jong-wook tried to drag himself in. The other man understood. Ah, you are our master's customer. Honestly, I really want Mr. Song Jong-wook to give us an hour's notice that there will be a visitor. But you guys came at the best time. The pitiful cries of the victims rang out, eager to save us. Shut up, loud shouts and curses. Cho Hai-jin clenched her fists tightly, her body trembled. How could this happen? Song Jong-wook, that trash bastard. Lee Ki-young sneered. Good, good, her anger meter was going up. She thought to herself, shouldn't Song Jong-wook be allowed to live? The man in the hat smiled and then remembered, this is your first time here, right? VIP customers are allowed to choose slaves before we send them to the auction floor. If you have something you like, please let me know. Cho Hai-jin is angry. You bastards, these bastards, you people treat people as objects. She was about to rush in. Lee Ki-young suddenly hugged her. Aw sister Elisa, I want that elf. Lee Ki-young just hugged her. Cho Hai, why is Jin panicking? Lee Ki-young's face is red. Elisa, what's the use of hitting the bad guy now? He whispered, don't you want to save them, then follow me? He continued to beg, hugging her feet, please buy them for me, I want those goblins. He spoke up and said, did you just call me a bitch? She didn't answer. She yelled at Lee Ki-young, will this kid stop whining? Then when you buy, don't whine anymore, then please sell me all these slaves. She pointed to him. The carriage to Lindell is about to depart. Customers please sit in the front row. Slaves will sit in the back row. Okay, please get in the car. Resounding thanks from the newly rescued slaves. Thank you for saving us, thank you Hick. For Hai-jin holding 50 gold coins in her hand. They are just like us and have the same feelings as us, yet each person only posted a price of 50 gold coins. Lee Ki-young asked, why, are you crying? For them? That price is quite high for them. I will pay for the slaves we bought today. How do you have so much money? Cho Hai-jin, I want to ask you something, you did that again? While he was originally not like this, he did not have a grudge against Song Jong-wook like me. Lee Ki-young smiled, let Hai-jin know that I will control all crimes in society. Cho Hai-jin replied, that's a dangerous thought, don't you think that's too arrogant? I never thought you would reveal your true intentions so easily. Lee Ki-young spoke up, I just want to say that illegal areas like the black market need to be controlled more strictly. I intend to buy back and destroy the entire black market. I also want to build a clean auction market so everyone can freely buy and sell legally. It will be very beneficial for me. Cho Hai-jin is suspicious of an auction market where people can freely buy and sell legally, so he is try your best to bring about a peaceful society? Lee Ki-young said, that's why Song Jong-wook, the owner of this black market, is a rock in my way. As you can see, he's a bad guy, so if you don't destroy him, surely she will regret it later. It's probably like this carriage is taking us to death. Maybe they are trying to eliminate us and take back those slaves. The original purpose Song Jong-wook's first thought when he lured me here was to get rid of me. Why do you think he sent me an invitation to a place like the black market? Cho Hai-jin was scared if that was really the case. The carriage suddenly braked. What just happened? The horseman said, we will take a break here. As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and rode straight towards you too. I mean in your next life. Lee Ki-young had his neck pressed against him. There, I'm calling for help for Hai-jin. She was scared, damn it, so the vice president was right, damn it, damn it. She pulled out her stick and ran up to Lee Ki-young shouting loudly, damn Song Jong-wook. The other person quickly released Lee Ki-young and ran into the forest. Stop there. Cho Hai-jin ran to Lee Ki-young worriedly, Vice President, are you okay? Lee Ki-young sat up, I'm fine, you should have checked on the goblins first. His leg was bleeding. Cho Hai-jin was shaking because she let Song Jong-wook live for so long, so these innocent goblins. Everyone in the Little Rock Guild and the Vice President, the Song Jong-wook that I once knew, no longer exists. Her fists curled tightly. Allow me to help you up, Vice President, she helped Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young chuckled, thank God I bribed the driver. The driver was running and suddenly, his head fell off. Dang, you will die anyway, so I don't have to worry about my plan being revealed. He works for Song Jong-wook in the black market, and he also has a criminal record, so I don't feel guilty if he dies. Now I've got Hai-jin on my side. It's time to prepare for the next step of the plan. Lee Ki-young's thoughts are continuous. A few days later at the secret garden in Lord Keslock's palace. Marilyn smiled brightly and ran to say to the Reverend Lee Ki-young, I can't believe you called me out on such a quiet moonlit night. I don't know what you need from me. Lee Ki-young leaned closer. "Tonight is beautiful, Lady Marilyn." He gently kissed Marilyn's hand. "I have a request for you." The next day at Lord Keslock's meeting room. Lord Keslock, Lady Marilyn's father, calmly spoke. "Is it true that there will be a wave of monsters coming soon?" Kim Hyunsung replied, "Yes, maybe next week. I'm still not sure why, but it happened much earlier than expected." Dragon footprints were also discovered around here. Everyone around stopped. Lord Keslock thought him next week? Sooner than I thought. From now on Keslock will enter the war preparation stage. This is an urgent mission, so it is necessary to declare martial law and blockade the entire city. I will now appoint someone. The commander has the mission of leading the attack on the day the war breaks out. Song Jong-wook happily thinks now is his time to shine. The commander's power is absolute throughout the war. Not only can I command all the people present here as I please, but I can also be the Lord's representative to give orders, just like that. I will use that power to become the Lord of Keslock thanks to all my efforts to gain the Lord's trust. I have been assigned to manage the handling of the monster wave, so it is up to me to keeping before the commander is, of course, because Lord Keslock spoke up. I decided that honorary Bishop Lee Ki-young will be the commander." Everyone was surprised by this decision, including Lee Ki-young. "What? Is it me who is afraid? This responsibility is too big for me to shoulder, my lord." He remembered that night he proposed a request to Marilyn, and sure enough, everything went according to plan. "I love her very much." Everyone around agreed. Everyone congratulated him. "Great, who else is suitable for the position of commander? Congratulations, Lee Ki-young." Kim Hyunsung, sitting next to him, also laughed loudly. "I know it will be very hard for you, but please take care of us." Lee Ki-young sigh, "Oh, these people." Song Jong-wook immediately changed his attitude. Turned around quickly. "Ha ha ha, congratulations. Okay, Lee Ki-young. It's definitely the Lee Ki-young that I know. You will help Keslock a lot from the first time we met. Ha ha ha." Lee Ki-young thought to himself, "Wow, you really worked hard to support me, dear Song Jong-wook." He smiled. "I will try my best to help you, just give me the job as you please." Song Jong-wook whispered to him, "If you say so, please. Can you explain? Can you give Little Rock Guild the safest location?" "I knew you would do that." The two held hands. Lee Ki-young happily replied, "Of course, Song Jong-wook. I will also try my best not to disappoint you, just leave everything to me, give me." Song Jong-wook did not expect this action of Lee Ki-young, shyly replied, "Ah, thank you very much, Lee Ki-young." At Lee Ki-young's office. "Let Hai-jin enter, Vice President, do you have something to tell me?" Lee Ki-young stood up and came forward. "As you know, I am now the commander in the battle against the wave of monsters, so I want you to take charge of organizing the units." He handed over a scroll. "Why are you surprised, Cho Hai-jin?" She took it and had a worried look on her face. Lee Ki-young spoke up, "Please line up Little Rock Guild and Song Jong-wook to stand at the front line where the most monsters gather. The rest should line up accordingly. She finds it most suitable. Don't you think he deserves to be punished for what he did? Isn't that so?" Let Hai-jin agree to obey. Song Jong-wook angrily hit the table. "What do you mean, Lee Ki-young? Little Rock Guild will have to stand on the front lines. Why are you kidding me? Didn't you promise that we will be assigned to the safest location?" Lee Ki-young gently replied that I made this decision because of you, Song Jong-wook. Why are you angry? Lee Ki-young picked up the cup of tea, took a sip and said, "Of course you will. It's safe to be ranked at the back, but you will be forgotten by everyone and have no chance to shine. Isn't that what you really want?" Song Jong-wook is worried if he is, so I just hope you tell me first. Lee Ki-young interrupted, "I've always been that stupid, Song Jong-wook. After watching you I thought so much I didn't realize how great are you, Song Jong-wook. You are truly the hero who will lead Keslock in the future." Song Jong-wook's face is red. "I've heard that sentence a lot, but can I ask why you think so?" Lee Ki-young thinks he's such a troublesome guy. "Okay, just say something. Now I clearly see that everything from his temperament to his management skills are unrivaled, and of course he have charisma that can represent Little Rock Guild, so please let everyone know my name on the front line. With Cha Hira I will lead us to victory and become the hero of Keslock, and when that happens Lady Marilyn will naturally fall in love with you. I will proactively help you win her heart." Song Jong-wook smiled softly. "Very nice, it sounded very attractive, but why me believe what you say?" He still has doubts. Lee Ki-young had to answer, "I also know this is insignificant, but I will bet my life if I don't keep my word. You can do it yourself." Kill me Song Jong-wook. He shook his head. No, I don't need that much. Lee Ki-young interrupted. I only bet when I have the win, and I really believe you will win in this battle. I will make you a hero of Keslock. Finally this day has come. Screaming at each other, the other boy quickly rushed to the food and other items stacked here. Every guild is ready to wait for the next order from the commander. Sigh, someone sigh. Why is Little Rock Guild being pushed to the front line? Ah, the sound of the first knock from behind. Song Jong-wook laughed. What about the front line, do you have a problem? That guy was surprised at the president. By the way, is Lee Ki-young really trustworthy? I find it hard to believe that guy. But Jong-wook is so tight, you're so worried. Do you think Lee Ki-young sent us here for no purpose? This is part of his big picture. Just wait, after this battle we will become the heroes of Keslock. He thought to himself, and I will win Lady Marilyn. I can't leave it to chance. This was lost in a flash. By the way, where are the eggs? Oh, that's it, I've already kept it safe in the black market, the other guy replied. Song Jong-wook asked again, are you sure? I thought my heart stopped beating when that bastard Kim Hyunsung mentioned the dragon footprint during that meeting. He whispered, make sure you don't get caught. I'll have a hard time stealing it. You know how much that thing is worth, right? The other guy nodded. Yes, yes, of course, President. Isn't that? That person is the mercenary queen Father Hira. Song Jong-wook stood aside, thinking he couldn't believe she was beautiful. So it feels like she's looking at me. Is that a signal? Cha Hira turned to tell Lee Ki-young, little brother, he's a bit suspicious. Lee Ki-young replied, don't worry, he's always been like that. No, it's not like that. I always feel like Song Jong-wook is related to the appearance of the monster wave. Hira's father turned his gaze towards him. The sound rang out. Sound amplification magic. Everyone pay attention to the monsters. The stink is invading our great Keslock territory. We must defeat them for peace in Keslock. Our home Little Rock Guild will lead the front line. The red mercenaries will defend the central wall and the blue guild will secure the rear of everyone preparing for battle. The monster rushes forward aggressively. Lee Ki-young rushes forward to attack to protect the Keslock. Roaring Cobra Mang screamed. A girl firmly held the sword and slashed the snake in half. Kim Yeri was surprised that she had killed it. Suddenly the snake split into two. Kim Yeri, what happened? So I thought I would lose to them, but unexpectedly Kim Hyunsung came from behind and cut me in half. Lee Ki-young watched through binoculars to see his friends fighting, but in the end, that bastard Song Jong-wook is still alive. I expected him to be killed by monsters on the front lines. It was a good idea to make a plan with Cho Hai-jin in case he was still alive. Suddenly Song Jong-wook turned back to look at Lee Ki-young. Damn, he just kept staring at me. Lee Ki-young shouted loudly, ahem, everyone support the troops on the front line. Support Little Rock Guild and Song Jong-wook with everything strength. Little Rock Guild soldiers, let's move forward. Lee Ki-young silently raised his middle finger. How unlucky for you, Song Jong-wook. You will be leaving for America soon. No matter how hard you try. How are you? Hee. Let's start. Hai-jin is below, but Jong-wook is still fighting with the monster, calling for help. And fighting, but it's not over yet. Ah no. Reinforcements have arrived? Not yet? Behind the disciples ran to the president. We will all die if we keep waiting for reinforcements. We need to retreat to a safe location. But Jong-wook replied, okay. He looked up Lee Ki-young, I believe in you. Outside the castle wall number 1. Song Jong-wook asked, oh, the monsters are gone. Why the hell? I think there are still a few. Loud-mouthed disciples. Reinforce the monkey. Isn't Lee Ki-young playing with us? It's too late for the president to run away. Song Jong-wook takes a puff of his cigar. Otherwise we'll stay. Don't you know that at these times we need to be more cautious? The delay in reinforcements could be due to some other situation. They will come, I believe. Lee Ki-young. I remember Lee Ki-young's words. Song Jong-wook, I will make you the hero of Keslock. He thinking to myself. Of course I know that Lee Ki-young has plans. He must have planned to turn me into a target for personal gain. But anyway, it's not worth it if I can legalize the market, Keslock's black market, if I become the lord of Keslock and take direct control of the black market. So I need Marilyn to become the lord. Even if he has some secret plan, it's a win-win situation. The most important thing is me and Lee Ki-young are not fighting each other, so you won't try to get rid of me right now. What's that sound of? Footsteps? Is Cho Hai-jin Song Jong-wook surprised. Why is she here? Cho Hae-jin smiled. Why are you so surprised? Do you think I came here for revenge? Is he panicking? Cho Hae-jin calmly replied, just kidding, don't worry. Lee Ki-young ordered me to come here and help. Song Jong-wook breathed in awe. I see you've finally come, haha. I mean, we didn't think you were the one who would be sent to help, so forget about the past. And join our forces me to fight. Cho Hae-jin suddenly held the sword and pointed it straight at Song Jong-wook. He was sweating profusely. Hae-jin, what are you doing? She glared at him. You should let me finish the sentence. I'm here to help the monsters, not you. Let Hae-jin speak up. As the vice president had ordered reinforcements at the first wall, we had to retreat, but what was Jong-wook panicking about? He thought, wait a minute, did he order the reinforcements to retreat at that time? No, I thought he would need me, but he can't ignore me like that. Seeing Song Jong-wook's confused face, Cho Hae-jin smirked. It seemed like he still didn't understand. What is the current situation? Do you think we don't know you tried to assassinate the vice president? Song Jong-wook, why, what are you saying? His face looked scared. Cho Hae-jin happily said, stop pretending, the vice president and I have seen it with our own eyes at the black market. Everything is too terrible, but your goblin slave market was the worst. We came to free the poor people there. And hoped they could enjoy a better life, but our hopes were shattered soon after. That's when the carriage driver you hired tried to kill the vice president. Song Jong-wook had a hard time understanding what the hell she was talking about. Cho Hae-jin put the sword down and then picked up his collar. I've decided that even if you were once my teammate, I would still kill a useless piece of trash like you. That's it. Is the answer that I have to choose. I will carry out justice to maintain the peace of Keselok. The disciple behind is worried about the president. Song Jong-wook angrily grumbles, damn it, just babbling about justice. Your nonsense righteousness makes me angry. Hey Hae-jin, isn't your way of doing things too vile compared to righteous people? Did I order my subordinates to kill Lee Ki-young? Is this your plan to make me and Lee Ki-young your enemies? He shouted loudly. Do you think you can take revenge by doing these things? A voice from somewhere, of course it's like that, so Hae-jin is using tricks, haha. Song Jong-wook panicked and looked around. What is this voice? Is Lee Ki-young? Lee Ki-young smirked. For Hae-jin, she was just telling the truth. She was just following the script. I created the scene where you tried to kill me. What is Song Jong-wook panicking? The disciple is worried. What's wrong with the president? Lee Ki-young continued to say, by the way, this is a transmission that only you and I can hear. It would be pretty bad if anyone else heard about this. Song Jong-wook was confused. Sir Lee Ki-young, why did you do that? Hey, did I do something wrong? Lee Ki-young gradually walked forward. Huh? Why? I can't hear people so far away, it's so embarrassing. I can only see this scene through a telescope, haha, so I decided to come here. Finally, you have a plan to kill both me and Hae-jin later, right? Song Jong-wook was angry. Damn Lee Ki-young, you bastard. How dare you set me up? And he already wrote about his true intentions. But I still don't know what his intentions are, so I humble myself in this situation. It's better. Song Jong-wook bent down on his knees and shouted loudly, Sir Lee Ki-young. I'm sorry, no matter what it is. I'm so sorry. If you want the black market, I will give it all to you, sir. So please spare my life. Tears welling up. I have also killed many monsters. Please, honorary bishop, for my contributions, please reconsider. Lee Ki-young, if you are honest, you have done many good deeds. So in the name of an honorary bishop, I will give you a special favor as promised. You will become the hero of Keselok, the hero who sacrificed while protecting me. And Keselok, Lee Ki-young's voice gradually lowered. Song Jong-wook angrily tried to pull out the sword. You damn cunning fox. Lee Ki-young, what are you thinking? Will the remaining soldiers stay after knowing your true nature? You came here and dug your own grave. The others will see your true nature, you idiot. Cho Hae-jin interrupted. Don't worry, this place is a hidden corner. Here I have sent soldiers myself so I can lead you. And your little rock guild coming here means this area is just me. You and the monster behind you. With that said, the giant monster rushed out. For Hae-jin to smirk, this is your end, Song Jong-wook. I told you, don't believe Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young is standing from above looking down. Are you regretting? That you should have behaved from the start. Are you curious why I chose you in this matter? Of course it's because you're a dirty, disgusting person and a relative of Cho Hae-jin, but at first I didn't like you. Lee Ki-young laughed loudly. That was the beginning of your end, Song Jong-wook. This is why you should greet politely as a Korean. Song Jong-wook is angry. Lee Ki-young, you son of a bitch. You crazy bastard, do you think I'll let things go as you wish? He took the shield and charged at me. Song Jong-wook will not die here. The one who must die is you. You evil bastard. Finished speaking, the monster behind Song Jong-wook used his fist giant. Boom. Fresh blood shot out. Song Jong-wook is dead. Cho Hae-jin and Lee Ki-young smiled contentedly. Goodbye, Song Jong-wook. Lee Ki-young tears fell. I will make your black market more useful, he cried. Ah, no way, Sir Song. Meanwhile, at the center of the city wall, a dramatic and arduous battle had just taken place. Everyone was joining forces to fight back against the monster. Giyoung Hyun raised his scepter high in his hand to display his power, shouted loudly, the power to freeze the enemy. Immediately, those multi-eyed monsters were all frozen. Seeing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts were filled with joy. It was true. Expected from Giyoung Hyun. Then they took off their helmets and laughed. Phew, finally there is some peace, I understand. But not long after, their faces turned pale again. Changed color. From where did the terrible wind come? An explosion rang out, only to see Lee Ki-young running to the castle above. Making everyone hide their eyes in surprise. What the hell? What the heck was that sound? A soldier frowned in surprise. Ah, look up, is that the commander? I saw Lee Ki-young with tears in his eyes as he cried and said, please listen to me, the first wall has fallen. General Song Jong-wook died protecting Keselok. His last words were, you will be the ones to die, you damn demons. As he spoke, he raised his hand and continued seriously, slaughter these demons as his last wish. General Song. Don't let his sacrifice be a thing of the past, for our hero, for General Song Jong-wook. Hearing that, the people below couldn't hold back their anger. Tears in my eyes, for our hero, for General Song. Brave soldiers of Keselok, please protect this place. Please protect Keselok and our revered bishop like generals will. Let's protect our homeland. Let's all protect this Keselok together. When Lee Ki-young spoke, everyone raised their swords in agreement. It must be said that the firepower of on the ally side, our experience and our closeness to Cho Hae-jin. All thanks to Song Jong-wook's heroic sacrifice. Lee Ki-young smiled slightly and said, good job, Cho Hae-jin. Isn't it a great feeling to wash away a grudge? Hearing this, Cho Hae-jin immediately replied, please don't misunderstand, whatever your intention is, I did not kill him out of desire for revenge, I just thought that his death was necessary to avoid losses and casualties. Was saying, she suddenly looked down. I'm still not sure if following your advice and fighting evil with a greater evil is the right thing to do. It is evil is necessary, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, evil returns evil. That is a saying that I like very much. Lee Ki-young continued, judging by her methods and goals, then, so this world is full of hypocrites, making a clear distinction between right and wrong has no meaning, because in the end, that was the choice she chose for the benefit and peace of Keselok. It wouldn't be a bad idea to reveal the true face of Song Jong-wook's personality, but this way it would be clearer and more coherent. Having said that, he thought to himself, in addition, what if I reveal the truth, it will be difficult to use the black market. It will be much more convenient if I put the hero label on Song Jong-wook and let Hae-jin, my assistant, help me bury him. Hide this truth, for Hae-jin, please stay in Blue Guild forever. Thinking about that, he raised his hand and said, how sad it is that people still think you are a traitor, but please just keep that thought as a punishment for your crime. I will also take some of the responsibility. After all, we are complicit, we need to keep ourselves in check control when evil needs to be carried out. I look forward to working with you, Cho Hae-jin. But you only care about your own words, but I have something to say. Thank you, Vice President, and then you shake hands with Lee Ki-young. Thank you for placing your trust in me, fighting with me, no matter what my values are. No matter how different we are. Cho Hae-jin said that although her face was a bit cold, she still couldn't hide her shyness. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young smiled slightly and thought, she's really strong, nothing change. Then he spoke up, but Cho Hae-jin, why do you sometimes talk to me so casually? Cho Hae-jin was startled, that's because you started it before. The status window doesn't know how to lie, Cho Hae-jin's unique characteristic, friendship blooms after arguments. With that, I succeeded in eliminating Song Jong-wook and bringing Hae-jin to my side. Most of the monsters were defeated too. Lee Ki-young's turbulent adventure at Keslock has come to an end. Suddenly I heard some whimpering sounds. Lee Ki-young was startled by the noise. Huh? What's this sound? I wonder if there's a dog crying? At the wall, a bloody hand was clinging to the wall. Lee Ki-young saw that. His face turned green and he thought to himself, damn, a monster. While he was scared out of his mind, here his father was able to cling to the wall and climb up. Here his father smiled. How are you doing? Already? Seeing that here his father, Lee Ki-young wondered. Here his father, I thought you were still fighting down there. Why are you here? I have something to check. Have you ever seen black eggs in the black market? He frowned. Eggs? Yes, for example. A very large dragon egg. While you were thinking, let Hae-jin call, Vice President, now that I think about it, Lee Ki-young suddenly exclaimed, yes. I have seen something similar in an illegal monster warehouse near the slave market, but why? While speaking, someone shouted loudly, there's a big problem, Commander. There are a few dragons coming here with a bunch of other monsters coming as well. Lee Ki-young was surprised. What the hell? Dragon? Cha Hira frowned and looked forward, immediately knowing his hunch was correct. Hey, honey, do you remember when I said that the reason for the incoming wave of monsters was due to Song Jong-wook? I think I was right. The egg you saw on the black market is most likely what Song Jong-wook stole from the dragon. Hearing that, you were surprised, huh? So is this wave of monsters due to Song Jong-wook making Mother Dragon angry? Here he was deep in thought. Damn. I didn't think of this because I was too engrossed in killing Song Jong-wook. I should have immediately realized something was wrong when I saw that egg. Now that I think about it, Kim Hyunsung also said that he had seen the dragon's footprints. Thinking so he told Hira's father. So, in order to end the monster wave we need to find that dragon egg and return it to the mother dragon. That bastard Song Jong-wook is too obsessed with money. Cha Hira continued, stole the dragon egg too? Baby, what are you thinking? Lee Ki-young said seriously, let's change the plan, we'll keep the wall high and go find the dragon egg. You two, stop the monsters and buy me some time, I understand. That's why the dragon is angry, but we can't just give all that gold, that egg, to those people they destroyed Keslock. Father Hira came forward, honey, what must you be planning? Well, I don't care. As she spoke, she revealed a cunning smile. Without further ado, Hira's father just jumped up and attacked the dragon. I like talking, as long as I'm happy, that's all. Cho Hae-jin also jumped down, she held the spear to attack the dragon. Lee Ki-young now silently calculated, a mother dragon and her eggs, we will become a very good ingredient. While thinking, a strange noise interrupted Lee Ki-young's thoughts right now. What the heck is that noise? As soon as he turned around, he was extremely shocked. To see that in front of him was the dragon egg he was looking for before, but now the egg was showing signs of breaking. Lee Ki-young stiffened, is it a dragon egg? Why is it here? But at this time, he did not expect that there was danger lurking. A huge dragon with murderous eyes was staring at Lee Ki-young. He also discovered it, a bit panicked. What is this? This shadow? At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth wide. From the mouth a fireball came out to attack Lee Ki-young. While it released a fireball at Lee Ki-young, it seemed like he was burned. Fortunately, Lee Ki-young promptly used a magic ring to create a shield. He breathed and silently rejoiced, great, a magic shield ring. This ring is really useful. I also got the fruit. Egg. At this time he held the dragon egg in his hand. The dragon egg slowly turned closer to Lee Ki-young's body. Seeing that, what did you think? Does he think I just saved him? Why is it snuggling against me like that? The protective shield was about to not be able to resist for long. And the mother dragon still did not forgive Lee Ki-young. It continued to exhale stronger fireballs. The shield could not stand it and broke. Melted, Lee Ki-young hugged the egg tightly and tried to endure as much as possible. Suddenly the ground shook slightly. He also felt something strange. Lee Ki-young couldn't help but be confused. Why did the ground crack? Oh? The ground cracked, shook loudly. Lee Ki-young couldn't do anything and immediately fell down. He silently cursed, ah damn. When the soldiers saw that, They were extremely impatient, Commander. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, damn, I guess an attack from a dragon is a bit too much for a rare level item. Well then, is that the mother dragon of this egg? But why does it attack regardless? Wait, doesn't it know that it's holding the egg? The dragon rushed down to Lee Giyoung. It seemed like something made it panic and cry out. Seeing his reaction like that, he half smiled and said, what is that? Is this what you're looking for? The dragon also saw the egg in Lee Giyoung's hand. It immediately cried in pain. Lee Giyoung chuckled and thought, what an interesting reaction, I knew it right away. Definitely the mother dragon. While he was about to fall, Giyoung Hyun used his staff to release a magic beam to catch him and the egg. Lee Giyoung also gently landed. Giyoung Hyun was worried run over. Brother, are you okay? He coughed softly, thinking, good job Giyoung Hyun. I bet everything on you, our beloved magician. Then he happily looked at Giyoung Hyun. Thank you, Giyoung Hyun. I was able to survive thanks to your magic. Seeing the dragon attacking the soldiers, he calculated, okay, the soldiers are now holding the mother dragon back. I will take advantage of this opportunity to take the egg. Then he touched his shirt and couldn't find the egg anymore. Lee Giyoung panicked. Damn, my gold, I mean my egg. Giyoung Hyun is confused. Huh, eggs? Lee Giyoung said, don't you see the dragon egg I just held in my hand? Ah, I think I saw something like that. Lee Giyoung was a little annoyed, thinking uncomfortably, damn, I'm sure I must have just finished carrying it in my arms. I must have dropped it in the fall just now. What if the egg broke when I fell? Who knows what now? Damn it, if only Giyoung Hyun knew what to do using protection magic on it would be good. No, but that's not her fault. She must have been unable to pay attention to the things around her because she was too focused on saving her. It's my fault for too dependent on others. Looking at his face, Giyoung Hyun hesitantly said, brother, is something wrong? Is it because of that egg? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was that important. It's okay. Don't worry about it anymore. Just try to keep your mana, we need to keep fighting. For now, Park Deok-gu and the soldiers ran to ask, brother, are you okay? Commander, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? But in response, Lee Giyoung only said, egg, making Park Deok-gu wonder, why? He turned his head and frowned in annoyance and said, quickly find the dragon egg, quickly, then thought to himself, damn it, I'll go find the egg myself. Immediately he and the two of them quickly left. Looking for the egg, only Giyoung Hyun still stood there blankly. She wondered, are you disappointed in me? Then she remembered Lee Giyoung's eyes, it's okay, don't worry about it. Making her blame herself even more, was it because she couldn't save the egg? Is it because I'm useless? The egg was also dropped somewhere. As soon as the two monsters saw the egg they were hungry. The egg immediately ran away, by chance they saw two monsters chasing the egg. Egg, Park Deok-gu spoke up, ah, brother, over there. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung immediately ordered, grab it, Park Deok-gu. Okay, leave it to me. Hearing your command, immediately went out and grabbed the egg. But the dragon egg had already grown wings and flew up, causing Park Deok-gu to not have time to exchange it and fall to the ground. He quickly apologized, I'm sorry, it seems like it run to the place where the monsters are gathering, it's okay. Just kill them one by one and you'll be fine. Anyway, with those wings, it can't fly very far, okay? When he also summoned the sword, Giyoung Hyun stood next to him, casting spells and muttering, I can't disappoint you anymore. I can't disappoint you anymore. I can't disappoint you moreover. Hearing that, Lee Giyoung thought to herself, she's really scary. Then she raised her staff high and cast a spell. Shouting, storming her sword. Killing two monsters. Another threatened to rush forward. Park Deok-gu used a shield to block. Lee Giyoung ordered, right now, Juliana, kill it. Killed a few he thought to himself, automatic attack is true that's great. Swordsmanship is as easy as pie. Okay, let's go, Juliana. Suddenly Juliana's sword fades away. Status window appears. Player Lee Giyoung doesn't have enough mana to continuing to use the legendary sword. This is called giving pigs a jade bracelet, right? You are helpless, what is this? Over there Park Deok-gu was fighting back the monsters and screaming, Captain, I don't think we can do this, there are too many of them. Giyoung Hyun was also panting at this time said, no, I can't, let Oppa be disappointed like that. Lee Giyoung stood dumbfounded, thinking, "Damn, my precious shield." Then he spoke. "Okay, then let's fall." But before he could, the monster behind him suddenly attacked Lee Giyoung. Both were startled and cried out, "Captain, brother." All three seemed to be about to die. Then the monster was tragically killed, blood splattered everywhere, each part falling to pieces. Here his father held the monster's head up in his hand. Meanwhile, at the center of the city wall, a dramatic and arduous battle had just taken place. Everyone was joining forces to fight back against the monster. Yung Hyen raised his scepter high in his hand to display his power, shouted loudly, "The power to freeze the enemy." Immediately, those multi-eyed monsters were all frozen. Seeing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts were filled with joy. It was true. Expected from Yung Hyen. Then they took off their helmets and laughed. "Phew, finally there is some peace, I understand." But not long after, their faces turned pale again. Changed color. From where did the terrible wind come? An explosion rang out, only to see Lee Giyoung running to the castle above. Making everyone hide their eyes in surprise. What the hell? What the heck was that sound? A soldier frowned in surprise. "Ah, look up, is that the commander?" I saw Lee Giyoung with tears in his eyes as he cried and said, "Please listen to me, the first wall has fallen." General Song Jong-wook died protecting Keselok. His last words were, "You will be the ones to die, you damn demons." As he spoke, he raised his hand and continued seriously, "Slaughter these demons as his last wish." General Song. Don't let his sacrifice be a thing of the past, for our hero, for General Song Jong-wook. Hearing that, the people below couldn't hold back their anger. Tears in my eyes, for our hero, for General Song. Brave soldiers of Keselok, please protect this place. Please protect Keselok and our revered bishop like generals will. Let's protect our homeland. Let's all protect this Keselok together. When Lee Giyoung spoke, everyone raised their swords in agreement. It must be said that the firepower of on the ally side, our experience and our closeness to Cho Hae-jin. All thanks to Song Jong-wook's heroic sacrifice. Lee Giyoung smiled slightly and said, "Good job Cho Hae-jin, isn't it a great feeling to wash away a grudge?" Hearing this, Cho Hae-jin immediately replied, "Please don't misunderstand, whatever your intention is, I did not kill him out of desire for revenge, I just thought that his death was necessary to avoid losses and casualties." Was saying she suddenly looked down. "I'm still not sure if following your advice and fighting evil with a greater evil is the right thing to do. It is evil is necessary, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, evil returns evil. That is a saying that I like very much." Lee Giyoung continued, judging by her methods and goals, then, so this world is full of hypocrites, making a clear distinction between right and wrong has no meaning, because in the end, that was the choice she chose for the benefit and peace of Keselok. It wouldn't be a bad idea to reveal the true face of Song Jong-wook's personality, but this way it would be clearer and more coherent. Having said that, he thought to himself, in addition, what if I reveal the truth, it will be difficult to use the black market. It will be much more convenient if I put the hero label on Song Jong-wook and let Hae-jin, my assistant, help me bury him. Hide this truth, for Hae-jin, please stay in Blue Guild forever. Thinking about that, he raised his hand and said, "How sad it is that people still think you are a traitor, but please just keep that thought as a punishment for your crime. I will also take some of the responsibility. After all, we are complicit, we need to keep ourselves in check control when evil needs to be carried out. I look forward to working with you, Cho Hae-jin. But you only care about your own words, but I have something to say. Thank you, Vice President," and then you shake hands with Lee Giyoung. "Thank you for placing your trust in me, fighting with me, no matter what my values are. No matter how different we are." Cho Hae-jin said that although her face was a bit cold, she still couldn't hide her shyness. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung smiled slightly and thought, "She's really strong, she nothing change." Then he spoke up, "But Cho Hae-jin, why do you sometimes talk to me so casually?" Cho Hae-jin was startled. "Ah, that's because you started it before." The status window doesn't know how to lie. Cho Hae-jin's unique characteristic, friendship blooms after arguments. With that, I succeeded in eliminating Song Jong-wook and bringing Hae-jin to my side. Most of the monsters were defeated too. Lee Giyoung's turbulent adventure at Keselok has come to an end. Suddenly I heard some whimpering sounds. Lee Ki-young was startled by the noise. Huh? What's this sound? I wonder if there's a dog crying? At the wall, a bloody hand was clinging to the wall. Lee Ki-young saw that. His face turned green and he thought to himself, damn, a monster. While he was scared out of his mind, here his father was able to cling to the wall and climb up. Here his father smiled. How are you doing? Already? Seeing that here his father, Lee Ki-young wondered, here his father, I thought you were still fighting down there. Why are you here? I have something to check. Have you ever seen black eggs in the black market? He frowned. Eggs? Yes, for example, a very large dragon egg. While you were thinking, let Hyun call, Vice President, now that I think about it, Lee Ki-young suddenly exclaimed, yes. I have had seen something similar in an illegal monster warehouse near the slave market, but why? While speaking, someone shouted loudly, there's a big problem, Commander. There are a few dragons coming here with a bunch of other monsters coming as well. Lee Ki-young was surprised. What the hell? Dragon? Cha-hira frowned and looked forward, immediately knowing his hunch was correct. Hey, honey, do you remember when I said that the reason for the incoming wave of monsters was due to Song Jong-wook? I think I was right. The egg you saw on the black market is most likely what Song Jong-wook stole from the dragon. Hearing that, you were surprised, huh? So is this wave of monsters due to Song Jong-wook making Mother Dragon angry? Here he was deep in thought. Damn, I didn't think of this because I was too engrossed in killing Song Jong-wook. I should have immediately realized something was wrong when I saw that egg. Now that I think about it, Kim Hyunsung also said that he had seen the dragon's footprints. Thinking so, he told his father. So, in order to end the monster wave this thing, we need to find that dragon egg and return it to the mother dragon. That bastard Song Jong-wook is too obsessed with money. Cha-hira continued, stole the dragon egg too? Baby, what are you thinking? Lee Ki-young said seriously, let's change the plan, we'll keep the wall high and go find the dragon egg. You two, stop the monsters and buy me some time, I understand. That's why the dragon is angry, but we can't just give all that gold, that egg, to those people they destroyed Keslock. Father Hira came forward. Honey, what must you be planning? Well, I don't care. As she spoke, she revealed a cunning smile. Without further ado, Hira's father just jumped up and attacked the dragon. I like to talking, as long as I'm happy, that's all. Cho Hai-jin also jumped down. She held the spear to attack the dragon. Lee Ki-young now silently calculated, a mother dragon and her eggs, we will become a very good ingredient. While thinking, a strange noise interrupted Lee Ki-young's thoughts right now. What the heck is that noise? As soon as he turned around, he was extremely shocked. To see that in front of him was the dragon egg he was looking for before, but now the egg was showing signs of breaking. Lee Ki-young stiffened. Is it a dragon egg? Why is it here? But at this time, he did not expect that there was danger lurking. A huge dragon with murderous eyes was staring at Lee Ki-young. He also discovered it, a bit panicked. What is this? This shadow? At this moment, the dragon opened its mouth wide. From the mouth a fireball came out to attack Lee Ki-young. While it released a fireball at Lee Ki-young, it seemed like he was burned. Fortunately, Lee Ki-young promptly used a magic ring to create a shield. He breathed and silently rejoiced. Great, a magic shield ring. This ring is really useful. I also got the fruit. Egg. At this time he held the dragon egg in his hand. The dragon egg slowly turned closer to Lee Ki-young's body. Seeing that, what did you think? Does he think I just saved him? Why is it snuggling against me like that? The protective shield was about to not be able to resist for long. And the mother dragon still did not forgive Lee Ki-young. It continued to exhale stronger fireballs. The shield could not stand it and broke. Melted, Lee Ki-young hugged the egg tightly and tried to endure as much as possible. Suddenly the ground shook slightly. He also felt something strange. Lee Ki-young couldn't help but be confused. Why did the ground crack? Oh? The ground cracked, shook loudly. Lee Ki-young couldn't do anything and immediately fell down. He silently cursed. Ah damn. When the soldiers saw that, they were extremely impatient. Commander. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, damn. I guess an attack from a dragon is a bit too much for a rare level item. Well then, is that the mother dragon of this egg? But why does it attack regardless? Wait, doesn't it know that it's holding the egg? The dragon rushed down to Lee Ki-young. It seemed like something made it panic and cry out. Seeing his reaction like that, he half smiled and said, "What is that? Is this what you're looking for?" The dragon also saw the egg in Lee Ki-young's hand. It immediately cried in pain. Lee Ki-young chuckled and thought, "What an interesting reaction, I knew it right away. Definitely the mother dragon." While he was about to fall, Giyoung Hyan used his staff to release a magic beam to catch him and the egg. Lee Ki-young also gently landed. Giyoung Hyan was worried run over. "Brother, are you okay?" He coughed softly, thinking, "Good job Giyoung Hyan. I bet everything on you, our beloved magician." Then he happily looked at Giyoung Hyan. "Thank you, Giyoung Hyan. I was able to survive thanks to your magic." Seeing the dragon attacking the soldiers, he calculated, "Okay, the soldiers are now holding the mother dragon back. I will take advantage of this opportunity to take the egg." Then he touched his shirt and couldn't find the egg anymore. Lee Ki-young panicked. "Damn, my gold, I mean my egg." Giyoung Hyan is confused. "Huh, eggs?" Lee Ki-young said, "Don't you see the dragon egg I just held in my hand? Ah, I think I saw something like that." Lee Ki-young was a little annoyed, thinking uncomfortably, "Damn, I'm sure I must have just finished carrying it in my arms. I must have dropped it in the fall just now. What if the egg broke when I fell? Who knows what now? Damn it, if only Giyoung Hyan knew what to do using protection magic on it would be good." No, but that's not her fault. She must have been unable to pay attention to the things around her because she was too focused on saving her. It's my fault for too dependent on others. Looking at his face, Giyoung Hyan hesitantly said, "Brother, is something wrong? Is it because of that egg? I'm sorry, I didn't know it was that important. It's okay. Don't worry about it anymore. Just try to keep your mana, we need to keep fighting." For now, Park Deok-gu and the soldiers ran to ask, "Brother, are you okay? Commander, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" But in response, Lee Ki-young only said, "Egg," making Park Deok-gu wonder, why? He turned his head and frowned in annoyance and said, "Quickly find the dragon egg, quickly," then thought to himself, "Damn it, I'll go find the egg myself." Immediately he and the two of them quickly left. Looking for the egg, only Giyoung Hyan still stood there blankly. She wondered, "Are you disappointed in me?" Then she remembered Lee Ki-young's eyes. "It's okay, don't worry about it." Making her blame herself even more. Was it because she couldn't save the egg? Is it because I'm useless? The egg was also dropped somewhere. As soon as the two monsters saw the egg they were hungry. The egg immediately ran away. By chance they saw two monsters chasing the egg. "Egg," Park Deok-gu spoke up. "Ah, brother, over there." Seeing that, Lee Ki-young immediately ordered, "Grab it, Park Deok-gu." "Okay, leave it to me." Hearing your command, immediately went out and grabbed the egg. But the dragon egg had already grown wings and flew up, causing Park Deok-gu to not have time to exchange it and fall to the ground. He quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, it seems like it run to the place where the monsters are gathering. It's okay. Just kill them one by one and you'll be fine. Anyway, with those wings, it can't fly very far, okay?" When he also summoned the sword, Giyoung Hyan stood next to him, casting spells and muttering, "I can't disappoint you anymore. I can't disappoint you anymore. I can't disappoint you." Moreover, hearing that, Lee Ki-young thought to herself, "She's really scary." Then she raised her staff high and cast a spell, shouting, storming her sword. Killing two monsters. Another threatened to rush forward. Park Deok-gu used a shield to block. Lee Ki-young ordered, "Right now, Juliana, kill it." Killed a few, he thought to himself. Automatic attack is true, that's great. Swordsmanship is as easy as pie. Okay, let's go, Juliana. Suddenly Juliana's sword fades away. Status window appears. Player Lee Ki-young doesn't have enough mana to continuing to use the legendary sword. This is called giving pigs a jade bracelet, right? You are helpless, what is this? Over there Park Deok-gu was fighting back the monsters and screaming, "Captain, I don't think we can do this, there are too many of them." Giyoung Hyan was also panting at this time said, "No, I can't, let Oppa be disappointed like that." Lee Ki-young stood dumbfounded, thinking, "Damn, my precious shield." Then he spoke, "Okay, then let's fall." But before he could, the monster behind him suddenly attacked Lee Ki-young. Both were startled and cried out, "Captain, brother." All three seemed to be about to die. Then the monster was tragically killed. Blood splattered everywhere, each part falling to pieces. Here his father held the monster's head up in his hand and smiled triumphantly. The three of them were shocked when they saw Father Hira. Here his father held the monster's head in his hand and calmly crushed. Lee Giyoung saw that. I thought for a moment, my sister, but when she saw her come to save me, she happily stood up and ran over, shouting, "Sister Cha Hira," then exclaimed, "She is so trustworthy." Looking at the monsters lying dead on the ground, Lee Giyoung admired, tearing monsters apart with just her bare hands, crushing skulls with just one hand. Looking at the way she fought was scary, but she was the best teammate. Think about it, sound. I knew you would come, without me it was. Who was talking? Here his father suddenly turned his head and roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing that, he also had a bad feeling. Here his sister. Lee Giyoung felt something. In his heart he thought uneasily, what is going on? Intelligence is continuously decreasing. Strength, while strength is increasing, it is beyond the value table. Skill, bloodthirsty maniac, temporarily sacrificing intelligence to increase attack power. At this moment, here his father also slowly walked towards. The status window now appeared. In general, she had traded intelligence for strength, for a period of time. Limited time, her power will surpass legendary level. She has lost her reason, so it's best not to approach her. Show interest in player Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung gritted his teeth hard bare. Think, this useless comment, I will smash you to pieces. At this time here his father is frantically rushing to attack. She is coming, run. Park Deok-gu immediately raised his sword to fight, blocked her attack. He thought to himself, great, fat. Suddenly Yoon Hyun angrily pushed Lee Giyoung back and shouted loudly, are you crazy? Why did you attack him? Then she used the scepter to bind Father Hira with chains. Lee Giyoung thought helplessly, Yoon Hyun, don't kill her. You know I don't want to do that. Father roared at his prey. Then she broke all the chains that bound her. Her whole body radiated a powerful aura. And even Park Deok-gu using his shield was knocked away. Park Deok-gu could only scream and run away. Lee Giyoung saw this and thought in horror, was he also blown away? Damn, what a mess. Lee Giyoung immediately tried to run as fast as he could. He ran. Here his father behind him immediately chased after her. As she ran she roared, stopped, pray. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung said to himself. And why was she only chasing me? The dragons were still attacking Keslok. Lee Giyoung was trying to run away from Father Hira. Looked up high, he thought to himself, at least the mother dragon's attack has weakened quite a bit after I stayed away from the egg. It's much calmer, to avoid hurting the egg. Okay, I'll look for the egg later, but for now, I have to take care of this first. Then he shouted loudly, damn it, White Pole? White Pole? Hearing an order from afar, a fiery eagle flew towards Lee Giyoung. But as soon as he saw his father's scary face, he turned the car 180 degrees and flew away. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung cursed angrily. Why do you live like a bitch? Hey you chicken, stop. Damn it, his father was about to catch up with Lee Giyoung. Suddenly something passed by and pulled him along. Seeing him escape, his father glanced at Lee Giyoung, gritted his teeth in anger. Lee Giyoung was scared to death. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, are you okay? Hearing that, Vice President was startled and opened his eyes. When he saw Hai Jin, he breathed in. Phew, without you, I would have died. Please take me to a quiet place in the city. Let Hai Jin get bored. I saved you, and in return you treated me like a taxi. Anyway, what happened? I thought you were looking for dragon eggs, but instead you were caught by your father. Hira chased after her. Lee Giyoung could only reply, it's a long story, can you report on the current situation? Yes, I used the reason that Father Hira and you were allied, to stop the other monsters while the dragon was still calm. Hearing that Lee Giyoung replied, oh that's a good reason, I like it, you've gotten better at these things. Cho Hai Jin said again, about Hira's father, it's because of a characteristic, right? Hearing what she said, Lee Giyoung was a bit surprised. She knew about it, not in detail, but I had heard about it. Bloodthirsty maniac, a horrifying trait that would trigger an event such as war. Fighting, sacrificing intelligence to increase her power to the maximum. According to the Red Mercenaries, this is the first time that she completely lost her mind. Lee Ki-young was surprised. Huh? So why? His face darkened and thought, could it be that, the mind's eye? Check the characteristics of the player Chahira. The lioness characteristic was her ability. He was confused when he saw that. Extreme. Looking at Hira's father's dark face. He thought they were going crazy because that was her instinct. He was extremely scared, told Cho Hai-jin, save me, hurry up, oh, this is my fastest speed, he thought again, so now, she's looking for me, her target then, in a crazy state due to. Cha-hira threw a heavy punch. Luckily Hai-jin was able to avoid it in time. She gave a devilish smile and said, come here, let's play, come on, pray. He wondered at the same time, and is that why she chased me? Let Hai-jin temporarily lead Lee Ki-young to a corner, she said, Vice President, hide behind me. Lee Ki-young was trembling at this moment, cold sweat broke out in fear, his face was white and he said, everything is in chaos, besides, my characteristic is too. Look at the status window. Lee Ki-young reading it. The charm of a liar. The rate of being loved by dangerous people will increase. It is difficult to understand, the characteristics are so absurd. At this time Hai-jin took a spear and attacked her father Hira, stop, mercenary queen, but in response to Hai-jin, Hira's father shouted loudly, shut up, then rushed forward, the two sides fought each other. Hira's father threw a strong punch at Cho Hai-jin's face, caused her to get injured and fall to the ground. Saw Cho Hai-jin seriously injured, Lee Ki-young called out in panic, Cho Hai-jin. Just looked over and saw Hira's father staring at her and panicked, not good. Cha-hira laughed loudly and jumped towards him. Lee Ki-young was scared out of his wits and sat cowering in a corner, silently praying, sister, you don't intend to kill me, right? Or not? Suddenly a slash came, causing a huge explosion that knocked Hira's father up. Lee Ki-young closed his eyes tightly and endured. When he opened his eyes, he discovered Kim Hyunsung promptly came to respond. Narrowly saving himself from death, at this moment Kim Hyunsung quickly carried Lee Ki-young away. Saying, I heard about the situation here. The other members of the association will treat Hai-jin soon, so don't worry, seeing the savior of your life. Lee Ki-young admires you so much. Ah, you're shining brighter than ever. Kim Hyunsung. I don't need anyone, Kim Hyunsung is the best. Kim Hyunsung asked again, so, we just need to run until she calms down, right? Where should we go? Lee Ki-young, he immediately replied, around here, making Kim Hyunsung wonder, what? He looked at the notification status window, bloodthirsty maniac, time 1 hour, time remaining 39 minutes, seeing that, he immediately thought, 39 minutes left until she calms down, this place overlaps. The meeting near the black market. Last time was just a coincidence, but they said they would stay in Keslock for a few days, and could call them anytime. He took out his business card and looked, the city was blocked, so they'll just stay. Around here, are you sure that's a good idea? Kim Hyunsung asked. He answered, I'm not sure, but I think we can ask for help. I don't like that idea, but what? Then Lee Ki-young called out, Shaolin, come here. Shaolin in the corner laughed and said, why is there such a thing as a woman's name? Then she happily took off her mask and smiled. Long time no see, oppa, or should I say masked person. Kim Hyunsung heard that and froze for 5 seconds. And Lee Ki-young was very welcoming, haha, it's a pleasure to meet you again, Miss Shaolin. Howl. You look much more handsome without the mask, but Shaolin, you're. While speaking, Kim Hyunsung's eyes that wanted to devour Kim Hyunsung made him feel refreshed. He wondered, what's going on? Why is he like that? Long time no see, masked person. Kim Hyunsung is glaring at you, you doubt life, Kim Hyunsung, what's wrong with your face? Or did I do something wrong? Calm down. Thinking about it, he spoke softly, Kim Hyunsung. Kim Hyunsung spoke coldly, how do you know that person? He saw that and thought to himself, how scary, did he know her from the first round? It seems like their relationship is not very good, Shaolin doesn't seem to know him. Lee Ki-young immediately replied, ah, she is the person I met at the masquerade ball when I infiltrated the market black, do you know her too? The more Kim Hyunsung talked, the more upset he became. Lee Ki-young also thought helplessly, damn, I didn't even do anything wrong, but I'm still worried. Kim Hyunsung replied, no, I don't know her. Xiao Lin, one of the strongest people of the continent, and Lindel's enemy. She is one of the 5 tiger generals. She is a dangerous character who has caused us great damage in the war started by the masked troublemaker in the first round. Long time no see, masked person. Did they meet at the masquerade ball? Is that really true? If Lee Ki-young is a masked trash and he's lying to me. But when I look at your innocent face, I shake my head. No, Lee Ki-young is not that type of person. What the hell am I thinking? Lee Ki-young spoke up. Cho Hai-jin is also with me. Hearing that made Kim Hyunsung surprised. Also Cho Hai-jin? Then I thought to myself, I don't know what the hell he's thinking, but Cho Hai-jin will be my alibi. Xiao Lin said, hello, are you planning on ignoring me after calling me? Should I return to the Republic? Haha, of course not. Miss Xiao Lin is beautiful and noble. I felt it when I used my mind's eye to check before. But Kim Hyun-sung's vigilance right now has proven how strong is she. Especially that whip, the hero-level god-punishing whip. He laughed, dear Lady Xiao Lin, if you would please do me a favor, I would like to fight that Godzilla, right? Well, that's not difficult. I think this is a great opportunity for that crazy Godzilla to owe me. Lee Ki-young thought again, she already knows Hira's father, besides, her personality is more pleasant than I thought. Maybe she is a better person than I expected. Xiao Lin took out the whip and smiled and said, no need to thank me, I actually came here to watch you die. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young was also speechless. What a good person, she's a crazy person. At this time, Hira's father was frantically running towards him. Kim Hyun-sung saw that. Quickly picked up Lee Ki-young and ran over. Damn, when did Hira's sister get here? Xiao Lin smiled evilly, you will go on a date with me as a way to repay me for helping you. Then she jumped down, next time we meet. We will have a date on a hot and steamy date. Xiao Lin slammed the whip down on Hira's father. Just colliding caused a big commotion. But at this moment Kim Hyun-sung carried Lee Ki-young and quickly ran away. He thought to himself that she was as a monster. Please hold out there for half an hour, Chinese girl. At this point Kim Hyun-sung asked, where are you going, Lee Ki-young? Well, I think we should go back to the castle wall. We need to search for the dragon egg. Okay, Mr. Lee Ki-young. That woman is probably a female general in the Republic, and like you know, the Holy Country and the Republic are enemies. I want a reasonable explanation later, as to why you contacted the general of the enemy country. Then you thought to yourself, I hope I'm not that masked trash. Listening to Kim Hyun-sung's questioning, Lee Ki-young calmly replied, of course, Kim Hyun-sung, at the same time thinking, damn, we actually met at the masquerade ball. Does he think he's a spy or something? I'm not that kind of person, Kim Hyun-sung. A while later Kim Hyun-sung also brought Lee Ki-young back to the castle safely. Seeing the two of them safe, everyone was happy. Oh, he's coming, brother, Oppa, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? President, Vice President. Kim Hyun-sung worriedly asked Cho Hai-jin, how is your wound? She immediately said, it was cured thanks to Priestess Ying Hyan. Everyone also asked about Lee Ki-young. Mr. Lee Ki-young, are you in pain anywhere? I'm fine. Looking around, he thought, the situation here at the city wall seemed much more peaceful than before. Had the dragon gone? Suddenly, Wang Zhengyan spoke from behind, the dragon has gone. Lord above, Wang Zhengyan spoke again, the monsters have calmed down, and the castle's defenses are fine. Without us, really? Why did the beasts suddenly calm down too? At the same time, a soldier ran in fear, Commander-in-Chief. Are you okay? The mercenary queen, Lee Ki-young quickly reassured, she will be fine soon, we will leave the rest to the red mercenaries. What happened to the beasts? Well, I thought they were all moving, looking for the lost egg. You were surprised. Lost? Have we lost the egg? The soldier quickly explained, well, we were checking where the beasts were heading and checking, but we couldn't be sure if we would find it or not. I'm so sorry, General. Commander. Lee Ki-young silently cursed again. Damn, have we lost the dragon egg? He just turned his head and saw Ying Hyan smiling devilishly. Damn, look, Ying Hyan's abnormal state is understandable. What the hell did you do with the dragon egg? Ying Hyan. Lee Ki-young just shook his head and told the soldier, okay, continue searching. And Ying Hyan, can we talk? At this time at Keslok Barracks. Giyoung Hyun cried bitterly, sobbing and stuttering, sobbing, I'm sorry, sobbing, I was so jealous because you were so obsessed with the egg. When you couldn't save the egg you were holding. When you were disappointed in me. I didn't understand why, but I understood that the dragon egg was very important to you. So I came to the conclusion that I needed to eliminate it. Hearing this explanation, Lee Ki-young thought helplessly. How did you come to such a conclusion? Giyoung Hyun cried while thinking, I'll get caught red-handed if I use too strong magic, so I just need to put locator magic on it from now on. Just wait and see, I'm feeling a bit bad but I'll take care of you later. Giyoung Hyun bowed her face apologetically, but I really had no intention of wanting to destroy it, I'm sorry for hiding it, Oppa. In other words, she used location magic on the egg so that when needed, she removed the egg because she was jealous of it, but luckily the egg wasn't destroyed. Today you're as cute as always, Giyoung Hyun. Giyoung Hyun is upset. Please don't hate me, Oppa. But Lee Ki-young just said, well, it depends on your answer. Giyoung Hyun, I hate liars the most in the world, so if you tell me the truth right now, I'll forgive you. Tell me, the egg is still alive, right? Where is it? Then he wiped his tears and comforted Giyoung Hyun. Giyoung Hyun pointed to a location on the map and replied, here. Hearing that, he immediately went to look for the dragon egg. It was already dark. Lee Ki-young and some people also found the dragon egg. Looking at it sleeping, he thought, here it is. Then he signaled everyone to be quiet. Lee Ki-young gently took the egg. Finally found you, my gold coin. Suddenly the mother dragon also appeared from nowhere. When she saw him holding the dragon egg, she got angry and roared. Everyone present also scared, it's a dragon. Lee Ki-young immediately pulled out the sword. He smiled smugly and said, what are you planning to do? You bastard, I have your child, ha ha. You look at the mother dragon and feel like you've caught gold. The express looks delicious. I wonder how much this horn and animal skin is worth. A bunch of rare medicinal ingredients suddenly rolled to his feet. Let's look through the status window. Then he activated his mind's eye, looking at the status window that appeared. The monster Dialuja legend. Checking the status window of the Black Dragon Dialuja. Status. Name Dialuja. Age 4036. Motherly disposition. Dragon species. Nickname Ruler of Rockable Mountain. Strength 105. Accuracy 101. Luck 101. Intelligence. Magic 125. Stamina 132. Endurance 123. Lee Ki-young secretly exclaimed, just looking at it. It's already incredibly strong. All of its stats besides luck are above the legendary level. Dialogue. The original plan was to find the egg and return it to the castle wall, so I only brought a few soldiers and Cho Hai-jin along. If I wanted to fight it directly, it would be very difficult. Towel, but now I have the ultimate weapon in my hand. He laughed fiercely, not afraid at all to provoke it. This man is holding your child hostage. If you want, jump in. Okay. Dare you dare to attack? Bye ha ha ha. Seeing you laugh, the soldiers were also scared. Commander-in-Chief. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young realized that his own image was still there. Cho Hai-jin coughed a few times. Ahem, everyone just calm down, and don't misunderstand. He didn't intend to use the egg as a hostage, he was just protecting it from that monster. The soldiers heard that and felt secure. That's it, that's great. Lee Ki-young looked at Cho Hai-jin and thought, oh my god, that's a smooth drive. Since Cho Hai-jin worked with me, her lying skills have increased. The dragon roared again up. The soldiers saw this and shouted, Commander, what should we do now? Should I attack? Aish, at first his child was stolen by Song Jong-wook, but now he's being held hostage by me. I think he's guilty too, but let's just ignore it. Think again. Just kill that dragon and take the skin. It's the best deal. Everyone wants money, that's the only choice. Thinking of you, immediately give an order, ready to attack. The target is the animal right in front of us. Just get rid of this dragon and you're done. No need to compromise, rush forward. In the blink of an eye, everyone rushed forward to attack the dragon, seeing that it showed no resistance when attacked. Lee Ki-young wondered, delicious, but why doesn't it bother to fight back? But he quickly discovered that it was eating the bearded subordinates that attacked it because it was afraid of hurting the egg. Truly, a mother's love is as vast as the ocean of peace, but your life is over. Here we go. Ha ha ha. Lee Ki-young happily burst out laughing. Today's victory will be famous in history books. Keslock, let's attack again. Black Dragon Dialugia's eyes filled with tears. Its two eyes glowed. I only saw that the dragon's entire body was now radiating a bright yellow light. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young was surprised. What were those rays of light from his eyes? Regardless of what it is, in general, just get its skin. The status window suddenly appears. A nickname has been set. Lee Ki-young is confused. What nickname? Looking at the status window, I see, nickname of dragon's partner, magic power +5. Title for those who have connected their souls with dragons through a dragon-exclusive skill, Soul Wedding. The Black Dragon Dialuja and player Lee Ki-young. The two hosts will now live and die together. Life and death will not be apart. Note that if Dialuja dies, player Lee Ki-young will also die. Seeing that the above smile, Lee Ki-young's lips also fell. He was confused. If that dragon died, would I die too? Seeing the dragon screaming in pain, Lee Ki-young also knew, chanted it. Now it was dying, what else? Without thinking much, he immediately ordered everyone to stop, no attack allowed. Attack again, don't kill it, capture it alive, stop attacking quickly. He looked up at the dragon worriedly and thought, it won't die that easily, right? What is a soul wedding? Why don't we just go to the grave together? Seeing the dragon right in front of him fall down, Lee Ki-young was dumbfounded. Has it gone to hell? Then quietly instructed, Miss Cho Hai-jin's team will take my position for a while. I'll come out here to see the situation, it's clear. He walked away wondering, Mother of Dragons, is she dead? Where did it evaporate? While I was feverish, a soldier gasped and exclaimed, Commander-in-Chief, over there. A monster in human form, where did it come from? Quickly capture it. Only to see the figure of a young woman rang out in a weak voice. Don't attack me. Please. Looking at the blurry figure, Lee Ki-young thought, which is it? Then the girl exclaimed, my child. Clearly seeing the girl's face, the status window appeared, the Black Dragon Dialuja in human form. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young was surprised. Was that the mother and father dragon from before? Being stopped by two soldiers, Dialuja could only call out in vain, are you okay, my child? The two soldiers were angry and confused. What is that? What nonsense is she doing now? Dialuja is suffering, please stay away, please. Where is my child? We will teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Lee Ki-young ran over and hit the two soldiers with a pop and shouted, you villains, let go of your hands. Making the soldiers stunned, Commander, why are you suddenly so merciful? Hearing that, he replied shyly, oh no, just now you guys looked so much like villains. Then he thought about it and was really surprised. He didn't expect it to change into human form, after all it was his life. And she was also tied together, she couldn't just stand there like a frog. He immediately said, anyway, don't panic, this woman is the dragon from before. Hearing that, the soldiers became even more determined, huh? So we had to tie her up and put her in prison immediately. After the fierce attack just now, the Black Dragon Dialuja couldn't stand it anymore and fell down. He caught her. The soldiers saw that the Black Dragon Dialuja was unconscious and they were in a commotion. Commander-in-Chief. Order, we have to take her to jail right away. You don't need to check her right now. Lee Ki-young was helpless, thinking to himself, as if I'm asking you guys, calm down a bit, she's going to die. Your commander will also die. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and woke up. Seeing that she was awake, Lee Ki-young kindly asked, are you okay? Hey, are you okay? Can you still hear me? As soon as she opened her eyes and saw her child in Lee Ki-young's arms, the mother dragon sobbed, please give me back my child, please. Suddenly I have to play the villain, but if I had just returned the egg, she would have if I immediately switched back into dragon form. Will I have to eat shit for everyone? Even though looking at her sobbing so much now, I understand her personality. But we still have to look at her characteristics as well, her motherly tendency, her giving tree characteristic. Lee Ki-young thought, wait a minute. Isn't this so wonderful, being kind and also having the characteristic of giving? Meaning that if I treat her well, she will give to me, from skin, horns and everything. Always? Now that our lives are tied together, will I ever live as long as her? Oh my, this is VIP pro-level life insurance, you have to be kind to her. After thinking about it, you happily and gently said that I will personally arrest her, from now on just let her be. I'm worried, do you agree to come with us? Mother Dragon is insecure, what about my child? Don't worry, don't worry. Hearing Lee Ki-young's reassuring words, the Black Dragon Dialuja got angry. How can you trust humans? Why do you say that? I will never treat that child badly. Then he leaned close to her ear and said, I am now her partner, so the egg is also considered my child. In his heart he thought, I have regained the upper hand, my billion-dollar dragon. Cut to the underground dungeon at Keslok. Lee Ki-young said, although I understand your situation, calling in an army of monsters is a bit too much. It will lead to great casualties for both sides. The Black Dragon Dialuja cried and repented. I admit that what I did was wrong, but my child has not committed any crimes. You can do whatever you want to me, so please protect my child. Don't worry, now that I'm married to you, I will fulfill the responsibilities of a man in the family. There is only one condition. Do you dare to give yourself to me? When she heard this condition, she stiffened. She ran to a corner and trembled to look at Lee Ki-young. Seeing that, he quickly explained that no, it wasn't that way, it meant cooperating with the research. I'm an alchemist. She asked suspiciously, what kind of research? He replied, I will tell you the details later. Now you just think carefully. It's not okay to let you die, because now our lives are tied together. To be honest, in the human world, I hold a position quite important, so if you stay with me, both you and the child will be safe, and in return you will help me with my research. Not a bad deal, right? Okay, let me reintroduce myself properly. My name is Lee Ki-young, Vice President of the Blue Guild and Honorary Bishop of the Holy Country. Although this marriage was a bit quick and included an unexpected pregnancy, but still very pleased to meet her. Seeing him so close to her, she blushed and spoke up, unwanted pregnancy? I still haven't recognized you as an official partner. How can I trust someone who uses my child as a hostage? Hearing that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, oh, I'm always sad and smiling. My aunt was the one who forced me to get married first, but maybe after the egg is returned, she will relax more? Thinking about it, he gave the egg back to her and said, here is the egg, it slept very well, just now in the middle of such a fight. It still hasn't woken up once. The Black Dragon Dialuja was happy. Oh my baby. At this time the egg gradually cracked. Seeing that she screamed, oh my baby, it's finally hatched, baby, it's mom. Before I could see your face child, the egg hatched and gave her a loving hit on the face. The egg cracked, a cute and adorable black dragon was born. It happily coddled in Lee Ki-young's arms. And his mother was in a dark corner, her face dark. Hoo-hoo, baby, and you're a bit confused, what's going on? But in short, it's beneficial for me, right? Well, maybe it's because I'm the first person the baby sees, but it could also be because the baby likes dad more than mom. While his mother went crazy and flew around spewing fire everywhere, his father was nurturing him. Hearing that, she collapsed and said in pain, what? Star? No, it can't be, my child, I didn't mean it. Lee Ki-young gave the baby dragon back to the mother dragon and said ha ha ha. Well then I will try my best in this marriage then. It seems like the two of us we have to be together for the common good of the child. I'll go back to work. Honey, there are still many mouths to feed. I also have to take over business. See you later, ha ha ha. Seeing that he wanted to leave, the baby dragon burst into tears. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young affectionately said, oh, my baby doesn't want to leave papa, huh? Peek-a-boo, remember to listen to me when dad is away. The Black Dragon Dialuja is completely helpless. Baby, I worked so hard to find you, yet you like people. Is that weirder than your mother? Right now at the Keslok wall. Lee Ki-young, you're back here. Everyone is overjoyed to see you. The commander-in-chief is back. He's moving to the east wall. Unless if there is a stop order, we still have to kill all these monsters and continue to attack. After the leader Dialuja was captured, the remaining monsters gradually ran away like a headless snake. And sometimes I also have to act like a hero. When I see someone in trouble, I rush to attack the monster. It's dangerous. The soldier feels grateful when he sees that. Are you okay, Commander-in-Chief? I'm fine, but your injury. After the fight, you came back tired, saying that but you didn't see her, hee, but to maintain your image, you had to do that. So everyone would think I have fought very hard. Now I just need to put an end to the war. Normally, commanding on the battlefield is very leisurely, only after the battle is I busy, but I am always busy. So busy, huh? Lee Ki-young clasped his hands and raised them up, brave soldiers of Keslok. The monsters were finally defeated thanks to everyone's courageous spirit and persistent fight. Everyone cheered excitedly, "We did it! Glory goes to Keslok, I'm home." Lee Giyoung also shouted loudly, "We're finally there." Before we could finish, we felt the surrounding darken. He thought dizzily, so dizzy. "This is not good." With a bang, Lee Giyoung staggered and fell face down on the ground and fainted. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. What was that? So dizzy, damn, did someone kill Dialuja? The status window appeared. Now I remember that I forgot to explain something. The dragon and Dialugia's partners not only have lives closely linked to each other but also have to suffer the same damage. Good luck. Lee Giyoung was so angry that he couldn't stand it. He silently cursed, "You bastard. Now I understand, because she took tons of damage, I lost consciousness." But it's not bad very well. The commander-in-chief fought with all his might and then lost consciousness. Looking at them, his eyes were filled with worry and respect. What a beautiful picture. Then he lost consciousness again. I woke up 3 days after dealing with the monsters. It seemed like the incident just now was due to something unusual happening in the dungeon, but it was hidden behind the cover that it was caused by Dialuja. There was no one else bold enough to ask myself why the Holy Council and the Inquisitors are on my side. However, when it comes to finances, it's a different story, because the Blue Guild has increased the spoils gained from capturing holding Dialuja. Some other guilds have begun to show their dirty and greedy faces. However, after it was revealed that I was the dragon's chosen one, everyone remained silent. Because of Ying Hyan, I decided to keep the fact that I was the dragon's partner a secret forever. In Keslok, they built a statue of Song Jong-wook to commemorate his bravery for fighting to the end, doing so to hide the fact that he was a bastard. Only then did I continue can trade on the black market. But the Keslok people don't know the truth behind it, so they keep crying for their extraordinary hero. Cho Hai-jin did not agree with my actions, but did not bother to make a fuss. Like before, perhaps she chose to step on the path of the Black Knight to seek revenge. That statue must also have been a great source of motivation for Cho Hai-jin. Cha Hira, who lost her mind in the middle of that day's battle, ran away after fighting a fierce battle with Xiao Lin. She sent a letter to me before leaving. In the Republic right now, Xiao Lin is talking, summarizing besides that Empire's crazy chimpanzee, I mean the mercenary queen Hira's father owed me money, nothing happened, and about the black market, there's no clear reason. For all of us, and you don't want me to ask anything, right? Now is not the right time, but for now that is enough. However, Keslok is a quite important strategic base because of the border of we are connected to that place. It may still be owned by the Empire now, but we will reach that place later. We need to keep a close eye on it. Listening to Xiao Lin, the man spoke up. You look like you're having fun, Xiao Lin. Oh, have you noticed? It's true that I can't hide anything from you. Actually, there's another person who owes me, do you remember? The man who accompanied the genius magician in that demonstration. He wasn't surprised to hear that. Well, the vice president of the Blue Guild is also becoming more and more influential in the Empire right now, and is also the first outsider to become an honorary bishop of the Holy Council. It's interesting that, unlike the Republic, the Holy Country is quite harsh towards outsiders. Yet they give such an important position as the Count gave it to an outsider, and then the corner of his mouth slightly raised, thinking, there is a good drama to watch. Xiao Lin was surprised. This is the first time I see you are interested in someone, although I am also curious. No wonder, he's important enough for me to send a letter. I'm looking forward to the next meeting. The letter was then passed to Lee Giyoung's hands. He took the letter and read it, sending it to Lee Giyoung, Vice President of the Blue Guild and Honorary Bishop of the Holy Country. Don't forget the date you promised in exchange for my help. I'm looking forward to that invitation. Signed by one of the 5 Tiger Generals of the Republic, Xiao Lin. Lee Giyoung smiled crookedly and thought, no, we will never meet again. Actually, 5 Tiger Generals. The name sounds really outstanding. It changes the whole story, and I have to make an appointment with her even if she is mentally ill. Recently, Dialuja and the baby dragon have officially come under my control and are living in the Blue Guild. Smarty is excited and has also learned to stand up. And there. Blue Guild, in Dialugia's room at this time, Dialuja said angrily and annoyed. Her name is Dialoria, not Smarty. When he heard that, he clicked his tongue. Who the hell? Why did you name the child without bothering? Ask my opinion? Naming it Smarty sounds even worse. At this rate I don't want to cooperate with your alchemy experiments anymore. Oh Dad, I'm so scared. Smarty, your mother is angry again. Smarty, baby, do you love your mother more or your father more? Dialuja, come here to me, come here. But by chance, this playful scene was seen by Giyoung Hyun. She frowned and thought, I thought you were only chosen by dragons, but looking at you now, it's as if you really have a family. So happy, I also want to be your family. I should have killed them all when I had the chance, but no, I just left myself. Being hated by you is even more painful. Lee Ki-young just opened the door. Stepping out, he saw Giyoung Hyun here. He was surprised. Giyoung Hyun, have you been here all this time? Giyoung Hyun spoke up, oh yes. Kim Hyunsung wants to invite you to dinner. We can talk at the cafe. By the way, are you okay now? Yes, I'm fine now. I just passed out because I ran out of mana. Are the others here? Then he grabbed Giyoung Hyun's hand. Giyoung Hyun replied, yes. Kim Hyunsung said he had an important announcement. So everyone was waiting. Apparently 2 people from Blue Guild were chosen to take over. 8 important positions in the empire, huh? 8 important positions? At this time at the Blue Guild cafe, Kim Hyunsung and Cho Hae-jin were already waiting there. Lee Ki-young spoke up, sorry I'm late, let's start. Kim Hyunsung said everyone is full. Let's start the meeting and organize dinner. Ahem, but before that I think we should lighten the mood a bit. Do you know where the most sought-after place in Korea is? Seoul. Ha is like that kind of Seoul, understand? Hearing that, the atmosphere became tense. Everyone fell silent and did not respond. Seeing that, Kim Hyunsung coughed lightly and continued, sorry, I will get to the point. A new system named 8 Seat was established in the empire. Basically, it was a system that selected the 8 strongest outsiders to be summoned to the empire to empower them. Lee Ki-young asked, outsiders like instead of being imperial citizens? Unexpectedly, Cho Hae-jin continued, the first priority for outsiders is for the vice president to become an honorary bishop. That's right, and thank God 2 our people from the Blue Guild have been chosen. One is me, who was recognized for his victory in Keslock. Next is the first person in the Green Palace to be chosen by the dragon, Mr. Lee Ki-young. I didn't think that 8-seated association was hastily established to deal with the Republic's 5 tiger generals, but perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. Park Deok-gu suddenly exclaimed, he is. Immediately was outed by Wang Jungyeon signaled silence. Mr. Park Deok-gu, are you embarrassed to see that? Sorry, I'm just a little surprised, then thought. Damn this bastard, I can clearly see what you're thinking, were you chosen? Among Us was chosen to be one of the 8 seats of the empire. Then he smiled and said, well, you are also very strong in many other aspects. You have managed to bring this guild to today without there so much need to fight, and on top of that you were chosen by the dragon, so you definitely deserve that position. As expected of you, congratulations, everyone is super real. Seeing Park Deok-gu's fake smile, he secretly thought. This bastard is jealous. No, he must be feeling embarrassed. It's probably because he's lagging behind compared to everyone is even. In a joyful atmosphere. Ha ha ha, then he said, Cho Hae-jin, don't tell me, hurry up and eat more. Lee Ki-young was now observing Park Deok-gu. Seeing him drooping, he thought damn it, he makes me so worried, I need to pay attention to him a little more. With that he left the chair, took the cup and went to Park Deok-gu. Hey Park Deok-gu, let's have a drink, come with me. Park Deok-gu poured wine for him and replied I'm fine. I just don't want to drink, I'm a bit tired. Lee Ki-young pondered, alas, words can't calm him down, okay? What kind of ironing now? He opened his mouth, this kid, dared to say. Before he could finish, Park Deok-gu interrupted. I'm so tired, sorry, I'll go first. Everyone stay and have fun, see you later. Then he stood up to leave. Looking at Park Deok-gu, Lee Ki-young fell into deep contemplation. Normally he was not that worried. Maybe he had low self-esteem because this banquet table gathered all the monsters, but he also it's so strong that the idiot. Wang Jungyeon and Kim Yeri on the side also watched helplessly. The night gradually fell. Drunk Lee Ki-young put his arm around Giyoung Hyun's shoulder and laughed and talked happily. Giyoung Hyun, right? Yes, are you drunk? No, I'm fine. Looking at Giyoung Hyun's face, he thought to himself, why are you so disappointed? Are you planning on playing tricks while I'm drunk or something? Then he asked, Giyoung Hyun, do you want to go for a walk before going home? Oh yes. While walking, you heard something. Slowly, did you hear anything? She nodded yes. Let's go take a look. The two immediately hid in the bushes to snoop. It turned out that the noise just now was from Park Deok-gu practicing with Kim Yeri. This bad guy, I'm sorry. Asked him where he was going. Turns out it was training right now. Park Deok-gu brandished his sword as Kim Yeri assessed. Once again he revealed too many loopholes. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, it seems like they have been practicing together for a while. Is she a cat or something? So, he is no longer an opponent. Kim Yeri kicked Park Deok-gu and fell to the ground. Seeing that there was still no progress, she was angry and weak. Park Deok-gu tried to say, I'm not done yet. Kim Yeri is bored. I'm so bored I'm leaving. Park Deok-gu begged. Kim Yeri, wait. This last time I can't keep falling behind the team. Everyone just keeps strong, and now I'm also an 8-seater of the empire. I just need. Hearing that Kim Yeri just said coldly, give up. Your skills are rubbish. If I was serious you would have died 100 dozen times. I'm going. Okay, have a good night and you too, don't try to come over. Don't call me, I'm only 23 years old, because of your old face. Lee Ki-young is speechless after hearing a few more words. Kim Yeri, don't terrorize him anymore, please. Looking at Kim Yeri's back as he left, he sat there in pain and sadness. Park Deok-gu broke down and whined, he was so pathetic. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young also felt a little sympathy, thinking, big as a bear but his soul is too sentimental. Why are you so worried? Did he think I would abandon him? If that's true, then at least he can still make a meat shield. Park Deok-gu is getting stronger, slowly but surely. With this potential he will become the strongest shield on the continent. Looking at the status window, making an overall assessment, it was almost reaching the limit of development. At this rate, future development was impossible. Seeing that, he couldn't accept it. Lee Ki-young sighed, it's time, let's get rid of him. Why is he so restless? Does he think I'm going to leave him or something? Even if you really quit, you're still a useful meat shield. Looking at the general assessment status window, it's almost reached its growth limit. At this level, growth is in the near future. It seemed impossible. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young continued to think, then I have to leave him. He can't be saved. Of course I'm sad to let him go. But there are many people who can replace him. Park Deok-gu sat in thought for a while, then he picked up the sword. Standing up and said, if I can do it then I can do more. If I can do it you can do more. These words made Lee Ki-young a bit confused. You remember that you once told Park Deok-gu that if I could still do it, you could do much better than me, big guy, you have to be stronger. Cry what? Since practice I've always told him that. Those are just words of encouragement with my flesh shield. When Park Deok-gu stood up he frantically slashed at the dummy in front face, cutting and saying, if you can do it, I can do it even better. Lee Ki-young observed Park Deok-gu and then darkened his face thinking, sorry Park Deok-gu, even if you try harder, you're just, I know that doing so is very cruel to him, but I have no other choice. If I try to keep him by my side, it will only be dangerous for him in the end. When I thought things through, I told Yung Hyan, let's go home. Yung Hyan, okay. Lee Ki-young decided that it's best not to let his emotions control him. A few days later at the Blue Guild. Everyone is here. Cho Hai-jin said goodbye royal reception? Just let our guild take care of it, go out and have fun. Sun Hee-young also said I would take care of the volunteer work. Wang Zhengyan was cheerful. Lee Ki-young remembered to tell stories when you come home. That's right, today is the reception day before the official announcement of the owner of the 8 kings, the throne of this kingdom. But what about Yung Hyan, are you going too? Do you really think you belong here? He nodded to the 3 girls and said, let's go. Just as he was about to leave, Dialuja rushed out and called out, wait, didn't you say you had a day off today? What about the promise of a picnic with Dialoria? Hearing that, Lee Ki-young wondered, Lee Ki-young, did I say that? She screamed, do you know how long it's been since Dialoria went out with you? Work is important but family comes first. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young laughed, took out a black card, haha Dialuja, this is also part of a life of contributing to society. I will come back soon. While you're waiting for me, just go shopping and have some time for yourself. Dialuja heard that and calmed down and said softly, being a person who contributes to society is also important, just go ahead. He thought with a smile, dragons are easy to please with money, then spoke up, ah baby, dad is away at home. Remember to be obedient. Who does she look like? Such a lively person. Young Hyun on the side saw this and her blood boiled. She rolled her eyes and shouted, "Who do you bastards think you are to dare to call my oppa dad?" Seeing that, Lee Ki-young was also scared, trying to calm down. Young Hyun, "Oh, it's just role-playing, you're a good girl, right?" Young Hyun, "Calm down." Dialuja was scared by Young Hyun and trembled. That person is really scary. Kim Yeri now noticed the adorable baby dragon. Her eyes glowed, she bowed. Looking down at the baby dragon, it turned out that the person was the baby. Dialuja spoke up. Her name is Dialoria, so adorable. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young quipped, "Kid, you probably like cute things, right?" "Oh no, haha, that's right. I'll buy you some toys. You must be the type to act cold and cool, right? What do you like? Do you like dolls? Or buy me a dwarf, hee hee." Kim Yeri frowned and looked at Lee Ki-young. "Yes, I'm really annoying." He couldn't help but laugh. "Honesty is a good virtue. Let's redecorate your room to make it more attractive. Let's be more excited, ha ha ha. Don't waste your words bullying people anymore. You're the one who's not honest. You always pretend not to care but you really care." Lee Ki-young asked tomorrow, "About what's going on?" While talking, Park Deok-gu ran over. He called out, "I'm sorry, I overslept." Lee Ki-young turned around and replied, "You overslept, are you practicing today too? I can already smell the sweat from a mile away, don't try too hard you idiot." While he was talking, he remembered Kim Yeri's words. He always pretended not to care but he really cared but stopped. "You think, care, who? Me, even so, he's still just trash, there's no point in comforting him now." A famous person Lee Ki-young once said, "Don't pay attention to useless people." Besides, I looked and saw Kim Hyunsung staring at me. Is he looking at me? Then I can't be too cruel. Come on, warm, kind Lee Ki-young. Come here, let's go. Then he said, "When I'm not here, remember to take care, if you can do it." Park Deok-gu replied, "Then you will do even better." "If I can do it, you will do even better. I said that sister last time, I remember, don't worry about me. Just go and have fun. When you get there, remember to go on a date with your sister-in-law." "What are you doing?" "Go quickly." Lee Ki-young nodded. "I'm going." Looking at that, but Lee Ki-young knew he was just trying to be happy. After saying goodbye to everyone, he rode on the back of an eagle and flew away. Look, Lee Ki-young gradually disappeared. The smile on Park Deok-gu's lips also disappeared. Then he quietly turned to leave. He was determined. They were all gone. He couldn't lose to them, he couldn't be left behind. Since it's a dumbbell, I should calm down. Okay, let's practice. Lee Ki-young's words still echo in my head, don't focus on practicing. He thought about it. Training will help you reach the same level as the monsters? Later, the three people also arrived. Cardinal Basil happily welcomed. Bishop Lee Ki-young, welcome. Seeing Cardinal Basil here, Lee Ki-young was a bit surprised, slowly. Very happy to meet you. I am Speedwagon, the one who worries about money. Who is Cardinal Basil? After drinking Mr. Lee Ki-young's wine, I realized that Ito Soto was a devil worshipper, but judged the devil's followers for treason. I was the saint of justice, that's how it was. He was calm. Usually very gentle, but when angry he will use his scepter to kill the devil. Cardinal Basil smiled gently and said, "I have heard about Keslok, you are the future of the holy country." Lee Ki-young smiled. "You're so praising, haha. It's all thanks to the goddess Benagor, but what wind brought you here?" Cardinal Basil leaned into his ear and said, "Actually, I nominated you to one of the 8 thrones." Hearing that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, so he wants to ally with me. This person's personality is very cunning. Unlike the superficial attitude, of course this is a good thing for me. I hope it's not. In a city where people are divided into 2 factions supporting the Pope and the King, the bishops, the honorary person in the Holy Council, will be selected to be promoted to one of the 8 most important positions in this kingdom. This news will certainly have political influence on the papacy. The more power the Holy Council holds, the more power it will have. The more I benefit, one day, I will not only be an honorary bishop, but also become a cardinal. To do that, I need to maintain a relationship with Cardinal Basil Lee Ki-young, scheming. After thinking about it, he happily continued, "Really? I'm so happy, Grandpa. Oh, I'm so unreasonable. I mean, I'm so happy, Cardinal Basil, haha. You can call me Grandpa." Suddenly he felt strange and thought, but wait, The 8 kings are the position is supported by the king's wing. So they allow me to sit on that chair when I belong to the papal wing? What are they planning? Never mind. Let's have fun first. Everyone let out a loud laugh. The princess on the side noticed. Look at them. It's definitely because dad no longer has any authority again. I don't like them at all. Suddenly there was a voice calling, "Princess, you should prepare." Well, I know, she thought to herself, just wait, I will never let you into the papal wing. What's the point? In the hall, Kim Hyunsung is having a hard time with his female admirers. Over here, Lee Giyoung happily clinks his glass for the peace of the holy country, emptying his glass. Introducing you, this is Archbishop Andaran and also my daughter. Lee Giyoung held the paper in his hand and asked Kim Hyunsung, have you met Park Yeonju, one of the people recommended for the position of royal uncle, right? Here his sister isn't here. I guess all I have to do is meet Darwin and Celia then attend the ceremony and stuff. Kim Hyunsung cried out. Lee Giyoung, please. Lee Giyoung thought. I'm not very good at political diplomacy, am I? Then he coughed lightly, ahem, if you don't feel comfortable then I can go see the daughter. Hearing you say that, Kim Hyunsung awkwardly replied. No, I can't push things to you. Lee Giyoung laughed, thinking that's right, Kim Hyunsung, you're always like that. Then spoke up, if you don't like places like this, just leave it to me. You can do whatever you want, so thank you. Lee Giyoung, it's nothing, Lee Giyoung thought, that bastard is so shy. Does he still doubt me because of that incident? He thought he was an enemy spy because he knew Xiao Lin, one of the 5 tiger generals. Kim Hyunsung stared at him. Imagined that he was the one wearing that mask and thought to himself, it couldn't be, but it's best to check. After thinking about it I spoke up, Mr. Lee Giyoung, can I ask you something? Oh yes, just say it, in your heart you thought, if you want, just probe me, I'm innocent. Kim Hyunsung's face became serious, he said, what happened to Keselok? Before he finished speaking, Young Hyun collapsed into Lee Giyoung and let out a belch. Lee Giyoung laughed. I guess Young Hyun is tired too. What did you just say? Lee Giyoung silently cursed in his heart. He still doubted him. It really hurts. We get along well. Isn't the griffin a good enough offering? Put that thought aside, bastard. I don't must be a spy. Kim Hyunsung smiled. It's nothing. Lee Giyoung is also speechless. There are 2 ways to anger others. One is to start a conversation then stop. By the way, it's your story, Park Deokgu. Hearing this, Lee Giyoung's expression changed a bit and he thought, why did he suddenly mention Park Deokgu? You said, his growth seems to have slowed down lately. I don't want to say this, but why don't you kick him out of the guild? Lee Giyoung replied with difficulty. Well, that's what I intended. At this point he's just a burden to the group. Then he thought. A person can easily abandon his friend's eye. I know his mask right away. I was thinking what you said, but can't we just see how he progresses? Even though he said it himself, he still doesn't understand what the hell he's talking about. I can make up for his lack of equipment. There are many ways to help him, and besides, Park Deokgu also tried his best. More effort, my mouth says so, but in my heart I think, always try even though it's useless and unnecessary. You said, he practices non-stop every day. I've even seen him fighting with Kim Yeri too. He's great. The truth is he was beaten to a pulp. But he has determination. It's like talking with the thought of punching each other. Determination is useless. We will improve little by little, but in my heart I have a different idea. Kim Hyunsung. He has long reached his limit. Lee Giyoung tried to choose good words for Park Deokgu, but do you find lying always difficult? Why am I protecting that bastard? Hearing that, Kim Hyunsung smiled slightly. I know, I understand what you mean. Seeing that, Lee Giyoung thought suspiciously. Then he laughed again. Kim Hyunsung continued. I was worried that you would really kick me. Park Deokgu left the guild, huh? Is this bastard testing me? Does he want to test my character to see if I'm a spy? Kim Hyunsung smiled. I believe you. Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung's mind is all messed up. This old fox has really tested himself. He opened his mouth to speak. Then go back to the room to rest and wait for the event next. Lee Giyoung continued. Yes, rest well. You stand up, thinking in peace. I know Lee Giyoung is not that type of person. Lee Giyoung glanced at Kim Hyunsung. Thinking, even though he looks handsome, he is a fox. At this time, he gritted his teeth and endured carrying Young Hyun. Carrying him to his room made him want to faint. Why is she so heavy? As soon as he put Yung Hyun down on the bed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Ki-young was stunned for a moment. He fell into deep thought, remembering. Kim Hyunsung said, "It's true that I feel sorry for you, Park Deok-gu, but considering the danger we have to face, perhaps transferring him to another state would be better. The result is not bad, we can escape the danger, and Park Deok-gu also has a chance. I like him very much, but it would be a waste to let him go. He will slowly improve, but his inherent loyalty and unwavering trust are very difficult to obtain. The problem is his development potential. His can't be any better. Then there is only one way, to strengthen Park Deok-gu. If you can do it, I can do even more. The goal is to achieve the title of SSR level Lindle Captain. You must know the conditions to be able to do it. If you can't do that, then start looking at his future first. Of course, I can only see the future of the first life. I'll call Kasagano Yuno." Kasagano Yuno said respectfully, "Pay my respects to my master. I was looking forward to meeting you." Lee Ki-young spoke up, "Long time no see. One of the heirs to the 8 kings and also my dear mage. Can you let's see in 2 or 3 years, what Park Deok-gu's future will be like, if we are in the first life or in a black illusion?" Kasagano Yuno calmly replied, "Of course." A notification appeared in the status window. A legendary level mind eye activation due to the intervention of an outside force. The eyes can see understanding the truth, past and future cannot resist the mind's eye. He thought, I will make Park Deok-gu stronger by any means. Memories suddenly rushed back. Memories appeared, picked up the weapon. Am I kidding you? This is my shield. First time meeting Park Deok-gu. What are you doing? Are you planning to go to war? You must be very brave. What is your name? I am known as Lee Ki-young, the person who will exploit others to the bone. Can I call you Mr. Lee Ki-young? Elsewhere, Lee Ki-young was holding a bag of money and starting to count coins. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, more than I thought. Park Deok-gu was disappointed. I'm sorry, if I hadn't made a mistake, we might have gotten more than this. It's okay, after all, this is a guild for newbies, and we still get paid, right? This guild is really good. How about we remind them that they don't need us anymore? Don't worry, leave this to me. They're in the palm of my hand. You don't need to worry about anything, Park Deok-gu. Why are you with me? You're smart and your spearmanship is good. There are plenty of guys out there better than you. If you've been with a few people in a simulated dungeon, you're probably more than capable of getting into a decent guild. Not this slum. But Lee Ki-young just coldly replied, yes, I'm the one being exploited. Gosh, you're so rude. Lee Ki-young put his hand on Park Deok-gu's shoulder that said, I don't regret it at all. I have a stronger shield than others, so of course I have to be slower. Park Deok-gu said, I'm comforting you. Anyway, you should practice more instead of thinking about random things. We need to get out of this miserable place and settle down, if I can do it. While talking, someone came and interrupted. Wait, Lee Ki-young, what are you doing? Here again? But he just turned and told Park Deok-gu, come inside. Park Deok-gu, is that woman again? There's a lot of gossip about her. We went out to eat together. I'll probably come home late. You can take care of dinner yourself. Then Lee Ki-young told the white-haired lady, sister, I said don't come here. The girl held Lee Ki-young's arm and smiled and said, Lee Ki-young, are you still planning to hang out with that big boy? I told you, don't go with him anymore and join our group. I heard that last time he went hunting, he messed up again, so you have to take care of everything. Let that 8-world pig do the work. Just move your arms and legs. You also need to improve your life. And this scene was accidentally eavesdropped by Park Deok-gu, who was standing in the corner. Hearing these words, he felt both warm and sad, and Lee Ki-young told her that he is a good person, very kind, so I don't need to worry about him betraying me like other people. He made a mistake last time, but it was because of love. His condition isn't good, but he's doing well. Sorry, it's not interesting to hear about this. Where are we going? These words made Park Deok-gu a little touched. On Park Deok-gu's birthday, Lee Ki-young gave Park Deok-gu a set of clothes. Happy birthday, Piglet. Honey, I couldn't find anything decent but I tried. Park Deok-gu was surprised. Where did you get the money? Don't ask about that. I had to go out. You went to dinner with your aunt again, is that it, or with the pastor? I don't want to say it either, but you shouldn't. Lee Ki-young interrupted. It's not like that. Then what are you doing that's dangerous, right? Is it that bastard again? Seeing Park Deok-gu worrying too much, Lee Ki-young is a bit uncomfortable. Shut up. You just need to mind your own business. Listen to me. All this is to make our status better. Honey, promise me one thing. Promise you'll never join that bastard Jung Jin-ho's brigade, and you won't do anything dangerous, promise. Of course. I won't do anything even if I want to because you're an idiot, so shut up and remember one thing, if I can do it, then you can do it better, that's right, that armor suits you there. Fast forward to the next morning, the two of them prepared to leave. Park Deok-gu wore the armor that Lee Ki-young gave him, and Lee Ki-young scolded him as he walked. Your progress is so slow, without me. How are you going to live? In another dungeon, Park Deok-gu caused more trouble. He was just a flower that bloomed late. In another place, the two of them happily laughed and joked. Yes, I also started from zero, so that's why. If I can do it, then you can do more than that. How many times have I said this? Remember it well. In an unfortunate incident, Lee Ki-young was promptly discovered and saved by Park Deok-gu. Out of the burning fire, he and Lee Ki-young blamed themselves and said, "Brother, can you hear me? I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's my fault that I said we should be here," Lee Ki-young said, still a little conscious. It's not your fault. Lee Ki-young's eyes were a little blurry. Dark, then he looked up and saw soldiers from the Holy Kingdom riding horses chasing him and said, "I made a mistake in my calculations. It's because I trusted those hypocrites," the soldiers shouted. "Ears Duong, arrest those traitors. This is the king's order, eliminate those dirty traitors." Seeing them approaching, Park Deok-gu said, "I told you to leave me behind but you couldn't do it. It's true that it's only you, you bastard, you should leave me alone. If I die then avenge me. You know if you really leave me, I won't curse you. No matter what I say, you won't do it. That's not it, so don't worry. I'll make you live. Stop torturing me, put me down. Do you remember, how many times have you saved me? Remember, I put a lot of effort into you. That money of mine must also have value. I said you were my shield, but I think the opposite is true. When you are in trouble, I always be my protector. Thank you for choosing me, and for the times you protected me when I made a mistake. It's because of you that I've struggled so much. Facing the rain of arrows from them holy country, Park Deok-gu tried to say, I just remember, you always help me. So this time it's my turn to save you. Then Park Deok-gu gently put Lee Ki-young on the ground, and you then use your back to protect Lee Ki-young. Don't forget, if you can do it, then I can do even more. If you can do it, then I can do even more. You was hit by an arrow, his whole body was bleeding, but Park Deok-gu still tried to say, if you can do it, then I can do even more. Just like that, Park Deok-gu suffered all these attacks. Lee Ki-young was also helpless. I could only shed tears. A huge explosion erupted, and just like that, the two people's lives ended from here. The dust gradually cleared. Lee Ki-young was now standing there, thinking about strengthening the monkey. He was joking. He walked towards the blood-stained shield. Lee Ki-young fell into deep thought, but now I know, what is the plan to make Park Deok-gu stronger? Park Deok-gu's body was no longer there. Looking at himself collapsing right in front of him, Lee Ki-young seemed dumbfounded. The image of Park Deok-gu always lingered in his mind. Did he eat enough? I can improve. You just need to trust me, this love expert. Suddenly he knelt down on one knee to look at Lee Ki-young in front of him. He gently touched. But then Lee Ki-young in front of him just disappeared. A feeling of being lost came back. I finally finished all the things I needed to do. He laughed out loud. Haha, it's true. I kept calling you I was a meat shield, and in the end he died just like his name. Is this the consequence of me using him too much, huh? This idiot. Lee Ki-young covered his face, sadly said that you and I are different. Once I have what I want in my hands, I will make a plan to use it best and never give up. They all go. I will. At this point you can't help but cry, saying, stay with these idiots for thousands, no, tens of thousands of years. No matter what, come back about reality. Lee Ki-young laid his head in Kasagano Yuno's lap. His tears still kept flowing, only hearing Kasagano Yuno's voice ring out. I'm the same. I'm still interested in Park Deok-gu. He is so important to me that. To the point that, on that day I was willing to kill you. A dark world, a ruined world, could also be a future. Lie, now I will show you. What happened after Park Deokgu's death? The future opens. Lee Ki-young held out a knife. Kasagano Yuno was standing in front of him. He shouted, "Get away from me, what are you? What is the real reason for you to save me? How can I believe that you are not one of them?" Kasagano Yuno noticed the wound on Lee Ki-young's hand and sighed, thinking, it was like his body refused to be treated. She thoughtfully sat down and bandaged Lee Ki-young's wound. At the same time, "Give me your hand, we need to show you the wound first." Lee Ki-young saw this and shouted angrily, "What? Are you crazy? Let me go, you have no reason. It's just been too long. You fell in love with me, at that moment, I wanted to take advantage of you." Kasagano Yuno said nervously, "I won't get in your way, so please. Please let me choose your side." But when I look at her, Lee Ki-young's mind remembers the image of Park Deokgu crying and begging, "Lee Ki-young, please, please. Please look after the children for me, I can't stand you anymore." Looking at Kasagano Yuno reminds me of that idiot. Why are the people around me so annoying? Lee Ki-young bluntly said, "Do whatever you want, you idiot. I let another person stand by my side even though I knew I would regret it. The two of you spent many happy moments, do you know that, master? Say that. Wait for me, Mr. Lee Ki-young. How beautiful the flowers are. The two of you chased each other in the cold winter sky, you're so mean." Lee Ki-young also felt the marks his wound is healing. The pain that day no longer exists. He suddenly woke up, looked at the healed wound and froze. The pain is gradually disappearing. After then he stood up and walked towards the cabinet, looked at the knife inside and then paused for a few seconds. At this time, Kasagano Yuno had also woken up, Mr. Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young did not answer but took the knife and put it to his wrist and looked at it. Seeing this scene, Kasagano Yuno screamed in fear, "Mr. Lee Ki-young! Mr. Lee Ki-young!" The room became a mess. Kasagano Yuno cried in pain, "Don't leave me. Mr. Lee Ki-young, please, please don't leave me. You know we can't have a happy ending, I'm a wizard with the ability to see the past and future." Lee Ki-young spoke. "So stop it, influence the future by using up more stats. I'm grateful for what you've done for me, but it's time for both of us to wake up from this dream." Looking at Lee Ki-young's back, Kasagano Yuno called out, "No, I don't want to wake up, I know what hurt you. You need to forget that fat guy, I definitely saw you in that dark world, I was happy fuck." Lee Ki-young frowned, his face a little angry. "What?" Kasagano Yuno said again, "In that future. You looked so happy as if you had forgotten everything." "That's right, I must have sworn to you about our eternal love. A future where I forgot all the guilt about that fat guy, a future where he forgot all the suffering." Lee Ki-young shouted, "Forget what? Say it again, you hypocrite." You take out the knife. "Do you see such a future just because we've known each other for a while? That way I will never forget what those hypocritical bastards did to us. The way that fat bastard died because of me. I will never, ever forget. Let's go, until I can dig out the throats of those bastards who did that to Park Deokgu. Do you understand?" Kasagano Yuno, "I thought you were a kind of medicine to me, but you are a kind of poison, an involuntary poison that has the ability to heal wounds. I will keep the cold corpse of you, as a reminder of what you did today. You will be a reminder to me of revenge. You once asked me to let you stay by my side, right? So this is also what do you want?" Kasagano Yuno smiled at the corner of her mouth. "Please don't cry, love of my life. If it's for you, I'm willing to accept death at the present time." Lee Ki-young is lost lying there. After watching the past and the future, he pondered like a movie. "So to summarize what I saw on the first network, in about 2 years that fat guy will die, but before he can get stronger, that trash who lost the fat guy will lose all his will to live and betray Kasagano Yuno, who accepted and ran off somewhere, even though he didn't look like him, to kill her. Anyway, that terrible guy in the first network. How did I continue, and how far will I go in this second network? Quite a tragic story, but in this world, the fat guy is still alive. I just need to help him get stronger according to my plan, so he doesn't die like in my first kill. I just want to see what will happen to Park Deokgu, but in the end I can see much more than that. Now I can really see that we were lovebirds in our past lives. Thank you again, Kasagano Yuno." Kasagano Yuno, lying next to Lee Ki-young, smiled slightly. "I'm glad can help the owner." Lee Ki-young smiled and thought, is she always this cute? But Kasagano where are your clothes? He couldn't believe his eyes, so he lifted the blanket and was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, did I sleep with Kasagano? Seeing that, Lee Ki-young shouted in panic. From outside the door, Young Hyun saw two people. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Young Hyun clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and screamed, "Who is that woman?" Lee Ki-young. A few days later. At this time, Kim Hyunsung came into the room to announce, "Lee Ki-young, Young Hyun, we have to prepare to return to Lindell." As soon as these words were said, a murderous aura filled the sky. Smacked in the face, seeing the two of them keeping a distance from each other, his eyes looked at the two of them in confusion, thinking, what kind of atmosphere is this? He said again, "Lee Ki-young, let's go." Young Hyun followed behind Kim Hyunsung without leaving even half a step. She sat closely on Kim Hyunsung's eagle back, avoiding Lee Ki-young. Seeing Young Hyun's face, Kim Hyunsung thought to herself, why is Young Hyun hiding behind her? Like this. Young Hyun sobbed and whispered to Kim Hyunsung when Lee Ki-young next to him shouted loudly, "Shut up Young Hyun, don't let me make you cry." Kim Hyunsung is also a little chaotic inside. They fight? This tension is so annoying. Lee Ki-young looked at Kim Hyunsung's unsightly expression and thought to himself, damn, Kim Hyunsung looks really upset. But I can't stop behaving this kind of thing. Remember when Young Hyun encountered that embarrassing situation? Who is this woman, Lee Ki-young? Although we reluctantly tried to explain, we didn't do anything. Lee Ki-young was grumpy. What are you doing? Do you know how rude I am? It's a shame. Thinking back to Lee Ki-young, I can only feel helpless and guilty, but I don't want that either. Young Hyun, you want to ruin the Blue Guild's foreign policy, right? Or do you want to be arrested for terrorism? What kind of behavior is that? Young Hyun's face was pale, scared and trembling. Huh? Kasagano next to her tried to reassure her. Mr. Lee Ki-young, I'm fine. Please calm down. I'm going. Miss Kasagano, if I don't go, I'll die. Young Hyun couldn't help but scream. Lee Ki-young, you're not stupid. What kind of diplomacy is that? Obviously it's me. I told you things weren't as you thought. This is just some kind of ritual, but I'm not the one who would care about the ritual. Lee Ki-young whispered speechlessly thought. What is all this about, Kasagano? Then he said uncomfortably, are you doubting me? There's no other way but to get angry. Whatever, don't ever talk to me until you apologize. I didn't expect you to be such a rude and stupid person. Yes. I'm really disappointed in you, Young Hyun. Hearing that, Young Hyun seemed to collapse. He was disappointed in me. Will he leave me? I have to apologize. I don't want him to leave me. No. Lee Ki-young looked at Young Hyun crying sadly because of him and felt extremely guilty. He thought to himself, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. Okay Young Hyun. After that Young Hyun apologized to Kasagano and me. But this webtoon will end if she finds out the truth. In the end it's just the two of us, so I have to pretend that I'm still alive angry at her. My mind is messed up because of this stupidity. Why did this happen? Looks like I'm too grumpy. I need to be more careful in the future. Then you spoke up, let's rest for a while. Okay. I brought some snacks. The three of you stopped under a tree. Take out the prepared sandwich. But the atmosphere is heavier than ever. Kim Hyunsung started talking. The weather is really nice, Lee Ki-young continued. Cloudy, making Young Hyun stop crying. Seeing that Kim Hyunsung felt bored, he thought, why do you keep talking, Kim Hyunsung? She cried even louder. Well, after all, it's my fault so I had to deal with it. If I ruined my relationship with the great magician, it would be a big loss. You're confused. Called, Young Hyun, she stopped crying and replied, Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young gently stroked Young Hyun's cheek. She blushed and thought to herself, isn't he angry with me anymore? Will he kiss me to make up for it? Lee Ki-young winked, I have a little cotton in my hair. Young Hyun was also happy. Lee Ki-young, Kim Hyunsung saw this scene and were confused. Why was it there? Lee Ki-young forced himself to say, sorry, Young Hyun, you're too hot-tempered, right? No, it's my fault. Why don't we go on a date on the way back to Lindell? Really? So you're not angry with me anymore? Of course not. He patted Young Hyun's head, thinking, well, I was also the one in the wrong, but she's better now, right? She's really cute, even though she's a bit scary. Kim Hyunsung said, then I'm going back to the guild, have fun, see you soon. As I was about to leave, the building in front of me attracted Kim's attention. Hyunsung, is there such a building in Lindell? After that, Lee Giyoung and Yung Hyun went for a walk. Lee Giyoung smiled and flattered a bit. Quite a few new things appeared while we were away. Yung Hyun, I will give you a few gifts to make up for it, whatever you choose is fine. Huh, really? Of course, I know you're rich, ha ha ha. Then he thought, well, spending time like this isn't bad. I should keep this kind of relationship with Yung Hyun. I'll rest for a few days before going into the research process. That's right, research. After seeing Park Deok-goo's death in my previous life, I decided that there was only one way to make him stronger, which was using the power serum. The scenes I saw in my previous life were at least 2 years away. Even the other Lee Giyoung said that Park Deok-goo's progress was too slow. This fat guy's growth limit must have been stagnant all the time until he died. To help that fat guy, I had no choice but to inject the power serum to force the cells to awaken. That way he would eventually didn't die while trying to protect himself. If Park Deok-gu hadn't died, then Kasagano Yuno wouldn't have had such a miserable life having to take care of a loser like me. Damn, think of those things. That made me sad again. While thinking, Yung Hyun called Lee Giyoung. I finished choosing. She placed a pile of teddy bears in front of Lee Giyoung. He was happy. She finished choosing. It's worth it. Surprisingly, this continent still has a card transaction system. Lee Giyoung took out a golden card and gave it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper thought it was indeed the Blue Guild Master. I can close the shop now. But when put in the card reader artifact, the system reported an error. Withdrawing gold is not available. The seller now said, Sir, sorry but there is no more money in here. Lee Giyoung was surprised. Huh, me? Then he silently cursed, I made a lot of money with that medicine, it's impossible. Well, it's a bit rude, but could it be that you used so much money to build the dragon's nest? I know it's because of the black magic. Long, but narrow, I thought you were very rich. Lee Giyoung had a confused face when he heard that. He thought, what? What do I use the money for? Nest for Dialuja? Wait, could it be? That huge house. Don't tell me. Remember, Dialuja, it's all just part of the job. I'll be back soon, just go shopping, don't worry about money. No way, I know you're the leader of the Blue Guild but we don't debit. Lee Giyoung trembled angrily. He took out 2 bags of money, so take this, it's your emergency, then said, Yung Hyun, I'm very sorry but I have an emergency right now, I'll come find you later, okay. Then he ran with anger to that magnificent castle. At this time, Dialuja was happily singing. Lee Giyoung ran in panic and shouted, you stupid lizard. Dialuja was happy. Oh my god, when did you come in? Oh no, what are you talking about? Lee Giyoung is so angry, what are you thinking? My bank account is down to 0, what the hell have you done? A huge mansion, a forest and a lake, what the hell is that? Hoo-hoo, of course, a nest is very important for dragons. I just copied a human's mansion to make it convenient for Dialoria to learn how to hunt. He looks very happy. Happy your head, what about my money? Dialuja was confused. You told me to use it. Seeing Dialuja say that, Lee Giyoung cursed angrily. Have you lost your mind? So you spent it all. I don't care if you're a legendary dragon or not. Her awareness is even lower than that of a lizard. You keep calm. Phew, calm down. Money can always be earned. Dialuja is a great resource. She looks like you human but still a monster. There's no way she can think normally like a human. How can she argue against a monster? I should be as polite and historical as possible. Thinking so, he sighed and said, ha, at least now I don't have any debt. Then he asked, Dialuja, I don't owe anyone, right? Why didn't you say anything? Dialuja just laughed and avoided the question. Seeing that, he also implicitly understood, really, she even borrowed money. You, this crazy lizard, I will roast you. Dialuja was scared. Explain, calm down, if I die then you die too. I have a reason, I feel guilty if I just take your money so I want to build an alchemy laboratory for you. I also didn't expect it costs so much money, why are you so angry? I'm so sad, you have to thank me, the more I listen, the more it doesn't reach my ears. Lee Giyoung shouted loudly, I used my money to call it a gift. This ungrateful girl, you are worse than me. The two sides quarreled, causing Dialoria to wake up while sleeping. Lee Ki-young quickly hugged the baby dragon and comforted him. "Ah, our smart baby. You're awake, be a good boy, don't cry anymore." He sighed helplessly, thinking this life is too difficult. "Hey Dialuja, you said you built a laboratory for me, right? Is it as big as this place?" Dialuja happily replied, "Yes. Maybe it even fits my original form." Lee Ki-young thought, "Thank you, but how much money did you put into it?" After coaxing the baby dragon to sleep, he said, "That's it, she will transform back into her true form for a while." "What are you going to do?" Seeing Lee Ki-young wearing a white coat made me confused. And where did he get that outfit? Lee Ki-young took out a small knife. "Do you have to repay the debt?" "I will remove everything that might be of value from you, and not just the serum, baby." At this time, Dialuja also transformed into the form of a black dragon. A moment later, Giyoung Hyan also came to participate in the experiment. She excitedly let out a wow sound. She entered Dialugia's mouth and happily smiled and said, "Going inside the dragon's body, it's really interesting, I'm happier inside." Dating Lee Ki-young wearing glasses. 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 Glasses. Date with Lee Ki-young who wears glasses. Date with Lee Ki-young who wears glasses. Seeing Giyoung Hyan excited makes him smile. Interesting, right? We'll study together for a few days. When Dialuja saw Giyoung Hyan here, he wondered, why did you bring that scary magician here? When he saw that, he was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Ah Dialuja, in dragon form, you can also speak human language, just with my companion." He clicked his tongue, tight, "There is no other way. I need a large amount of mana to use the equipment here, but besides Giyoung Hyan, I can't ask anyone else, and I'm too scared to go alone in a dragon's mouth. You use my mana is fine, it's okay, just stay still and you'll help me a lot. I'm going deep inside, don't swallow me." Being inside a dragon is really interesting, quite similar to the inside of a human body but also very different. According to Dialuja, she will convert everything she eats into mana and send it throughout her body. She can also purify impure mana. Simply put, she is a mana production center. Especially that heart. It is a mana storage device that everyone knows even without too much knowledge about dragons. It has functions like mana recovery, mana increase and more. So many magicians tried to recreate it but failed. Seeing Giyoung Hyan excited, he thought to himself, she must be interested in it very well, after all she is a magician. "Okay, it's time to get to work. I'll start by taking some of Dialugia's blood. Then you take out the prepared needle and insert the needle. Come here, poke here." As soon as you poke it, Dialuja struggled, scaring Lee Ki-young. "Are you crazy? Stop laughing, it feels like there's an earthquake inside. Do you want me to be crushed?" Dialuja replied awkwardly, but it was so funny. What's wrong with her laugh? Afterwards, he also successfully obtained the blood of a dragon. A status window appeared informing him that you were the first person in history to obtain the blood of a black dragon. You had gained a lot of experience. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Look at that pile of express." The express continued to add up to 99,999. "I only took a little blood, then." System. You have a new title of First Prize Explorer. System. You have acquired a new title, Alchemist who researches on a dragon. You have acquired a new profession, Super Mythical Rank Dragon Alchemist. Lee Ki-young is happy, screaming, "In my heart, I love you. My wife is so cute." Dialuja looked disgusted. "Just a few days ago you called me a crazy lizard." "Crazy?" Lee Ki-young flattered. Let's forget the past. Let's start again. I love it so much, it's so disgusting, I'm kissing somewhere." The status window appears, displaying the new profession of player Lee Ki-young. Ability Dragon Alchemist Power. Mythical Super Rank. You're the first person in the history of the continent to experiment on a dragon, so this rank is super level. Mana has reached 45. Not just a myth, but a super myth. Moreover, my mana is at 45, of course it's nothing compared to others, but now I can. Damn it. Why can't I break this? Damn it, what about a rock? I am a green giant. Now that I am strong, will I be like Hira's father? Now I can fight for my rights in battles, ha ha ha. Seeing you laugh happily, Giyoung Hyan spoke up. Are you done yet? Ah Giyoung Hyan, look, you're so much stronger now. At this moment, suddenly Giyoung Hyan's whole body radiated a dazzling light. What is this aura? Giyoung Hyan, you. Hehe, you are made from a dragon heart. Player Giyoung Hyun has a new trait, the heart of a mythical level great mage. Look at the status window. Lee Giyoung was surprised. What? I created a similar one in my body while you were experimenting. I made it more beautiful than the original. Giyoung Hyun smiled and said, I've wanted to create one for a long time. Luckily it works immediately. Countless magicians have failed to create that thing for centuries. Damn, this is why I hate geniuses. Damn it. I can't lose to her. There are 2 mythic classes, but I want more. I want something special too, not a mythic class or essence, but something special like Giyoung Hyun's. Now that I think about it, the dragon heart can do one more thing. The corner of Lee Giyoung's mouth curled up slightly, extremely sinister. He pulled his gloves tight. Okay, let's get to work. At the palace, Kim Hyunsung was sitting in the office. He thought to himself, the palace and the black magician are next. While thinking, there was a knock on the door. Kim Hyunsung spoke, come in. Secretary, speak up. Guild leader, it's a letter from the Red Mercenaries. I understand, it's time. The next training session has begun. Time passes so quickly, I'm excited, so excited, but I don't have time to care about these things in my first life. Seeing him deep in thought, she asked, what about the vice leader of the guild? I'll go inform him. Anyway, this time it's the turn of the Red Mercenaries to carry the flag. I don't want to bother Lee Giyoung while he's experimenting. I understand. After finishing speaking, she thought, well, they will be able to freely talk privately without being bothered by anyone. Hopefully there will be many talented people there. I will form a stronger and more stable team than ever before. To catch that bastard. A few weeks later, Dialuja also transformed into human form. She let out a sigh. Vu, it's been a few weeks, but for me it's just a passing moment. Is there any progress yet? Listening to her question, he replied, there are many. Another function of the dragon's heart is to activate the dragon's breath. The first combat-type water medicine was produced based on that function of the dragon's heart. The medicine mythical level dragon's breath water, my dragon's breath potion. It has the shape of a dragon's heart and actually emits dragon's breath. I just need to infuse a bit of my mana to activate it. He asked Dialuja, do you want to see it? Then activated it. An explosion rang out. Lee Giyoung felt, well, it was art. Of course, before it exploded there was still a bit of risk, but it was definitely more useful than Juliana Moore. No, it has to be more useful. I worked so hard to get it, Dialuja exclaimed. It's great. I didn't expect you could make something like this. This is the power of alchemy. Okay. What about the essence you want to create? You took out a bottle of blue liquid. I smiled and said, of course, Giyoung Hyun, can you bring Park Deokgu? Park Deokgu is sure this guy will be very happy. A little while later, Giyoung Hyun brought Park Deokgu to the laboratory. As soon as he saw him, Park Deokgu happily shouted, Lee Giyoung. Oh, this is new lab? Lee Giyoung noticed Park Deokgu and thought, he's all sweaty, he must have just finished practicing. Park Deokgu chuckled and said, how are you these days? Dinosaur. Lee Giyoung stared at Park Deokgu. He fell into thought, this bastard. The previous Lee Giyoung couldn't save you, but I'm different. I won't let you die. Sometimes please stop by the guild. We'll forget your face at this rate. I was planning to stop by anyway. Take it. Lee Giyoung gave the bottle of solution to Park Deokgu. Take it. Curious, what is this? Lee Giyoung explained. Practicing is very hard, right? I made it for you. This is the mythical level power essence of creator Lee Giyoung. If you have this, you can become Captain Lindell. If you need more, just tell me, I'll help. And you stay here for a while. I have to observe to see if there are any side effects. Besides. Hearing that, Park Deokgu's face darkened. You don't need it. Lee Giyoung was stunned when he saw that. Huh? Park Deokgu frowned. His voice also changed. Will you become stronger in the blink of an eye if you drink this? Are you planning on trampling on my training efforts? Lee Giyoung looked at Park Deokgu's unhappy face and thought, damn, why did he react like that? He was so angry that he wanted to apparate and said, is this the time for you to prioritize your self-esteem? You don't even have a class anymore. Do you want to be kicked off the team? Park Deokgu did not stay silent but argued back. Then just kick me out of the team and hire someone else. What you say? I don't understand anything. If you drink this and catch up with others, it won't matter anymore. What does it mean anymore? His heart felt heavy. Lee Giyoung thought to himself, idiot, the important thing is that you can catch up with others by drinking this. He said sadly again, drink, I'll take care of other things, so don't worry, but Park Deok-gu often said, no. Lee Giyoung was so angry that his face turned red, cursing loudly, you. This pig, drink quickly, drink it for me now, Park Deok-gu also said impatiently, what's wrong with you? Looking at the two arguing, Young Hyun and even Dialuja could only feel helpless, stop fighting. Park Deok-gu raised the bottle of essence and shouted, I told you, I don't want to drink. Then he threw the bottle of essence hard. Lee Giyoung unfortunately fell down and hit the wall hard. Seeing that, Park Deok-gu worriedly called Lee Giyoung's name, even Young Hyun was impatient. Lee Giyoung gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He thought to himself, damn, did I just break a bone? This pig. Wait, my essence, I just saw the essence bottle about to fall to the ground. At the same time Young Hyun worriedly ran to him. And worried that the essence would immediately fall on them. Young Hyun, imagine the scene where the solution broke and spilled all over her. A look of fear appeared on Lee Giyoung's face. He thought, I'm done. I'll really die if Young Hyun turns into a giant. That green giant. But at this moment, Young Hyun used a magic shield to protect himself. Young Hyun roared angrily, I'm pretty sure I said. Stop fighting, glanced at Young Hyun, Lee Giyoung thought. She avoided being hit by using a magic shield. But what does that matter? Young Hyun tore apart the people who made her angry. She even no more stuttering, she's really crazy. He looked into her eyes, his mind was a bit chaotic, suddenly scared and cowering in a corner shaking. Young Hyun, calm down you, secretly thinking in his heart, don't come close to me. Park Deok-gu saw this and worried about Lee Giyoung's safety, calling out, Lee Giyoung, are you okay? I'm sorry, you're in pain. But suddenly Park Deok-gu felt the aura radiating from Young Hyun. It made Park Deok-gu feel a bit heavy. I felt like I couldn't move. Okay, I wonder, am I sinking? Young Hyun glared fiercely at Park Deok-gu, grumpily said, I trusted you. I thought you were better than that, you dare, you dare. Then she came closer to Lee Giyoung and cried while saying, you dared to hurt my Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung saw that and secretly thought, well, I knew right away. Young Hyun was angry and exploded with magic. She screamed, I can't forgive you. I will never forgive you. Lee Giyoung saw that Young Hyun was about to lose control. He advised Young Hyun, stop. Park Deok-gu felt pain right now. She gritted her teeth and endured it. He thought, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand up. Every cell in my body would be compressed by her magic power. I didn't know she was that strong. She used to be so wet. But now she's so strong that it's hard to describe. I used to be very strong, now she's stronger than me, so what am I good at now? Am I really nothing more than a burden to this team? Unexpectedly, Young Hyun couldn't calm down at this moment. She screamed, felt Lee Giyoung's pain. While screaming, Lee Giyoung shouted loudly, stop. Stop, Young Hyun. Yes, where is Park Deok-gu? I wasn't even hurt because I had the artifact next to me. Young Hyun saw him criticizing and said with a regretful face, I'm sorry, I should apologize to Park Deok-gu, not me. Seeing that, she pondered, thinking, what can I do to make the situation less tense? Then Young Hyun spoke up, sorry, Park Deok-gu, I guess I wasn't considerate enough, I'm sorry. Park Deok-gu said sadly, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry for hurting you when you should be taking care of me. I also hurt Young Hyun. It's all my fault. Look at Park Deok-gu left in despair. Lee Giyoung spoke up, wait Park Deok-gu. I only saw Park Deok-gu's tears flowing like a stream. Lee Giyoung felt extremely sad. At this time at the Black Swan Guild bar reserved for important guests. Lee Giyoung drank while expressing his feelings, damn, I did all this for that fat guy, as expected. Lee Jae-hee sat next to him, also said, I didn't know you were such an emotional person. Lee Giyoung gritted his teeth and said angrily, this is the last time I'll do this, I'll kick him out if he fails again. Lee Jae-hee looked at him and smiled, is that true? Come on, have fun. I'm sure there's another way, it doesn't have to rely on the power serum, there's a way. I don't really understand, but if you want him to get stronger without serum, then I just need to put him in an environment where he has no choice but to get stronger. Lee Jae-hee continued, like throwing him into hell? That's right, he has never really experienced danger before. Every time the situation becomes dangerous, the Blue Guild will handle it for him, so. Suddenly both of them said it at the same time, one prank. Lee Ki-young grinned, he thought to himself, there's a reason why we're best friends. Lee Jae-hee also implicitly clinked glasses with him. In prison, right? Rare, can you get one now? Of course, but in return, can you ask Kim Hyunsung to take some time? You wonder, why? What? Do you like him? You're Kim Hyunsung Cho Hai-jin. But Lee Jae-hee immediately expressed, of course not. I know you wouldn't, it's not you. I think my school friend likes him. It's been a while since the rumors of them dating appeared, don't you know? Head of the Black Swan Guild Park Yeonju, one of the 8 thrones of the empire, who eliminated the corruption from within the Black Swan Guild along with Lee Jae-hee. She looks like the girl next door. But actually as strong as his father. Lee Ki-young inwardly exclaimed that such a person secretly likes Kim Hyunsung. That's great, Kim Hyunsung. You should have told me. But the problem is Kim Hyunsung refused all of her advances. He's not helpless, I think not. Is this guy crazy? So can you help me, in return for me helping you? Okay, well, okay, I'll talk to him. Good news, things will be great for the Blue Guild if everything goes well. The meeting of the presidents of the 2 most amazing guilds, increased influence in the empire, more power for me. Cho Hai-jin, sorry, but you've lost your place. I can understand what you're thinking, there are rumors about you too, what? People say that the reason Blue Guild has been able to level up is because of his popularity with women. That's true, there are so many women around him, they are all strong people. Also, I mean, you're attractive, but not that good looking, so I don't understand what those people see in you. Is it because you look perverted? Well, I'm also one of them, there's actually a reason for this. The status window appears, displaying player Lee Ki-young's characteristics. The charm of the scammer seduces scammers to listen to you, increases the possibility of receiving love from dangerous opponents. There are also a few books, very popular. I don't know much, but you are very famous. Well, I'll prepare the prank, so don't worry about it. Lee Ki-young smiled, thank you. So do you want to come over for some ramen? It's already late. Lee Ki-young shook his head in refusal. No, Young Hyun is waiting for me. Goodbye love, it's not convenient. Yeah, see you later best friend. When you left, Lee Ki-young, I thought to myself, this is really the last time I help you. Park Deok-gu, Lindell's project number 2. Let's go, it's time to show Lee Ki-young's prank. Lee Jae-hee also smiled at the corner of her mouth. Raised, you should look forward to it. A few days later, Lee Ki-young and a few people were on their way to the dungeon, including Young Hyun and Park Deok-gu along with Kim Yeri. Park Deok-gu was surprised. You're surprised? A picnic in a dungeon? Well, we rarely go out like this anyway. I think everyone will be tired from training. This dungeon is easy, so this will be fun there. And I'm sorry about last time. Hearing that, Park Deok-gu looked at Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young, he thought to himself, okay, that's right. Then Park Deok-gu leaned closer and whispered to Lee Ki-young. Yeah, I think Young Hyun is still angry. Lee Ki-young thought, haha, it's okay. She's nervous because she has to act. Anyway, I chose 3 more people who aren't Lee Jae-hee. Blue Guild lists the actors for the prank, and the third person. Park Deok-gu now complains a bit. Lee Ki-young, you don't need to buy the whole dungeon. Lee Ki-young calmly says, for everyone, it's okay. But the truth is, Lee Jae-hee bought it for you because you're empty-pocketed now. When Park Deok-gu heard that, he was as happy as a child. You're so thoughtful. Thank you so much. Suddenly there was a cry. Everyone's friendship is so wonderful. This is truly family. Seeing him suddenly crying, Park Deok-gu was confused. Who are you? Lee Ki-young stood to the side with a half smile. Ah, of course, don't be shocked. Park Deok-gu, he's a real actor. At this time he pushed up his glasses and happily introduced. Very nice to meet you. I'm the priest of the Red Mercenaries. On Gimmo. This person was hired by Lee Ki-young specifically for Park Deok-gu. Park Deok-gu spoke up, let's take a break. Just calm down for a while, On Gimmo asked. So you also fell in here by pressing the wrong button in the game? Park Deok-gu replied, you too? On Gimmo said, that's why holding down the button continuously is very dangerous. Hearing that, Park Deok-gu laughed and said, you said it so well. Seeing that, he secretly thought, they have become friends, On Gimmo. He's not famous, but he has a lot of acting experience while on Earth. How can love change like that? Currently, he is a priest fighting for the Red Mercenaries. He is not a strong person, but surprisingly he does very well in the Red Mercenaries, perhaps because he is a good actor. After talking for a while, Park Deok-gu said, "We get along so well, so everyone was invited to the game." Kim Yeri spoke up and said, "I'm different. I never received invitation letter. I grew up in the slums." Well, it's not that I'm sad about that. Looking at her expression, everyone didn't say anything more, just a little sympathy and silently thinking, Kim Yeri-chan. At this time, An Gimo and Park Deok-gu fell silent for a while, then approached her and said in unison, "Miss Kim Yeri, from now on you can call me Uncle Gimo. Uncle Park Deok-gu will be here for you." Hearing that, Kim Yeri exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell?" At this moment, Lee Ki-young saw this and appeared very happy on the outside, but on the inside he smiled sadly and thought to himself, the atmosphere was just to my liking. Beautiful scenery, delicious food, sunset. Lee Ki-young looked at him. At the same time, An Gimo also looked at him. Their eyes met as if they understood and said in unison, "It's time to pull the fishing line." Lee Ki-young's joke, Captain Episode Lindell, Director Lee Ki-young, Scriptwriter Lee Ki-young, Producer Lee Ki-young, Support Lee Jae-hee, Park Deok-gu said, "It seems this place is stable." An Gimo replied, "Ah yes, compared to before." Park Deok-gu continued, "But we shouldn't let our guard down." An Gimo laughed and exclaimed, "Well, I don't think anything bad will happen." Park Deok-gu heard that confused and asked, "What do you mean? Is something happening around here?" An Gimo immediately said, "It seems you don't know." Right after receiving Park Deok-gu's nod, An Gimo explained, "Well, a few years ago, an organization was wiped out here, a massacre. Partisan. The murderer is the Murderer Brigade, an organization of murderers." Hearing that, Park Deok-gu exclaimed in surprise, "Murderer." Lee Ki-young continued, "Brigade? Look at your face again." Lee Ki-young thought to himself, "This guy. I want to recruit him to join the association." It's true that we both planned it in advance, but his acting was so real, I almost believed that organization really existed. The back of my neck was creepy. At this time An Gimo's expression darkened and he began to turn on deep acting mode. An Gimo lowered his voice to tell, "The Killer Brigade. A murder organization founded by Jung Jin-ho in his first life. After when I survived the tutorial that shook the entire continent, why did I know? I've seen it in the dark world." At that time, thanks to Park Deok-gu, Lee Ki-young 31 didn't participate, but my theory is that he secretly befriended the team leader, Jung Jin-ho. Lee, because it's very simple, this good prospect can bring a lot of money. He is definitely very good at flattering and making money from them. If he had created an organization in his previous life, he could be right now. Did it, or someone else did, but if it weren't for Jung Jin-ho, the organization wouldn't be as scary, and since he's dead, he's a psychopathic murderer and a half, if you say it's that bad. It's not wrong that he did all the harm. As soon as he finished the story, he thought to himself, "Thank you, Jung Jin-ho." At this point, Yoon Hyun started acting, covering his eyes and exclaiming, he was so scared. Kim Yeri heard that. Then casually criticized, "What a bad name." Hearing that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, Hey, cut. Everything is going very well. You guys just need to keep your mouth shut. Brigade killers are so cool, aren't they?" Park Deok-gu was a little scared and asked, are they still active?" An Gimo laughed and replied, "If it were still there, we wouldn't have dared to come here, haha." Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "Luckily Gimo is here, look how good he is." An Gimo said, "There are guards patrolling around the town, and recently there has been no news of their activities. Everything will be fine." Lee Ki-young replied, Yes, we just need to be a little careful." Seeing that, Park Deok-gu spoke up, but didn't let him finish. An Gimo immediately interrupted, "Let's leave before it gets dark." Before leaving, Park Deok-gu called out loudly, Lee Ki-young, I have a bad feeling about this. Shouldn't we go back?" Speaking of this, Park Deok-gu thought to himself, "No, he prepared everything for me. Surely everyone is looking forward to this trip. This is also an opportunity for me to reconcile with Yoon Hyun." But when looking at Lee Ki-young's face, Park Deok-gu bowed his head and said, "Nothing, let's go." Seeing that, Lee Ki-young silently thought, 10 points. That's right, the important thing is determination. I'm very proud. About you, you idiot, you can do it, Park Deok-gu, get over it. But within a few seconds of being heroic, Park Deok-gu was so scared that he wanted to cry and turned around and said, Lee Ki-young, actually I want when he returned. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, 10 points. Night had just fallen. He looked around and thought, where are they? It's time to appear, please show yourself, Killer Brigade, along with Lee Jae-hee. At this moment Park Deok-gu exclaimed, Lee Ki-young, I think there's someone over there. Hearing that, he looked after I thought to myself, finally appearing, Park Deok-gu came forward and called out, who is there? Are you lost? But Lee Ki-young took a closer look and was a little disappointed, thinking, there's only one person? Ah, what's going on? She should have sent 3 to 4 people, what was she thinking? Lee Jae-hee, I'm so disappointed. At that moment, the people there heard the noise and immediately turned their heads. Upon hearing this, they immediately attacked their magic power. He thought to himself, this bloodlust is. His side was also affected at this time. An Gimo asked, Lee Ki-young, is that really someone from our side? Lee Ki-young continued, I don't know, what is that? Huh? He now activated his mind's eye. As soon as he made eye contact with that person, his eyeballs immediately reacted. He exclaimed, huh? Wait, that person. Display the status window of the player Park Yeonju. Name Park Yeonju, 28 years old, warm personality, sword weapon, Black Swan Guardian title. Listen to the status window. The reporter thought to himself, what the hell is the president of the Black Swan Association doing here? Look how warm she is. Could it be that someone is also toying with me? Suddenly seen in attack about to rush towards the crowd, Park Deok-gu exclaimed. Lee Ki-young, everyone run quickly. Waiting for Park Deok-gu to finish that sentence, the crowd left him screaming. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, this is so scary, maybe the brigade killer really exists. I shouldn't doubt Lee Jae-hee. I need you to do well this time, don't worry, who do you think I am? Unexpectedly, she asked her own president. Is this the reason she asked for a date with Kim Hyunsung? At this time Park Deok-gu also caught up and kept turning back to look. Lee Ki-young, just leave it to me and run away from here. Lee Ki-young asked. You will come with us? Lee Ki-young thought. Touched. But what are you planning to do? You have no chance of winning. But don't worry, Park Deok-gu. The opponent is truly a monster, but it's just an act. When I give the signal, she will pretend to attack everyone except Park Deok-gu. Park Deok-gu will witness his comrades fall and awaken as Captain Lindell. I'm sure of this because I witnessed it in my first life. Even though he was injured, he still protected me until the end, that's it. It's not a miracle. This is just a way to make him stronger for sure. The reason for his slow strength development with enough experience and no injuries, is because of his mental state. So, can I catch up with the other members of the team? But even if I rely on other members uselessly, it will still limit my development. Production solution to increase strength. I'm great if you don't use this method to get stronger. If your friends are in danger, is that so? Then we will die. As a result, Lee Ki-young will be the one to protect the Blue Guild. The system will develop into. And now, should I test out the new magic potion? After saying that, he immediately used the magic potion of Dragon's Breath. He sighed to himself, it was too great, it was too much, but when he looked back at Park Yeonju's face, he thought to himself, don't be angry. Okay, sorry. Right now Park Yeonju angrily cast magic and rushed towards the crowd. Seeing her chasing, the people ran away. He spoke up, I'm sorry. Right now Ying Hyun spoke up, Lee Ki-young. Having finished speaking, she raised her staff high and cast a pursuit spell. Then swung a strike. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young thought to herself, what name is that so bland? What if we win? Had forgotten the original purpose. Right now she appeared behind him and said, where are you looking? That's just an afterimage. Hearing that, Lee Ki-young was startled and turned around thinking, so fast, when did she come? Wait, you're not really planning to kill us, are you? Suddenly, when she heard a noise, she was startled and looked over. And saw Kim Yeri coming from behind and spoke up. I heard that there are many talented individuals in Blue Guild, it's true. Wrong, Kim Yeri-chan. Hearing that, Kim Yeri immediately threw a kick, but Park Yeonju easily dodged and said, however, you guys have reached your number. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately threw a kick that hit the right spot. Fatally, Kim Yeri was thrown far away and blood spurted out of her mouth. Seeing such a big commotion, On Gimmo exclaimed, Kim Yeri. Lee Ki-young pretended to ask enthusiastically, what should we do? Is she dead? After saying that, he thought to himself, this idiot, he's frozen. I feel a bit sorry, but it's all for your good Park Deokgu. Right now Park Deokgu is like a lost soul, he's stunned. Someone exclaimed, Kim Yeri. The dust and smoke gradually faded and saw Kim Yeri with her blood-covered body motionless. The crowd exclaimed, no, Kim Yeri. He wondered, one person left. Kim Yeri, just acting okay, right? She's not really dead, right? Without thinking much, On Gimmo immediately ran to call out, Kim Yeri. At that moment On Gimmo was pierced by an arrow straight from behind. Immediately he fell down. Seeing that, several people exclaimed, Gimmo. Yung Hyen shouted loudly, get away, Park Deokgu. After finishing speaking, she raised her staff high and cast a pursuit spell. Immediately the magical powers in the staff immediately rushed forward to attack, but was blocked by Park Yeon-ju using a protective ring. She gently swung her hand continuously. Small swords appeared. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young exclaimed, wow, what is that? Summon a sword? So cool, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. In a flash, thousands of swords continuously rushed forward. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young exclaimed, Yung Hyen, you need to avoid. But as soon as he finished, Yung Hyen's body had been pierced by so many swords. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young exclaimed in surprise, Yung Hyen. He thought to himself, I didn't expect both swords and blood to be special effects, but they look so scary. Yung Hyen fell down. She trembled and stammered, saying, Lee Ki-young, I love you. After finishing speaking, Yung Hyen smiled, looked at Lee Ki-young and then fell down. He ran to hug her in pain, took Yung Hyen and shouted loudly, no, Yung Hyen, just performing such a play. He helplessly thought to himself, do I need to get into this position? Seeing that, Park Deokgu stammered in fright for a few times. Also, Yung Hyen, the third person to die. Yung Hyen has now reached Park Deokgu's limit. You're so angry, I won't forgive you. Park Deokgu immediately rushed forward and swung a sword to say, I will take revenge, but Park Yeon-ju easily dodged it. Seeing that, Lee Ki-young thought to himself, it's no use, she's still toying with him. She got tired of joking around, so she jumped up and swung a kick, causing Park Deokgu to lie down for a moment. Immediately after that, she jumped up to a nearby tree. Just then Lee Ki-young also ran over and exclaimed, come on, Park Deokgu. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, it's time. Now it's my turn, Park Yeon-ju. I believe you don't forget the damage immunity spell. Then Park Yeon-ju immediately cast countless magical swords. It's time for me to end this. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and immediately those countless swords rushed forward. Seeing that, Park Deokgu spoke up, Lee Ki-young, please save yourself. Hurry up, I've lost hope but you still have a chance. Listening to this, he thought to himself, this fat guy still thinks about me no matter how desperate he is. Lee Ki-young took out a bottle of medicine and told him, nonsense, this idiot, we will die together. Seeing you running towards me, Park Deokgu shouted loudly, it's dangerous, Lee Ki-young, get away, Lee Ki-young. Said this, Park Deokgu stared in surprise at Lee Ki-young, blocked the incoming swords with difficulty and said, remember, if I can do it then you can do better. Saying this, he smiled and looked at Park Deokgu, thought to himself, Oscar owes me an award. Immediately he fell down. Park Deokgu couldn't believe his eyes and kept calling, Lee Ki-young. Saw that Lee Ki-young whispered a few words and then breathed lightly. He thought again, I'll breathe a little more to give this guy hope that I'm still alive. At this moment, Park Deokgu couldn't hold back his tears, painfully looking at him exclaiming, Lee Ki-young, Lee Ki-young, Lee Ki-young. No matter how much he called, he didn't answer. Seeing him struggling and in pain like that, he thought to himself, this fat guy, I've never seen him sad before. Now I feel a bit guilty, okay? Maybe he's thinking like, I can still save him, I need to protect him, I need to protect everyone. At this time, Park Deokgu forced himself to stand up, I can do it. Seeing that, he was happy. Park Deokgu raised his shield and said, if he can do it, then I can do it better. End at Park Deokgu's words, he roared, his body also began to strengthen and explode. The status window announced, player Park Deokgu had surpassed his limits. Lee Ki-young thought to himself, finally a job. I'm proud of you, fat. Then you use the mind eye. To display the player's job, Park Deokgu, class, legendary level Shield of Faith, a title for great warriors who sacrifice themselves to protect others. This title will be given to Park Deokgu for taking on the heroic creed. Endurance plus 15. Total endurance surpasses 90. The legendary level characteristics of the profession, noble sacrifice, have been unlocked. Seeing this, he was surprised and said, 90 endurance and legendary level? Displays the characteristics of the player Park Deokgu, noble sacrifice skill. Legendary level absorbs damage and shock on behalf of the designated target for a certain period of time. Seeing that, he thought to himself, here it is. Absorbing damage on behalf of a designated target. That's the best captain on the continent Lindell. Oh my god. Wait. Absorbing damage on behalf of others, that's not possible. Activate the high feature noble student, he thought to himself, but I don't take damage due to the damage immunity spell, the status window says. Park Deokgu will take damage instead of Lee Ki-young for a certain period of time. Okay, he thought, wait, Park Yi and Ju, don't attack anymore, it's about to be exposed. This guy is about to find out, stop and go home, but she acted puzzled when looking at his gesture. After a while, he understood and went in another direction and threw several holy swords towards Kim Yeri. Seeing that, he silently shouted, what is that? I didn't say to switch to her. Seeing that, Park Deokgu became even more angry and shouted, no, the target changed. The status window immediately reported, changing the target of the noble sacrifice. Park Deokgu will receive damage for Kim Yeri for a certain period of time. Lee Ki-young thought dejectedly, if it doesn't keep like this, Park Deokgu will notice. Right now On Gimmo rushed forward, blocking the attack. Seeing that, Park Deokgu exclaimed, On Gimmo. On Gimmo, someone like me, still surprised everyone in the end, right? Seeing that, he thought to himself, what? I only see the glasses, can you change the angle? I understand why he's not okay on Earth. At this time suddenly there was a loud shout, you, stop. Hearing that, Park Yi and Ju looked over and thought, this is a Black Swan meeting. Seeing that, she spoke up, next time you won't be so lucky. Lee Ki-young thought. In the end she still tried so hard, she probably wanted to go on a date with Kim Yun. It's very good. As soon as you guys arrived, you immediately started speaking up, moving the injured people away. Seeing that, Park Deokgu immediately ran to speak up, wait, who are you? Blue Hair heard that and immediately came forward and said, we are the rescue team from the Black Swan Association, you can rest now. Park Deokgu asked, what? How can anyone know? Park Deokgu is impatient. Lee Ki-young, are you okay? Lee Ki-young, just as he was about to rush in, he was stopped by someone from the Black Swan Association. Urgently, please get out of the way. Park Deokgu kept calling from behind. Lee Ki-young, he tried to hold back his laughter and thought, Park Deokgu's reaction is so funny. Park Deokgu begs, Lee Ki-young, please, everyone must live, please Dr. Young Hyun, Kim Yeri and even On Gimmo. Don't die, if everyone, I will follow you when I die, let me go, let me die with them. You guys are now arranged in a room, outside. Park Deokgu is still banging on the door. You guys also open your eyes, wake up. Kim Yeri called, hey Mr. Lee Ki-young, he replied, yes. She asked, don't you feel guilty about acting like that? He said, haha, yes, it's a bit guilty but I've achieved my goal, sometimes in life you have to do things you don't want to do. Listening outside, Park Deokgu kept screaming, come on, you said, I will never do something like this again. Kim Yeri continued, I feel so trash, he sighed and thought, don't be like me when you grow up, Kim Yeri. On the other side, 3 or 4 people just killed all the monsters. The young man in the group spoke up, there were as many as an army, but we already have food for today. Sora was startled and exclaimed, wait a minute. Do you want to eat this? He nodded and replied, I will make a fire. With lots of meat to eat, she continued, disgusting, he said, don't be so weak, we need to survive. We need to reach the continent. Sora replied, that's right. immediately deployed firepower and said, "They will see how great I am." Then she rushed to where the firewood was arranged and shaped to move. Scene to the Black Swan Guild. At this time, Park Deok-gu came to visit Lee Ki-young. Seeing him sitting on the hospital bed, he couldn't help but cry. Lee Ki-young saw Park Deok-gu constantly crying and felt bored. "Don't cry anymore. I'm fine. It came from everywhere. What's wrong?" Park Deok-gu said sadly, "But I can't help but worry if you can't do anything in the next few days." Lee Ki-young laughed. "Damn, you're so kind." He thought, "He made me feel proud." Remembering that time, Park Deok-gu said, "Lee Ki-young, you have to save yourself. Hurry up. There is no hope for you, but not for me yet. It's too late." It's great that he can study, but this is the most touching scene. Is about his precious comrades who were willing to sacrifice their lives for him. At first they were no different. Since when did I love them so much, my tool? Since when did I like them so much? I should quickly make Kim Hyunsung like that. Thinking, then he asked, "How is the new class?" Hearing him ask, Park Deok-gu was a little confused and replied, That. I practiced with other members of the association, but it still wasn't very good." Kim Hyunsung praised me for improving, but I couldn't distinguishing whether it was true or not. Before he could finish speaking, Lee Ki-young rubbed Park Deok-gu's head and exclaimed, "It's okay. You're doing well, really, Mr. Lee Ki-young. You've always done so well. I'm the one who pushed you too hard, not because I don't trust you, but I still want to say sorry. Lee Ki-young, you know I trust you, right? Anything I can do, you can do too, even better." A little late, but congratulations for getting into class, Park Deok-gu. Park Deok-gu was moved to burst into tears. "Lee Ki-young, you're exhausted too. I can't even think about it. This fat guy looks so moved." Park Deok-gu couldn't control his emotions at this point and rushed to hug Lee Ki-young tightly. "Stop it. Stop crying. It's so boring to hear." On Gimmo, Yoon Hyun and Kim Yeri saw that and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Can't you see us? Encountered a lot of obstacles, but everything will come to an end, I'm sure. Please accompany me to the end of the journey." The fat guy also doesn't want to let him go, but On Gimmo has returned with the Red Mercenaries, and I've been staying at the Blue Guild for another week. Cha Hira came to visit after hearing the news. She ran to visit Lee Ki-young. "Oh, sweetheart, see, it's Cha Hira." Lee Ki-young spoke up. "Cha Hira, you look fine. I'm back," and then she's gone. How embarrassing is that? Lee Jae-hee is different, using this incident for political purposes. She opened a meeting and announced to the people of the world, 8 people of the empire were ambushed by a very scary assassination organization. This is when the Black Swan Guild, the Red Mercenaries and the Blue Guild join hands to protect the city. She was able to spread our influence by using the reputation of taking care of the city's safety. City, you did a good job, right? Park Yi-and-ju, who followed the plan under the condition that Kim Hyunsung would date her, but Kim Hyunsung's coldness made her fall apart. "Please keep in touch. At this rate you think you will definitely had to intervene." Several months have passed. I'm still handling unfinished work and paying off debt. It's been a year since we came to this strange land. And a new group was created from players who survived the tutorial have entered the world. Welcome, we are Red Mercenaries. Today it is our turn to guide. We will show you the way to the guilds. We'll remind, outside right now is extremely bustling, crowded with people. So are those people an exploration group? Each person has a different look. I heard that magician is very skilled, is that true? I don't know if I should duel with the Blue Guild's great magician. Who will win? Sora overheard that and shouted, "Wait. Has a great magician appeared? I want to become a great mage." At the Red Mercenary Guild right now, Lee Ki-young and Cha Hira are talking together. Tutorial Academy? Is an academy that we're opening in the guild, specifically for the survivors of this wave. Actually it's more like a training center. There's no uniforms or anything. Oh, so this year everyone's last? Are you seriously training new people? Actually, last year the Blue Guild was in chaos. The management of the guild that year was very mixed. That's an understatement. The Red Mercenary Guild needs to be perfect. I'm also hiring more elite individuals to be a guide, and having said that, I hope you will take care of the production. What do you think? Lee Ki-young replied, "I would be happy to take over, but are you sure? I don't think many people will pay attention to that side. That's exactly why I want you to do it. In this place, the strength is given top priority. He will be the one to direct everyone's attention to jobs related to production. Then she thought to herself, actually at Lindell there are many things created by Lee Giyoung. To be honest, I'm not the only one who wants you to take up the position of instructor. There are many groups that have understood the importance of production from you. They are looking forward to a world where jobs are unrelated. Related to fighting can be given more importance. In short, for the people of the whole country, I hope you will accept this position. Hearing that, Lee Giyoung thought to himself, wow, the people of the empire? Now I don't mind calling Cha-hira queen. I want to flatter her and serve her with food and water. I will treat her with all my heart. Truly speaking, Lee Giyoung is very weak in front of powerful people. Extreme force. Cha-hira continued, of course you won't have to work for free. You will be compensated properly and have the right to choose which new person to train. The conditions are so good, I really appreciate it. But have you made up your mind? Okay, I heard there is a very promising mage among the newcomers. The main force is lacking a mage, right? If you choose that magician, wouldn't it be a big loss for me? No, if I could repay you with this. It would be like an apology. Looking at Cha-hira's red face, Lee Giyoung smiled and thought, so cute. He spoke up, haphazardly, what are you apologizing for? Is it about Keslock? The last words made Father Hira angry. I'll build your coffin now, I'm sorry, she's so scary. I guess I can only obey orders. And more. Well, it would be nice if that bunny-like mage and that saint could help with magic and priest training. A few days later at the Red Mercenary Academy. I thought I can start teaching, but there are still too many things at Blue Guild that need me to deal with. So Young Hyun and Sun Hee-young started first. Young Hyun was so happy when he saw you, Lee Giyoung. Lee Giyoung smiled and said, today is your first teaching session, right? Is it the 5th period? We can have lunch together before I go. You look like you're really enjoying this job. Really? I used to be a teacher when I was on Earth, so this must be a very nostalgic and unbelievable experience. Young Hyun happily said, since I was a child, I wanted to be a teacher, so why? I can imagine Sun Hee-young teaching on Earth and here, but is she teaching? Young Hyun, are you teaching the newbie properly? He called the waiter for 3 meals, then asked, let's see, how do you two feel about teaching? Young Hyun said happily, much happier than I thought, hee hee. Is that so? What about you, Sun Hee-young? Quite satisfactory to me, especially the group of students in Class C, they are as cute as angels. Yes, very kind, and also studious. Yes, they even voluntarily do their homework. They are all good-natured people. Thinking about me, Lee Giyoung feels unfair. That's interesting. In my time they were all bastards. That's good, no problem, right? Actually, sometimes people don't seem to understand what I'm saying at all. Lee Giyoung thought to himself. You're the only one who can do that, Young Hyun. What are you teaching? Well, except for one person. I think she used to be in the expedition team. Hearing Young Hyun say that, I thought, is that the rumored magician? If Young Hyun mentioned her, then it must be true. Very excellent. Young Hyun continues, actually she is a very interesting person. She also told me that she admires me a lot. This is a special example because she worked very hard, so that's it. Is the mage this strong? Is his personality also good? That doesn't sound too bad. Young Hyun, there's food on your face. After you finish eating, say goodbye to you too. I have to go this way. See you two later. Okay, good luck. After that you walk to class step by step. Seems like a great newcomer this year. I also have to see who I will choose. I'm a bit excited. I also prepared very well for today's lecture. I hope there will be many suitable servants. I mean young talents, that I can bring to the guild. Lee Giyoung was excited, but when he passed the door, the students poured cold water on him. Everyone in the classroom was arguing, hey, should I skip class next? Hearing that, Lee Giyoung was a bit incredulous, thinking of Young Hyun's words. The students in the class were great, just like angels. Then he brought a funeral face into class. But they weren't hungry at all. I'm always curious, what's the next class? What is alchemy? What's the point of taking a class that doesn't involve combat? Thinking of Lee Giyoung's praises, everyone studying hard, they whispered, what the hell is this continental technology development? Haha, what? It's really useless, you know what this is for? Never mind, forget about class and just trust. Hey, it seems like that's the teacher. Look, he invested in clothes, what is that? Playing another character? Lee Giyoung is so angry that he wants to apparate. Don't these brats know who they are? While my blood was boiling, a voice rang out, Come on, can everyone be quiet? You guys are making things difficult for the teacher. Oh yes. Oh Sora, I'm sorry. Lee Ki-young also smiled slightly and felt less angry, thinking that must be the girl that Ying Hyun mentioned. Is her name Sora? Thank you, Sora, I'll take you there. Had just regained her composure when Sora looked scornful and sarcastically said, if a person teaches a class not related to fighting, it might considered a teacher. Looking at Sora's behavior combined with the ungrateful students, Lee Ki-young's anger exploded. What the hell did I expect? So stupid.